Chapter 1. Tears Before Words. Yun City. Cemetery. Countless ceremonial robes and fireworks burst in the night sky, illuminating the city as brightly as day. Today is New Year's Eve, and last year the local government lifted the ban on fireworks. For the past 2 years, fireworks have adorned the night sky during the new year, reviving the increasingly fading festive spirit. However, the cemetery in the suburbs feels far removed from the New Year atmosphere of the city. It is quiet here, with only an old man on duty at the kiosk eating dumplings and watching increasingly awkward skits, and a young man quietly standing in front of a gravestone. The young man is dressed in black, his expression solemn, holding a bouquet of white flowers. The melancholy of black and white is disrupted by a brightly colored scarf wrapped around his neck, forcing vibrant colors into the mix. Many years ago, the owner of that scarf forcibly inserted herself into his life, turning his black and white world into a colorful one. And then she left irrevocably, decisively lying here, leaving him at a loss. The young man's delicate face is filled with sorrow, emotions swirling in his deep-set eyes, like a spring of water. Master, Happy New Year. Zhao Yan placed down the flowers. The photo on the gravestone is of a young and beautiful woman, her smile radiant. Fireworks exploded in the sky, their distant glow casting light on Zhao Yan's face. It has been 3 years since that failure, 3 years since Cheng Huan left Zhao Yan. Both events, one before the other, plunged Zhao Yan into an abyss, shrouding his entire being, his life, his daily existence in black and white once again. Many years ago, there was a saying about not eating Zhou's millet, referring to the story of the eldest son of the Lord of Gozu, Bo Yi, and his brother Shu Qi, who, after the fall of the Shang dynasty, chose to hide in Shouyang Mountain rather than submit to the Zhou dynasty or eat their food. They lived by foraging for wild fruits and vegetables and ultimately starved to death. This saying describes those who would rather sacrifice their lives than lose their principles and integrity, serving as a metaphor for purity and loyalty. But there is another saying: under the heavens, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the land, all subjects belong to the king. All land under heaven belongs to the Zhou dynasty. Even if you refuse to eat Zhou's millet, you tread upon their land and consume their wild vegetables. No matter how much you wish to deny it, you are subjects of the Zhou dynasty. Zhao Yan is the same. In his mental realm, sorrow and pain have become the kings of that domain. No matter how he tries to escape or numb himself, he cannot change the excruciating reality deep within his heart. Birds are children of the sky, but the earth is their forever home. When a bird soars on the wind, it is a joyful thing to have a land beneath it where it can rest. But Zhao Yan's harbor has disappeared. The land that could carry him and give him warmth is gone, leaving only the vast horizon around him, where stopping means death. Only here, only standing here in front of her, can Zhao Yan feel the breath of life within him. Cheng Huan lies here, smiling down at him. Oh, you remember what I told you about glory? Zhao Yan squats in front of the gravestone, brushing away non-existent dirt on the stone, more like caressing her. Tears well up in his eyes, but he forces a smile at the corner of his mouth. That glory that Chenggu pulled out after our prosperous world fell apart. They didn't make it to the Winter Cup playoffs. Guess who stopped them? His tone is casual, but tears continue to flow from the corners of his eyes. Zhou Chong, the guy you call Zhou Pot. As Zhao Yan speaks, his thoughts drift back to the past. The first time Zhao Yan met Zhou Chong was at an offline banquet organized by the official ray of the land. Hey, Zhao Yan, doesn't that guy's hair look like a pot lid? Cheng Huan whispered beside him, her smile unable to be contained. Zhao Yan followed her gaze and saw a man standing by a sushi cart, eating sushi. The man's hair resembled a watermelon lid, definitely looking like a pot lid. Cheng Huan always had a low threshold for humor, and Zhao Yan was used to her occasional bursts of whimsy. He reminded her that the pot lid-haired man was walking towards them and asked her to rein in her smile a bit, not to lose her composure too much. Hello, I'm Zhou Chong, in-game name Chong Su. You must be Dream Butterfly. Nice to meet you. Pot lid approached and extended his hand to Cheng Huan. Zhou Chong, who had a bit of baby fat on his face back then, smiled sheepishly. Chong Su was Zhou Chang's in-game name in Raid of the Land, while Dream Butterfly was Cheng Huan's game alliance name. Yes, hello, Shang Su Dream Butterfly. Cheng Huan, nice to meet you. Cheng Huan lightly shook hands with Zhou Chong. The Shang she mentioned was her alliance. Alliances are an important gameplay aspect in Raid of the Land, as the entire game is built upon alliances. Players need to join an alliance to gather into a force for the upcoming state battles and subsequent conquests. The Sheng Shi Cheng Huan spoke of represented not only her alliance in the game, but also held another meaning. Professional alliances, Sheng Shi, at that time, were the 7-time champions, the absolute dominator of the Raid of the Land Professional League. And the name Dream Butterfly was equally thunderous in the Professional League. The commander of Sheng Shi. An alliance has 380 members, and without a commander, it is challenging to effectively mobilize all alliance members for operations like attacking cities or fighting, especially in professional competitions. The requirements for a commander are even higher, and Cheng Huan was the commander of Sheng Shi, having worked hard for the trophies of the 7 championships. I almost forgot, I'm the commander of Eternal Night, Zhou Chang added. Like Sheng Shi, Eternal Night was also one of the alliances in the Professional League. Cheng Huan and Zhao Yan exchanged glances. The name Eternal Night was more than familiar to them. In the recently concluded Raid of the Land Summer Cup, Cheng Huan and Zhao Yan's Sheng Shi had defeated Eternal Night, blocking them from the playoffs. This was a bit awkward. This pot-lid-haired fellow was their nemesis. They say the commander of Sheng Shi is gorgeous, and seeing you in person today confirms it. You will be my goddess from now on. Zhou Chang didn't say much during that autumn competition. He quickly changed the subject, praising Cheng Huan's looks and making a joke. Thank you. Cheng Huan had heard that phrase many times before. She truly was the stunningly beautiful girl she appeared to be. And this young man is? Zhou Chang looked at Zhao Yan. Sheng Shi Su Qingge, Zhao Yan replied. Zhou Chang's expression turned to one of realization. Then he smiled. The Shu infantry is quite strong. The empty city frontline Zhao Yan makes it impossible for my knife team to deal any damage. The Shu infantry refers to the troop composition centered around Liu Bei in Raid of the Land, while the knife team consists of Ma Chao, Zhang Liao, and Chao Chao, with Ma Chao as the damage core. Zhao Yan used the tactic of empty city with Zhao Yun, similar to Zhuge Liang's empty city strategy, triggering the empty city tactic, which makes his army enter a state of evasion, preventing the enemy from attacking. Zhou Chang was very familiar with the ID Qingge, as every time he faced Zhao Yan Shu infantry with his knife team, he was unable to deal any damage. All of Ma Chao's attacks landed on Zhao Yun's empty city, which made him quite upset. Just lucky, it was a fluke that IT&D depended on luck. This team wasn't easy to fight against with a knife team. Yet Zhao Yan always seemed to be on the lucky side when facing Zhou Chang. Zhao Yan absorbed all the damage from Ma Chao with empty city, and in the following output, he dealt full damage with Guan Yinping, winning every time in that manner. After casually exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Chang left as his alliance members arrived. This was Zhao Yan's first meeting with Zhou Chang, but they would have many more encounters in the future. However, each time they met, their relationship remained as it was the first time. The Eternal Night has never won against the Prosperous Age, and Zhou Chang has never won against Cheng Huan either. The Zhou pot cover, which had never defeated them before, has now blocked the glory at the playoffs under the command of Zhou. Who would have thought? The past feels like yesterday. Zhao Yan inexplicably thought of a poem. Li Qingzhao's Wooling Spring. Late spring, the wind blows, the fragrant flowers have withered, the sun shines tiredly on the comb. Everything has changed, and the sorrowful tears flow before words can be spoken. How similar this poem is to his current situation. Tears flow before words can be spoken. The light of fireworks reflected on the water droplets on the tombstone, the light continuously refracting, scattering on the cold stone. Chapter 2. You're also our family dumplings? Dumplings. I have vegetables in my car. I'll bring them over later. Little Mantu, what do you have? I have meat in my car. I'll roll out the dumpling skins. Zhang Lahan in the TV skit didn't know whether to laugh or not, but after staring for a long time, he couldn't find where the punchline was, so he could only eat a dumpling from the plate, which at least gave him a sense of participation. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking outside startled Zhang Laohan, and his hand holding the chopsticks almost slipped and sent them flying. He muttered a curse, put the chopsticks down, and looked outside, seeing a northeast man in a big cotton coat standing there. The northeast man gestured for the old man to lower the window. Sorry, old man. I'm here to visit an old friend. Just wanted to let you know I'm intruding. After the old man opened the window, the cold wind rushed into the warm pavilion, along with the northeast man's cheerful greeting and a stick of Zhonghua cigarettes that came with. Hey, no need to be polite. From the man's generous demeanor and the large gold watch on his wrist, the old man quickly realized the man's identity was not ordinary, and his face immediately filled with smiles. Do you need me to show you the way? I'm familiar with this place. No need. I'm not unfamiliar with this place either. The man smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Old man, hurry up and close the window. Don't catch a cold. After the man finished speaking, he turned and walked inside. Zhang Laohan went to close the window, but suddenly froze. The man was not alone. There were 5 or 6 people following him, all heading deep into the cemetery. That's strange. Isn't it New Year's Day today? Zhang Laohan looked at the TV, and the Spring Festival Gala confirmed that his thought was correct. But on such a festive day, why were there so many people at the cemetery? It used to be just one person coming during the New Year. Why are there so many this year? They can't all be together, right? Zhang Laohan murmured, thinking of that sorrowful young man who had come every year during the New Year for the past few years. I really envy that person. So many people still remember him. Zhang Laohan smacked his lips and sighed. After I die, how many people will come to light incense for me? Damn it, people really can be infuriating. He plopped down onto the old sofa he had picked up a dumpling to eat. A coin hit his teeth. Zhang Laohan chuckled and pocketed the coin. Deep in the cemetery, Chen Chu saw that young man again, who was squatting in front of the tombstone, his shoulders shaking, with a bunch of white flowers placed in front of the tombstone, blending with the surrounding snow. The girl holding the flowers wanted to call out to someone, but Chen Chu stopped her. Go give the flowers to Xiao first, then accompany her to chat. Okay. The girl nodded, went to place the flowers in front of the tombstone, the pink and white fresh flowers accompanying the bunch of white flowers, collectively expressing their longing for the person on the tombstone. Cheng Huan still smiled, looking at the people gathered in front of her tombstone during the New Year. Xiao, we're here to see you. The girl, who was a close friend of Cheng Huan, had endless topics to talk about. Even now that Cheng Huan could no longer respond, she still chatted away. About life, about games. Zhao Yan had already moved aside, turning his head away from these people. He had sensed the noise caused by their footsteps on the snow as they approached, but he didn't know how to face them now. This group of allies he hadn't seen for 3 years? It's snowing. Xiao, you love snow the most? Are you happy? The girl's voice reached Zhao Yan's ears. He looked up, and indeed, large snowflakes were falling from the sky, fluttering down. Cheng Huan indeed loved snow the most because she liked its cleanliness and purity. Zhao Yan wrapped his scarf tighter, recalling a snowy day when Cheng Huan had dragged him to build a snowman. It needs a scarf. Cheng Huan said. It won't feel cold. Zhao Yan replied. How do you know it won't be cold? Cheng Huan looked at Zhao Yan, her eyes suddenly sparkling with a smile as she glanced at the colorful scarf around his neck that she had knitted herself. Zhao Yan was still lost in thoughts of the past when a hand landed on his shoulder, startling him awake. He turned to see Chen Chu, snowflakes clinging to his hair, turning it white. Brothers come every time, but can never find you. As expected, you only come during the New Year. Chen Chu spoke, his familiar yet strange northeastern voice resonating with Zhao Yan. It had been a long time since he had heard the voice of an old friend, bringing back memories, one page at a time. Chen Chu, the leader of the prosperous age. During the dark exploratory period at the beginning of the professional league, Chen Chu single-handedly supported the prosperous age. Even when there were no sponsorships, he spent a lot of money to pay their salaries. Without Chen Chu, there would be no prosperous age. This northeastern man had a tremendous charisma, which is why so many people tried to poach Cheng Huan, yet she remained unmoved, even when they offered astronomical numbers. If Cheng Huan was the Zhuge Wuhou of the prosperous age, then Chen Chu was the Liu Bei, Liu Xuanda. Even after the prosperous age collapsed and fragmented, Chen Chu could still gather another glory. Zhao Yan didn't respond to Chen Chu's words. Chen Chu glanced over at the tombstone. The few people who came with him had already finished chatting with Cheng Huan, their gazes fixed on Zhao Yan. Chen Chu gave him a look, and they stepped back a few paces, leaving space for Zhao Yan and Chen Chu to talk. It's time to come back. Chen Chu said, Xiao wouldn't want you to stay like this. If she doesn't want me to be like this, then she should come and tell me herself. Zhao Yan replied coldly, his tone unfriendly. He didn't want to interact with Chen Chu and the others, knowing that once he did, they would surely urge him to move on, which was the last thing Zhao Yan wanted to hear. His world was dim and lifeless. A gentle suggestion to move on couldn't change anything for him. Just like a paper crane sent for earthquake relief, and one knew his pain. One person could never understand another. Cheng Huan was an important person to them, but to Zhao Yan, she was his entire world. Could you give up your world? A light-hearted suggestion to let go would only earn Zhao Yan's disdain. Chen Chu looked at the agitated Zhao Yan and sighed. In the distance, fireworks bloomed one after another, painting the tombstones with various colors: red, yellow, green. Fire trees and silver flowers lit up the night sky. Life and death are both vague. People come and go in an instant. Chen Chu turned his head and saw Cheng Huan's tombstone. The girl on the tombstone hadn't called him Brother Cheng with a smile for a long time, and she would never call him that again. Chen Chu felt a bitterness in his mouth. Compared to the delicate and soft-hearted girl, he was not very good at comforting others, especially as a northeastern man. Asking him to say some comforting words felt like asking him to stab himself. You've avoided us for so long. I thought you must be coming back for the new year. Chen Chu began. Zhao Yan remained silent, not saying a word. I haven't looked for you in these 3 years, hoping you could come to terms with it. We are all waiting for you. You haven't stepped out. Chen Chu looked up, snowflakes landing on his face. Today is New Year's Eve. Shao Dai once said that games are never as important as reality. Everyone should be at home, celebrating the new year today. Do you know why we're all here? Chen Chu's we naturally refer to the few people who came with him, those who were also familiar with Zhao Yan. They had once laughed and played together. Zhao Yan remembered every word Cheng Huan had said one day in the alliance chat. A player asked for leave, saying someone at home was ill and couldn't make it to the city battle that night. Cheng Huan saw it and replied with this sentence: games are never as important as reality, let alone compared to family. Zhao Yan looked at Chen Chu, and he seemed to understand why. On this New Year's Eve, when thousands of lights were shining and families were gathered together, they could meet. Here, because you're not just our friend, but also our family. Locking eyes, Chen Chu's gaze indeed held a familial warmth. Chapter 3. Happy New Year. Cheng Huan watched as they came and went, all people she loved, especially the young man who turned back to look at her just before disappearing from view. Snowflakes adorned her with a little white hat as she held flowers, staying amid her favorite swirling snowflakes. Old Zhang was still watching the Spring Festival Gala, and the dumpling eating segment had already passed. Everyone had started singing and dancing. Zhao Yan and the others had left the cemetery, and outside, a van was parked. Still driving this? Zhao Yan was a bit surprised to see the van. Before playing Rise of the Kingdom, Chen Chu was a big boss, and a van didn't quite fit his status. It holds more people. Chen Chu took out his keys. A few people got into the car, and Zhao Yan initially wanted to sit alone in the back, but the girl who had sent flowers to Cheng Huan sat next to him. Wow, you used to call her Sister Rome. Now you don't even greet her? The sweet-looking girl arched her brows and pretended to be angry. Sister Rome. Zhao Yan couldn't ignore her. He might disregard Chen Chu, but he couldn't do that with Rome. She wasn't just a good friend of Cheng Huan, but had also taken care of Zhao Yan like an older sister before. Rong reached out and ruffled his hair. Shao Dai told me to keep a good eye on you. You've lost so much weight. She should be blaming me now. As Cheng Huan's close friend, Rong shared a sunny disposition similar to Cheng Huan's. Rong wanted to make a little joke to cheer Zhao Yan up, but her eyes were reddening as she spoke. We haven't seen each other in so long, yet it feels like we just met yesterday. Then how about you cook a couple of dishes later to make up for Zhao Yan? A boy in the front seat turned around jokingly. TSK, you dare eat her cooking? The group began to bicker, as if they were back in the old days. Chen Chu, who was driving, had a slight smile on his lips. Rong pretended to be angry and started arguing with the boy. Sister Rong's cooking is the best. If you don't eat, I definitely won't save any for you later. Zhao Yan said softly. Rong was stunned, and the joking boys also froze. Sorry. Zhao Yan realized the previously lively mood had suddenly stiffened. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Rong closed her eyes, took a moment before opening them again, her nose tinged with sadness as she choked out, on New Year's, don't make me cry again. This was something others had said before, but it wasn't Zhao Yan who had said it. Rong's cooking wasn't great, but she loved to cook. Whenever she had a sudden urge to cook, Su Bai would always tease her about her food, calling it dark cuisine. At those times, Cheng Huan would smile and hug Rong, cheerfully saying, our Rong Bao's cooking is the best. If you don't eat, I'll finish it all and not leave any for you. Zhao Yan didn't know why he said it out loud. It clearly wasn't something he should have said. Su Bai, sitting in the front, changed the topic and took out his phone. I haven't done my free half-price draw today. Have you all drawn yet? In Rise of the Kingdom, there was a chance for a free draw every 12 hours and a half-price draw costing 100 jade. None of us have, right? How about we all draw and see who has better luck? Subai suggested, opening the game, and familiar music started playing, accompanied by the sounds of battle. Zhao Yan hadn't opened this game in a long time, but he knew that at this moment, a line of text would pop up on the Rise of the Kingdom interface. Under heaven, there is no land that is not the king's. In the borders of the kingdom, there are no subjects who are not the king's. Then a few more sounds followed, and the others also opened their phones. Zhao Yan caught a glimpse of Haicheng's phone screen, which displayed the skin interface for Zhou Yu, with countless arrows lighting up the night sky in Chibi, attacking Cao Cao. Zhou Yu of Chibi. With laughter, the ships turned to ashes. Triple threes. Damn it, Subai said helplessly. In Rise of the Kingdom, the general cards range from 1 star to 5 stars, and the worst in the recruitment pool was a 3-star card, which was just battle experience. Same here, Jiang Wenzheng chimed in. Is it that bad? Haicheng clicked in while calling Zhao Yan over. Come join us. When Haicheng said this, the attention of the few people in the front seats turned toward Zhao Yan. Shuituzhibin. This account lay dormant in their friend list. But like Dream Butterfly, it hadn't been online for a long time. Zhao Yan shook his head. I uninstalled it before. I don't have Rise of the Kingdom on my phone now. Everyone was taken aback. Use mine, Lin Yuma. Passed my phone to Zhao Yan. Chen Chu, who was driving, instructed Lin Yuma, who was in the passenger seat, to hand over his phone. Okay. Lin Yuma took Chen Chu's phone from his pocket and passed it over. The phone landed in Zhao Yan's hands. Already unlocked out on the screen was a big group photo with Chen Chu and a batch of Shengshi veterans at the front. He and Cheng Huan were among them, with a row of Shengshi trophies displayed behind them. The Rise of the Kingdom icon was in the center, and Zhao Yan clicked on it, loading the page. The loading page for Rise of the Kingdom was selectable, and one could also purchase skins. Chen Chu had chosen the basic loading page, showcasing the glowing bonfires in the dark cities, transitioning to the giant cauldron under the sunlight at dawn. Preparation zone. The glory matches had just ended, and everyone was in the preparation zone, which is like a massive transfer station, with everyone in small boxes waiting to leave once they sign up for the instance that I'm also triple threes. Haicheng sighed, and on her game interface, a green Li Tong stood there. 3-star general cards were green, 4-star were blue, and 5-star were purple. Same, stupid dog, Rise of the Kingdom. The others replied, no way, me too. Lin Yuma looked at the 2 threes on his phone, a bit stunned. Although the chance of getting 5 stars was low, most of the time, 4 stars would appear, plus there was a guaranteed 4-star every 5 draws. None of this group was under the guarantee, and their chance of triple threes was even lower than the team chance. Everyone looked at Zhao Yan with Chen Chu's phone. The nature of this had changed now. Everyone hoped Zhao Yan would also get triple threes, an achievement even rarer than getting 5 stars. Haicheng leaned over to look at Zhao Yan's draw results. 2 bright green cards filled the screen. She immediately burst into laughter. From Haicheng's smile, the others also understood the result. Everyone got triple threes. Haha, a bunch of non-lucky players. Today's drop rate is incredibly high. Shocking. Is Rise of the Kingdom targeting glory? Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? The atmosphere finally lifted, and outside, fireworks and firecrackers rang out as the car drove into the city. All the lights in the residential building were turned on, reflecting the colorful sky on the glass. The air was filled with the smell of fireworks, the essence of celebration. It was the smoke of the human world. Everyone. Chen Chu turned his head. Happy New Year. The clock struck midnight, marking the arrival of the new year. What had just happened was already in the past year. Happy New Year. Everyone wished each other well. This was 3 years later, as Zhao Yan once again found himself enveloped in the festive atmosphere of the new year. Chapter for the unopened envelope. I registered you. The Ruti account is back. Do you want to change your name? In a large flat in Haicheng. Chen Chu made a cup of coffee and brought it to the sofa, handing it to Zhao Yan. An alliance has 380 professional players. Aside from some important professional replacements, ordinary player substitutions can be made without applying to the alliance, directly using the substitute quota. However, the commander position is considered important, and changes need to be applied for with the alliance. Chen Chu's account name used to be SHNGSH, but now SHNGSH has become RNGUing, And Chen Chu's game name has also changed from SH and GSH to our Ingu Engnian. Zhao Yan's account name still has the SH and GSH prefix. No need. Zhao Yan shook his head, took the coffee cup, and placed it on the coffee table. I'll use my Master S account. Chen Chu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, sat down on the sofa, and took out his phone. I'll add you to the management group in a bit. Remember to join. Zhao Yan was also looking at his phone. He was checking the points leaderboard for the Rosy Professional League. After the formalization of the Professional League, Rosy holds 2 cup competitions each year, the Spring and Autumn Cups or the Summer and Winter Cups. The competition cycle for Rosy is too long, only allowing 2 events per year. When encountering a grand event like WJSHDI, the competition must be scheduled accordingly. This year's WJSHDI competition will take place in the autumn, and it will only invite 12 teams, throwing these 12 teams into one zone for a direct final. The top league of the Rosy Alliance consists of 24 teams, following a relegation system where the last team will be dropped to a lower league in the next season. Although our Ingu Ing is struggling at the bottom, it has not yet fallen into the lower league. However, our Ingu Ing's points are currently low, ranking near the bottom among the 24 teams, as they didn't even make it to the playoffs in the Winter Cup, earning only a handful of points. The 12 teams invited to WJSHDI are based on the previous year's points. If our Ingu Ing doesn't achieve a good ranking in the upcoming Spring Cup, they might miss out on the 3rd WJSHDI competition in Rosy. There's still a month until the Spring Cup. Any plans? Zhao Yan looked at Chen Chu. He returned and directly became the commander of our Ingu Ing. But this our Ingu Ing is not the same as the former SH and GSH, and Zhao Yan is not very familiar with this team. Too many unfamiliar faces told Zhao Yan one fact. This is no longer SH and GSH. Now they are called our Ingu Ing. As a commander, the most important thing is to become as familiar as possible with your alliance members. Zhao Yan, did you see? Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. That person's voice echoed in Zhao Yan's ears. He lowered his head, his finger gliding over the leaderboard on the screen, where the top alliance was called DQN, which he was not familiar with. After the first WJSHDI competition, the popularity of Rosy escalated, and investors saw an opportunity, pouring huge sums of money into it. Countless alliances sprang up like mushrooms after rain. This DQN might be one of them. The names for back in the day were barely recognizable. Even their name has changed to the current our Ingu Ing. Zhao Yan felt a sense of loss, as if he was recalling the past. Are you suggesting a friendly match? Chen Chu asked. A friendly match is a training match between alliances, held when there are no competitions or when a team has been eliminated, to help teams practice and learn from each other. We need to familiarize ourselves with each other. Zhao Yan opened DQN's alliance introduction and saw a familiar name on the roster, Zhou Yu. Suddenly, he felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of a Du Fu poem. The beautiful scenery of Jiang and meets you again in the season of falling flowers. He was very familiar with this name. He never expected Zhou Yu would join this alliance. In the first WJSHDI competition, Zhou Yu's commanding alliance was allied with Zhao Yan's SH and GSH. Zhao Yan still remembers what Zhou Yu told him back then. In one day, our 2 alliances couldn't advance an inch into SL. You can rest assured to handle Woyang and then come back to get us. At that time, the situation had already deteriorated, and they had launched their final desperate struggle. Zhou Yu's alliance, Fengqi, managed to block 2 opposing alliances in Yongzhou, buying Zhao Yan time at a terrible cost, but in the end, they still fell short. All right, I'll make arrangements. Chen Chu was a doer. He picked up his phone and went out to the balcony to make a call. Zhao Yan took out an envelope from his pocket, which had the word Zhao Yan personally opened written on it, but he hadn't opened it to see what was inside. This was left for him by Cheng Huan. Zhao Yan didn't open it because he already knew what Cheng Huan would write to him, merely words encouraging him to look forward, to live well after stepping out, and so on. Many people had said similar things to him. Zhao Yan didn't like them, even if Cheng Huan said them. So he still hadn't opened the letter, keeping it tucked inside his clothes and carrying it with him. The envelope had already developed some creases. Zhao Yan looked at the envelope. Surprisingly, his mind was blank. He was thinking about the past, present, or future. His mind was currently empty and relaxed. When Chen Chu returned from the call, Zhao Yan was still in this state. "You didn't look?" Chen Chu saw the envelope, which, despite the creases, remained intact. Zhao Yan snapped back to reality and put away the envelope. He knew what she wanted to say without looking. Why bother? Chen Chu didn't say much more. "I've scheduled 3 alliances. Is it for a dungeon or normal mode?" After completing the 3 basic seasons S1, S2, and S3 in normal mode, ordinary players will enter the preparation zone, where they can choose different scripts. Each different script has its own characteristics, such as the 8 formation diagram, where the map is shrouded in fog, or the golden seal and purple ribbon, where players can forge treasures. There are also Rising of the Aristocracy, Heroes Gathering to Defeat Dong, and other scenarios. These professional alliances have the authority to apply for self-build zones, essentially allowing them to create their own rooms. The announcement for the Spring Cup has come out. It's in normal mode. WJSHDI is also in normal mode. "So let us go with normal mode," Zhao Yan said. WJSHDI is in normal mode. Sometimes the cup competitions may have script modes, but this Spring Cup just happens to be in normal mode. Are there any requirements for red degree or general cards? In Route T, duplicate generals can be promoted. Promoted generals will have their star ratings covered with red, becoming a red star. This is what is referred to as red degree. Each time a general is promoted, they can gain 10 points for attribute allocation, which can be added to the 4 main attributes: attack, defense, speed, and strategy. They can control the red degree when building rooms, allowing everyone to enter as a blank slate. Everything will proceed according to the competition mode. To increase the competitiveness and balance of the teams, during the competition, their generals are all blanks, which allows for a more diverse team, rather than a formulaic 5-team main city. Chapter 5, Trending First. Chen Chu left, reminding Zhao Yan to join the management group. Watching him join before he left. After joining the group, Zhao Yan activated the Do Not Disturb mode and didn't check the continuous messages popping up in the group. Chen Chu had already arranged a training match, starting the day after tomorrow. After 3 years, Zhao Yan hadn't looked at Shuituzhibin at all. Now, he felt a sense of confusion. 3 years is not a short time. 3 years ago, at the end of Cheng Huan's time, he passed the command to Zhao Yan, who at that time didn't know Cheng Huan's illness was severe, thinking Cheng Huan was just training him. Now it seems that all developments had their foreshadowing, which at that time was only seen as ordinary. He led SH to win 2 championships, and his command level was praised as surpassing his master Cheng Huan until that failure in WJSHDI, when Zhao Yan was still regarded as the top commander in the alliance. Even that loss was just due to a careless judgment, leading to a complete defeat. Once confident, Zhao Yan believed that in the world of Raid of the Land, there were few who could be considered his rivals. But now, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. Could he still keep up with the pace of the game? This unease lingered until he saw the updated Raid of the Land on his phone. Zhao Yan opened the game with muscle memory, entered his account, and there it was. Among the characters he owned, there was, and below it, this was Cheng Huan's game ID. Before her passing, Cheng Huan had transferred her account to Zhao Yan's identity account. Clicking on the account, Zhao Yan bit his lip as the interface shifted, and a system prompt appeared. Please select your birth state. Having not logged in for 3 years, this account was no longer in the preparation zone, and the selected birth state was the same as the preparation zones. The preparation zone's birth state resembled the S1 map, except everyone was in boxes. He chose Yuzhou. This state held significant meaning for them. Once the birth state was chosen, the map shifted again, revealing a small main city in a box. Long time no see, Zhao Yan opened the generals. Several rows of fully leveled generals bore the name of Dream Butterfly. Zhao Yan suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion as he gently brushed his fingers over these generals, seemingly seeing Cheng Huan once more. There were many unread emails in the lower left corner. Zhao Yan opened some, noting that the dates were from long ago, with many inquiring about Cheng Huan's situation. Cheng Huan was well-liked in the alliance. After all, who wouldn't adore a beautiful, understanding, and playful girl? The news of Cheng Huan's passing had directly exploded within the Raid of the Land Alliance, dominating several trending searches. Those letters had sunk into the sea. Zhao Yan marked all as read. The story seemed to end just like that. He opened the account panel and checked the season history. Over 20 seasons. There were also more detailed season logs. Zhao Yan began reading from the S1 season. 8 years ago, this was Dream Butterfly's first season. At this time, she was just a newbie like everyone else. 202 for 419. The Han Dynasty was in decline, and heroes rose everywhere. A Dream Butterfly was born in Yuzhou, wielding a 3-foot sword, creating extraordinary achievements. 202 4425. The Lord's virtuous name spread widely, winning the hearts of the people, attracting 5-star archer Wu Lu Ming and 5-star infantry Zhuge Liang to join under his banner, greatly increasing strength. 202 451. The Lord joined the alliance. Zhao Yan read each word carefully. This was her past. The Raid of the Land logs totaled over 20 entries, and Zhao Yan read them all, then closed the logs and shut his eyes. When Cheng Huan played Raid of the Land, Zhao Yan wasn't playing this game. He started playing because of Cheng Huan. Time flies, and the past is hard to recall. When Zhao Yan exited the interface, he realized he had bitten his lip, and the taste of blood spread in his mouth. A new email appeared in the lower left corner of the screen. Zhao Yan clicked on it, and it was a message from a friend. Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan recognized this ID as Rong's game name and typed a few words in reply. It's me, Rongjia. Why is no one talking in the group? Acting cool? I sent you an invite. Please accept. Alliance Invite 4. Invites the Lord to co-create a great cause. Joining the Alliance grants resource bonuses and allows the use of allied territories for outposts. It's been so long since he logged into Dream Butterfly's account that even new player prompts were popping up. Zhao Yan clicked accept, and the Alliance notification lit up. Full Alliance, 380 members. Alliance Mail has been appointed commander. Then came another email. This account, next season's command will be his responsibility. The Alliance leader, Chen Chu, sent this. Zhao Yan didn't need to check the Alliance frequency to guess that it was buzzing with messages. He opened the Alliance mail. The commander had the authority to mark all Alliance emails, but while typing, Zhao Yan thought for a moment, deleted what he had written, and after a long time of contemplation, finally typed just 2 words, keep it up, and chose to send. Morale is a mysterious thing. Although it's just a game, we need to ensure the Alliance's morale remains high. Just now, it seemed as if Cheng Huan was standing beside Zhao Yan, pouting when he deleted those words. And only after he sent the words keep it up did she pat his head and leave contentedly. Zhao Yan's emails kept coming in, one after another. He didn't look at them and directly exited Raid of the Land. He walked to the kitchen and took out a chilled beer from the fridge. The bottle opener was on a magnetic chain on top of the fridge. Zhao Yan opened the cap and took a big swig. Why was he so familiar with this place? This was his home. Haicheng, the headquarters of the professional league for Raid of the Land. The wine flowed into his stomach. In 3 parts, turned into moonlight. That was Li Bai. Even when he was filled with worries, Li Bai could still drink and shout. There will be times to ride the winds and waves, just hoist the sail and cross the sea. As the alcohol filled Zhao Yan's belly, it was truly a complete drink. Forget about riding the winds and waves. A thick fog enveloped his vision, and he saw nothing. He wasn't Li Bai, nor did he want to become Li Bai. A little pain was good. At least in this world, there was someone who would always remember her. Zhao Yan got drunk, collapsing onto the sofa, his consciousness returning to the homeland of dreams, where the girls stood quietly, as if they had never parted. Zhao Yan didn't know that today, a post on the trending searches suddenly went viral, climbing up uncontrollably and firmly occupying the top position. Raid of the Land. Light Song returns. Half an hour later, not only did the heat value of this trending topic continue to soar, but the original second and several subsequent topics were also surpassed one after another. Hot, new commander. Hot, 14-time champion. Each hot topic wrote of a legendary past. In a villa in Haicheng, after Chen Chu finished tidying up his daughter's scattered toys, he walked to the balcony and lit a cigarette. Haicheng is one of the most prosperous cities in the country, with lights so bright that it is far beyond what Yunqing can compare to. If Yunqing is the smoke and fire of the human world, then Haicheng is the myriad stars twinkling. Chen Chu took 3 puffs from the cigarette, and the rest was swept clean by the winds of Haicheng. He was left with just a cigarette butt, which he clenched in his fist. Chapter 6. The first year of Raid of the Land. In the bathroom, Zhao Yan turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face. Water droplets trickled down from his forehead, and he saw his own red eyes in the mirror. After a simple wash-up, he went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Although he used to live in Haicheng, since the incident, he had spent most of his time wandering outside, rarely returning home to Haicheng. This led to the fact that, aside from drinks, he could only find 2 buckets of instant noodles and a sausage that had been there for who knows how long. Recently, during the festive season, everything outside was quiet. Restaurants and dining places were closed, but even if they were open, Zhao Yan didn't want to go out to eat at this time. This would have to do. Zhao Yan took out a spicy flavor, putting the old pickled cabbage beef into the container. While waiting for hot water, he casually checked the expiration date on the sausage. It hadn't expired. This was good news for Zhao Yan at the moment. He tore open the packaging, took a knife, and cut the sausage into small pieces to add to the noodles. Life should have a sense of ritual. She always said so. The hot water was ready, and Zhao Yan took the noodle container to fill it with hot water, sealed it with a fork, and took out his phone. His phone was very quiet, and very few people could contact him now. He opened his mobile email. There was a message sent at 11 o'clock last night among various billing and data messages. The sender was the official account of the game Rate-The. The message was very short, only 4 words. Welcome back. Chen Chu should have submitted the application by now. Zhao Yan opened Weibo, and the trending topics had all exploded, with many entries related to him at the top. Among those entries, Zhao Yan saw this one. Jin Kuyu Lu's commander declares war on Buzhou Mountain with a light song. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let us take it out for a stroll. We'll see in the Spring Cup. Wuzhou Mountain. Zhao Yan thought for a moment and couldn't recall who this ID belonged to. Since the first IM era competition ended, the professional league of Rate-The had developed rapidly over these 3 years, with too many people pouring into the game. Zhao Yan now felt like an ancient elder in this game. Players divided the time before and after the first IM era competition into 2 periods. The previous era was considered ancient. The collapse of the prosperous era resembled a scene where a whale falls and everything else rises. Without the behemoth of prosperity, which had a gap with other alliances, new alliances emerged one after another, igniting a wildfire that completely set this game ablaze. Don't laugh. The 14-time champion and ancient champion is still bragging. Back then, we could play 4 cup competitions a year, and that kind of championship doesn't hold half the value of today's championships. Triangular function. It's chaotic. It's chaotic. What kind of guy can come back with such popularity? What is Light's song? Is it half as good as our Team S? The cat who loves to wander. What is the official doing? A team that can't even make it to the playoffs is being praised so much. There are many such comments under this Weibo post. Zhao Yan looked at these comments, feeling no waves in his heart. 3 years seemed like a long time. Long enough for everything to change. Long enough for a prosperous era to be reduced to what they now call the useless team. However, it seemed he still had fans. As he scrolled, he saw many people speaking up for him. Shallow Wind. You don't recognize this ID, right? Year 1 fans are really impressive. As the most popular game in the country, Rate-The exploded in popularity, leading to a huge fan base, causing some alliances to have their own fans. Just like celebrities, fans' love for alliances grew more intense, and some even had a fan club-like affection. Conflicts between old and new alliances were inevitable in competitions, which led to mutual tearing between both sides' fans. The new kings always beheaded the aging kings. History is always like this, even in Rate-The. It is an iron law. Fans of newly established alliances looked down on the old alliances, believing that those alliances were just lucky fools before the professional league of Rate-The was fully regularized. With old alliances being defeated one after another by the newly emerged alliances, falling into lower leagues seemed to confirm this viewpoint. Some champions of the old alliances seemed to have been stripped of their titles when discussing the overall strength and honors of alliances. Even the former 3 or 4-time champions of the old alliances were not as good as the current 1-time champions. All these historical milestones were marked by that year of Rate-The IM era. So, the first IM era is also referred to as Year 1. Seagull doesn't return. Year 1 fans, go check out the old video records, please. The world is so full of idiots. Don't come and try to be an idiot. 4537. Why is today so magical? Light Song has returned and is being mocked. So many newbies. A pine nut. The prosperous era will definitely win. Glory remains. Zhao Yan scrolled through these comments, and the calmness in his heart stirred slightly. Supporting him were his former fans. Fans of Prosperity Light's song. Fans of Prosperity. You said, "Don't let those who love you down." Zhao Yan exited this post and flipped to the original post, which was an announcement from Rate the Land about his return. Buzhou Mountain had commented below it. Zhao Yan typed a few words under Buzhou Mountain's comment and then clicked send. "Who are you?" After sending, Zhao Yan went to check on his instant noodles. The steaming noodles were already cooked, the sausage intertwined with the noodles. Zhao Yan picked up a fork and started eating. The phone rang, and Zhao Yan slurped a mouthful, put down the fork, and answered the call. "Haha, okay, what is he?" "In the mountain, without an old tiger. The monkeys claim the throne. He isn't even a monkey yet, making such a ruckus. Wait until the Spring Cup. We'll crush him." Su Bai's cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. Since he returned on New Year's Eve, Zhao Yan had turned off the automatic call rejection feature on his phone. Otherwise, Su Bai's call wouldn't have gone through. Su Bai probably saw his reply. Zhao Yan picked up the fork. Buzhou Mountain was the commander of the Jin Kuyulu alliance among the 24 alliances. It was the same alliance that they encountered last season. If it weren't for the ally dropping the ball, they would have crushed them long ago. He truly didn't know how he had the face to be so arrogant. Su Bai said, "The 24 alliances represent the top league of Rate the Land, meaning they hold the status of top alliances." Zhao Yan had no impression of Jin Kuyulu. He took a bite of the instant noodles. Like that Buzhou Mountain, he had no impression of this name. Rate the Land was currently on fire everywhere, with advertisements all over the world. The 24 alliances had many sponsors' ads. Even those who didn't play Rate the Land had heard of it. However, Zhao Yan, over the past few years, not only didn't pay attention, but actively avoided all kinds of news related to Rate the Land. This led to Zhao Yan having no impression of the current alliances, commanders, or executives. Su Bai, Chapter 7, Clear Soup Noodles. All right, it's normal not to understand these since Rate the Land used to be able to just quit whenever. Su Bai chatted with Zhao Yan for a while, sharing some news about the disbandment of Prosperity and Glory. Su Bai was also one of the veterans of Prosperity. On that New Year's Eve, those who could come to find Zhao Yan were all deeply connected to him. The disbandment of Prosperity surprised many, from the audience to the officials, and even Zhao Yan himself hadn't expected it. As a 14-time champion, why did this high-rise building collapse so quickly after just one defeat? 3 teams left Prosperity. In the game Rate the Land, those with official positions can create groups, with each group accommodating 50 people. To facilitate management, alliances would split a 380-person alliance into groups for easier handling. There would be emotional bonds and connections between people. As players moved in and out of different groups, their sense of belonging to the group surpassed that of the alliance, even in professional leagues. These professional players were the same. For them, they were first part of a certain group and then part of a certain alliance. Each has pros and cons, and it's hard to evaluate whether it was good or bad, but for the Prosperity of that year, it was undoubtedly bad. They had won too many battles for too long, and many had never tasted a defeat. At that time, Prosperity was too bloated. The superficial glory temporarily masked the hidden turmoil, but the defeat in the IM era directly exploded the buried hidden dangers. The collective departure of 3 teams led to a loss of nearly half the members in the alliance, and with Cheng Huan's death and Zhao Yan's departure, it was a devastating blow to Prosperity. If it weren't for Chun Shu, Prosperity might have really disappeared, becoming what later players referred to as the Ancient Champion. Just wait, those traitors still in the top league. I will definitely take them down one by one, Su Bai cursed. And then he said a few more words to Zhao Yan about the training match tomorrow. When he hung up, Zhao Yan had just finished his noodles, tossed the fork into the instant noodle container, and threw the container into the trash can. The instant noodles were nice in this regard. There was no need to clean up bowls and chopsticks. However, he rarely eats instant noodles because Cheng Huan said that this thing is unhealthy and lacks nutrition. She is quite hands-on and would rather spend time making a delicious meal for the 2 of them than eat instant noodles. So when did these 2 bowls of noodles get bought? Zhao Yan stared at the instant noodle boxes in the trash can, racking his brain, and finally remembered how these 2 bowls of instant noodles came about. It was still because of the Land of Dawn, a game that has become an inseparable symbol in his life. The Land of Dawn is a 24-hour strategy game. When you log off, your enemies may not, and they can continue to operate in the game. This leads to many nighttime tactics, such as beheading and night raids. You might wake up to find your enemies at your doorstep, or you might wake up to see the outside world covered in purple and pink, as the leader was beheaded, causing the entire alliance to fall. Such things often happen in the Land of Dawn. Professional players are not allowed to let others operate their accounts during competitions. If studio-controlled accounts are discovered, they will be banned. Previously, Zhao Yan and Cheng Huan had stayed up many nights with their accounts logged in. One time, Cheng Huan had something to do and didn't come back at night. To save trouble, Zhao Yan bought 2 cups of instant noodles downstairs for a late-night snack while they were in a training match. That evening, while Zhao Yan was boiling water, he hadn't even torn the lid off the instant noodles when he heard a sound at the door. Cheng Huan was back. When she saw Zhao Yan boiling water and preparing to make instant noodles, she stared at him and said seriously, "I've told you before, don't eat this, it's not nutritious." Who eats late-night snacks for nutrition? However, Cheng Huan rarely looked at him with such a serious expression. Zhao Yan didn't say anything and tossed the instant noodles onto the shelf. That night, Cheng Huan made a big meal for Zhao Yan, and after that, he never ate instant noodles again. Strange. Why is Cheng Huan so adamant about not letting him eat instant noodles? Cheng Huan seems to have some obsession with nutrition, repeatedly reminding Zhao Yan to eat healthy food and not junk food, and to have regular meals 3 times a day. Regarding everything about Cheng Huan, Zhao Yan was willing to spend time searching and pondering. After he raised this question, he felt alive again, and a hint of despair in his eyes faded away. He stayed on the kitchen chair for a long time, and it wasn't until close to noon that he found the answer. The question had an answer, but the person who had left the question for Zhao Yan was already gone. Zhao Yan felt his hand stiffen. He couldn't scroll through his phone, and something seemed to want to burst out of his throat, but was stuck. On his phone was a medical record. Everything about Cheng Huan was left to Zhao Yan. Cheng Huan's medical records were saved one by Zhao Yan, and he had backups of these records numbering over a dozen. Cheng Huan had many medical records, but there was a special case among them. From Cheng Huan's medical records, it was seen that she was malnourished. Zhao Yan recalled what Rong had told him. Her family situation was very poor in a backward little mountain village, and they favored boys over girls. No wonder. She emphasized nutrition so much. She wouldn't let herself eat instant noodles. Zhao Yan had seen a movie, an American superhero film, and there was a segment he remembered deeply. Iron Man, Tony Stark, installed many special functions in a Spider-Man suit. Once, Tony dragged a broken Iron Man suit through heavy snow, nearly freezing to the point of fainting. Behind him, he had installed a heating function in Spider-Man's suit, among many other things. These special functions were things Tony had missed when he faced a dire situation and called out to heaven and earth in vain, which he later added to Spider-Man's suit. I once faced despair. That feeling is very uncomfortable. So I hope you will never fall into that situation. Zhao Yan closed his phone. Originally, he planned to eat that cup of pickled cabbage beef noodles for lunch. But now he didn't want it anymore. He got up, put on his coat, opened the door, and prepared to go to the largest department store in Haicheng to buy something to eat. Noodles, bok choy eggs. These are the ingredients for a bowl of clear soup noodles. It was she who taught him the simplest meal. Break an egg, add boiling water. The water must be boiling hot. Once it boils, fry the egg after it's cooked. Wait for the soup to turn white to make the broth. And hey, don't lose focus. Seriously, what will you do without me? At that time, you might as well hire 2 nannies to take care of you. Now listen, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, pepper, salt, lard, 5-spice powder. This is the secret seasoning. Then the noodles, they need to be cooked, and then add the bok choy. Did you remember? In his memory, she always smiled with her eyes and brows curved. It was bright outside. The sunlight refracted on the snow, reflecting the sun's rays. And the snow surface was bright like a lamp. It was a very warm day. Spring has come, and everything is reviving. Zhao Yan rode his bicycle and saw the huge banner outside the department store. It was an advertisement for the Land of Dawn. The Alliance of the Great Tang congratulated everyone on the Spring Festival, wishing everyone prosperity in martial arts, blessings from the heavens, and freedom from all taboos. The Great Tang was one of the alliances Zhao Yan searched out yesterday, one of the 24 alliances. The huge banner advertisement was none other than the Land of Dawn itself. It was about this year's Spring Cup. A trophy occupied the lower right corner of the banner. and to its left was this year's Spring Cup theme, Endless Life. Chapter 8, Who Holds the Power? Endless Life, what a wonderful word. In spring, it should be like this. Welcome back. The rolling messages in the group continuously pushed the screen down. Among so many nicknames, Zhao Yan recognized many familiar IDs. And the last time he had seen these people was 3 years ago. In these 3 years, Zhao Yan had traveled the world looking for the traces he and Cheng Huan once left behind, digging through the bits and pieces of memories. 3 years felt like a long time, long enough for the world to change and for everything to fall apart. But when he saw these nicknames, he felt that time had passed quickly, fast enough that 3 years ago and now seemed like yesterday and today. Zhao Yan tossed an emoji into the chat as a greeting, then switched groups to join the management group to discuss matters. The 3 alliances Chun Chu found that were willing to train with them were not part of the top 24 leagues. According to Zhao Yan's search information, the strongest of these 3 alliances was called Moonlight, which was a mid-tier alliance in the secondary league. The other 2 were basic league alliances. The official professional league of the Land of Dawn has 3 tiers, 48 teams in the basic league, 36 teams in the secondary league, and 24 teams in the top league. Friendly matches with top alliances are definitely more meaningful, but there's no way around it. If you want to train with others, they may not want to play with you, especially the Glory Alliance. This alliance is a symbol, an ancient throne that many hope to see fall from the top league. It carries too much, but a new era needs to create its own legends. Just like the current Qin dynasty, with 3 championships under its belt, now in the limelight. Do they want to see the Land of Dawn players proclaiming the glory of a prosperous age, or do they want to praise the birth of a new king? It's natural for the old and new to look askance at each other during the transition phase. Young people come up defiantly, naturally indifferent to the world, while the old feel that the newcomers disrespect their elders, and the newcomers think the old ones are decayed and only take up space. In the first alliance before the IM era, there were a total of 16 teams that had won championships, known as the Old 16. Although Glory is a newly established alliance, everyone tacitly acknowledges it as a successor to the prosperous age and naturally counts it as one of the Old 16. Conflicts exist not only among fans, but also extend to alliances. However, time is the epic that decays all things, and no matter how unwilling, the aging legends are always defeated by newcomers. Newcomers always have to stand on the thrones of the old, waiting for the next generation of newcomers. As of now, in the top league, out of the original 16, only 5 spots remain, while the rest have all fallen. Some alliances have even disbanded, leaving no trace behind. In the management group, besides the management of Glory, there are also the management of 3 other alliances, who now need to discuss the landing situation. Should we choose our distribution or drop blindly? When Zhao Yan checked the group, several managers had already started discussing how to conduct the friendly match. The first thing is landing. Regardless of the season, players must first land and choose their birth state on the map. Everyone is organized because the states are interconnected, and without early development, it's impossible to break through to other states. Therefore, when alliances cannot capture cities across states to recruit, they naturally need to land in the same state for easier development, etc. What is being asked now is about distribution and landing conditions to prevent everyone from landing scattered or ending up in enemy territory. The landing can be discussed among everyone, or they can keep it to themselves and drop blindly, leading to collisions between states. Once everyone chooses their birth state, it means that in the early stages, everyone will focus on development. Colliding states is another way to play, meaning both sides land in the same state, without any barriers stopping their forces, allowing for early battles to defeat enemy alliance members. Colliding states is a more intense gameplay, with more variables, and unless under special circumstances. No one would choose to collide states. Let's choose distributions, don't collide states. Otherwise, we won't be able to beat Glory. Okay, Glory and happen to be familiar with colliding states, which tests not only the member's execution, but also the management's command level. In the past, had the best commanders in the entire Rateland Alliance. Stop playing dead, come out and choose states. Is Chun Chu, who also saw Zhao Yan posting emojis in the Glory group earlier. It's all good, you guys choose first. With the 3 alliances brought in, plus Glory, that makes 4 alliances for the training match, paired up in 2s. The strongest Glory will team up with the weakest Baidu City, while and we'll pair up. We'll land in the south, and you guys can land in the north. The map of Rateland can be viewed as a circle. In the north, there are Yuzhou, Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Qingzhou, with resource states in the middle that cannot be chosen at the start, surrounded by Yongzhou, Yinzhou, and Yuzhou around the central city. In the middle, to the east and west, there are Qingzhou and Liangzhou. Below are Yizhou, Jingzhou, and Yangzhou. In normal mode, to conquer, one must occupy Luoyang and Sili to win. Except for the northernmost Yuzhou, most states border directly with resource states, with only Yuzhou needing to move south through Bingzhou or Jizhou to access the resource states. The southern states include Yizhou, Jingzhou, Yangzhou, and Shuzhou. Okay, what about Qing and Liang? Is it open or what? If they land like this north and south, both sides will definitely send people to land in the two states of Qingzhou and Liangzhou to control the initiative. Zhao Yan asked if they wanted to be straightforward or not. After all, even though Glory cannot reach the playoffs in the top league now, it is still a dimensional strike against these alliances. For Zhao Yan, if they all discuss it together, his operational space will be very small. But he also needs to give the other side some development space. For example, starting with delineating states for landing, Zhao Yan could lead his team to collide states, land in the same state as them, and then crush them. Winning is possible, but it wouldn't maximize the opportunity to practice during this friendly match. It's rare to have a friendly match with brothers from the top league. Let's show some real skills. We'll arrange Qing and Liang ourselves. The management wants to really test their strength against them. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity for them. Now that Zhao Yan has returned to command Glory, it is no longer the Glory that couldn't even reach the playoffs, but has a vague shadow of, is looking forward to this encounter. When Chen Chu came to find him, he agreed without hesitation. He is a fan of. Long ago, when was the dominant force in the Rateland Professional League. As a fan, he was still a novice player. He witnessed the brilliance of rising high and also saw fall apart, with Glory disappearing. Now, when he was still a novice, he already had a shining ID name in Rateland in front of him, discussing the state landing with him. How could it not excite him? Wants to have an intense match with Glory. This is a gift he gives to his former self. Good. 2 days ago, when Zhao Yan logged into Rateland, he was still worried about whether he could keep up with the pace. But now, when he really starts to command, Zhao Yan feels not the slightest bit of fear. Before defeating the enemy, one often first has to conquer oneself. Except for Chenghuan, Zhao Yan is the #1 commander in Rateland. He was before, and he will be in the future. Chapter 9. Opening up by noon. They need to start discussing landing. So Zhao Yan went to another group, which only includes the management of Glory and Baidi City, to start discussing the landing. Let's send 2 teams to Yuzhou. How should we land in Liangzhou and Qingzhou? Yuzhou is the northernmost, having little impact on the battle situation, while Liangzhou and Qingzhou are the next main battlefields. Who lands in these 2 states is crucial, as well as Jizhou and Bingzhou, once fighting starts. These 2 states need to quickly organize support to break through and join the battle. We'll go to Qingzhou. You arrange the main force to land in Liangzhou, and the rest in Bingzhou. Our main force will be in Jizhou. Liangzhou will definitely collide states. If the situation turns really bad later, we can give up Liangzhou and regroup to Yuzhou, while Bingzhou needs to be stabilized. Baidi City is an alliance from the Basic League, and at that time, Zhao Yan didn't even have the Basic League, nor even a secondary league, so he wasn't clear about Baidi City's strength. Compared to Qingzhou and Liangzhou, Zhao Yan prefers Qingzhou. Capturing Qingzhou will allow them to conquer Shuzhou, firmly occupying Yinzhou, and they can enter Yuzhou from Shuzhou to share in the spoils. Don't worry, Baidi City isn't that weak. They will definitely land a large-scale main force in Qingzhou. Should we arrange for some people to land in Jizhou? Zhao Yan smiled. We are. How to evaluate strong and weak? Zhao Yan doesn't know, but he knows they are. We are professionals at colliding states. Followed by a big laughing emoji. This ID belongs to Subai. Subai leads an old team in all-season veterans, and their combat power is incomparable to the later teams of Glory. Good luck. He also sent a laughing emoji with the caption, "I'm ready to lie down." In a private chat, Chen Chu sent a message asking him to send an email. Chen Chu is also in the group and can see the state distribution. But like the other Glory management, they did not notify him. They want Zhao Yan to send this email. This is to establish Zhao Yan's authority. The first email after his return, they are announcing to Glory and the entire Rateland Alliance that Zhao Yan has returned. Zhao Yan's Rateland is still active, and he typed on the keyboard with his long fingers. After drafting the email, Zhao Yan read it over once, and after finding no errors, he clicked send. At 12 o'clock, they began to land. A state's capacity has an upper limit, and at this time, it is necessary to rush to land and prevent the slots from being occupied by the enemy. However, the members of Glory are all top players from the Territorial League, so they are all familiar with this and do not need Zhao Yan to notify them again. The loading screen begins. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. On the shores of the territory, all ministers belong to the king. The game is played on Cheng Huan's account. Zhao Yan starts to operate. Following the main city building of the quest point, he deploys generals and prepares for land development. The generals in this zone are restricted, and everyone has basic generals with no extra stats. The speed is limited to 50 points. If they use infantry for land development, it will be slow. Zhao Yan is pulling the map in Qingzhou and has already seen many players from other factions. There are players with the prefixes of Nightless City and Remnant Moon. It has been confirmed that they have collided with other states, and in such a situation, the competition is about development speed. Therefore, Zhao Yan directly uses powerful generals like Ma Chao, Zhen Luo, and Lu Kong for land development. Although the competition server is not a scripted game, it starts with an 8C commander rate, making it easier for players to develop. Otherwise, if it were like the S season, the speed of land development would be greatly extended, which is not good for the viewer experience. Each general has a commander value, and if the combined commander value of 3 generals exceeds that of the main city, they cannot be deployed. This often leads players to need to upgrade buildings, the Lord's Mansion, and the Fengshan platform to increase their commander value for team transformation after land development. The main force usually exceeds 8C. This is why there are terms like development period, city fighting period, and transformation period in the game. Generals are divided into attack types that rely on basic attacks and strategy types that rely on tactics, which means physical output and magical output. Development generals are best suited for land development, such as Ma Chao. A 5-star general, Ma Chao, is a cavalry unit. His tactic, Blood Splashed on the Yellow Sand, increases his attack damage by 60%, level 1, at the cost of not being able to activate his active tactics. Zhen Luo is also a frequent choice for development because of her low commander value, and her innate tactic is a recovery tactic, often used for land development. Lu Kong is a typical support general. His tactic, Shieling Kujin, has a 50% chance each turn to allow the highest attack attribute general in our army to attack an enemy within 4 attack ranges. The same for the highest strategy general. Ma Chao is 3C, Zhen Luo is 2C, and Lu Kong is 3C, making a total of 8C for development. This team has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the C rate is low, allowing for good development. The disadvantage is obvious. This team will transform very slowly. Some alliances prohibit members from using this team for development under certain circumstances. However, there are fewer concerns during state collisions, as faster development is better, especially since the war starts 24 hours after landing. In the state channel, players who have landed begin to greet each other. Remnant Moon Zichun, hello, big shots. Nightless City Love is eternal. Front row, hello to the brothers from Qingzhou. Glory Qinshuang, promise me to go easy on me, okay? Development is boring at this time. Everyone is venting in the state channel. This zone has the same settings as the competition server. There are no jade symbols, and players cannot spend jade to draw famous generals or use jade to chat in the world channel. The world channel only has 10 free messages per day, with officials getting a bit more. Friendly matches are naturally more casual. Glory has no grievances with these alliances, so everyone speaks friendly in the state channel, with no hostility. Zhao Yan remembers a time long ago when a match turned serious, and the state channel was filled with hostility. Remnant Moonfeng, where's the big shot Qingge? Remnant Moonfeng, Qingge must have landed in Qingzhou too. Nightless City Light Color, wow. Is Qingge also in Qingzhou? I want to meet a star, hurry. Where's Qingge? I want to go to the front row to watch. Every game has its star players, and in the world of territorial battles, the star effect of top players is no different from that of real celebrities. Top players in territorial battles can have tens of millions of followers on Weibo. Zhao Yan is naturally one of them. Back in the day, when the Territorial League was not so well established, he already had nearly 50 million followers. And he didn't even manage that account himself. Just with one ID, he could have 50 million followers. The influence of territorial battles is evident. This is why so many advertisers join territorial battles. The cake is too big and too sweet, and everyone wants a piece of it. Today, Zhao Yan has been away from the Territorial League for 3 years, but his follower count has increased rather than decreased, and now he has nearly 70 million followers. It is not an exaggeration to call him a star. Chapter 10. Forming alliances. Many people are flipping through the map in the state channel looking for Zhao Yan. Although players have vision restrictions after landing, they can see each other's main city positions, and Zhao Yan's location is quickly discovered. Nightless City Shancheng here. Qingzhou, Beihai, Pingshou, 594. 1007. A string of coordinates follows. Zhao Yan sees a lot of emails in the bottom left corner, all from private chats of players who have jumped from the coordinates. He opens a few and finds they are mostly greetings. After clicking read all, Zhao Yan recruits troops, equips tactics to his team, and starts land development. Each general can install one tactic in addition to their innate tactic at levels 5 and 20. Just like the competition server, their generals start at level 5. After 3 years without playing, he feels a bit rusty. When Zhao Yan installs tactics, he occasionally clicks on a strategy guide to see if there are any significant changes from before. Over 3 years, everything has progressed, but he has remained stagnant. Fortunately, while there are some differences from his memories of territorial battles, the overall issues are not too significant. After adjusting the tactics, it's time for land development. The lands in territorial battles can increase faction value and provide resources, food, iron, ore, stone, and wood. Resources can be used for troop recruitment, building cities, and upgrading main city buildings. The land is graded from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. Levels 1 and 2 are of no use to him, so he will start from level 3. Zhao Yan clicks on a level 3 food land outside the main city and deploys troops. With the sound of war drums, Ma Chao's team is dispatched, and a battle flag is planted on the level 3 food land. For professional players like Zhao Yan, land development is almost muscle memory. Clicking resources, developing land, and leveling up generals can be handled effortlessly, even without deliberate memorization. Completing the quest from Cheng Huan can yield a lot of resources and copper coins, which are essential at this stage. This special server is set up like a competition. There are no jade symbols, so players cannot draw generals to gain tactic experience. To gain tactic experience, they can only draw from the basic general pool to acquire experience using copper coins. After clicking on a level 1 warehouse, Zhao Yan pulls the map and sees a glory player nearby, along with 2 remnant moon players. The situation is not great. Glory Management Group. Glory Jijimingyu. Damn. I'm surrounded by enemies. What kind of game is this? Below is a screenshot. From the screenshot, it can be seen that around Subai, there are players with the prefixes of Nightless City and Remnant Moon. Glory, Guan. Let us go, being in Chao's camp while the heart is with Han. Guan is Jiang Wenjing's in-game name. Glory Jijimingyu. Wait until I develop. I'll take them all down. Glory Juanhuan. Go for it. Glory Guan. Seriously. Who has a good position? Let us form an alliance. Glory Juanhuan. I have a good position. I'll build it. Hiron also sent a screenshot. Her surroundings are all players with the Glory prefix, all allies. Glory Guan. Glory Jijimingyu. Stop messing around. Hiron went to Jizhou. So of course, she is surrounded by allies. However, before the alliance attacks other state cities, it cannot collect income from across state lines. Glory Dream of Calculation Fish. Glory Lightyear Prosperity Light Song. How is your position? Zhao Yan's position is better than the trapped enemy camp of Subai. But with 2 hostile forces nearby, he is not exactly safe. Prosperity Light Song. Average. Glory Lightyear. My position is fine. I will take care of it. Glory Habit. All right. Email us your positions. After confirming who will establish the alliance, Zhao Yan switched back to the Rate Earth page. And Ma Chao had already finished conquering that piece of land and was heading back. Opening a level 3 territory in front of this team is really child's play, with almost 0 battle losses. If not for the red degree limit, With an additional 50 points of basic attribute support, this team could be even more aggressive. In the Glory group, Chenchu has already posted a message about joining the alliance. Zhao Yan also saw the name of Glory in the alliance, but he did not click to apply. It is now time to brush the alliance shell. A newly established alliance is a level 1 alliance, and the alliance level limits the number of members that can join, so at the beginning, people are needed to level up. Players in the alliance can contribute alliance experience every time they conquer land, and in the early stages, players are continuously arranged to conquer land, commonly referred to as brushing the alliance shell. Generals have stamina limits. Each expedition requires 20 points of stamina, with a total of 150 points of stamina. When landing, there is a 24-hour protection. Not only is the main city at peace, but each expedition only requires 10 points of stamina. Even though it only requires 10 points of stamina, 150 points of stamina can be used up quickly. Once stamina is exhausted, one can only wait for it to recover slowly over time. A group of players will brush until their stamina runs out, and then they will exit the field, allowing another group of players to go in and brush, thus quickly increasing the alliance level and expanding the capacity of the alliance. For professional players, brushing the alliance shell does not require the ordinary players to send emails for notifications. The management will let them exit the field, and if they have no stamina, they will exit voluntarily. During the early protection period, it only takes 10 minutes to rejoin the alliance after exiting, while the normal cooldown time is 24 hours. Naturally, Zhao Yan does not need to help the alliance level up. He can take his time to develop. The surrounding level 3 territories are almost cleared, and the team is about to reach level 15. This team does not actually need level 15 to open level 4. Zhao Yan is playing it safe, which is why he has spent so much time leveling up. Shenxing points to buildings. The time required for buildings has increased, and Zhao Yan has nothing to do. So he opens the official website of the Rate Earth Professional League to watch match replays. The Rate Earth matches are very popular, and there are many second commentary replays. But for Zhao Yan to watch this specific match, aside from the official commentary video, there are a ton of second commentary videos of various sizes. Last winter, during the Winter Cup, the first match Zhao Yan watched was when Glory was stopped to the playoffs doorstep. The Cup match schedule is the same. 24 teams first compete in 2 divisions, East and West. In the regular season, the 12 teams in one division are split into 2 groups of 6, competing within those groups, resulting in 6 teams winning and 6 teams losing. The 6 winning teams then compete again, with 3 of them advancing directly to the playoffs, while the 6 losing teams will have 3 eliminated through competition. The 3 winning teams compete against the 3 teams that lost in the previous winners group, and the winning team can secure a ticket to the playoffs. Glory was eliminated here by the Extreme Happiness Alliance, commanded by Zhou Chong, along with 2 other alliances, missing out on the subsequent playoffs. Zhao Yan does not recognize this Extreme Happiness Alliance, which is likely a new alliance that entered the professional league in the past 3 years. Zhou Chong has moved through multiple alliances in the past, but no matter which alliance he joined, he has never won against their prosperity. The latter seems to have an obsession with them. It's unclear if winning this match would allow Zhou Chong to let go of that obsession. Zhao Yan skips through to watch only the key moments. After Zhao Yan left, Glory's command changed frequently, with Chenchu hiring mercenaries for each match. In this match, Glory's command level was not particularly high, at best a second-rate commander, while Zhao Yan has always believed that Zhou Cheng's command level is at the first-rate goalkeeper level. When fighting in resource states, Glory was already at a disadvantage. Under Zhou Cheng's tactics, Glory was led by extreme happiness, making one mistake after another, ultimately not even having the chance to unleash a decisive blow, with extreme happiness effortlessly wearing them down. Chapter 11. Top Commanders. This is indeed the style of play that Zhou Cheng prefers. Each command style is different. For example, Zhou Cheng's command style is praised as playing Tai Chi, often able to use softness to overcome hardness, dividing the battlefield so that the opponent's punches often hit nothing but cotton. What happens when a fist hits cotton? The fist gets trapped and wrapped up in the cotton. After watching a few key moments, Zhao Yan exited the video. This battle held no reference value for him. Zhou Cheng's style is something Zhao Yan is very familiar with. Playing Tai Chi is easy to handle, One just needs to find the focal point of his Tai Chi arrangement and break through it. Ma Chao's team is already at level 12. Just now, Zhao Yan sent a general from the second team without recruiting troops to scout which level 4 territory is good to attack. Each territory's defending generals are different, making the difficulty vary. And since everyone has different generals for developing territories, the disparities in difficulty when different teams attack various territories are quite large. So before attacking, everyone will use Spartans to scout. Just now, a relatively easy level 4 territory was scouted, and after confirming the battle report, Zhao Yan launched an expedition. At this time, Chen Xing also completed a task, and Zhao Yan directly used the copper coins awarded to draw from the copper coin general card pool, breaking down those generals to gain better battle tactics experience to upgrade Ma Chao's main battle tactic by 1 level. When battle tactic experience is insufficient, generals' tactics cannot be randomly upgraded. Some tactics, such as Zhang Luo's Luo Shui's Beautiful Woman, do not require upgrades. The battle tactic assigned to Ma Chao, Pioneering Charge, is also at level 1. In Raid Earth, battle tactics are divided into 4 categories: active, command, pursuit, and passive. Command tactics are the most favored by everyone, as they are guaranteed to be released at the start with a 100 chance of activation. Active tactics are different. They have a release chance, and if luck is bad, one might not be able to release them even once in 8 rounds of battle. However, most damage-dealing tactics are active. Pursuit tactics have a feature where they require additional pursuit damage after a general's normal attack to be released. Then there are passive tactics, which provide self-bonuses. Ma Chao's general comes with a main battle tactic that is a passive tactic, which adds damage to himself. The team has already encountered the level 4 territory, and the background music changed to the sound effect of blades clashing. Zhao Yan opened the battle report and steadily conquered this level 4 territory with minimal damage. The troop strength is related to their level. Level 1 has 100 troops, while level 12 has 1,002. Ma Chao's team already has 3,600 troops, so it's normal to have such low losses when taking a level 4 territory. Typically, a level 10 team with 3,000 troops can already take level 4 territories. However, Zhao Yan is the commander. His job is to command the entire alliance, not to compare development speed with others. Naturally, there are people who go out to develop. On the power value leaderboard, the top 10 are all prefixed by glory. Their account strengths are exactly the same, all blank slates. Yet the development speed of other alliance members cannot compare to that of Glory's members. This highlights the gap between top league members and those from other alliances. If it weren't for the competition, Glory could even take on 3 alliances against ordinary players in Raid Earth. In any game, there is always a chasm between professional and ordinary players. There are even hurdles between professionals. The gap here is comparable to playing football, where those who have never played before are compared to those with some basic skills. Above that, there are amateur players, professional players, those who can compete in matches, players in European leagues, mainstream leagues, top leagues, substitute players from prestigious clubs, main players, and Ballon d'Or level players. Each gap is a hurdle. Among countless people, how much talent is needed to cross layer upon layer of steps to reach the highest point? Strength, luck, and willpower are all indispensable. State of the World is not as cruel as football, but is the most popular game in this country. Players competing in the top league of State of the World also need strong abilities, such as resource gathering. For members of Glory, this fundamental skill of gathering resources is like mechanically screwing in bolts. They can control every operation to the exact second, knowing when to hit which land, which tasks to accept, all calculated to maximize efficiency. In the WeChat group, Chun Chu said, "Join the Alliance." Zhao Yan clicked on the Alliance option below the screen and applied to join the Glory Alliance, which was approved in seconds. Shengshi Mengdai was appointed as commander by the Alliance leader, Glory Guangyan. Zhao Yan scanned the Alliance chat. Everyone was chatting casually, and no one was discussing resource gathering. To them, gathering resources was simply the easiest task. Glory Jianbing Dog. Chinga, Idle Post. Glory Shu Bai. Chinga Big Boss, nice to meet you. Ma Chao's team had already returned to the main city, and Zhao Yan sent out troops to another iron mine. Once the troops were dispatched and had nothing to do, he chatted casually with these allies in the Alliance chat. The most powerful commander, what do you think it is? Shengshi Mengye's account was right in front of him, and her words floated back from the past. What are the abilities of a commander, if not those? Judging the situation, controlling the battlefield, tactical and breakthrough abilities, as well as long-term planning and immediate adaptability. The strongest commander should have all these abilities maxed out, right? That was Zhao Yan's answer back then. No, Zheng Huan shook her head. These are basic abilities for a commander, the fundamental qualities. If all these abilities are maxed out, he will be a top commander, but not the strongest commander. Then what is it? Zhao Yan couldn't understand. It's the level of familiarity with allies. Zheng Huan pointed at Zhao Yan's forehead. Even now, Zhao Yan still didn't understand why a commander needed to cultivate relationships with allies. But the failure 3 years ago made Zhao Yan change a bit, and he had a somewhat vague understanding of Zheng Huan's words. That's why he chatted with those people. Congratulations to Glory Yudi for capturing a level 5 territory for the first time. Less than 2 hours after the server opened, someone had already successfully captured a level 5 territory. Level 5 territory is a watershed. Not only does it provide double the resources compared to level 4, but it also offers experience boosts for leveling up on level 5 territory. If one can capture a level 5, they can level up there, allowing their main generals to quickly reach level 20 and unlock the third tactics slot through awakening. Once the main generals equip the third tactic slot, they can basically farm level 5 territories with minimal losses. Capturing a level 5 territory generally signifies the end of the initial resource gathering phase and the beginning of a transition period. After Yudi, more and more players captured level 5 territories, like bamboo shoots after the rain. TSK. Zhao Yan saw that a player with the prefix crescent moon not far from him had already completed the capture of a level 5 territory. He and the person beside him hadn't captured one yet. State collision means 2 groups of players fall into the same state, resulting in many players crowding together. If the resource gathering speed is slow, the nearby high-level territories will be seized by others, leaving no land to farm, commonly known as being farmed to death. Chapter 12. Meeting but not knowing each other. Glory Zhizhi Yu. Chinga, you want to be farmed to death, right? A string of coordinates followed. It was the level 5 territory captured by the Crescent Moon player near Zhao Yan. In this game, if a territory is occupied by the opponent, its outline color will change. If occupied by oneself, it shows a green outline. If occupied by allies, it's blue. If occupied by others, it shows a faint red outline. If the opposing alliance is marked as hostile by one's own alliance, it turns deep red. Therefore, there's a tactical term in State of the World, clearing red territories, which means flipping over enemy territories to prevent them from using that land for flying, expedition, or garrisoning. The red level 5 territory was not far from Zhao Yan. After state collision, with too many players and too few territories, once you finish fighting, others will have no land left to fight for. This game has a demolition value system. Each general has their own siege value, also known as demolition value, which refers to the durability that can be destroyed when attacking something. For example, when attacking land, if it is unoccupied, the durability defaults to 1, meaning any team can take it down. However, if it is occupied by the opponent, the durability becomes 100. If your durability is not enough, even if you manage to attack it, you cannot occupy that territory. In the early stages, level 5 territories are still not easy to capture, and there are stamina limits. Flipping territories will slow down the resource gathering speed. If all nearby level 5 territories are emptied by others, it is easy to be farmed to death. Being farmed to death is easy to understand. Everyone lives in this agricultural country, and players of State of the World like to refer to attacking land as farming. If others clear out the surrounding territories, and you have no land to farm, leading to an inability to develop, that's being farmed to death. Not to mention, this is a state collision. Shengshi Ming Dai. I can at most be farmed to death. Whether you can be safe and sound after the truce ends is still uncertain. Subai was surrounded by hostile forces, and once the 24-hour truce ended, Subai would have to face the attack of a group of opponents alone. Glory Zhizhi Yu. Just kidding. Aren't there are only 7 or 8 enemies. I'm not afraid at all. Glory Guan. I have the General Mingyu. I can take down Huaxiong. A few people chatted casually. Subai was indeed a general of glory. In Shengshi, he was the leader of the team responsible for fighting, having charged into battle numerous times and slaughtered countless enemies. However, this time, They all knew that even if Su Bai was a general, he could only end up like the historical General Panphone. No matter how strong Su Bai was with the same account quality, surrounded by enemies, he would only face a downfall. Fortunately, in this game, a downfall does not mean elimination. You can submit resources to rebel or wait for allies to rescue you. However, submitting resources to rebel requires astronomical amounts of resources in the early stages of resource gathering. And if you're downed, you can only wait for allies to rescue you. Glory Mo Yoli. Don't worry about commanding. I'll be able to capture level 5 soon. They can't farm us to death. Glory Mo Yoli was a member of Glory near Zhao Yan's account. Shengshi Mengdai, what do you think, Su Bai? It seems like I 1TB farmed to death by the opponent. Ma Chao's team returned again, still with minimal losses. With 4,200 troops, they could try their luck at the level 5 territory. There was still enough stamina, no rush. Zhao Yan lowered the reserve troops. Recruiting in State of the World takes time, but the main city has reserve troops that can be directly used for instant recruitment. However, reserve troops are also limited in number. Once used up, it takes time to replenish. Professional players also have their own insights on using reserve troops. They do not use them blindly. After all, reserve troops are the biggest help in resource gathering. Even though Zhao Yan could gather resources freely, his professional ethics prevented him from abusing reserve troops. Except for this time, he didn't use any reserves. He replenished the troops with a vanguard Lu Kang and the center Zhen Luo. Zhen Luo had lost more troops than Lu Kang earlier because the tactic Panzhan Shan show requires controlling the troops of the main camp and the vanguard, ensuring the vanguard has the least number of troops. After replenishing Zhen Luo's troops, Zhao Yan deliberately controlled the vanguard to be 1 troop short, not directly recruiting to full capacity. Panzhan Shan show. Command tactic. Effective range, 2. Target, all my troops. The effect of the tactic is, in the first 4 rounds after the battle begins, each round greatly reduces the damage taken by the lowest health general in my army from the first attack and tactical attack, and allows the next single unit in my army to have a 50 chance to enter an evasion state, immunizing against that damage. When using this tactic for exploration, it is necessary to reduce the forward troops by 1 so that the forward troops can benefit from the damage reduction effect right at the start. Glory Dream of Strategy Fish, TSK. Glory Habit. Don't be afraid. Old Su, I'll come save you. Glory Dream of Strategy Fish. You're 300 yards away from me. By the time you arrive, my ashes could be used to make cold dishes. The unit of distance and rate of Earth is yards. The furthest expedition distance for generals is 100 yards in the early stages, 300 yards after 7 days, and will reach 500 yards after the major events of the world. Exceeding the maximum expedition distance means that generals cannot fly directly over and need to build a transit fortress in between. After moving the troops into the transit fortress, they can then depart from the fortress, and the distance will be calculated from the transit fortress. Su Bai and Jiang are making jokes there, while Zhao Yan has captured another piece of level 4 land, still needing some experience for his generals to reach level 15. Zhao Yan plans to open level 5 land once he reaches level 15. So far, he continues to minimize losses while capturing land, not rushing to open it. Although his speed is slower than other players, it is very stable. Next door, Glory Mo Yuli has already opened 5. Zhao Yan stares at his phone screen. When refreshing level 4 to the last wave of stamina, everything aligns perfectly and 3 generals level up to 15. The total military strength can reach 4,005. Ma Chao's team returns home, and Zhao Yan recruits troops, not choosing to summon the reserve troops immediately. There's only so much stamina. Opening 5 means the exploration is over, so there's no rush for the moment. While waiting for the recruitment, Zhao Yan goes to watch videos of the professional league. Compared to the weekly competitions and Glory S, he is more interested in seeing the current level of command. Winter Cup, Finals, Alliances, Daqin, Chongxiang Si, Taibai, Shengtang, Wuji, Yinmeng. Daqin is commanded by Zhou Yu, Chongxiang Si by Gu Yu, Taibai by Shi Xian, Shengtang by Cheng Yaojin, Wuji by Mo Shui, and Yunmeng by Wei Wuxian. Among all these names, Zhao Yan only recognizes 3. The commanders Zhou Yu and Gu Yu are both known to him. Zhou Yu goes without saying. He fought alongside Zhou Yu during the rise of the wind in the current era, and even in a significant disadvantage. Zhou Yu can command the wind to take on two enemies. In that era, Zhou Yu was one of the top commanders. Similarly, Gu Yu is a female commander known for her meticulous style, who prefers to win steadily rather than taking risks. The other commanders are IDs that Zhao Yan does not recognize. He only knows one of these alliances, Wu Ji. Chapter 13. The ground game of top commanders. Wu Ji is an alliance from the same era as Glory, classified as one of the old 16 alliances after the first year of fans. Although it lost 2 crowns before the first year, Wu Ji won a crown in the Autumn Cup, which Zhao Yan is currently watching. Compared to Glory, Wu Ji's situation is much better. Even though it did not win a championship before the Winter Cup, it was a regular playoff participant, and now it has won a crown. Among the old 16, Wu Ji is the one that has fared the best. Wu Ji, Daqin, and Changxiang drew lots together, facing Shengtang, Tai Bai, and Yunming. Rate of Earth is different from other games. Each cup competition has 3 winners. For example, in the Winter Cup, the winners are Daqin, Wu Ji, and Changxiang. Although there are 3 alliances, there is also an award for Best Alliance. The Best Alliance award for the Winter Cup went to Daqin, equivalent to FMVP, and some fans believe that only those who win the Best Alliance award can be considered champions, while the other 2 are seen as laying down for the crown. Some new fans look down on Wu Ji, an old 16 alliance, sarcastically suggesting that Wu Ji is merely riding on Daqin's coattails for an easy crown. This naturally leads to conflicts between the fans of both sides. However, this has nothing to do with Zhao Yan. He is not a part of Wu Ji. On the contrary, Wu Ji's relationship with Shang Shi cannot be described as harmonious, as both are strong alliances and encounters in the finals lead to friction. There has been a lot of tension when Shang Shi and Wu Ji are matched together. One of Wu Ji's crowns before the first year was taken from Shang Shi, commanded by Cheng Huan. Zhao Yan is watching the formations and commands during the finals. The competition is different from their training matches. Both sides will not negotiate where to land, increasing the chances of collision dramatically. Thus, everyone first sends a regiment to the ground to assess the situation, then discusses landing, resulting in an information gap about landing. At this time, whoever can remain calm can maintain an advantage. In one match, Cheng Huan even had his alliance's 3 regiments of 150 people spend 4 hours without landing, while the whole world searched for where Shang Shi's 3 regiments were. In the finals, everyone is especially stable, preferring to think carefully and slow down rather than make mistakes. In the finals, Daqin lands in Qingzhou and Jizhou, Wu Ji lands in Yuzhou and Bingzhou, and Changxiang lands in Shuzhou and Yangzhou. Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou all collide and meet Shengtang and Yunming. Liangzhou and Yizhou are where Tai Bai lands, while Bingzhou, Yuzhou, and Jizhou are overcrowded. But Jingzhou has few people, even becoming an empty state within the first 10 minutes. This is the game of strategy. Such a game requires a big heart because the slower the landing in the early collision situation, the slower the development. One step slower means every step is slower. Like rolling a snowball, as the snowball rolls bigger, the disadvantage also becomes larger. The alliances that reach the finals are naturally top tier, and their commands are first class, making their strategic games even more exciting. 15 minutes into the game, someone lands in Jingzhou. Zhao Yan is watching the recorded official commentary, clearly seeing the decision-making during the review. A regiment from Changxiang lands in Jingzhou, and they have sent a regiment to assess the situation to see if it is possible to capture this state. If they can take Jingzhou, they will firmly hold Yuzhou. 19 minutes into the game, Shengtang seems to have figured out the situation, and Tai Bai's 2 regiments land directly in Jingzhou, not giving Changxiang a chance. However, this also leaves Yizhou with only the remaining 280 people from Tai Bai, which is quite empty. Guyu's Changxiang does not continue to send troops to Jingzhou. 30 minutes into the game, Daqin sends a regiment to land in Yuzhou, helping Wu Ji's troops face Shengtang's collision in Yuzhou. 37 minutes into the game, Wu Ji's remaining regiments do not all land in Yuzhou and Bingzhou. Wu Ji has 2 regiments in Yuzhou and 2 in Bingzhou, while the remaining 180 people of Wu Ji take a risk, with 30 landing in Jizhou, and the rest all landing in Liangzhou, directly penetrating the hinterland. Facing Wu Ji's offensive, Yinming and Shengtang do not land directly in Liangzhou to help but concentrate their forces in Jizhou and Bingzhou, maintaining an absolute numerical advantage, aiming to cut off Wu Ji's connection to the outside world in Liangzhou. 1 hour into the game, according to the display, there are still over 100 people who have not landed. This last 100 people from 3 regiments are the final backup in case of unforeseen circumstances. Each link is interconnected. Currently, Wu Ji's situation in Liangzhou is not good, and the troops in Bingzhou cannot spare resources to assist Liangzhou. The 4 alliances in Jizhou are gathering, and once the ceasefire ends, it will be a decisive battle. At present, it appears that in the north, there is a chaotic battle, while in the south, the Qin has the advantage in layout. 3 hours into the game, the last regiment left by Shengtang lands in Jingzhou, maintaining an absolute advantage for Shengtang and Jingzhou. 4 hours into the game, the last 2 regiments also all land. Surprisingly, these are Chongxiang CS regiments. Guyu commands the 2 regiments that land in Yizhou. Thus, all 6 alliances have landed. Just at the beginning, the 6 commanders strategized for 4 hours. Zhao Yan looked at the situation. The 2 teams hidden by Guyu were simply lethal. After landing in Yizhou, they coordinated perfectly with the limitless Liangzhou, while Shuzhou and Yangzhou were internally weak but did not collide with other states. On the Daqin side, the 3 states of Qing, Su, and Yang were all controlled by their own people. On the other hand, the Shengtang side had all collided with other states. From the layout alone, Daqin had a considerable advantage. Guyu's final maneuver of landing 2 teams in Yizhou was like a deep water bomb, rescuing the originally besieged Liangzhou from isolation and helplessness. Taibai and Shengtang's 3 teams landed in Jingzhou. Although they firmly controlled the sovereignty of Jingzhou, the cost was that they did not reinforce Liangzhou or Yizhou, nor did they pose a threat to Qing, Su, and Yang. Guyu would probably be laughing happily. With the initial layout concluded, Zhao Yan moved the progress bar to check the next node. 24 hours later, the truce would end, at which point players would lose their protection mechanism, but a new political affair, revival, would be activated. This political affair was equivalent to the player's skills, of which there were 3. The first, defense. The main city and branch cities enter a truce state for a preparation phase of 3 hours, with a defense time of 1 hour. During this 1-hour defense period, the opposing side cannot attack your main city and branch cities. If it were a regular server instead of a competition server, the defense truce time would last for 5 hours. The second, relocation, allows players to move their main city to a location with a branch city. Once the main city lands, it cannot move, and due to distance, it would be difficult to engage in battles in resource states or even the capital. So relocation is necessary to move the main city closer to the battlefield for easier fighting. Furthermore, relocation has a series of uses, such as establishing airports or blocking paths. The last one, revival, can only be unlocked 24 hours after landing. It allows players to choose a new place to establish their forces. For example, players in Yuzhou can use revival to go to a birth state that is not fully occupied by others, equivalent to a second choice of birth state. Chapter 14. Losing the big picture over a small gain aside from the initial layout, the revival after 24 hours was considered a second opportunity for layout. Given the current situation, it was impossible for the 3 alliances of Shengtang not to make strategic adjustments. Zhao Yan opened the video sound. He had turned off the commentary sound earlier, and after turning it back on, he could hear the 2 commentators discussing their judgment on the battle situation. After 24 hours, Jizhou directly entered a chaotic battle, and the other birth states that had collided were also fighting. Such a grand final was rare. The commentator spoke fluent Mandarin, explaining while flipping through the map, showing that Jizhou had already started fighting. The commentator's perspective was that of an observer, allowing them to see both sides' vision. The once quiet Jizhou was now filled with marching arrows, and both sides had not yet formed large-scale clashes because they couldn't organize themselves amidst the crowd. There were skirmishes everywhere. The positions of both alliance leaders were also under close scrutiny. Such a situation was indeed uncommon. Previous finals had collisions, but they were mostly strategic collisions, typically involving only 1 or 2 states, unlike this massive collision in the current final. Shengtang, Yinming, and Taibai had all their forces collide with other states. Both sides seemed to be venting their frustrations taking small advantages from each other, indicating that this final would be a long battle. Fans were in for a treat, the previous commentator's partner agreed, compared to a stable development. Fans and spectators obviously preferred a more explosive match, like state collisions, especially since this time it was a full-scale collision. Who wouldn't love to see a battle from start to finish? Both sides were top alliances, and it was impossible to end things quickly. Basically, in such collision situations, it would be a fight from start to finish. The commentator's voice was also very excited. A situation like this in the finals was rare. They could imagine how high the viewership ratings would be for this match. 24 hours had passed, and everyone could revive and choose their birth state again, waiting to see how the six commanders would adjust their alliances. The commentator Huang Tianyu shifted the map view from Jizhou to Yuzhou. Huang Tianyu was one of the ace commentators of the land of the rising sun, very skilled in camera work and stirring up the atmosphere. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the one explaining the finals. At this moment, Yuzhou was similar to Jizhou. Daqin, Wujing, and Shangtang met in Yuzhou. Because Yuzhou's strategic significance was not as high, the forces of Daqin, Wujing, and Shangtang landing in Yuzhou were not large. Shangtang's main force was in Bingzhou and Jizhou, and they even had a team in Jingzhou. They did not have many troops in Yuzhou. However, Wujing and Daqin were not their main forces either. Wujing's troops were all scattered, and Daqin's main force was piled up on the Qingzhou and Jizhou side. Even if it was 2 against 1, the situation in Yuzhou was still stalemated. Huang Tianyu continued to shift the perspective. Liangzhou, Yizhou, and Jingzhou. These 3 states were not engaged in large-scale battles like Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou. They were just having some friction with neighboring enemies, without fully starting state wars. These 3 states were waiting for changes in the situation in Bingzhou and Jizhou and Yuzhou. Those 3 would be the main battlegrounds. Next were Qingzhou, Shuzhou, and Yangzhou. Huang Tianyu smiled and said, "These 3 states are really peaceful. While the other states are going crazy, the farmers here are leisurely farming, plucking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence." I gazed leisurely at the southern mountains. Huang Tianyu's partner, Nanian, picked up the conversation. This scene is somewhat mismatched with the left side. The 2 exchanged smiles. "Old Huang, do you remember that very popular meme from a while ago?" Nanian's commentary style was more humorous. Many commentators in the land of the rising sun had this style. After all, matches in this game took too long, and during peaceful times, commentary was needed to liven up the atmosphere with some jokes. "Are you referring to that one?" Huang Tianyu got the point, making an exaggerated expression. "Brother, don't be afraid. I'm on my way, hold on." Zhao Yan could hear laughter from the audience. "What meme? What picture?" Zhao Yan increasingly felt out of touch with the times. What were they all talking about? Why were they all laughing? Just as Zhao Yan was considering whether to mute the sound, the commentator finally began analyzing the situation on site. It has moved. Huang Tianyu paused. Shangtang. The perspective had already shifted to Yuzhou. In Yuzhou, the number of players under the Shangtang prefix had noticeably decreased. According to real-time reports, all Shangtang players in Yuzhou had revived. They abandoned Yuzhou and went to Yangzhou. Shangtang's Qingyao Jin is really bold. Seeing that they couldn't take Yuzhou against Wujing and Daqin, they directly gave up the strategically less significant Yuzhou and headed for Yangzhou. "That's right," Nanian chimed in. Yangzhou's Changxiangxi had previously sent most of their troops to Bingzhou. Both Yangzhou and Shuzhou's defenses were weak. And Shangtang seized the opportunity to bring Yangzhou into this large-scale collision battle. Is it possible for Daqin and Wujing to pursue and take Yuzhou? Huang Tianyu asked. "It's impossible. The north is the disadvantage for Daqin. Their forces are too scattered, and they can now steadily hold on to Yuzhou and won't easily give it up to others. Once they secure Yuzhou, they can prepare to support Bingzhou and Jizhou. In that case, this is very unfavorable for Changxiangxi and Shuzhou in Yangzhou." Huang Tianyu observed the real-time statistics of forces in each state. Changxiangxi's troops were distributed across Su, Yang, Jing, and East states. Originally, Shuzhou and Yangzhou were Changxiangxi's strongholds, but now that the stronghold faced hostile forces, they could not develop steadily. Jingzhou had already been taken by Shangtang. One of Changxiangxi's teams could not withstand the 2 teams from Taibai and 1 from Shangtang. Zhao Yan observed this wave of Shangtang's revival. If it were him, he wouldn't let Shangtang's team from Yuzhou revive and go to Yangzhou. although Yozhou's strategic significance was not as strong as that of other states. Given the current situation, with the main forces of Bingzhou and Jizhou in a decisive battle, the position of Yuzhou could not be left to others so easily. Revitalization is equivalent to giving up Yuzhou without bloodshed. Originally, Qingzhou was a territory of the Qin dynasty's alliance, and if Yuzhou is given to the opposite side, Liangzhou can restrain Taibai with Wujing. When forces from Yuzhou and Qingzhou attack Jizhou and Bingzhou simultaneously, the pressure on Jizhou and Bingzhou will double. Even if they want to threaten Shuzhou and Yangzhou, the forces from Yuzhou cannot move. Taibai from Jingzhou can completely go to Yangzhou, leaving Jingzhou empty, allowing one troop from the Shangtang to play against one troop from Chengxiangxi. It is unknown whether the Qin side will take action. Huang Tianyu pulls up the real-time number of forces in each state, clearly seeing whether there is any revitalization situation among the forces. There won't be any. Zhao Yan is familiar with Zhou Yu and Gu Yu. They would not make strategic mistakes. The current situation, due to Shangtang's abandonment of Yuzhou, has already created a breakthrough point for them in the north. And the key point in this final match lies in the north. In the game of Rate the Land, the biggest taboo is losing big over a small gain. Chapter 15. Don't forget to start fresh. Good afternoon, everyone. It is now the 25th hour after the launch of the region. Huang Tianyu enlarges the real-time number of forces in each state. After Shangtang's revitalization directly invaded Yangzhou. Facing the aggressive Shangtang, Chengxiangxi in Yangzhou has not taken any action. As time passes, the benefits of revitalization will diminish. The buildings that have been revitalized will be reset to zero, which is equivalent to starting over for the development of the region. This is crucial in the competition among top alliances, and everyone present is from top alliances, so the development speed is understandable. Huang Tianyu shifts the perspective to Yangzhou, where players under the Shangtang prefix are starting from scratch, while almost all players from Chengxiangxi in Yangzhou have completed their 5th development. This is the downside of revitalization. Although this move can make Chengxiangxi's development in Yangzhou less stable, Shangtang will find it difficult to have a decisive advantage in Yangzhou. Huang Tianyu pulls up the map and discusses with his commentary partner, Nanny In. Nanny In analyzes the situation and says, Shangtang's move to abandon Yuzhou for Yangzhou may be aimed at restraining Chengxiangxi's forces in Shuzhou and Yangzhou and cutting off their response with Jingzhou and Yizhou. As for the local advantages in Yangzhou, I don't think Shangtang intends to take the initiative there since they have revitalized. Shangtang only needs to achieve a balance in Yangzhou. Nanty In continues, and suddenly Huang Tianyu's expression changes, pulling the map to Jizhou. Cheers erupt in the venue. In their godlike perspective, a player has already fallen. The first member to fall in the finals is from Yunmeng Weipo Kiyo. Huang Tianyu enlarges the map. Clearly seeing a member with the Yunmeng prefix falling, the city's durability reduced to 0. Their full map view shows a team from the Qin dynasty by Qi slowly leaving the main city of Yunmeng Weipo Kiyo. The final blow comes from Qin's by Qi, a name that is quite domineering. Nanian laughs. Oh, what is so domineering about it? Huang Tianyu responds. Qin, by Qi, do you need to say more? The historical by Qi, the military general of the Qin dynasty, never lost. His name is legendary. He defeated the Wei Han coalition at the Battle of Yik, beheaded 240,000, attacked Chu and conquered the capital Yingxiang, occupying large territories of Chu. The classic Battle of Chongping severely damaged the main force of Zhao, executing 400,000 Zhao soldiers, earning the name of the god of killing. With such a name, how could he not be domineering? Nanian recounts by Qi's historical achievements. Rate the Land is a game set in the Three Kingdoms background, and being a historical background game, the commentary on Rate the Land has some research on history. You are right, but we are in the Three Kingdoms, and we don't have a character like Bai Qi. Huang Tianyu jokes. You're using the tokens of a previous dynasty to cut down the officials of this dynasty. Besides mentioning the situation and analyzing the forces at the start, there isn't much to say about the initial layout. It's rare to have the chance to talk more now, and Huang Tianyu is also stirring up the audience's emotions. The historical Bai Qi cannot come to the Three Kingdoms, but our Bai Qi from the Qin dynasty is a fierce general in Rate the Land, 25 hours, 17 minutes. And 38 seconds after the start, the first member to fall in the finals. Nanian chuckles. Zhao Yan cuts the screen, and the scene returns to rate the land. Ma Chao's team is already filled up, and Zhao Yan sends the team out to directly invade a nearby level 5 land. He has already scouted this level 5 land, and among the surrounding level 5 lands, this one is the best for Ma Chao to open due to its resources. The screen switches back, and Zhao Yan pulls the progress bar back a bit to see if the Qin side is holding their position as he thought. Sheng Tang's revitalization has created a breakthrough point in the north. Originally, Yunming's layout of 2 states had an advantage over Sheng Tang, but now, for the sake of the south, Sheng Tang has willingly given up Yuzhou, allowing the Qin side to firmly establish itself in the north. Pulling the progress bar back, according to the real-time number of forces in each state, it aligns with Zhao Yan's thoughts. The Qin side has not taken any action against Sheng Tang's revitalization in Yangzhou. At this point, Zhao Yan roughly understands why it ultimately turned out to be the 3 alliances of the Qin that won the competition. In the current situation, the scale of victory has already begun to tilt toward them. The phone rings. Zhao Yan glances at the caller ID. It's Chun Chu calling him. Is there something wrong? It shouldn't be. He's been online all along. What's up, Brother Chun? Zhao Yan answers the call and walks slowly to the balcony. This large flat cost a lot of money, and most of the small savings accumulated by Cheng Huan and Zhao Yan from their years in professional gaming were invested here. However, apart from being expensive, there are no other shortcomings to expensive things. Standing on the balcony allows him to overlook many distant sceneries. Looking from a height, the view is extended, and he gazes far away. Zhao Yan opens the window, and the sea breeze from Haicheng rushes in, generously blowing on his face. Hey, Zhao Yan, I'll come to pick you up for dinner later. Your sister-in-law misses you and made a big table of dishes, so I called you to come. Chen Chu's voice comes through the phone, with some of it scattering in the sea breeze. Okay, Zhao Yan responds. Chen Chu's wife is a gentle southern girl, as kind as Chen Chu. How to describe his relationship with Chen Chu? Zhao Yan has always been around Cheng Huan, and only now does he understand the meaning of Cheng Huan's words. You have not only me. Does Chen Chu count? Zhao Yan thinks back to that day during the new year when the man stood under the heavy snow and said, You're not only our friend, but also our family. Of course it counts. This brother-like figure. Don't forget to start fresh, Chen Chu adds. Zhao Yan, truly a professional player. Chen Chu is in his 30s, and his child is already in elementary school. Although age doesn't affect performance in Rate the Land, professional players of Chen Chu's age are rare, especially since he is the leader of the top league alliance, Rongguang. Most people of his age have already returned to their families. Even the old members who stayed since the prosperous era do not know what their old leader is persevering for. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yan goes to check the battle report. The 5th development has been completed, and the level 5 land's non-combat icon is displayed. After capturing the piece of land, aside from those special non-combat battlefield territories, other lands, including city walls, will have an hour of non-combat time. Opening the battle report to check the losses. Nearly 1,500 troops were lost, but thankfully none of the 3 generals died. As long as the generals are not dead, there will be no serious injuries. Rate the Land has an injury mechanism. For example, Zhao Yan's battle report shows nearly 1,500 losses, but some of those are injured troops. And as long as they return to the main city, some of the troops will recover. The actual loss is around 800 or 900. However, if a general dies, the recovering troops will be very few. Ma Chao's team slowly returned to the main city, and they still had enough stamina for 2 more rounds. Zhao Yan did not directly call for preparation. Instead, he observed the movements of the 2 remaining moon players nearby. If the opponents tried to advance towards him, he would immediately call for preparation and send troops to attack their 5. Chapter 16, Chen the Mover WeChat. Chen Chu, come down. Zhao Yan replied to Chen Chu with an emoji, stood up, put on his jacket, and pushed open the door. The elevator descended slowly, the lights on the number buttons disappearing one after another. The light in Zhao Yan's eyes dimmed gradually as the elevator buttons went dark. He suddenly remembered a game he used to play with Cheng Huan called Layer by Layer. It involved a small tower of blocks, where players took turns to extract blocks from the middle without causing the tower to collapse. Zhao Yan inexplicably thought of this game and connected it to the collapse of the prosperous era. At that time, although the era seemed glorious on the surface, Was it not also like the small tower being pulled apart piece by piece, teetering on the brink of collapse? Even if they won championships and built the tower higher, making it look grander, it couldn't change the fact that the foundation was being pulled out, leading to an inevitable collapse. After our era, this towering brilliance finally couldn't withstand the pressure and completely crumbled. The last level, the light on the first floor button, also went out. Zhao Yan walked out of the elevator, opened the unit door, and saw a black BMW parked by the roadside. Compared to the van from that day, this car was more in line with Chun Chu's image as a big boss. Zhao Yan climbed into the passenger seat. Chun Chu had his hands on the steering wheel and didn't mention anything about dinner or how the clearing was going. Can you open 5 now? Zhao Yan glanced at Chun Chu and fastened his seatbelt. I opened 5 after you finished your call. My Ma Chao is clearing, and the pace has slowed down. Very steady. After 12 hours, the battle experience might not be enough, but Ma Chao's awakening is no problem. Awakening, after a general reaches level 20. The main battle skill can reach the maximum level of 10, allowing the opening of a 3rd skill slot. Awakening 3 generals has some difficulty. After all, the battle experience is there, and this area can't spend money directly to draw cards for experience. Zhao Yan relied on tasks to gain battle experience and supplemented it with a bit from spending copper coins, barely enough for 1 general's awakening. All right. Chun Chu closed his side window and prepared to drive. Your sister-in-law made your favorite oil-braised prawns, and there are a few dishes you also love. Thanks to your sister-in-law, Zhao Yan said. You can tell her when we get home. Chun Chu's BMW merged into the traffic. Now that the work year had begun, the streets were busier again, and shops that had closed for the new year had reopened. Only the colorful couplets remained, holding onto the last traces of the festive atmosphere. Haicheng was a first-tier city in the country, and to maintain its prosperity, it naturally required the hard work of its people. The 15th day had not passed, and the new year had not completely ended, but most people in this city had returned to their previous lives. Let's stop by the department store first, Zhao Yan said, his gaze landing on a small red banner on the car in front of them. The banner read "Peace year after year." What do you need? We have everything at home. Chun Chu paused and replied, I want to buy some things for my niece. Zhao Yan's gaze returned from the banner. It had been 3 years. 3 years ago, she was still in kindergarten, and now she must be in elementary school. 2nd grade. Chun Chu, hearing that Zhao Yan wanted to buy something for his daughter, didn't say anything to dissuade him. After all, buying things for a child didn't cost much. And as an uncle, Zhao Yan buying a few items for his niece was nothing to stop. Will she still remember me? Zhao Yan asked softly. 3 years was a long time for a little girl who was still in kindergarten back then. In their currently short lives, their limited memories might only span a few years, and Zhao Yan had been out of touch for 3 years. The little girl who used to cling to Cheng Huan and called him Uncle Zhao Yan might not recognize him now. Thinking of this made Zhao Yan unexplainably a bit sad. He wondered if that little girl remembered the beautiful woman who often played with her. The little girl called him Uncle Zhao Yan, but referred to that woman as Sister Cheng Huan. Chun Chu didn't answer, grunting as he drove. Inside the department store, Zhao Yan bought many items: food, drinks, toys, and supplies. In the end, both he and Chun Chu were carrying so much that they could hardly manage. Chun Chu said several times that it was enough and suggested they leave. It wasn't until they couldn't carry anything else that Zhao Yan finally relaxed and prepared to leave, bags piled high and hanging all over him, looking like 2 people who had just stocked up at a department store. The BMW merged back into the traffic. Haicheng Villa area. Chun Chu was quite wealthy. He owned his own business, though his company wasn't located in Haicheng. After parking in the garage, Chun Chu didn't get out immediately, but took out his phone to log into the game World of Kings, controlling his clearing team to attack a level 5 area before finally unbuckling his seatbelt. Dad, the garage was connected to the villa, and a little girl wearing a red cotton coat stood at the door, calling out cheerfully towards the BMW. Hey! Chun Chu put his phone in his pocket and opened his arms. The little girl ran into his embrace. Chun Chu patted Chun Yan's head. Who did my precious daughter's hair? It looks so nice. It was Mom. Chun Yan wriggled out of Chun Chu's arms and twirled around. Dad, do I look like a little fairy? To be honest, Chun Yan looked like a strawberry bear wrapped in her red cotton coat. But Chun Chu couldn't say that about his daughter. With a smile, he said, Yes, my precious daughter is a little fairy. Chun Chu patted Chun Yan's shoulder and pointed to Zhao Yan, who was getting out of the car from the other side. "Look, who is that person?" The little girl turned her head, and, upon seeing Zhao Yan, her eyes lit up with immense joy as she shouted, "Uncle Zhao Yan." She ran towards Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan picked up Chun Yan, finding it hard to imagine that she still remembered him. Chun Chu grumbled as he took out items from the trunk one by one, filling his arms, and upon seeing Zhao Yan's nostalgic expression, he coldly remarked, "My daughter is not like someone. Someone is so amazing that they left everyone behind and ran away." The implication was clear. Who is Dad talking about? Chun Yan tugged at Zhao Yan's sleeve. After 3 years, the little girl didn't seem to feel distant from him. "I don't know." Zhao Yan patted Chun Yan's head, softly saying, while his gaze shifted elsewhere, avoiding looking into Chun Chu's eyes. "Are you guys planning to have dinner in the garage?" At the door, a beautiful and gentle woman stood, her gaze on the three of them, exuding the warmth of a Jiangnan woman, accompanied by a slight smile. "Let us skip it. I don't want to eat exhaust fumes." Chun Chu carried the bag of snacks on his shoulder, while Zhao Yan held Chun Yan. Naturally, he was the one to carry all these things. "Sister-in-law," Zhao Yan greeted the woman. "Come in quickly. The food is ready," Chuya smiled and said. Chapter 17. Someone is loving you. You just got back. Chun Chu, holding a large pile of items, wanted to help, but Chun Chu didn't want to let his wife suffer, so he avoided her and carried everything inside himself. Chuya smiled. This 32-year-old Jiangnan beauty had warmth ingrained in her bones, and every frown and smile revealed the tenderness of the water town. She bent down to help Chun Chu arrange his slippers and also change his shoes. Her precious daughter insisted on going out to play, saying she wanted to build a snowman for her sister Chenghuan. Chuya hesitated for a moment, her eyebrows trembling, and when she didn't see Zhao Yan behind Chun Chu, she lowered her voice and said she wanted to build a snowman for her sister Chenghuan. Chun Chu's hand trembled as he was putting things down. At that moment, Zhao Yan came in holding Chun Yan's hand. "Chun Yan, take Uncle Zhao Yan to the bathroom to wash your hands and get ready for dinner. I'm afraid Uncle Zhao Yan will forget where the bathroom is. He can't even find it at home," Chun Chu said. "Okay." The child's voice was crisp, sweet like an apple. Chun Chu was complaining about him, and Zhao Yan understood it clearly. He had come to this villa many times 3 years ago. How could he possibly not find the bathroom? Zhao Yan didn't respond, nor did he have time to, as he led Chun Yan inside by the small hand. After Zhao Yan left with Chun Yan, Chun Chu patted his wife's shoulder and said to Chuya, "Xiao Dai will be very happy. Our precious daughter is truly amazing. In the limited memories of children, Chun Yan must have made a great effort to remember Chenghuan, leaving this big sister in her mind. I'm worried about this child Zhao Yan," Chuya said. "He really finds it hard to come out on his own. Chenghuan is too important to him." Chun Chu looked towards the stairs. "But he is not alone. We are all his family. I will pull him back up." Chuya reached out to touch Chun Chu's cheek. She was a head shorter than Chun Chu, and when she reached to touch his face, he cooperatively lowered his head, allowing his wife's hand to gently caress his face. Chuya's tone was soft. "You're also very sad, right?" During the time after Chenghuan's death, Zhao Yan had completely fallen apart. Chenghuan's funeral was organized by Chun Chu alone. It is said that the tears of a northeastern man are as precious as gold. A head injury leaves a scar the size of a bowl. Many people don't know how many tears Chun Chu shed in private. Back then, Chun Chu drank more and more as he went on, and the more he drank, the saltier it became. Chun Chu closed his eyes. I had already considered her my own sister. That guy, even when he got sick, didn't he tell us? Just bored alone. No matter what, he could at least say something to us. Chuya stood on her toes, wrapping her arms around Chun Chu. At the dining table, Chuya kept serving Zhao Yan food, filling his bowl to the brim. "You've lost so much weight. Eat more to replenish yourself. Let us see if my cooking has improved," Chuya said as she served. "Sister's cooking is still so delicious," Zhao Yan said after eating a shrimp. Zhao Yan's eating speed had already matched the speed at which Chuya was serving. This meal was very comfortable. It wasn't just about what they ate. Even though Chuya's cooking was delicious, the most important thing was that someone cared about you and noticed that you had lost weight. This was a kind of family concern. After finishing the meal, Zhao Yan wanted to help clean up the dishes, but Chuya stopped him, indicating for him to go talk with Chun Chu outside on the balcony. She smiled at Zhao Yan and said, "I'll handle it. You go chat for a while. Chun Chu has been thinking about you all these years." Uncle Zhao Yan, don't worry. I will help Mom clean up, Chen Yin said, carrying a plate towards the kitchen. Great. Zhao Yan really liked this little girl, Chen Yin. Sorry to trouble you, sister-in-law, Zhao Yan said. Chuya waved her hand. Outside on the balcony, when Zhao Yan arrived, Chen Chu had already smoked half a cigarette. The weather in Haicheng hadn't warmed up yet. The night breeze outside was still very cold. However, to avoid letting his family smell the second-hand smoke, Chen Chu had put on a coat to come outside to smoke. A puff of smoke was exhaled from Chen Chu's mouth, slowly rising. After eating, Chen Chu looked at Zhao Yan. Full, Zhao Yan patted his belly. I'm so full I won't need to eat for 3 days. He really ate a lot. It felt like today. Chen Chu's family of 3 hadn't eaten as much as he did alone. Chen Chu smiled, but didn't speak. He took another puff. The cigarette had burned down to the filter. He pinched it out and said, It's fine to come here more often. Okay. The two stood together on the balcony, looking into the distance. In the villa area, away from the towering buildings, the view was wider, but unfortunately, they couldn't see the stars in the sky. The appearance of stars in a first-tier city like Haicheng was a luxury. They stayed on the balcony for a long time without speaking. However, Zhao Yan felt like they had said everything. The tacit understanding between men resonated at that moment. Finally, Chen Chu patted Zhao Yan's shoulder. Let us go. The wind is strong outside, and it's warm inside. Chen Chu opened the door. The wind swept past him from behind, and inside, the warm air hit his face. Back at home, she had already cleaned up and was probably taking Chen Yan to review her homework. Chen Chu and Zhao Yan sat on the sofa, discussing the competition. Our point situation is terrible. If we want to enter the Widget Times, we must win the Spring Cup. That day, when Zhao Yan glanced at the top league point standings, he only took a rough look and didn't calculate the points for Rongguang in detail. In fact, Rongguang's points were very poor, and they hadn't entered the playoffs for several consecutive seasons with very few points. Fortunately, Widget Times only counts the points from the previous year, which includes last year's Summer Cup, Winter Cup, and the upcoming Spring Cup. If they were to count one more season back, Rongguang wouldn't be able to enter the Widget Times competition no matter what. The current situation is that if Rongguang wins the Spring Cup, they can still enter the Widget Times competition. But it must be the championship. Even being the runner-up wouldn't qualify them. This is the last opportunity, the final glimmer of suspense, but this chance is too slim. Only 3 alliances can win the championship, and Rongguang didn't even make it to the playoffs last season. A championship? Zhao Yan pursed his lips. Yes, it can only be the championship. Otherwise, we have to wait for the next Widget Times. Chen Chu nodded. If the quota for entering the Widget Times could be bought, Chen Chu would be happy to pay for it. But unfortunately, it can't be. They say all roads lead to Rome, but for Rongguang, the only way to enter the Widget Times is this one, the hardest one. An alliance that couldn't even make it to the playoffs in the Winter Cup has to win a championship directly in the upcoming Spring Cup. It's hard not to think of a book called 1001 Nights. As the leader of Rongguang, Chen Chu naturally knew the difficulty of this. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Zhao Yan thoughtfully ask, If we win another championship, does that count as the 15th championship? Chapter 18 3 Battle Reports. Ma Chao has reached level 20 and awakened. The third battle tactic Zhao Yan installed for him is Blunt Weapons Dull Sharpness. Blunt Weapons Dull Sharpness is a pursuit-type battle tactic with a 25 activation chance, level 1. After a normal attack, it launches a fierce attack on the target again, with a damage rate of 100, level 1, and prevents the target from performing normal attacks for 1 turn. The purpose of this tactic is clear: to seal normal attacks and control. To speed up the exploration, most players chose to use Ma Chao for rapid exploration. Ma Chao, a general who deals damage through normal attacks, is naturally most afraid of being sealed from normal attacks. There is a command-type tactic called Victory Will Cut Gold, which is one of the top tactics and the first choice for players in exploration. Its effect is very abnormal in the first 3 rounds before the battle starts. It gives the opposing group a 45 chance each round to fall into a state of fear and be unable to perform normal attacks. It's important to note that a battle only consists of 8 rounds. If the enemy's entire army is not eliminated within 8 rounds, it will end in a draw. At this point, players can choose to wait 5 minutes to continue fighting or retreat. In the 8 rounds of battle, victory will cut gold can directly seal your physical output for 3 rounds. The effect is quite evident. Moreover, during exploration, most field generals deal damage through normal attacks, with very few using strategy damage. Therefore, the role of victory will cut gold is not only evident in player versus player battles. It is also an unparalleled choice for exploration. However, Zhao Yan did not choose to use the battle strategy battle must break gold. Instead, he used the pan formation good defense as his opening strategy, which he provided to Lu Kang. Zhenluo also did not carry battle must break gold, but instead brought another magical output strategy, Nei Shizhe. The effect of battle must break gold is indeed very suitable for opening, but there is a problem. Unlike pan formation good defense, battle must break gold requires battle strategy experience to level up. The command strategy is released 100 of the time, but the effect of battle must break gold causing the enemy group to enter a state of fear has a probability. At level 1, it is 45, and at max level, it can reach 90. Those who have played Land of the Rate for a while know that a release probability of around 40 is quite unstable. Therefore, using battle must break gold for opening requires leveling up and spending battle strategy experience, which is hard to come by in the early stages of the competition server. By not using battle must break gold, Zhao Yan can use the remaining battle strategy experience to level Lu Kang's main strategy to level 8. After 24 hours, Lu Kang will also be able to awaken. Once Lu Kang awakens, Zhao Yan will assign battle must break gold to him. The top-level battle strategy against Ma Chao in the state battle still needs to be used. It has already been 20 hours since the server opened. Zhao Yan checked the time. After having breakfast at Chun Chu's at 8 in the morning, he returned home, focused on opening the game on his phone, and also completed the finals of the Winter Cup, which was pretty much as he had expected. Remaining peacetime, 3 hours and 58 minutes. The remaining peacetime reminded him that there wasn't much time left. There were only 4 hours until the state battle started. He opened the Alliance interface. Some Alliance members already had military merits. Although it was not possible to attack other players' main cities during the peace period, skirmishes could still happen outside the main cities. And these military merits were likely obtained from those encounters. The 6th military merit was a familiar name, Honor Dream Fish. Subai. This honor general indeed took action. Zhao Yan clicked on the displayed coordinates of his ally in the alliance and jumped to Subai's location. At this moment, the poor general could not be described with just one word. He was firmly surrounded by enemies. With intentional targeting from the opposite side, Subai only managed to secure 3 pieces of level 5 land around him, while the enemy had already spread to his face. Once the peace period ended, the enemy would likely launch an attack to overwhelm Subai. There were no honor members around to specially fly to build a fortress to help him. It wasn't that they were cold-hearted, watching Subai sacrifice bravely. It was the discipline of professional players. Competing in matches is different from playing games. Everything requires weighing pros and cons. Building a fortress not only takes time, but also consumes resources, and it requires the most precious early game item, tokens. Tokens can be used to build fortresses, upgrade fortresses, and for the most important early training. With no honor players around to help, they would have to directly airdrop. And the opposing side might target them to block peace, flip land, and demolish fortresses, which would not be worth the cost. After silently mourning for Subai for a few seconds, Zhao Yan sent a message in the Alliance channel. Prosperity Dream Butterfly. If you fought against the enemy, please send the enemy's lineup. Many people were chatting in the Alliance channel at that moment, and Zhao Yan's message was like throwing a stone into the water, stirring up a lot of people looking to eavesdrop. Honor Dream Fish, Battle Report Share. Honor the handsomest in the Alliance, Battle Report Share. Honor Dream Fish, Battle Report Share. Honor Drunken White, Battle Report Share. Honor Dream Fish, Battle Report Share. Seeing the 3 battle reports Subai quickly shared, Zhao Yan suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. At this time, fighting meant no chance to open up. Oh, right, Subai's geographical location also had no level 5 land left for him to open. He felt even more pity for him. Those 3 pieces of level 5 land were so lonely. And he didn't know if Subai had enough resources to recruit troops now. He tapped the screen and sent a message. Prosperity Dream Butterfly, awesome. Honor Habit, as expected of our Honor General. Honor Habit, just impressive. Jiang Wenzheng also joined in. Everyone saw the 3 battle reports Subai sent. He managed to fight 3 rounds before the peace ended, which was truly tragic. Poor Subai, how pitiful he was, huh? After Zhao Yan sent out his message, many people followed with cheerful condolences, while Subai sent a long string of exclamation marks to express his dissatisfaction. At this moment, Zhao Yan opened the battle report. Honor Dream Fish vs. Not Night City Laojun. In this battle report, Subai won, with all 3 generals surviving and eliminating the opposing 3 generals. They were both the same opening team, just like Zhao Yan's opening team. In the context of state battles, 70 players prefer to use this team. Not only is the early opening speed fast, but they're also strong in combat. Apart from being a bit slower in transformation, this team has no other shortcomings. Vanguard Lu Kang, Central Army Jin Luo, Main Camp Ma Chao. Opening the battle report details, Zhao Yan quickly understood why Su Bai's team could smoothly defeat the opposing team, which was the same as his. The opposing Liu Kang strategy was the same as Zhao Yan's, using pan formation good defense. But Su Bai's strategy was battle must break gold. Scrolling down, he saw that the release probability was indeed a level battle must break gold. Battle must break gold locked down the opposing Ma Chao, allowing Su Bai's team to consume the opposing team so smoothly. Su Bai was also aware of his situation and had no intention of opening smoothly. He directly used battle must break gold for the inner battle with Ma Chao, leveling it up with a very straightforward purpose, to fight. The next battle report also showed Su Bai's advantage, while the 3rd battle report ended in a stalemate. Su Bai's battle must break gold did not give the fear effect to the opposing Ma Chao, and both Ma Chaos exchanged blows. He then looked at other people's battle reports. Most people used the Ma Chao, Jin Luo, Liu Kang opening combination. The difference was just in the positioning of the Vanguard and Central Army, whether it was Ma Lujin or Ma Jinlu. However, some chose to use Wei Yan paired with Ma Chao for opening. Wei Yan's main strategy effect is similar to Liu Kang's, but Liu Kang is more stable, while Wei Yan has higher output damage. After reading several battle reports, Zhao Yan had a good idea. Everyone was using Ma Chao, and when the time for transformation came, he planned to directly throw in a El Meng, play a Ma Chao Liu Kang El Meng team specifically to fight against these Ma Chaos. Chapter 19. City. The power value of prosperity butterfly clothing had already reached 3,000. He had opened more than 10 pieces of level 5 land. After Ma Chao awakened and installed the 3rd strategy, his output nearly doubled. Now he could attack a level 5 land with almost no losses. But issues with stamina and resource shortages due to state battles prevented him from continuing to develop. Zhao Yan pulled up the map and looked around the situation. The closest to him were 2 members of Crescent Moon and Honors and Molioli. All a few were at level 5. Further away, there was a player from D City and 1 from Honor. Those 2 were very close, with only a 5-step distance, and both had already spread to each other's faces. Once the peace ended, they would likely start fighting. However, even though they would fight, the durability of the main city was still very high. In the early stages, everyone had not deployed high-value siege teams. It would take several people working together to conquer someone. Even now, no one had pointed to build a guardhouse or had siege troops. If they were to send 300 Spartans to dismantle the durability, the opposing side could also organize Spartans to defend as long as they were online, taking advantage of the opponent being offline. Unless there were urgent matters in real life, otherwise, as professional players, they would never make such mistakes. Although Zhao Yan was so close to the 2 players from the Remnant Moon, he had no intention of ambushing them. With the stamina and time he had, he could do something more useful. Had he transformed? Was the main city level 8? Had he taken down any cities? As he swiped his finger across the screen, a small city appeared in Zhao Yan's view. It was not a player's main city, but a location on the map. Qingzhou, a level 3 small city in the Pingyuan County, Ban. In this game, there are many cities distributed across various states, with the lowest being level 3, like Ban, and the highest being level 10, Luoyang. Only allied players can attack cities. Wild members cannot assault them. Capturing different cities brings various bonuses to the alliance. For instance, a regular city like Ban, once occupied by the alliance, can provide all members with a resource bonus of 200 stone per hour, equivalent to the resources from a level 5 land. One should not underestimate the bonus from a single city, with so many cities on the map. As the alliance captures more, the cumulative resources will be substantial. In the later stages of the game, players basically rely on the alliance's resources to support their teams in battles. Furthermore, even the lowest level cities allow you to absorb members from the entire state once captured. To recruit troops, a special case is the county city. Ban is located in Pingyuan County, which is also a city that can be attacked. County cities, besides the basic resource bonuses, allow the appointment of alliance members as governors, building a governor's office to gather all alliance members' troops. Members hand over their troops to the governor, who can adjust their order and deploy them from the county city, moving up to 5 teams at a time. If there are no strongholds on the front line to transfer through, members usually give their troops to the governor, who then leads them into battle. Players jokingly refer to this process as driving. Many descriptive terms have emerged from this, such as one-handed governor driving, ghost car drifting, undead army, and so on. Governors eagerly drive their ghost cars, sending waves of allies troops into battle. After they are wiped out, a quick tap will dismiss that team, which will take a long time to return home, recruit troops again, and then face immediate annihilation on the battlefield. During matches, the battlefield is filled with dense red and blue arrows intermingled with the large wool tracks of the governor's war chariots, creating a scene as tragic as the Normandy landings. More important than county cities are state capitals. Each state has only one state capital, which not only has all the functions of a county city, but also allows the capital's governor's office to deploy one additional governor's car. And the state capital is a crucial settlement item during calculations. The conquest condition: occupy the state capital Luoyang of the Sili region and the state capitals of any 3 other states. However, for the current game progress, those conditions feel too distant. Thinking about them now is somewhat ambitious. You would have to wait a week to consider them. Zhao Yan clicked on ban and shared it with all Alliance members via the share icon in the lower right corner. The closest member from the Glory Alliance had already paved the road, surrounding ban with a ring of land, making it convenient for allies to land nearby. After landing yesterday, Zhao Yan had emailed that member to pave the road as he planned to capture ban tonight. Since crashing into a state couldn't be achieved by capturing a lot of land to increase resource bonuses, the bonuses from cities were particularly important. After editing the email and sending it out, just as Zhao Yan clicked send, a circle of blue arrows appeared around ban, marking the traces of the Allies' territories. The level 3 small city ban had only 4 level 6 garrison troops, so dealing with the city garrison was not a problem. The tricky part was dismantling its durability. The first team to engage with the city garrison would trigger a refresh countdown. If they couldn't completely capture the city within an hour, the garrison would recover. Zhao Yan casually assigned 3 cavalry to his second team, which flew towards ban before he switched back to his own side. The level 5 lands around had already been cleared, and there wasn't enough land available for distribution. Zhao Yan considered whether to level up directly on the level 5 land. There were indeed 2 level 6 lands nearby, but attacking level 6 lands before the Third Awakening was essentially handing over free kills, as their generals were all blank slates. If they were fully leveled, he might gamble on luck, but for now, it was better to focus on leveling. Just as he was about to send Ma Chao's team to the nearest level 5 land for a sweep to gain experience and avoid wasting stamina, a red enemy attack alert popped up in the upper left corner of the screen. The enemy attack came from a red arrow, indicating that the closest remnant moon member was paving a road toward him, a move that was as obvious as Sima Zhao's intentions. Zhao Yan didn't expect the enemy to come knocking before he even made a move. His main city's second team had already been dispatched to the territory, but Zhao Yan hadn't unlocked the level 3 training ground yet, so he couldn't send a third team to block. If he didn't use Ma Chao's team to block, he could only watch as the opponent paved the way toward him. Zhao Yan sent out Ma Chao's team, not to block, but to plant a flag on a level 5 land. Ma Chao's team was about to level up, so he prioritized gaining experience. In just 24 hours, Zhao Yan checked the time and quietly shifted his view to Subai, where things were lively. The opponents kept paving roads towards Subai, and teams were continuously coming out from Subai's main city to block. Blocking is a tactic. The truce time for wild lands is 1 hour. So as long as he captures that piece of land before the opponent, they cannot attack it for an hour and can only wait. Additionally, land can be abandoned. with an abandonment time of half an hour. If timed correctly, Su Bai could block the opponent for quite a while. Previously, when he looked at Su Bai, the opponents had already paved right up to Su Bai's face, and it seemed Su Bai had given up resistance, likely waiting for the truce to take Su Bai down. Unexpectedly, Su Bai suddenly flipped the land and initiated a block. Chapter 20. Come to fry people's lives. Now, even if Su Bai eventually falls, he can still delay the opponents for a long time. Time flowed slowly and quickly on the phone. In Raid Earth, both recruiting troops and marching are in real time, requiring one to wait as time passes little by little. In this game, where everything is measured in hours, when Zhao Yan shifted his gaze away from his phone, it was already noon. Sunlight streamed in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, and the curtains fluttered in the wind. The early spring chill that had just crept in was assimilated into a warm hue by the indoor temperature. Zhao Yan straightened his neck, feeling a bit uncomfortable after a long time of looking down. Raid Earth can be played on a computer, but the mobile version is mainly for convenience, allowing players to check in anytime and anywhere. Zhao Yan put down his phone and headed to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. In the kitchen, besides the ingredients for the clear soup noodles he bought a few days ago, he also picked up some other food items, filling the fridge's entire top shelf with green organic vegetables and fruits. If Cheng Huan saw this, she would probably be very pleased, as Zhao Yan bought all the healthy and nutritious food she always talked about. This refrigerator was specifically chosen by Cheng Huan. It has a very large capacity, with 3 compartments that decrease in temperature sequentially. In the past, the fridge was filled with the vegetables and fruits that Cheng Huan bought. The capacity is truly immense. Even after Zhao Yan bought so many vegetables and fruits, they only filled 1 layer of the top compartment. Thinking back to when he opened the fridge and it was completely full, he wondered how much Cheng Huan had bought back then. Taking out a box of yogurt, Zhao Yan tore open the packaging and took a sip, feeling refreshed. He picked up his phone, searched for a homemade dish recipe on social media, and prepared to learn to cook some meals. The steps in the video looked quite simple. Zhao Yan was watching a recipe for stir-fried cabbage under the video blogger's hands. The cabbage was effortlessly shredded, using light soy sauce, vinegar, white sugar, salt, and starch with hot oil, along with green onions, garlic, and dried chili. It looked quite easy. Zhao Yan pulled the cabbage out of the refrigerator, running his fingers over it and feeling the coolness. Following the steps, the first task was to tear the cabbage into pieces. While watching a video, Zhao Yan operated the stove, turning on the gas canister and watching the flames rise. Before pouring in the oil, he held his hand over the pan, feeling the heat rising before adding the oil. Cold oil in a hot pan. Every time Cheng Huan dragged Zhao Yan into the kitchen to teach him how to cook, his patience only lasted until this point. Cheng Huan told him that pouring the oil this way would prevent it from splattering everywhere. Sure enough, the oil slid smoothly into the pan, quietly settling like a well-behaved child. Zhao Yan felt his heart skip a beat, a wave of joy washing over him. He turned his head, just about to speak, but the glimmer in his eyes dimmed, and the corners of his mouth slowly tightened. This home felt so big. The prepared sauce sat in a bowl. After adding the cabbage, he poured in the sauce, occasionally stirring with a spatula to prevent it from sticking. The aroma of the sauce wafted out first. It felt somewhat familiar, but it was still far from what she made. Zhao Yan turned off the heat and plated the dish. He tasted it. It was okay. However, once the cabbage was in his mouth, besides the flavor of the dish he made, another taste filled his palate. All that remained was a bitterness. I did not know the height of the blue sky or the depth of the yellow earth, only see the cold moon and warm sun. To fry the longevity of man. The clear soup noodles he made a couple of days ago had leftovers, so he just needed to heat them up. No need to cook. Zhao Yan took the noodle bowl out of the fridge and glanced back at the screen, noticing an additional arrow indicating an enemy attack from another player in the Lanyu Guild, as those two worked together to pave the way for him. In the WeChat group, someone was messaging him. Zhao Yan placed the noodle bowl in another pot and opened WeChat for a quick look. Rongguang Moyuli, is the commander online? Image. The image was a screenshot of the arrows directed at his main city. Rongguang Jianbinggo, what does this mean? Attacking our commander? Rongguang Abayo, is the commander not here? Rongguang Moyuli, I emailed the commander. It seems he is not around. Zhao Yan turned on the gas valve and quickly typed a few words to send in the WeChat group. Shengshi, I'm online. He opened the game's mail and indeed saw the email from Moyu Li, but there were too many people emailing him with various messages. So Zhao Yan didn't really like checking his emails. Rongguang Moyu Li, Commander, do you want to scout? Shengshi, no need to scout. If they're flipping the land or attacking my main city, just help me guard it. Thank you. Rongguang Moyu Li, okay. Rongguang Jimbing Go, Commander, wait for me to rescue you. Rongguang Liuxing, don't be afraid, I'm my brother. Rongguang Bai Mafia, I'm my sister-in-law, I'll go first. Rongguang Shu Bai, what is this? Knowing the sky is easy. Rongguang Moyu Li, this. Rongguang Chimo, can I watch this for free? Rongguang Jiziminjiu, can I brothers take a look at me? Everyone started chatting in the group. Such intense state wars indeed failed to excite these professional players who had seen great storms in top leagues, and they were just lurking and chatting in the group. Subai also joined the fun. Rongguang Mutu, wait for me, Captain, I'll be there soon. Image. Zhao Yan understood what the joke was that he heard from the commentary that day when he saw the image. The image showed a team with an estimated arrival time of over 90 hours. It was indeed quite funny. It must have been a team of guards moving at a speed of 9 to be so slow. Rongguang Jiziminjiu, get lost. Are you here to collect corpses or to offer incense? Over 90 hours by the time they arrive, Su Bai would probably only have a tombstone left. Shengshi, brothers nearby, don't forget to fly and attack the city. Rongguang Mutu, I'm out. I'm a slacker, carefree and free. Don't look for me in fights. I'm not there for sieges. I'll just cutely sell my adorableness. Captain, please let me stay. Rongguang started spamming this line. Zhao Yan switched back to Lands of the Earth. Despite the population saying they were slacking off, the teams were already on the way, and in just a little while, there were already more blue arrows around. That was enough, as there were distance limitations in the early stages. Zhao Yan hadn't called the entire alliance to come. Besides, it would be a waste to have the whole alliance attack a level 3 city. If it weren't for another level 3 city not being set up yet, he would have directly opened a second account for the level 3 city. The noodles were done, and Zhao Yan turned off the heat, using a cloth to lift the noodles and place them around the cabbage. It looked somewhat presentable. Zhao Yan sat at the dining table, picked up the cabbage, and put it in his mouth, his eyes focused on the character's main city in Lands of the Earth. Shengshi Mengdai. It felt as if she was still by his side. Chapter 21. The end of the peace treaty in the final countdown, at noon 12 o'clock. The peace treaty ended on time, and all the peace signs hanging high in the main cities disappeared. In each player's main city, teams quietly emerged, with their banners planted near each other's main cities, the traces of their marching routes intertwining, red and blue marks forming the colors of the battle map. The state battle officially began. The alliance chat suddenly fell silent. No one was chatting or boasting anymore. All attention was focused on the game. Zhao Yan equipped the third battle tactic, Battle Must Cut Gold, on Liu Kang, who had just reached level 10 in battle tactics, ready to deal with his two noisy neighbors nearby. Taking a bite of the noodles, the World Channel already displayed a system notification. Baidu City is under attack from Buyi City. Less than 2 minutes after the peace treaty ended, the battle had already begun. This type of notification only appeared when attacking a main city. His two noisy neighbors, Qin Yu Xiaoyu, had already surrounded him. But the opposing side was not directly attacking him. Instead, they aimed to take his level 5 land for development. Once lost, the player who lost their land would become a vassal of the player who took it, allowing members of the opposing alliance to teleport using his land. But they could not take the land of the player who lost. The opposing side wanted to develop by taking his land first. Zhao Yan sent Ma Chao to guard that level 5 land. He had always been restrained in using reserve troops, just so he could quickly deploy them for battle now. His reserve troops were even at full capacity. As Zhao Yan placed the dish into the dishwasher, the two teams collided. The sword and dagger icons on the team emblem indicated a draw. Zhao Yan opened the battle report for a glance. It was a balanced draw, and the opposing forward, Zhen Luo, had already been killed. Without a forward, if the opposing side did not retreat, this team would inevitably be wiped out. Unfortunately, the Battle Must Cut Gold tactic targeted the opposing front line and middle army, failing to hit the main camp. But Zhen Luo's Mizawa Shai's confusion effect struck the opposing Ma Chao, causing Ma Chao to go berserk and turn around to strike his own team. Players in Lands of the Earth all understood. This guy Ma Chao was much better at hitting his own team than hitting the enemy. Xiaoyu clearly realized this after reviewing the battle report and retreated immediately. Just as Zhao Yan was about to recall Ma Chao, another red arrow shot over from another member of Kanyu. Before he could react, a blue arrow landed on his level 5 land. It was Moyu Li. Lands of the Earth was never a game for one person. Zhao Yan recalled Ma Chao. When he opened the Alliance chat again, there were already quite a few battle reports. Everyone was using standard teams, and there was no reason for the members of Rongguang to keep winning. Among them were several defeat reports as well. The internal battles for Ma Chao's team depended on who could control the opposing Ma Chao. With Ma Chao as the sole core output point, once he was controlled, it would be like a boxer having his fist bound. No matter how strong you were, you couldn't unleash your power. Zhao Yan had just suffered a defeat in the team of Xiaoyu, where the confusion effect directly turned Ma Chao into a traitor. Alliance email, general statistics of a number of people. Please reply in the Alliance frequency about the teams that can participate in the city battle tonight. It's inevitable to feel a bit rusty after not playing for 3 years. I still have the big picture in mind, but I have neglected the details. I realized I forgot to count the personnel only after seeing the battle report in the Alliance frequency. Various situations during the state collision could lead to members not having troops available during the city battle, which needs to be counted in advance. Even though Glory is a top-tier professional alliance and its members are aware of this, it doesn't mean that Zhao Yan, as the commander, can overlook it. However, as the game progresses, some forgotten memories slowly come back. Glory Guangyan. The first to reply was Chen Chu. He is not far from Ban and is in a very safe area, which is completely opposite to Su Bai's situation. Chen Chu has 4 to 5 Glory members around him, with only one enemy from the Night City. Their circumstances are quite the opposite. Following that, there were constant replies. Zhao Yan counted the number of people in his mind. It was about the same, and with these people, capturing Ban shouldn't be a problem. He felt fortunate to have started this friendly match. It's best to uncover these issues during a friendly match rather than in a formal competition where top alliances are clashing in state battles, where even a slight oversight can be fatal. As the commander of the best state battle alliance, Zhao Yan is naturally clear about this. Mo Yoli's team encountered that person's team, resulting in a stalemate. Both sides are fighting with equal strength. If it weren't for Ma Chao's explosive output, it would indeed be very difficult to directly defeat the opposing team. Zhao Yan privately messaged Mo Yoli, asking him to send over the battle report against the opposing team. The battle report in Land of the Rising Sun allows for direct observation of the opposing team's tactics. One can see what tactics the opponent has deployed at a glance. In the later stages after transformation, every top alliance has its own database, with dedicated members responsible for counting the teams of each opposing player. Due to differences in speed and troop appearances, once those teams are counted, one can judge what kind of teams the opponent has on the battlefield and choose to counter them accordingly. Glory Mo Lioli, battle report shared. Mo Lioli's Ma Chao was at a disadvantage against the opponent. Although the opponent only had one awakened Ma Chao, they had upgraded their front line's battle points, restricting Mo Lioli's Ma Chao, resulting in no output for the first 3 rounds. Glory Mo Lioli. Commander, I need to retreat. If I don't, I'll probably get taken down by the opponent. Shengshi Mengdai. Retreat, I'll take over. Zhao Yan's Ma Chao team had just returned. They hadn't fully recruited yet. Only a little, and it would take another 2 minutes to fully recruit. He directly prepared to fully recruit troops again for defense. Just 3 minutes after the Ma Chao team left, the opponent withdrew their team. The main city of the state collision was too close, and everyone had visibility of the opponent's movements. When they saw Zhao Yan come up, the opponent showed no intention of attacking. The timing of Zhao Yan's Ma Chao team going out for 3 minutes was specifically calculated. In Land of the Rising Sun, a team cannot withdraw from marching 3 minutes after deployment. If they withdraw within 3 minutes, they regain 10 stamina points, which is half of the 20 stamina points used for deployment. All are professional players. Even if the opponent comes from the basic league, they are still professionals. Timing is something professional players are very familiar with. This time, the 20 stamina points spent on deployment would be wasted. Zhao Yan put the remaining stir-fried cabbage in the refrigerator and placed the washed dishes in the cupboard. Just in time, the Ma Chao team arrived at that level 5 area. Withdraw. As soon as they arrived, Ma Chao rushed towards the main city without stopping. If these generals had self-awareness, they would probably be cursing. After the Ma Chao team returned, they immediately began recruiting troops, this time pulling all available ones. If the opponent attacked again, they would directly use the reserve troops to counter. Chapter 22, Battle of Thousands, no leaks. Those two when you did not come back. They knew they couldn't gain any advantage against Zhao Yan for now, especially with Mo Liuli around. Zhao Yan wasn't alone in a 2-on-2 situation. The opponent couldn't possibly take Zhao Yan down in front of his ally. It returned to calm. Zhao Yan went to the computer in the bedroom. His phone connected to Land of the Rising Sun, while he browsed other matches of the Winter Cup on the computer. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Every commander has their unique command style, even if they deliberately change their approach. Their command style will still be evident. In 3 years, many heroes have emerged, and many veteran commanders have fallen. For Zhao Yan, those new IDs are all strangers. He must analyze and judge these commander styles as much as possible through these videos. The videos can be viewed through key points. He looks at the choices those commanders make before significant events and the analyses from the dual commentary. There are many live commentary videos analyzing various alliances commanders online, often with their names attached. For example, Taiji Changsu. This ID belongs to Zhou Chong, and Taiji is his command style. For instance, Zhou Yu. His nickname fits his ID well, as he is known as the beautiful Zhou Lang. If there is a mistake, Zhou Lang will notice. Everyone knows that the commander Zhou Yu of the Qin dynasty is best at finding and fixing gaps. In the last final he watched, a girl named Gu Yu commanded under the nickname Xuanwu. Here, Xuanwu does not mean her command style resembles a turtle. It means she is very steady. Zhao Yan found a dual commentary and typed a few words on the keyboard, refreshing the video. The title in big letters read, Buzhou Mountain. This ID belongs to the person who had posted on Weibo that day wanting to challenge him, a commander from the top league known for the Alliance Golden Rule. Clever strategies, Buzhou Mountain. The video opened with an analysis of Buzhou Mountain's command style, followed by a breakdown and explanation. Clever strategies do not belong to a single command style. It has an abstract meaning, indicating that Buzhou Mountain's command style likes to win through unexpected methods. After watching some video explanations, it was indeed so. The most typical example was last year's Autumn Cup, where in the playoffs under Buzhou Mountain's command. The Golden Rule executed a strategy of openly repairing the bridge while secretly crossing the river, successfully defeating the opposing alliance, taking Chang'an, stabilizing the situation, and ultimately securing Luoyang to win. This video has amassed an impressive 15 million views. In the current Land of the Rising Sun Alliance, Buzhou Mountain's popularity is not among the top commanders, but is still in the first tier. Compared to Zhou Chang's leveraging tactics and Gu Yu's strategy of stability to win, viewers naturally prefer Buzhou Mountain's unpredictable style, which maximizes excitement. Just like last year's Winter Cup final, the audience flow was far higher than last year's Summer Cup final, with views almost double that of the latter, all because the Winter Cup final directly turned into a full-scale war, maximizing all elements. Zhao Yan glanced at the other videos from this dual commentary. Many featured IDs he didn't recognize. Wei Wuxian, strategizing. Mo Zui, divine armies descend. Shi Xian, a fight to the death. Various strange nicknames. These commanders have been given such nicknames because they have created various memorable moments in their matches. Just like Buzhou Mountain's clever strategies. Zhao Yan didn't watch those videos. He needed to watch the matches himself first to judge the command styles independently. If he watched the dual commentary first, he would inevitably be biased by their analyses. He paused his hand on the mouse. Among the many videos, he saw the 2 videos at the top, which had the highest views and were also the oldest. Shengshi Battle of Thousands. Shengshi Qingge, no leaks. Zhao Yan didn't expect that his nickname would actually be no leaks. Relating it to the first IME era, this nickname seemed a bit ridiculous. If it weren't for that oversight that led to a complete collapse on the battlefield, he could indeed say he was no leaks. Before that, the commanders who had played against him all said that his command style was terrifying, without any weaknesses, completely like a steel plate. But during the first the Era competition, everything changed completely. In the event that symbolizes the highest economic level of the land, a small oversight led to an irretrievable defeat. With a sigh in his heart, he looked at the battle of 10,000 armies behind Mengdai, feeling somewhat relieved. It was a joy to see the person he loved receiving praise from everyone. Cheng Huan was hailed as the strongest commander in the history of the land. Even though Zhao Yan had no connection with Cheng Huan, he had to admit that Cheng Huan was indeed the top commander in the land. In a certain season, a commentator famously said, "Mengdai deploys troops, the more the better." This was Cheng Huan's command ability, akin to that of the great general, the war god Haicheng. Her grasp of the battlefield was perfect, and she could fully mobilize allied members into battle, achieving perfection everywhere. Zhao Yan led Shengshi to win 2 championships, praised by everyone as surpassing his master Cheng Huan's level of command. At that time, Zhao Yan even thought so himself. However, because his victories were achieved with overwhelming force, so beautifully executed, it might have been Cheng Huan's beauty that overshadowed her abilities, causing people to subconsciously forget one thing. The championships Zhao Yan won were nothing compared to Cheng Huan's 12. In the grand achievements of Shengshi, Cheng Huan was the true hero. It wasn't until now that he understood the gap between himself and Cheng Huan. He could occupy favorable timing and location, but Cheng Huan could do that too, and she could go further, gaining the support of the people. Zhao Yan closed his eyes. When there was no light before him, her appearance was always so clear. She clapped her hands at Zhao Yan, her lips moving silently, yet Zhao Yan understood her meaning. She said, "Keep going." In the land interface, system prompts kept refreshing. The state battle began, and more players' main cities were under attack. In the Alliance channel, a coordinate was continuously refreshed by Alliance members. It was Su Bai's main city coordinates. At this moment, the glorious general, the main city of Mengyu, was under siege by 4 players. The card immunity tactic was broken again. Breaking the card immunity tactic was simple. Just take down the area closest to the opponent, station troops there, preventing them from using card immunity, and when the opponent's battle immunity ended, send the main force to turn the tide. In the face of hard power, any tricks were paper tigers. Someone in the Alliance channel was typing the lyrics of Return to the Past. Others were typing the Great Compassion mantra. Su Bai was also online, continuously typing ellipses in the Alliance channel. Chapter 23. The setting sun is incredibly beautiful in a house in Haicheng. Su Bai put down his phone. All his main forces were exhausted, and 3 heavily injured generals led a pitiful remnant of over 1,000 troops, having no power to resist the simultaneous siege of 4 or 5 people. Su Bai held a pen in one hand and a small notebook in the other, scrolling through the screen to note down the IDs of the players who contributed to his downfall. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. When he recovered, none of these people would escape. Old players who played professionally all knew that there was a player named Su Bai in Shengshi who particularly held grudges. He had a little death notebook, and almost everyone recorded in it would eventually face his wrath. The notebook had been used for many pages, documenting numerous ID names, with scattered prefixes explaining the varied origins of these people. Some names were crossed out, while others still had no marks. The crossed-out names were those he had already dealt with, while the remaining ones were yet to be avenged. However, such situations were rare. Most of the names in the middle of this little notebook were connected in consecutive pages. Those were the members of the groups that left after Shengshi collapsed. The moment they left, their ID names were recorded in this death list by Su Bai, but unfortunately, over the past few years, he had not encountered several of them, only crossing out a few names. Every time he saw those names that were safe and sound, Su Bai would pout his lips with a face full of regret. Today, the death list had new names. In fact, over the past 3 years, Su Bai had mostly been crossing out names in his little notebook, with few new names added. He didn't know why, but he was becoming increasingly fatigued from one match after another. So tired that he had no mood to open the notebook to record someone else. The elders all said Su Bai's temper had improved. Otherwise, how could the list in his little notebook not be filled yet? He used to write so quickly that he could note down 70 or 80 names in one match. But now it might take a year to write down even 5 names. Su Bai scolded the person with a laugh, then turned back to open the little notebook, hesitated for a long time with the pen, and then closed it again. He was just so tired. This little notebook had been placed in the drawer at home for a long time and had not been taken out. Today, Subai suddenly wanted to flip through it and added these few names. Subai opened his email. Looking at the familiar ID, he rubbed his eyes and a relieved smile appeared on his lips. They were all back, whether it was Zhao Yan or Chenghuan. Everyone was back, and Subai was very willing to charge in a battle for such glory. The final blow from the opponent. The last bit of durability of Zhizhiming Yu's main city was gone, and the surrounding colors changed. The territories of those enemy players turned purple, and a big prompt appeared on Subai's screen. Player glory Zhizhiming Yu is annexed by the faction Crescent Moon City of Eternal Night. The name of the enemy member who caused his downfall also jumped onto the screen. City of Eternal Night, live in the moment. Subai circled this name in his notebook. Live in the moment, he thought. I'll make sure you enjoy it when the time comes. In the Alliance channel, the process of mourning for him had reached a climax. Subai's allies played a funeral tune for him, and eloquent players composed an epic for Subai. He rests here, lying on the decayed throne. The blood of his enemies is his witness. Time will be the song of his immortal achievements. People will praise him, sing of him. Everything about him will be a monument to a hero, and his soul will be eternal in heaven. History will give him a just crown, and the annals will record his everlasting legend. Looking at this lengthy article, one might mistakenly think that it was King Arthur who had fallen. Subai looked at the article, unsure whether to scold the writer or to be happy. But damn, the one writing the great compassion mantra must be a bit twisted. Subai sneered, his fingers dancing over the keyboard to perform solo. Everyone surrounded Subai's grave, singing and dancing. Subai transformed into a keyboard deity to counterattack. At this moment, his pure black keyboard became black and white piano keys, and his casual clothes turned into a tailcoat, with a rose tucked into his pocket. Elegant. Truly elegant. The keyboard under his long fingers transformed into beautiful characters, spilling out in the Alliance channel. Wherever it went, it was unseeable. System email. Player glory Zhizhiming Yu has been muted for vulgar language. Please use civilized language, and let us build a harmonious society together. Subai. Someone posted the joyful screenshots from the Alliance channel into the big group. Rongguang, who was in Jizhou, regretted not being able to personally attend Subai's memorial service. Glory A Piao. How about we hold another one? Everyone quickly responded, and started singing and dancing again in the big group. One person protested continuously, but unfortunately, Subai's protest was too small in the flood of enthusiasm. In the grand scheme of things, his protest was like a small leaf in a flood. The protest was ineffective. The music played on, and the dancing continued. Zhao Yan, peeking at the screen, smiled knowingly. Looking up again, he noticed that the match on the computer had unknowingly passed halfway. It felt like just a moment ago they were starting, and now they were already at the resource state. Pulling the progress bar back, there was no choice but to rewatch. Before sunset, Zhao Yan finished watching 5 matches. The styles of the commanders were diverse, like the flowers in a garden, with everything from red to white. The problem was that analyzing a commander's style based on just one match was impossible. One needed to watch several matches to understand their instinctive actions. It seemed there was much to do before the Spring Cup. Zhao Yan rubbed his eyes as the golden sunlight poured in through the window, casting a soft red glow. He stood up and walked to the window, resting his hand on the sill. In the distance, the golden sun was about to disappear beyond the western horizon. Its last rays painting the clouds like they were on fire, large billowing clouds of red filling the sky. Zhao Yan, look, the sky is on fire. Someone said beside him, pointing at the sky. The sunset is beautiful, but it's close to dusk. For dinner, Zhao Yan made scrambled eggs with tomatoes again, accidentally adding too much salt, making it a bit salty. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there was a customary time for attacking cities in the game, which was 8 o'clock. This was when most people finished dinner and had free time. The first batch of unscrupulous Alliance managers noticed that many members were online during this time, so they slowly began to choose this time to attack cities. Eventually, besides professional alliances, almost all alliances in normal game areas were attacking cities at this time. Zhao Yan chose 8 o'clock too. It wasn't for any particular reason, but he thought it would be better to let the Alliance members have dinner first before starting. People are iron, and food is steel. One meal skip makes one anxious. Zhao Yan couldn't remember who said this, but made sense. Chapter 24. carding, and connecting land. Ma Chao had already arrived at the fortress being built in Ban, and the two neighbors had not disturbed Zhao Yan again. Ma Chao gathered his troops without interference and headed straight for Ban. An alliance-wide email was sent. Card time. No rushing. Zhao Yan edited the email and clicked send. Due to the recovery mechanism of the city's garrison, if someone rushed during the attack, for example, if they started the attack at 8 and someone went to test the garrison a few minutes early, it would cause the countdown for garrison recovery to reset, possibly leading to a failed siege. This situation was rare in professional competitions. Ordinary players might encounter it, but if professional players could all rush, they might as well find a factory to screw bolts instead of being professionals. When the troops were dispatched, there would be a time statistic for their arrival. Zhao Yan timed it perfectly, sending Ma Chao in, while other teams from various fortresses were also heading straight for the core area of Ban. 7:59. 8 o'clock. All teams arrived at Ban's core on time, and in an instant, for level 6 wild garrison troops were completely eliminated. Ma Chao was quick to attack the city. Start dismantling the durability. Now, with less than 36 hours until landing, everyone had not yet trained their demolition teams, relying solely on the main force to gradually wear down the defenses. Congratulations to the Alliance Glory Baiyun for capturing the level 3 city at coordinates 393, 857. First to defeat the enemy, glory later. First to dismantle, glory ran. The glory of Jizhou had already captured the first city in this area, and they had not encountered any state collisions. The commander of the siege team had also arranged not to let Ma Chao do the initial exploration. Infantry may be slow at exploring, but they were indeed quick at attacking cities. While they were still slowly grinding away, Jizhou had swiftly taken a city. The capture of the first city by Jizhou seemed to signal that other states would follow suit and capture their first cities one after another. 15 minutes later, they also appeared in the system announcements, and the resources for the first occupation popped up in the email. Zhao Yan clicked to claim them, but unfortunately, he didn't make it onto either the siege or demolition leaderboard, both of which offered substantial coppercoin rewards. Each leaderboard had 3 spots, but Zhao Yan was just short of making it onto both, especially the demolition leaderboard, where he was just 17 demolition points away from ranking. In the upper left corner, a red enemy alert appeared on the screen, indicating that his 2 noisy neighbors were causing trouble again. Shifting his view back to the main city, those 2 wanted to take advantage of Zhao Yan's main force being outside to launch a sneak attack. The competition server didn't have jade tokens, so they could only rely on the overall situation of the world to obtain tiger tokens. The first overall situation had not yet been completed, so at this time, there was no way to use tiger tokens to instantly return the troops, making it indeed a good time for a sneak attack. Zhao Yan yawned and sent a demolition team to dismantle the level 1 land around the main city. 300 Spartans could easily take it down. Once that level 1 land was taken, the enemy would immediately have no connecting land to attack Zhao Yan's main city. The enemy shot another arrow to the side, trying to bypass the contested land to attack Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan's training ground was already level 3, and the main city could deploy 3 teams, so he quickly sent some fast cavalry to guard the land. Seeing Zhao Yan moving, the enemy withdrew that team. This was Zhao Yan's main city area, so he was naturally closer, realizing they couldn't take it down after seeing Zhao Yan move to guard the land. Zhao Yan withdrew his cavalry. If they weren't going to attack him, he wouldn't attack either. If they attacked, he wouldn't be able to continue guarding. Everyone wasn't foolish. That red arrow shot back again. Zhao Yan shifted his view over. This player named Qin Xiaoyu was quite capable. Zhao Yan moved his cavalry over again, but after Zhao Yan shot out, the enemy retreated once more. Everyone understood each other's intentions. They were all professionals, and the enemy knew better than Zhao Yan that they couldn't outmaneuver him. Ma Chao was already on his way back. Within an hour, if Zhao Yan could take down all the land around his main city, he could delay until the main force returned. Zhao Yan suspected the enemy had nothing better to do and was just idling around with him. Zhao Yan also withdrew that team. After several rounds of back and forth, Qin Xiaoyu finally did not withdraw that team, honestly sending it in, and the result was obvious. Zhao Yan carded the land. This arrowhead was no longer from Qin Xiaoyu, but from another player with the prefix Qin Yu. Then Qin Huiyu. The flag was planted on Zhao Yan's level 5 land. Since they couldn't outmaneuver Zhao Yan, they might as well take a few pieces of land. Huiyu. Zhao Yan looked at this ID and felt a vague impression, but he couldn't remember who it was. He moved his fingers, sending the demolition team to take down the connecting land opposite that level 5 land. Now the demolition points hadn't even reached 100, especially since he had also enacted policies to raise the durability cap of the territory to 150. If the enemy wanted to take down that level 5 land, they would need to attack twice. Although the speed of demolition couldn't keep up with Huiyu's main force, if the enemy tried to launch a second wave, they would be forced to lose the connecting land and wouldn't be able to continue. Another battle flag waved in the wind, and the red line of advance stopped at the connecting land Zhao Yan was aiming to take down. It was Xiaoyu. Checking the time. The demolition team couldn't take that connecting land down before the enemy. Their speed was faster, after all, without upgraded speed points in the early stages. Their original speed felt like a turtle crawling. The near loss of that level 5 land, with the main force of Amo Liuli also in ban, was now racing home alongside his Ma Chao, and the enemy couldn't provide any help. But it was just one level 5 land. Once Ma Chao returned, they could reclaim it. Huiyu, Huiyu. Zhao Yan stared at this ID, feeling like he had indeed seen it somewhere before. After 3 years, many memories had blurred like fog. Zhao Yan took a screenshot and sent it to the management group, which consisted of familiar faces and could be considered a small group with Chun Shu, Hirong, Su Bai, and others. Do you guys have any impression of this person? I feel like I've seen them somewhere. This point is just when the city battle has ended and everyone is gradually wrapping up. Everyone is online, even Su Bai, who is now idle after being defeated, is hanging around online. Upon seeing Zhao Yan's message, everyone peeks out. Jiang Wenzheng. I seem to have some impression of this person. Lin Yumal. Was this person one of us before? Why do I also have an impression? Guanshan. Count me in. Jiang Wenzheng and Su Bai. Don't you have a revenge notebook? Go check it out. Su Bai. Damn revenge notebook. Su Bai stopped talking. Probably went to look through the list. It's strange. Why do they all have an impression yet can't remember who this name belongs to? Su Bai. This person is not one of us. This ID is not among those who left. Chapter 25. Pioneers. Yinfeng, not their people. A few managers fell into deep thought. Like Zhao Yan, they indeed have a familiar impression of this ID. If it were just one or two, it would be fine, but all of them have an impression of this name. This is quite strange. They are all part of the Shengshi management. In the game, their names belong to the top tier of the pyramid, where ordinary players can only look up to them. Now, they all have an impression of a player who is not even in the top league. Su Bai held a notebook in his hands, flipping through a few pages, and there was still no ID named Huiyu. Hirong. Huiyu, this ID seems to be from Yinfeng, right, Chinchu? Chinchu, yes. Jiang Wenzheng. Yinfeng. I see. No wonder we all have an impression, but couldn't say who it is. Everyone suddenly realized. Yinfeng. Combining this ID with that alliance gives Zhao Yan a more familiar feeling, as if the words that had sunk to the bottom of the sea were washed away by the sea, exposing the engraved marks. Yinfeng, one of the old 16 alliances. The old 16 refers to alliances that had champions before the first year, a term used by new players who joined after the first year. In fact, among these old alliances, their antiquity is not on the same level. Shengshi cannot even be counted as the oldest batch. Their entry into the professional competition in the game is strictly considered the second batch, at a time when the professional competition was still in its infancy. This shows how ancient the first batch of professional alliances is. At that time, there wasn't even a prototype of the professional competition, just a concept. Many first batch professional alliances did not survive until Shengshi's entry. The salary issue led to a dark future for those wanting to play professionally in the early days. Unlike other games, in a game that requires 380 players, you need 380 professional players, and not everyone is like Shengshi's leader Qinshu, who has his own business to support such a large group. In the early days, many alliances were powered by love. And it wasn't until professional competitions became somewhat interesting and the official game began to value professional leagues that the situation eased slightly. But at that time, the players' salaries were still not high. It wasn't until now that a large number of sponsors and advertisers flooded into the professional league, completely rewriting the salary situation. Even in the lowest tier basic league, players have a considerable salary, while star players in the top league, commanders, and executives have salaries at the top tier of the country. The Yanfeng Alliance comes from the earliest batch of alliances, one of the pioneers of the professional competition in the game. For the game, Yanfeng represents the pioneers. Few of these pioneering alliances remain. Even Shengshi has not encountered many, and today there are even fewer. Most have already gone silent, forgotten by people in the long river of time. Yanfeng is still in the professional league, but it is in the secondary league. No wonder Zhao Yan has an impression of the ID Huoyu. The first championship of Shengshi stood before them, which was Yanfeng. They defeated Yanfeng to win that season's championship, and from that championship, they began their own dynasty. Subai, what is this will you do? Even if he is a member of Yanfeng, it shouldn't be that they all have an impression of him. Who are they? The founders of the dynasty. 14 championships. A presence that no alliance can touch. Even the currently popular Qin with 3 championships cannot be compared to the glory of Shengshi. Rong. He seems to be the main team leader of Yanfeng. It must be said that girls' thoughts are more meticulous. The first one to mention Huoyu's former alliance was Rong, and now it's still Rong who mentions his identity. Qinshu. Have you all forgotten? That final we had a tug of war against the other side in Luoyang. Qinshu's words triggered their memories. Shengshi's first finals. They entered Sili to face Yanfeng and its alliance. Both sides engaged in a great battle in Sili. Shengshi faced Yanfeng head-on, and they exchanged blows. In just half an hour, the battle they fought was already a large-scale battle. It was a tough tug of war, with the land repeatedly changing hands, fortresses being demolished and rebuilt. Flags planted all over the place. Everywhere were stationed troops and remnants of battles. Even fully leveled main players could only stay on the battlefield for a second or two before being knocked down. The red advance route spread all over, while the blue barrier rolled open. In the sea of red and blue, both sides continually invested more troops, unfolding a larger canvas. At one point, Shengshi fell into a disadvantage. If it weren't for Cheng Huan's strategy, openly repairing the road while secretly moving troops, sending people to demolish Yanfeng's transit fortress group, making the opposing team unable to reach the battlefield in a short time, the outcome of that match is really hard to tell. Even so, Yanfeng was not defeated. They quickly established second and third backup fortress groups, and if they were driven out of the surroundings of Luoyang, they would come back. That season, Shengshi faced such a tough opponent for the first time. Jiang Wenzheng, the main team leader of Yanfeng, no wonder, Su Bai, you should learn well from him. Su Bai, it's as if you're leading a slacking team. Su Bai retorted, but did not argue against the comment about learning from Huoyu. No wonder they all have an impression of this ID. That decisive battle in Sili, Huoyu's team was indeed formidable, leaving a deep impression on them. There's no way. A team that fought against 2 of their teams without losing ground is something they can't forget even if they wanted to. Lin Yuma, why isn't he with Yanfeng anymore? Lin Yuma raised a crucial question. Oh, this person was originally the team leader of Yanfeng's main team. At that time, he was a core figure in Yanfeng. Why isn't he with Yanfeng anymore, but went to Kanyu? Clearly, Yanfeng is also in the secondary league, at the same level as Kanyu. The key figure went to another alliance. The few fell silent. Rong's message appeared on the screen. Rong, how about we poach him? Jiang Wenzheng, Su Bai, Lin Yuma, good idea. Guan Shan, isn't this a bit unethical? It's indeed very unethical to poach a player during a training match. Lin Yuma, why is it unethical? Lin Yuma, we're sincerely inviting Huoyu to join our loving family. Lin Yuma, Qinshu, what do you think, boss? Qinshu, if you can poach him, I'll give him a top salary. Qinshu said with authority. Chapter 26, Lin Yuma, the wall puller. Come and get the top salary. Huoyu indeed left them with a very deep impression. His team leading ability is outstanding, with remarkable achievements in a decisive battle in Sili. Otherwise, Qinshu wouldn't have said he would offer him a top salary right away. Guan Shan, can he come? Jiang Wenzheng, why would he go to Kanyu? If he can go to Kanyu as a team leader, there's no reason he can't come to our Rongguang. After all, we are also in the top league. Jiang Wenzheng, besides, now that Zhao Yan is back, everyone knows we are about to make a new push. So there's a good chance he'll come to us. Zhao Yan looked at the group chat, silently lurking without saying anything. Fire Rain is very strong. Having him on their side is definitely a boost. If we can recruit him, That would be the best outcome, but if not, it's no big deal. Glory is still glory. Lin Yuma. I'll try to get a coordinate from Zhao Yan. In this game, you need to have the other party as a friend to send them a mail. Without a friend, you can only click on the mail icon that appears in the lower right corner of the opponent's main city. Zhao Yan, just click to jump to my main city coordinate. I'm right next to it. Hirong, go for it. Lin Yuma went silent, probably to send a mail to the other side. Zhao Yan also switched back to his screen during the chat. That level 5 land had already been taken by fire rain, and the opponent was also paving roads to another piece of level 5 land, which was a bit greedy. Team 3 removed the other 2 cavalry generals and sent out Zhang Liao as a single general. The marching speed of the team increased by 20. Zhao Yan shot over to block the immunity, and Zhang Liao, being the fastest general in the game, would only slow down if the other generals were grouped with him. Sending out Zhang Liao alone would demonstrate what swift speed looks like. The speed in this game is determined by the lowest speed of the 3 generals, which is why Zhao Yan removed those 2 generals, to prevent Zhang Liao from encountering problems while attacking a level 1 land. He thoughtfully equipped Zhang Liao with a tactic called Vanguard Charge. Speed is crucial in battle. Zhang Liao managed to block that level 1 land right in front of Fire Rain, causing Fire Rain's team to return empty-handed. Another 2 arrows appeared. Xiao Yu was also busy, arguing with Zhao Yan near the main city, realizing he couldn't pose a threat to Zhao Yan's main city. Now he started paving roads to Zhao Yan's other level 5 lands. Fortunately, there were only 2 level 5 lands close to Fire Rain and Xiao Yu, while the other level 5 lands were 2 or 3 territories away, meaning they would need to pave roads 2 or 3 times to reach them. During this time, Zhao Yan had ample opportunity to prepare to block the immunity. He clicked the team icon in the upper left corner to jump to Ma Chao's team, which was now rushing back and would return in about 30 minutes. He planned to send Zhang Liao back out again to block the immunity. Zhao Yan checked the situation of the other several level 3 cities in Qingzhou. Chang'an had already had people from Qingyuan Nightless City Land, and it was estimated they could take it down before midnight tonight. The time from midnight to 6 in the morning in this game is considered nighttime. And during an expedition, there are a lot of debuffs, such as reduced movement speed and demolition efficiency. But as long as they could take it down before midnight, it would be fine, even at 11:59. The other 2 level 3 cities, Luoyin and Guanyang, had members of Glory already paving roads close to them. Zhao Yan composed and sent an email, preparing to take down these 2 cities tomorrow. On the Jizhou side, they had already taken down 3 cities, and their demolition team was directly using infantry to clear the way, like Zhao Yun, Huangzhong, and Guanmei. Infantry has the highest demolition value in the game and demolishes very quickly. It was evident during the city attack that their durability decreased at a rate twice as fast as their usual attacks. Should I speed things up? Zhao Yan pondered while staring at the map. He intentionally slowed down, partly to regain the feeling of commanding after 3 years away from the game. Even though Zhao Yan was once an absolute king of command in this game, he felt a bit out of practice now, an unavoidable fact he had to admit. He realized it would take some time to find his old rhythm again, and he could feel that as he started to engage with the game again. Those buried thoughts were slowly unraveling, beckoning to him. Secondly, he didn't want to seem to underestimate the opponent. Qingyuan Nightless City hadn't posed much pressure on them, their essay saying that pressure is a driving force. If Zhao Yan increased his speed, he feared he might directly crush the opponent, thus losing the opportunity for this training. While Zhao Yan was lost in thought looking at the map, somewhere in a coffee shop in the mountain city, another person was silently watching the game screen of a land of the rising sun. After a busy day, the server switched back to his own clothes, said goodbye to the boss, and walked out of the coffee shop. He took out his phone from his pocket, and the screen displayed the email system interface. This email was from someone with a somewhat famous ID in the game. Glory Chi, come to us. The long-haired youth looked at this letter. Can you have Fire Rain? He replied with a question mark. Zhou Qingshui really didn't understand this email. In the game The Land of the Rising Sun, this phrase wasn't uncommon. For example, if a state has 2 alliances, the stronger one will be called the First Alliance, and the second one would be the Second Alliance. The management of the First Alliance, in order to attract high-level players, would say to the high-level players of the Second Alliance, come to us, we need people, join us, and we'll fight together. This kind of recruitment is quite common in every season, even in the Conquest Season S script. But here, Zhou Qing couldn't comprehend it. A professional alliance playing a friendly match, and the opponent sent an email to a member of a rival alliance saying, "Come to us." What did that mean? Zhou Qing walked home along the night road, the yellow-hued lights on both sides illuminating the path for returning people. The stars twinkled in the sky. Although in this not-so-prosperous mountain city, the sky wasn't filled with a sea of stars, he could still see particularly bright stars like the North Star. A spoon-shaped cluster of 7 stars. That was the Big Dipper, with the brightest being the North Star. People lost in the wild often rely on this star to find their way back. After waiting for a while, without receiving an email from the other side, he was about to close the email when a new email popped up. "Glory Chi, I wanted to ask if you can come to Glory." Zhou Qing didn't know, but Lin Yuma was at home, also feeling conflicted about how to recruit Zhou Qing. It really felt quite unethical. Lin Yuma touched his conscience, feeling it was empty. Zhou Qing was taken aback when he saw this email. An invitation to join Glory. Zhou Qing placed his finger on the phone keyboard, contemplating his words. Kingwa Fire Rain. Why? At home, Lin Yuma smashed his fist onto the pillow. No, does this person have to be praised before being satisfied? What do you mean why? I like you, of course. Lin Yuma mumbled while typing. Glory Chi, you're very strong. Kingwa Fire Rain. It seems we haven't fought yet, right? Chapter 27. A beautiful autumn at dawn. Lin Yuma's hand holding the phone froze. He felt like he and Fire Rain were not on the same channel. What do you mean we haven't fought yet? Is Fire Rain talking about this season? Lin Yuma prepared to speak directly. Being subtle was really making Fire Rain act confused on purpose. Glory Chi, we have fought before, Fire Rain. Glory Chi, when you were still in Yinfeng. Zhou Qing paused for a moment. Sure enough, Yinfeng, this alliance prefix, always made him feel a bit dazed. The past years of wasted time unfolded like a scroll before him, and he seemed to see the old version of himself again, the one who dared to leave life behind. The boy who only carried a kite and the breeze on his shoulders. The yellow glow of the streetlights shone on Zhou Qing's face, and the ponytail of the young man hung down behind his neck. This hair was the last remaining anchor point connecting him to his former self. Everyone is moving forward every moment, bidding farewell to their past selves. Zhou Qing could no longer remember what he used to look like. He had been buried in the past, unable to pursue it. Even flipping through an album and seeing his old photos would leave Zhou Qing in a daze. Was he really like this back then? Zhou Qing touched his photo, his eyes filled with confusion. If the spring breeze has any sympathy for me, it may allow me to be carefree in my youth. During his time in college, Zhou Qing played Shuituzhibin and, by chance, joined Yinfeng. At that time, Yinfeng was preparing for a professional competition, and the guild leader asked Zhou Qing if he wanted to become a professional player. Yes. Zhou Qing answered decisively. This was a game he loved. How could he not want to be closer to it? The professional competition must be more intense than our matches, right? Zhou Qing asked the guild leader. The leader smiled slightly. Of course, everyone is a professional player, and the battles will definitely be much more intense than they are now. It might not be as smooth sailing as we have it now. So how about it? Are you scared? I'm looking forward to it. Fighting for his passion felt great to Zhou Qing, even if his pockets were often empty. And sometimes he had to take on part-time work to support himself. But being able to pour his youthful energy into this game made it all worthwhile for him. This was the game he loved, the guild he cherished. If everything continued this way, perhaps it would all become beautiful. But if everything went so smoothly, there wouldn't be a saying that life is a journey of practice. A sudden car accident completely turned Zhou Qing's family situation upside down. Bad news came one after another. His father died on the spot, his mother was seriously injured and needed money for treatment, and his younger sister, at the school age, required tuition fees. Various chaotic expenses lay before Zhou Qing. In this broken family, he was the last pillar, even though this pillar was still tender and not solid. He had to hold everything up. That year, Zhou Qing was 22 and had just graduated for a year. His job was as a professional player, earning a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. In front of the mounting bills, this 1,000 was laughable, barely enough to scratch the surface. On this path of life, all the trials were kind of practice. Everyone was a monk. Zhou Qing left the professional competition and started working to earn money. The members of the guild learned about his family situation and pooled together some money to help him, which gave him a chance to catch his breath. Faced with his allies' attempts to keep him, Zhou Qing refused without hesitation, even though the guild leader was willing to offer him 5,000 a month, which was considered a top salary in professional gaming at that time. Was it really without reluctance? Zhou Qing never understood what mood he was in when he left. 5,000 could support his family, but Zhou Qing knew this was a special salary offered by the guild leader, a helping hand from a brother, not what he deserved. He was a professional player, Fire Rain. He left the Shui-2 professional league, shedding the identity of a professional player. In Shuituzhibin, he was a big shot, a god that newcomers looked up to, and his team was well known in the professional league. However, in the game of life, Zhou Qing was an absolute novice, just like a newcomer who had just participated in a season, facing everything without understanding its meaning. Life's game was more difficult to navigate than Shui-2. There was no system to answer questions, nor were there veterans to guide him through the rules of life. His veteran had died in the car accident, lying on the hospital bed. He was a fledgling without guidance, relying on his own exploration to slowly grasp the truth of the world. Zhou Qing was a professional player in Shui-2's day. On this journey of life, he did his best, just like when he first entered the professional scene. Standing at the train station, about to leave home for work, Zhou Qing asked himself, "Are you scared?" The guild leader of Yin Feng had asked him the same question back then. At that time, Zhou Qing said he was looking forward to it. Now, Zhou Qing was not looking forward to it, but he was not afraid either. He participated in the trials of life without hesitation, traveled around, did many things, and earned quite a bit of money. He had already filled the gaps at home. His mother was discharged from the hospital, and his sister was safely attending school. Everything was getting better. That year, he was 24. Bob Dylan once said, "How many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man?" Zhou Qing had walked for 2 years. He took on his father's burden and became the man of the family. But unfortunately, he did not receive his father's approval. After overcoming life's trials, Zhou Qing seemed ready to pursue the carefree days of his youth. The Shui-2 professional league was right there. Moreover, as he got back on track, the professional competitions in Shui-2 also returned to normal, with salaries significantly increased compared to before. Old friends reached out to him, inviting him to come back. Zhou Qing happily returned. He had understood the lessons of life and provided his own answers. Now he had time to pursue something. But nothing in the world is that perfect. When Zhou Qing returned to Yin Feng, what awaited him was a guild completely unfamiliar to him, intervened by capital. The management had undergone a complete overhaul, and Zhou Qing no longer recognized this guild he once loved deeply. Apart from the guild's name, everything else was a strange shell. He left again, wandering through multiple guilds. Slowly, the last bit of his passion faded into silence. Zhou Qing really liked the poem Cho Nu Air by Xian Qiji. The lines go as follows. The young man does not know the taste of sorrow, loves to climb high. Loves to climb high. To write new verses and forcefully express sorrow. Now knowing the taste of sorrow, wanted to speak, but holding back. Wanted to speak, but holding back. Yet saying, what a nice autumn it is. The northern sky was a bit cold. Zhou Qing wrapped his coat around him. Chapter 28, Good Night Remnant, Moon Fire Rain. Forget it. The once Fire Rain has been buried with Yin Feng in the past. A man is a master at fighting against life. And the professional arena should still be left to those fearless youths, full of passion and never afraid. Zhou Qing smiled silently, the light stretching his shadow long. He was 27 this year. Not too old. But being a youth or a man is not a matter of age. It's about how many roads one has walked. When a person is bound by the world, yet still reaches a reconciliation with it, that person has transformed from a youth into a man who stands tall. Zhou Qing closed the email, moved his fingers, and continued to pave the way for Zhao Yan's team, preparing to turn the soil next. He felt somewhat disinterested. Zhou Qing continued on his way home, having already tucked his phone into his pocket, unaware that Lin Yumo had sent him a series of messages. Rongguang Qi, why? Rongguang Qi, come to us. The salary is negotiable. Rongguang Qi, we can give you a bigger stage here. All of Lin Yumo's messages sank without a trace. What does forget it mean? Not replying, putting on an air of indifference? Lying on the sofa, Lin Yumo turned over and stared blankly at the last sentence in the email. truly concise and striking, fully displaying the demeanor of a master. Lin Yumo took a screenshot and shared the email chat in the management group. Lin Yumo, a bunch of indifference. Jiang Wenzheng, TSK. Subai, you also can't afford to fail. Zhao Yan was in the card exemption, and when he saw the messages bouncing in the WeChat group, he switched screens and saw Lin Yumo's screenshot. It stirred no waves in his heart. A fire rain was dispensable for Rongguang. His coming was a good thing, but not coming was also fine. Using Zhang Liao to continue blocking the road paved by fire rain, Zhao Yan glanced at Ma Chao. He would be back in a few minutes, and then there would be no need to be so passive. It was also time to deal with these two noisy neighbors, especially that little Yu. Mountain City. Zhou Qing gently pushed open the door to his home. His sister was in college, and his mother should be asleep by now. Recently, his mother had been having poor sleep quality, so Zhou Qing tried to make as little noise as possible to avoid waking her up. He carefully closed the door, not even putting on slippers, tiptoeing with the light from his phone to find his way to his bedroom. His mother's bedroom was right next to his. Zhou Qing suddenly froze. The door to his mother's room was open. Before he could think more, the person inside spoke first. "You're back, son." Although his mother had left the hospital, she was still very weak and needed nurturing. Her voice was as faint as the paper of a report. But like all mothers in the world, this sentence was filled with tenderness. Not asleep yet, Mom," Zhou Qing replied, dimming the light from his phone and illuminating his face with it. He stood at the doorway of his mother's room, and although he couldn't see her, he knew that the person lying on the bed was the one who loved him the most in the world, silently watching him. "Not yet," Lin Xin replied. With the light from Zhou Qing's phone, Lin Xin could see her son's face. "Did you take your medicine?" Zhou Qing asked. In the past, these reminders were always given by the mother to the child, but now the roles had reversed, and the child had grown up to remind his mother. "I did," Lin Xin answered, looking at Zhou Qing's face. They say jade must be carved to become a gem, but seeing her child being polished into a raw stone brought her more heartache than comfort. Lin Xin knew how much Zhou Qing had to bear. The once mischievous boy who had caused trouble for 3 days without being punished had become the pillar of this family. The hardships of the world had blown away the youthful spirit of the scholar, leaving behind a sturdy man. "Come in, Mom wants to talk to you for a bit," Lin Xin said to Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing turned off the phone light and sat down beside his mother in the dark. One of her hands held his tightly. Although her hand wasn't as big and strong as his, it gripped his hand firmly. "Aren't you tired?" Lin Xin's voice echoed in the darkness. "Not tired. Working in the coffee shop is just some small tasks. Very easy," Zhou Qing replied, his voice also rising in the dark. He had said this many times, and Lin Xin had asked many times, but she seemed to be uneasy and always needed to ask just one more time before feeling reassured. As if today he was grinding coffee in the coffee shop, and tomorrow he would be sent to plant coffee beans. "What did you have for dinner?" "I went to Wang Ji's place to eat," Zhou Qing said. In fact, he hadn't eaten. Recently, he had seen a post online about fat loss, and since he was planning to lose weight and then work out, he prepared to do just that. If he told the truth, Lin Xin would definitely scold him for not eating dinner. In her eyes, not eating would lead to poor health, even if it was just dinner. The two chatted for a while longer, Zhou Qing speaking one sentence after another. Wanted to see if the land he had just paved had been completed and whether the opponent had been blocked, but his mother seemed to be getting more interested. So Zhou Qing could only continue to accompany her in conversation. This woman had patiently accompanied him during his most tumultuous times. And what Zhou Qing was doing now was nothing compared to that. "Have you met any girls you get along with recently?" Lin Xin's question suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Zhou Qing was caught off guard. Just a moment ago, they were discussing eating less spicy hot pot for lunch. And now it jumped to this topic. No, Zhou Qing didn't even need to think. He understood Lin Xin's meaning. Every parent would eventually say this to their child in life. "When will you bring your partner home to meet us?" "You should find someone," Lin Xin said. Zhou Qing replied. He didn't have the mood to look for someone, but he still had to put on a front. "All right, you seem distracted. Just answer what I ask. Go back and rest early." She noticed that his mind was wandering, and discussing this matter with him wasn't something he took to heart. "Mom, you should sleep early." Zhou Qing stood up. Remember to take what I said to heart. Lin Xin reminded him once more. Zhao Qing's lips twitched. He walked gently to the door, and just before closing it, he said to Lin Xin, I love you, Mom. Good night. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Zhao Qing entered his bedroom and closed the door, turning the light on. After being in the dark for a long time, his eyes gradually adjusted to the light. When he finally opened his eyes, he suddenly saw a picture on the bookshelf. Zhao Qing walked over and picked up the picture. It was a photo of him from the past. In the photo, his face was youthful, full of the vigor of a teenager, and he held a medal in his hand. Chapter 29. The spirit of youth stays on the shoulders. Where did this come from? Zhao Qing rummaged through his things, turning his once neatly organized desk into a mess, books scattered everywhere. Inside the desk cabinet, he rummaged through a folder, and the item he was looking for finally revealed itself. A golden medal lying quietly there. This medal was identical to the one in the photo. Zhao Qing grasped it in his hand, the weight of the medal pressed against his palm. He didn't know why he suddenly felt the urge to dig this item out. When he saw the photo, something stirred in his heart. This medal was awarded to him for being the best team leader during his time as a professional player. In the few short years he played professionally, he didn't earn many honors, only a championship with Yanfeng and a personal honor as the best team leader. This award was given in the season when they competed for the championship against Shangshi. Later, when he returned to rate the land. Whether in the season with Yanfeng or in the seasons after leaving Yanfeng, Zhao Qing didn't win any honors at all. He was even unable to compete in the top leagues, lingering in the secondary leagues. If he mentioned the name Yanfeng Huiyu, perhaps one or two top league alliances would invite him. Although his era was more ancient than a year ago, there were still a few who could remember him. Zhao Qing didn't do that. Even now, the alliance of Kinyu didn't know about his past, only that this person had drifted through many alliances. Zhao Qing sat on the floor with his back against the wall, playing with the medal in his hand. His gaze followed the medal as it was lightly tossed up, shining brilliantly in the light. He thoughtfully opened Rate the Land. During this time, he hadn't sent out troops. Zhao Qing estimated the time. The main team of Meng-Dai should have returned by now. He had seen the main team of Meng-Dai and was clear about their speed. Combining the team and speed, calculating the time, was a skill that slightly better professional players must possess. Currently, the opponent was paving the way on the level 5 land he had just overturned, and that land was in the truce phase. It seemed that once the truce was over, the opponent would turn over. The team Zhao Qing had been recruiting was also fully loaded. It wouldn't be easy for the opponent to turn over. If things were to develop as they should, he should continue to stall with the Meng-Dai account. But Zhao Qing saw on Weibo that the current owner of this account was Qing Ge, who was that person as disciple. Then, he would see the hopeless state of the state battle, be taught a lesson by the opponent, gain military merit, practice his team, and then end this training match. After that, he would continue back to the secondary league and play matches. The ranking of Kinyu in the secondary league was mid-tier. Only the top of the secondary league each season had the qualification to ascend to the top league. The probability of Kinyu reaching the top was as bleak as this friendly match, with no hope of a breakthrough. Then it was just a continuous drift, until one day he suddenly felt that all of this was meaningless. That was when he would leave the professional arena. At that time, he might listen to his mother's words, date a girl, marry a woman, and start another family. After having children, he would start to toil for them. This process seemed to be a compulsory course for men. In life, this was the main theme, the mainstream, and an inevitable trend. Zhao Qing touched his ponytail, and for the first time in a long while, he fell into confusion. Was it really going to be like this? He seemed to think he should do this. But when he thought of it, another voice in his heart was pleading with Zhao Qing, telling him, no, don't do that. Do what? Should do what? Aren't all the problems in the world solvable? Just like you never know why your girlfriend suddenly gets angry? Zhao Qing couldn't tell now whether the voice telling him not to was the last unwilling roar of his manhood or the young boy from the past chasing after him, tugging at the corner of his clothes. The land of Luotu was right there. When he went to the south to work, the Shuituzhibin icon quietly lay in the corner of his phone. Zhao Qing lowered his head, his fingers gliding across the interface. A row of generals appearing before him, with a few big characters written on the generals of the main city. Kinyu Huiyu. Zhao Qing once again remembered that afternoon when the alliance leader came to find him. The sunlight melted into the cake shop window, and Zhao Qing, who was working part-time there, sat in front of the alliance leader of Yanfeng, a middle-aged man who ordered several cakes, just to make the stingy shop owner agree to let Zhao Qing take a break to talk about some matters. The cakes were colorful on the table, but the alliance leader, who had high blood sugar and couldn't eat sweets, let Zhao Qing eat them all. Recently short on money and starving for a whole morning, Zhao Qing devoured those cakes one after another. He couldn't remember the taste of those cakes, but he remembered their shapes. One of them was a small Doraemon cake, with blue cream forming a big Doraemon head, big eyes, and a wide smile that many children liked, making it a popular cake at that cake shop. As that cake was swallowed into Zhao Qing's stomach, the alliance leader sitting in front of him smiled and asked, "Are you scared?" Years later, Zhao Qing once again heard his answer from that time. Looking forward to it, Zhao Yan had laid the last piece of land, which was now connected to the level 5 land that was just overturned by him. Once the truce was over, he could flip that piece back. There were messages in the WeChat group about him. Just a moment ago, there was a commotion in the management group regarding Huiyu. And now something else had happened. Zhao Yan opened the WeChat group. Lin Yumo, damn, no wonder you're so aloof. Turns out you wanted to talk to someone. Lin Yumo, emoji. An exaggerated tone and an emoji followed by a screenshot. It was still a chat email page with Huiyu. Can you Huiyu? I want to talk to you about the commander. Subai and the others also bubbled up again. Hirong, wow. Subai, wow. Zhao Yan Gu. Turns out someone wants to talk to you. Gun Sung, skisk. Jiang Wenzhong, why does it feel off? Subai, what's off? It's totally fine. Chin Shu, Subai, Zhao Yan, hurry out. Don't keep them waiting. They really want to talk to you. Jiang Wenzhong, 6. Lin Yumo Sai. Hirong, is this about talking them into joining glory? Why do you all have that tone? Guan Shan, gleeful. Subai, no, this is the talk channel. Thank you. Zhao Yan saw the email and felt somewhat puzzled. Why did they want to talk to him? He didn't even know Huiyu, nor had he ever interacted with him. Back then, the commander of the prosperous era was Cheng Huan, and he was just a student following Cheng Huan. Zhao Yan, give him my WeChat number, Lin Yumo. Subai, are we going to talk now? Zhao Yan could imagine Subai's mischievous look. Zhao Yan, get lost. Subai, okay. Chapter 30. Today won't happen, but we will meet again in the future. Get lost couldn't be taken literally. Subai sent an emoji, which was a rolling egg. Zhao Yan ignored this lively character. A new friend request popped up on WeChat. Lin Yumo must have given his WeChat to Huiyu, and Zhao Yan accepted the request. He saw Huiyu's avatar, which was a big sun. At the horizon, a big sun was either rising or setting. I am Huiyu. Zhao Yan extracted the two characters Huiyu from the application introduction as a nickname, but still clicked on Huiyu's avatar to see what his nickname was. Some things are a reflection of a person's subconscious. A person's character can often be seen in the details of their daily life. Huiyu's nickname was Zhou, a very simple nickname. This Zhou could be his name or something he casually chose, unless it was intentional otherwise. Someone who chose such a nickname would likely be a very simple person. Huiyu. Hello. Zhao Yan. My name is Zhao Yan. I'm the commander of glory. Game ID is Qingge. Huiyu. Zhou Qing, formerly of Yanfeng. The two introduced themselves briefly, just as Zhao Yan thought. That Zhou indeed came from the other person's name. Zhao Yan, you want to talk to me? Zhou Qing leaned against the wall, his fingers on the keyboard, the gold medal around his neck. Huiyu. You left Luotu for 3 years. Why did you come back? Can you tell me? Zhao Yan didn't expect that Huiyu's opening question would be this. Zhao Yan, some people are waiting for me. The answer to the question had always been apparent. Why did Zhao Yan come back? If it weren't for Qin Shu and their group looking for him last New Year's Eve, Zhao Yan wouldn't have chosen to return. Then he might be drifting somewhere, wandering through some city he had passed with Cheng Huan, lost in past memories. Huiyu, that's nice. Zhou Qing's eyes were somewhat dazed, the words on the screen jumping on his retina. That's nice. Someone was waiting for him. What about his friends? The former allies had become unfamiliar shells. Everyone had left. No one held the fort, and naturally, no one waited. There's a saying that captures the regret of adulthood well. It's the bitterness and desolation of having no one to stand by you at dusk, no one to ask if your porridge is warm. Zhou Qing understood that he was different from Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan suddenly thought of Zhou Qing's current prefix, which was no longer Yanfeng, but rather Kinyu. Things suddenly became clear. why Zhou Qing wanted to talk to him, to ask why he chose to suddenly return after 3 years of not playing Luotu. All found answers in those 2 words. That's nice. Zhou Qing might be like him, but also different. Zhao Yan's current prefix was still Shengshi. However, Zhou Qing's prefix had changed one after another. This former leader had changed the prefix of his alliance. He typed, Zhao Yan, come to us, we all remember you. Huiyu, Huiyu. That's quite touching. Zhou Qing smiled. He was really touched. For a professional player, if no one recognized their ID in their professional game, how sad would that be? Zhou Qing was genuinely happy that someone recognized him. Not only digging up his former prefix, but also bringing back the youthful Zhou Qing of the past. Zhao Yan fell silent for a moment. To be honest, he wasn't the chatty type. Generally, matters in the alliance were handled by Lin Yumo and Rong, and before that, there was Chenghuan. Zhao Yan really lacked this ability in terms of speaking skills. Zhou Qing had no one waiting for him. How could he bring him back? Once, Zhao Yan lost Chenghuan. With no ground to support him, this lonely bird could only keep flying in the sky until it exhausted itself and died. It was the appearance of Chun Chu in their group that gave Zhao Yan a reason to land. Zhou Qing's ship, drifting offshore, needed a port. Zhao Yan, how many championships do you have? Huiyu won. Discussing this topic made Zhou Qing seem somewhat pitiful in front of Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan had 14 championships, while Zhou Qing had only that one. In fact, Yinfeng didn't have just one championship. Yinfeng had won 3 championships in total. But Zhou Qing had already left the professional league when the latter 2 won championships, going to work in the south. Zhao Yan, is that all? But you are a professional. Zhou Qing smiled and typed, Huiyu, the spring championship trophy is nice. Through the screen, Zhao Yan smiled as well. He felt that sending the screenshot to the management group was indeed the right choice. This deal with Huiyu was worth it. Huiyu, 14 championships. You don't lack for spring championships, do you? Zhao Yan, I don't lack for spring championships, but I'm missing a team leader. Huiyu, how about me? Zhao Yan, welcome to glory. The two discussed some joining matters. Huiyu originally wanted to finish the friendly match before changing alliances and signing the contract. But Zhao Yan disagreed. The friendly match is a time for adjustment. If they don't adjust now, will they wait until the Spring Cup to do so? Huiyu, then let S sign the contract. Zhao Yan, are you able to come to Haicheng? The position of team leader is an important career change and needs to be reported to the league. It would be best if you could come to Haicheng to sign the contract. It would make things simpler. Huiyu, my mother needs care at home. I can't leave. Zhao Yan, no problem. I'll arrange for someone to go find you to sign the contract. Someone will add you on WeChat shortly. Zhao Yan mentioned this in the management group, and it instantly exploded. Subai's messages came one after another, like the rolling barrage of video. Lin Yumo, Subai, sure, it has to be our commander. Subai, talking is indeed effective. Subai, awesome, give a kiss. Guanshan, huh? Rong, how to sign Chen Chu's contract. Jiang Wenzheng, what the hell, what is going on? Jiang Wenzheng, Huiyu agreed this quickly. What did you two talk about? Subai, Zhao Yan, come clean. What secret did you two share? Chen Chu, Rong, sign according to the maximum salary contract. Chen Chu, Rong, private chat. Rong, okay. Zhao Yan looked at the lively Subai, feeling amused that he had nothing to do and was jumping around like this. Zhao Yan, Subai, if you're bored, just go to bed early. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Subai, damn. Lin Yumo, ha 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 ha. Jiang Wenzheng, exactly. Subai, if you have nothing to do, go rest. What are you doing online? You're not the commander. Guanshan, don't worry, brother Bai. I'm here to save you. Guanshan, picture. The meme of a city being captured in over 90 hours was very eye-catching. Subai, go away. Zhao Yan ignored this lively Subai and continued to chat privately with Huiyu. He had a premonition. Zhao Yan, have you already thought about coming back? Zhou Qing's return was not just a return to the game, but also a struggle to rise from the abyss. Zhao Yan had an inexplicable feeling that even if he didn't invite Huiyu to glory tonight, they would meet in the top league someday. Huiyu, Huiyu, that's the plan. I want to play a match seriously as a professional player. Zhou Qing put down the medal and placed it in the drawer. This time, the dusting off didn't mean silence, but rather a welcome. He would earn another medal. After all, he was a professional player. Chapter 31. Empty treasures at 11:17 in the evening. The Team Remnant Moon White Emperor City opened their first city. Remnant Moon Rongguang completed the siege rewards sent by the system in the email and was about to log off to sleep when he saw a WeChat message pop up on his phone. Glory Chi. Hello, we would like to take a player from you. Rongguang was taken aback. What did this mean? Are they poaching someone? Unpleasant emotions surged on his face. Being poached after a friendly match wouldn't please any manager. Especially when it was a top league alliance try to poach someone from them. Who could resist the temptation of a top league? This was simply stealing players. Rongguang suppressed this displeasure, calmed down, and replied to Lin Yuma. Remnant Moon Rongguang, who, being personally sought after by Glory, made Rongguang curious about who the player was. Glory Ji Mengyu. Huiyu. A screenshot of Huiyu's profile was attached below. Rongguang was taken aback. Who is this person? Huiyu hadn't shown anything particularly outstanding in the 2 seasons he spent in Remnant Moon, and Rongguang couldn't immediately recall who he was. After all, he was a senior manager and not someone who kept track of all alliance members, and Huiyu was not under his command. Not one of the few IDs that performed well, Rongguang relaxed a bit, but if someone was being valued by Glory to this extent, could it be that this person had some exceptional qualities? Rongguang sent a message in the Remnant Moon Management Group to see who Huiyu was affiliated with. Several team leaders checked the roster, and one team leader claimed Huiyu. Remnant Moon Pamu. He is from my team. Remnant Moon Rongguang. How is this person? Pamu thought for a moment and couldn't think of anything remarkable about this guy named Huiyu. He had no errors but also no standout points. As a professional, he was just passable. Remnant Moon Pamu. He is okay, I guess. Remnant Moon Rongguang. What do you mean by he is okay? Rongguang was a bit confused. What made Huiyu worth Glory personally poaching? He felt a sense of missing out on a treasure, and it was very uncomfortable. What he didn't know was that Pamu was even more confused than he was. What has this Huiyu done? A team leader being familiar with their members is a required course, but Pamu really didn't know how to describe Huiyu. To say he was impressive wouldn't be accurate, and to say he was bad wouldn't be right either. In any case, he was mediocre among the professional players in the secondary league. Remnant Moon Pamu. Nothing remarkable, but his fundamentals are decent. Rongguang saw Pamu's description and felt a bit of the discomfort fade away. If it's just like this, then let Glory take him if they want. Remnant Moon Shanyu Mushi. What is going on? Why suddenly ask about this person? What happened? Remnant Moon Rongguang. Glory wants to poach him. Remnant Moon Pamu. Remnant Moon Shanyu Mushi. Why? Is this person very strong? Didn't Pamu say he was very ordinary? Remnant Moon Rongguang. I don't know either. Remnant Moon Pamu. He really is very ordinary. It shouldn't be. The managers of Remnant Moon were very puzzled. Glory, as an alliance, was not unfamiliar to any professional alliance. Its predecessor, Shengtai, was even more renowned. Right now, with Glory's commander returning, anyone with eyes could see that this battleship was about to set sail again. Yet suddenly the opposing side wanted to poach players from them. And they were targeting an unknown person. What was going on? The leader of Remnant Moon spoke up. Remnant Moon Siyi. Maybe he is hiding his talents with us. Siyi made a lot of sense. This situation couldn't be ruled out. Well, you could have strength but was hiding it with them. Remnant Moon Pamu. But no, this Huiyu's always been in the secondary league. He only came to our alliance last year. And he didn't seem to be famous before. In the eyes of the Remnant Moon management, Huiyu had always been in the secondary league. And if he were really strong, they wouldn't have known nothing about him before. Rongguang was bewildered again, but Lin Yuma's message came again. Rongguang sent a message in the management group to see how to handle this matter. Remnant Moon Rongguang. So what should we do about this person? Remnant Moon Siyi. Let him go. Remnant Moon Siyi. Since they came to poach, it means they have already contacted him privately. Huiyu should have agreed. Regardless of whether Huiyu has real skills, since he is not on the same page as us, we shouldn't hold him back. Remnant Moon Rongguang. Alright. The leader made a lot of sense. If Huiyu is unwilling to work for them, even if he is a cannon, he wouldn't be able to unleash his strength. Holding back a contract or something is too unrefined. And besides, Remnant Moon and Glory are not in the same league. If Huiyu goes to Glory, he won't encounter them. It's better to do them a favor and let Huiyu go. Rongguang replied to Lin Yuma. After the two managers discussed the contract matters, they reached an agreement on Huiyu's transfer. Remnant Moon Rongji. Can you tell me why you want to poach this Huiyu? Remnant Moon Rongji. Is he very strong? The melting machine is still very curious about what charm this so-called fire rain possesses that is worth Glory personally coming to dig. Glory Dream Fish of Calculation. You can search for Yin Feng Fire Rain on the official Rateland League website. There should be some news about him. If that doesn't work, you can check the honor list. It's normal for the melting machine not to know about Fire Rain. They are not from the same era at all. The transfer matters have been finalized, and Lin Yuma shared the news with Zhao Yan. Lin Yuma, let him step down. Lin Yuma, it's already been negotiated. Just sign the contract when the time comes. Zhao Yan, okay. He went to privately message Fire Rain. Fire Rain, so soon, Zhao Yan. Yes, come over. We will arrange a team for you. And after you join, someone will be there to coordinate your work. These matters are not supposed to be handled by Zhao Yan. They're the responsibility of Lin Yuma and Hirong. Fire Rain, all right. Zhao Yan, it seems that land can't be turned back now. What a pity. Making a small joke, Zhao Yan looked at the piece of land on the screen. Fire Rain was about to join their side, so there was no need to turn that land back. Zhao Yan gave up on his plans for the land. Arranged the work for tomorrow and prepared to log off to sleep. It was already past 11 o'clock. If it weren't for handling the matter with Fire Rain, he would have been lying in bed ready to sleep. Proficiently, he activated the peace shield and prepared to wash up. Fire Rain had stepped down, and when that crescent moon Xiaoyu logged on tomorrow, he would probably be very surprised. Tonight, Zhao Yan just went to bed a little later, but someone else couldn't sleep. The management of Crescent Moon, the melting machine. Just now, out of curiosity, he searched for the name Yin Feng Fire Rain, and after reading the introduction, the melting machine couldn't sleep. In fact, when he saw the prefix of Fire Rain as Yin Feng, he already had some premonition. However, after reading about Fire Rain's past achievements, the melting machine felt that his assumptions were still conservative. Chapter 32. Making a big wave mistake, a huge mistake. The melting machine sent the link to the management group, and the managers fell silent. Crescent Moon Broken Wood. He has left the group. He has cleaned out all the groups, not leaving a single one. Rateland players have many group chats. Alliance groups, competition groups, management groups, team groups, task groups, etc. Usually consist of those people, but due to different purposes, they have created many group chats. Crescent Moon Mountain has wood. He participated in the first professional Rateland competition. What an old monster is this? Crescent Moon Mountain has wood. However, it seems Yin Feng is about to be promoted to the top league. If Yin Feng wins the overtime match, their points will reach first place. The only way for a secondary league to ascend to the top league is to rank first on the secondary league leaderboard. The secondary league is different from the top league and the basic league. There is no champion in the secondary league matches. They only have round-robin matches to compete for points to gain access to the top league. Crescent Moon's matches have already finished, while Yin Feng, who is also in the secondary league, is still playing. This season, a very special situation has arisen in the secondary league, including Yin Feng. There are a total of 4 alliances with the same points, and they have mutual wins and losses. So they cannot be promoted based on the win-loss relationship and must play overtime matches. Yin Feng is currently playing in the overtime match. If victorious, Yin Feng will obtain the only ticket to the top league. Crescent Moon Yao Yao. It's really strange. What is he doing here with us? A veteran like Fire Rain, who has been playing for so long, was the leader of Yin Feng before. By now, even if he is just hanging around, he could have mixed into the core management. Why would he come to our Crescent Moon side? If it's for achievements, that's impossible. Crescent Moon's achievements can't compare to Yin Feng's. Yin Feng has not only achievements, but also a foundation. Crescent Moon has nothing. Crescent Moon 4th Master. All right. Everyone should go do what they need to do. Stop discussing these useless things. Different paths do not conspire. Even if this person is powerful, it has nothing to do with us. Not to mention, he isn't that powerful. The leader of Crescent Moon spoke, and the group's managers stopped discussing these matters. Fate is something indescribable. Just like if Zhao Yan hadn't seen the name Fire Rain familiar last night, discussed it in the management group, they wouldn't have discovered someone like Fire Rain. Fire Rain has already joined Glory's group chat, and Rong is arranging for him to lead a team. In that final match, Fire Rain's team was facing 2 of their teams without falling behind, leaving a deep impression on Glory's management. Even when Jiang Wanzheng jokingly suggested Su Bai go learn from Fire Rain, Su Bai didn't retort. Today, the friction in Qingzhou was even more intense than yesterday. Yesterday, everyone was waiting for the Third Awakening, and after midnight today, most had completed it, so battles naturally became fierce. The situation of people crowding each other meant there wasn't enough land for them to fight, and they could only rely on fighting to develop. How'd he step down? Crescent Moon Xiaoyu logged in today and saw that the blue land symbolizing allies had disappeared, replaced by the ordinary red land of Fire Rain in the wild. Confused as he was, Xiaoyu didn't think much of it. They weren't a casual alliance, and a professional alliance wouldn't have such chaotic matters. Xiaoyu thought Fire Rain must have stepped down for some reason and would come back after finishing. There are many things one can do while stepping down, such as blocking peace land. Allies can't attack each other's land, so one can step down to block peace. This is a common strategy seen during competitions, and if executed well, it can really block the enemy for a long time. There was once a professional alliance that relied on this tactic to block the enemy for 3 whole hours without advancing a single step. In the early stages, stepping down is more about helping to dismantle city skins. The 8 city skins around a player's main city can all be dismantled because of land limits. Dismantling the city skins means being able to fight for more land to develop. By the late game, when the land limit increases, everyone starts needing copper coins. And at that point, they can reclaim the city skins to gain copper coin bonuses. Xiaoyu thought Fire Rain must be helping someone dismantle skins and sighed about who had so many lands nearby to fight. He truly envied it. He had no land to fight for and didn't need to dismantle skins at all. Flipping through the Alliance emails, Xiaoyu started reading the emails. First were a few tasks, with the coordinates of the cities to attack listed above. The management asked everyone to judge where to go based on distance. Xiaoyu adjusted his view, looked at the distances of those coordinates, and found the nearest city to go to. Continuing to scroll down, Xiaoyu's expression suddenly froze. Alliance email, Crescent Moon Fire Rain is now a member of Glory, please take note. Huh? Xiaoyu was stunned. He glanced again at Fire Rain next to him. The red territory particularly eye-catching. What is going on? Just yesterday, they happily flipped the opposing land together. How did they become enemies today? Moreover, the most important thing is that the situation here was originally 2 against 2, barely a balanced situation. Now that Fire Rain has gone to the other side, it became 3 against 1. I became that one. Oh no. Xiaoyu felt like crying without tears. What can I do? 3 against 1. How can I fight? Originally, today, Xiaoyu wanted to continue playing land flipping games with Zhao Yan, but now, he felt like a clown. Flipping land? What a joke. Although it was quiet here now, Xiaoyu had already sensed the turbulent undercurrents behind the scenes. Compared to Xiaoyu's side, Zhao Yan was much calmer. After finishing lunch and taking the remaining 2 level 3 cities, Zhao Yan turned his attention to the level 4 cities. He saw that Crescent Moon Nightless City had also started surrounding a level 4 city, preparing to help the other side fight. Jiang Wanzheng was taking a dozen people over there to fly, while Glory's other team leader, Su Bai, was still in the midst of being overwhelmed, only able to command his team from the spring water. At 2 in the afternoon, the Alliance group suddenly erupted with activity as red land appeared near Chen Chu's main city. Near Chen Chu's main city, there's a hostile player called Night City Danmai. Now, there's a red territory near Danmai's main city, which is evidence of the enemy's outpost. Although there is no visibility, it is already conceivable that those territories are definitely building fortresses. The intention of the opposing side is already very clear. Building a group of fortresses near their leader's area does not look like they want to go on a sightseeing trip. They are aiming for something big. If it were ordinary players, they might be quite anxious about the leader's safety in such a situation, but they are professionals. Although the group chat was buzzing, most were just chatting and joking, with little concern for the leader's safety. Reinforcements were already on the way. They just needed to hold the line and wait for them to arrive. They might not even need to wait for their arrival. While the enemy's fortress group was not yet built, several members of Glory could potentially dismantle the fortress group near Qinshu, and they were already paving the way there. Chapter 33. Decapitation Operation. Zhao Yan pulled up the map, and there should be no issues over there. By the time the fortresses of residual Moon Knight City were up, their fortress group would have already been wiped clean by Qinshu and the others. making it impossible to fly over. However, residual Moon Knight City had fired the first shot. Such a large-scale landing aimed at their leader would be meaningless if Glory did not respond. In the entire professional alliance of the game, who doesn't know that Glory has strong state collision capabilities? Even during the 3 years of regime change when they were still called Glory, no alliance wanted to compare their state collision with Glory. Even now, when the Qin dynasty is momentarily on the rise. Zhao Yan, which of you two will go? Zhao Yan was managing the group with Su Bai and Jiang Wenzheng, the leaders of Glory's main teams. Now that residual Moon Knight City had come knocking at their door, they had to respond somehow. Jiang Wenzheng, I'll go. Su Bai, you go to hell, I'll go. I have nothing to do anyway. You take the team to attack the city. Su Bai had a point, which made Jiang Wenzheng grind his teeth in frustration. Jiang Wenzheng, so if you get wrecked, you have a point, right? Su Bai, indeed. Zhao Yan, all right, Su Bai will go. Take your team to find the position of the opposing leader and deputy leader. If you can wreck them, that's best. If not, just hold them up for a while. Your team's original task is cancelled. Go. Su Bai finally stopped joking and replied with a concise received, then stopped chatting in the group, presumably to go to the team group to start arranging tasks. Su Bai was much steadier when working than in his usual demeanor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the leader of Glory's main team. Zhao Yan, Jiang Wenzheng, your team's task remains unchanged. Jiang Wenzheng, okay. Zhao Yan, Guanshan, have the personnel arrived at the level 4 city? Today, he planned to open 3 level 4 cities. Their teams were generally capable of handling level 6 now, and they had already leveled up to the level 7 Lord's Mansion. The level 7 Lord's Mansion could unlock the barracks building, which would increase the troop limits for the team. The garrison troops in the cities were no longer an issue for them. If it weren't for the demolition lagging behind, they could directly open a level 5 city now. Guanshan, they have arrived. We have 3 minutes until everyone touches the city. No problem. Zhao Yan, good. Hirong, when we can pick you up? Hirong's group was rapidly developing in Jizhou. They opened a level 4 city at 6 o'clock this morning and then consecutively opened level 4 cities. They had already finished 3. They had no concerns about state collisions, no enemies, and didn't have to worry about lacking resources for development. The pioneering team went directly with infantry, while the second and third teams were also directly training demolition teams to speed up the city attacks. The results were evident. They had not even opened a single level 4 city in Qingzhou, while Jizhou had already opened 3 and could even open a level 5 city. Now, on the Alliance leaderboard, the first place was Jizhou Glory. The second place was Shuzhou, with the Alliance prefix of Residual Moon. The third was Yizhou, Night City. These 3 alliances were in the same tier, all completing the opening of level 4 cities before 8 o'clock this morning. Following them was Bingzhou, their ally Baidi City. The 5th place was them, the 6th was the residual Moon Knight City that collided with them, and the 7th was Liangzhou Baidi City. The 8th to 12th places were Liangzhou's Baidi City, Yangzhou's Residual Moon, Jingzhou's Night City, Liangzhou's Night City Residual Moon, and Yozhou's Baidi City. It was normal. The number of people falling in states without collisions was low. Yuzhou had the least number of falls, and even with no collisions, their pioneering speed was not fast. In Liangzhou, it was obvious that the main forces of Residual Moon and Night City were not there, and the pioneering speed was also slow. Bingzhou, Jizhou, Shuzhou, and Yizhou had no state collisions, and they were the reserve troop sources for collisions, so everyone valued these 4 states highly, leading to the fastest pioneering development. In Qingzhou, although Glory's main forces and Residual Moon Knight City's main forces were there, the mutual restraint made it impossible to develop steadily. Zhao Yan, no rush. There was no need to let Jizhou come in now, as it would delay Jizhou's development. According to Zhao Yan's deployment, they would handle the fighting. And after resolving the civil war in Qingzhou, they would continue south to Shuzhou to seize the resource state of Yuzhou. Jizhou could just focus on developing. After sweeping through Jizhou City, they would go to the resource state of Yanzhou and exchange after Jizhou's members were fully developed. Jizhou would come to Qingzhou to pick up people, and the members of Qingzhou would go to develop, while the already fully developed members from Jizhou would continue to fight southward. Qinshu, there's an event in a couple of days. Do you have time? Private message from Qinshu. Zhao Yan, yes. Qinshu did not tell Zhao Yan what the event was. He casually replied and then fell silent. presumably logging in to clear the land. Zhao Yan looked at the screen. A member of Glory near Chenshu had already paved the road to Night City Danmai, while the opposing side was blocking. However, there was a level 5 territory on the way that prevented Danmai from blocking. That land had already been taken down by him. It was Danmai's own territory, so naturally, they couldn't block it and had to send a guarding team. How could that one team withstand so many people on their side? They only managed to hold off one team, both sides exchanging blows and cutting down each other's vanguards. After Danmai was even out, they retreated directly, without a vanguard. They could not continue to fight. If they didn't retreat, they would just be giving the enemy free kills. On Glory's side, the following teams kept up. One team had depleted over 70% of their durability, and the remaining bit was dismantled by the team behind, successfully flipping Danmai's level 5 territory. Danmai was still thinking of blocking behind the level 5 territory, attempting to wrap it up with teams shooting outward. But he forgot that his main city was right next to it. He could block the land, but just like the level 5 territory, no matter how he blocked, he could not block the urban area that belonged to his territory. He could even abandon the territory, but he couldn't unilaterally abandon the urban area. A battle flag was planted on his urban area, coming from Glory Lightyear, which was Chenshu's team, presumably knowing that one team couldn't dismantle it. Chenshu was followed by another member of Glory's team. Looking at the troop types, one cavalry, one archer, anyone could guess what kind of team it was. With both main forces facing off, Danmai's vanguard was already injured and couldn't engage with the enemy's main force. Heavily wounded for 10 minutes. Even pulling in reserve troops would take over 10 minutes to recover the vanguard. Residual Moon Mountain has trees. How is it going? Can you hold on? In the alliance frequency of Residual Moon Night City, a flurry of messages was scrolling, with everyone paying attention to Danmai's side. Their operation this time had a special term in the game, decapitation operation. Simply put, it meant to decimate the enemy's leader. From Residual Moon's perspective, their fortresses were being constructed one after another, bustling with activity. Chapter 34. Beautiful bubbles under the sun. If their fortresses could all be built, they would pose a significant threat to the opposing leader. But that premise was that their fortresses could be built steadily. Right now, they couldn't help Danmai and could only watch on the sidelines. Crescent Moon Danmai. I can't hold on anymore. The vanguard is heavily injured. They are targeting the main force. I can't block it. Danmai is now helpless, only able to watch as two red lines intersect in his territory. If I had known, I should have given up that level 5 piece of land, and there wouldn't be so many problems now. Danmai looks at the turned-over level 5 land, regretting his past decisions. Crescent Moon Rongguang. It's okay. My fortress will be up in 25 minutes, and my main force will arrive in half an hour. Crescent Moon Rongji. Those close to Danmai should shoot from a distance to defend the fortress group. Danmai, have you opened it? How long until it's ready? Crescent Moon Danmai. It's open, still an hour and a half to go. They can't take me down, but I can't defend the fortress group anymore. They have crossed over from my city skin, and I can no longer block the defense. Even though the battle is taking place in his home. Danmai can't do anything now. For arrows shot in from all sides, allies shooting to defend, directly on top of the group of fortresses being built. Danmai looks at those fortresses, unsure if the defenses can arrive in time. Chenshu's team has already arrived, having taken down over 70 durability, and the team behind finished up, flipping over this piece of city skin. Immediately, another arrow shot at Danmai's other piece of city skin. 3 cavalry, likely for siege. Danmai glanced at that team's units. Cavalry typically have lower siege values, not suitable for demolition, but there is one exception. A 4-star general, Guishun cavalry. This 4-star cavalry general's main tactic is the ambush camp, a passive tactic. The effect allows him to be in an alert state during battle, immune to confusion, hesitation, cowardice. Berserk and provocation effects, increasing siege attributes by 20. This is at level 1. If maxed, this siege attribute can increase to 40. Coupled with Guishun's naturally high siege growth rate of 1. 3 per level, similar to some archers and cavalry, combined with his main tactic, the demolition value becomes particularly terrifying, not low even among infantry, let alone cavalry. Hence the name Cavalry Siege. Danmai deployed 3 Spartan cavalry, and to prevent losing, he specially equipped 3 tactics. He had no objections to his main force demolishing, but using Spartan cavalry to do so seems a bit like underestimating him. They are all professionals. If his city skin were taken down by the enemy's cavalry siege, especially in front of everyone, where would he put his face? The speed of cavalry siege is fast, quickly reaching Dong Mai's face, colliding with the defending team he had stationed, triggering battle. What Dong Mai didn't expect was that his Spartans were directly defeated and pushed back, and the city skin was flipped over by the enemy. Dong Mai was stunned. To flip his city skin so easily was clearly cavalry siege. No need to look at the battle report. Why did this happen? Opening the battle report, Dong Mai was incredulous. Who the hell is still recruiting cavalry for siege now? Carelessness, Dong Mai scratched his head. He made a low-level mistake by sending Spartans to intercept. If he had casually swapped in 100 Spartans for the vanguard, even if the enemy had recruited cavalry for siege, they could have easily held it. Unlike the current situation. Lessons learned, but the current situation is irretrievable. With that city skin flipped, their fortress group is now exposed before Rongguang. In an instant, 7 or 8 battle flags were planted on the fortress group. The atmosphere in the Allied chat gradually lowered. Everyone shared a subconscious feeling that this operation should end in failure. Their defenses had yet to arrive, and the enemy's attack had already begun. Crescent Moon Dong Mai, I can demolish them all. I should still be able to hold on for a few more minutes. When will your team arrive? Dong Mai swapped out a vanguard for Ma Chao's team, sending them to intercept the siege coming from Rongguang. Now, even if the enemy is recruiting for siege, he can handle it, buying time until the Allies' defenses arrive. After all, there are only 5 or 6 of them. It's not impossible to hold until the fortress group is built. Once the fortress group is built, the situation will reverse in an instant. When there is hope, hope seems to multiply. Dong Mai looked at those pieces of land that Rongguang had just flipped, and in an hour, he could turn them back over. If all goes well and Rongguang doesn't reach the new connecting land, he could push Rongguang back on his own. The beautiful fantasies multiplied, and Dong Mai even began to imagine what would happen after the Allies landed, waiting for the Allies' fortresses to be built and troops to be mobilized. They might even be able to behead the enemy's lord. The first collision with the state alliance of Rongguang is quite famous. If they beheaded the lord of Rongguang in a friendly match, the heat and traffic would be unimaginable. Crescent Moon could become a big hit, and he, Crescent Moon Dong Mai, could also become a topic of discussion. A smile appeared on Dong Mai's face, but the next moment his smile froze. Those red arrows all withdrew. This was definitely not the enemy wanting to call off the attack and shake hands. This was the prelude to the enemy's timing strategy. Each team's speed is different. When setting out, the system will inform you of the time required to reach a destination. By timing this, you can send slower teams first and then follow up with faster ones to ensure both teams arrive simultaneously. Siege speed is slow, so you send the siege first, timing the main force's arrival to follow closely behind the siege. If there are defenses, they will be taken down by the main force, allowing the siege to securely flip the land. This is timing. Dong Mai's earlier beautiful dream burst like a bubble under sunlight. All Alliance email. All right, withdraw. This beheading operation ended without incident. Crescent Moon discussed with the management of the Nightless City, and this beheading operation has already been deemed a failure. Continuing to invest time here would yield no results, and rather than engaging in futile efforts here, it would be better to focus on what they should be doing, whether it's attacking cities for development or sweeping territories to train lower-level troops. Crescent Moon Rongji, let's wander to Yangzhou. Crescent Moon privately messaged Dong Mai. Dong Mai could no longer stay here. Previously, he might not have wanted to waste time, as the enemy allowed him to remain here safely. After this incident, however, the enemy would not continue to let Dong Mai stay here. Dong Mai had opened the defense, but what comes after defense? After all, this is the position of the enemy's lord and will definitely be closely monitored. Crescent Moon Dong Mai. All right. Chapter 35. Transforming the team. Dong Mai felt helpless, but there was no choice. He only had the path of revitalization ahead of him. When one cuts off, one suffers from chaos. The sooner he wanders, the sooner he can develop. Dong Mai no longer hesitated and directly wandered to Yangzhou. After he left, that fortress group was completely exposed to the enemy's sight. Once Dong Mai left, no one could stop the siege coming from Rongguang. Spartan siege moved as if in a no-man's land, flipping the fortress group clean. Capturing the level 4 city was not difficult. The defending forces were like paper in front of their Ma Chao's 3 awakening teams, except for the siege being a bit troublesome. Next, they proceeded step by step. Tasks had already been distributed. At this stage, it was quite easy for the commander. There was nothing to do, and the various team leaders knew what they should do, letting them mobilize their members. The position of commander is not a nanny, needing to teach allies what to do hand in hand. Members of Rongguang are not newbies needing such guidance. 9. 5 Commander Value. Zhao Yan looked at the phone screen. The first major event of the district was about to pass. After the first major event, besides giving all district players 200 jade, a neutral NPC bandit camp would be temporarily opened in the mountainous map, allowing players to obtain a large amount of copper coins by eliminating these bandits. In the competition server, this is one of the few ways to quickly gain tactical experience points. Not only can you earn copper coins, but the bandit camps are also a great place to level up. The initial bandit camps in the competition server are at level 6 and above, which makes their difficulty higher than that of the fields. Unlike the wild field guards, the guards in the bandit camps are significantly easier. They are mostly generals from the Yellow Turban Army, including both 4-star and 3-star generals. Unlike the wild field guards, some teams are not much different from the players' teams. Leveling in bandit camps incurs very low losses, and professional players often grind bandit camps during this time, while also transitioning their roles. This allows them to level up and earn copper coins to increase their tactical experience. By the time this period ends, everyone's main force is basically formed. Zhao Yan is currently considering the issue of transitioning. When transitioning, it is necessary to consider not only the command value of the generals, but also the fact that their initial squads are leveling up with increasing difficulty. Currently, most are around level 30, while their other generals are still at the initial level 5. If they transition during the bandit invasion and suddenly switch 2 or 3 generals, their combat power will drop significantly in the short term. This is also why Ma Chao's team transitions slowly. If it weren't for special circumstances, the Professional Alliance would restrict using Ma Chao's team for leveling. Zhao Yan's team needs a command value of 0. 5. He plans to transition to a team consisting of Ma Chao, Lu Kang, and El Meng. This team is the most suitable for transitioning with Ma Chao, with Lu Kang as support and Ma Chao and El Meng as dual core output, one physical and one strategic, that can be directly utilized for transitioning to the second team. After finishing this second team, this team can also disperse the main forces of other teams, with Ma Chao going for a melee team, El Meng for a magic team, and Lu Kang forming a Wu-style team to quickly bring out other main forces. Ma Luel is considered one of the smoothest transition teams for Ma Chao's leveling. They still need a bit more stone materials. Zhao Yan looks at the resources. He has already upgraded his main city to level 8 and has unlocked the level 8 building, the Fengshan platform. The Fengshan platform can increase the command value limit of the city's troops. He has upgraded it by 1 level. To transition to the Ma Lu L team, he needs to upgrade the Fengshan platform by another level since the command values of these 3 generals are quite high, with El Meng taking up 3. 5 points alone. The stone materials are sufficient, and Zhao Yan upgrades it. When a situation arises, he can quickly use Jade to upgrade and transition to attack the bandit camps. At this moment, El Meng, who was training on the level 6 land earlier that morning, finishes leveling up and returns at level 23. After El Meng returns, he directly recruits troops, dismantles Zhun Luo's tactics, and resets Zhun Luo's main tactic. He also dismantles Lu Kang's battle tactics after switching to El Meng. Lu Kang's tactics are no longer needed, and he replaces them with a recovery tactic. Resetting tactics returns 80% of the tactical experience, allowing Zhao Yan to reset Zhun Luo's tactics and allocate tactical points to El Meng. Many people choose the tactic countermeasure for El Meng because his main tactic can seal normal attacks, and many think of adding countermeasure to also seal the opponent's active tactics. This dual sealing tactic is popular among many, but Zhao Yan does not prefer this approach. He leans towards a more aggressive strategy by directly giving El Meng the tactics way of the Dao and weak attack, as El Meng's teams are mostly magic teams. After receiving the Divine Armament buff, this team's output is terrifying. For teams pursuing extreme output, who needs defense? Just focus on output. The best defense is often a good offense, right? Abandoning error tolerance and directly pursuing the most extreme output is the essence of the Magic team. The combinations of generals in Raid Earth are very diverse, thanks to the large player base constantly researching combinations, seeking the so-called version answers. Teams like Melee, Magic Rogue, Shoot Cavalry, and Wei Wisdom are mainstream teams based on old tactics, from which infinite variations extend. The creativity of players is endless, and new technologies often spark trends, which is something to admire about those imaginative individuals. When a situation arises, Zhao Yan sees the golden text pop up on the screen. 200 Jade is in hand. He quickly upgrades the Fengshan platform and moves El Meng to the first team, replacing Zheng Luo. It's time to start clearing bandit camps. Zhao Yan dispatches his team. At this moment, except for those on missions who cannot use their main forces to attack the bandit camps, almost all players are clearing bandit camps and transitioning. In the evening, the Team Remnant Moon Eternal Night City feels the pressure from the Glory team during the invasion. When they attack the city, Jiang Wanzheng directly leads his team to charge into the opposing fortress group, while the opponents can only stall. Both sides are pulling at the level 4 city east of Miao. Remnant Moon Eternal Night City can stall, but stalling also requires stamina, 20 stamina per attempt, and a fully powered team only has 150 stamina. The main forces from Remnant Moon Eternal Night City are all in, and if they waste their stamina here, how will they attack the city later? Jiang Wanzheng is watching closely. Remnant Moon Eternal Night City cannot let Jiang Wanzheng's team just watch them attack the city. That would be annoying, wouldn't it? On Su Bai's side, he also successfully landed near the opposing leader's position, which is decent. But Su Bai doesn't plan to directly launch a surprise attack to decapitate the enemy leader. In the professional league of Raid Earth, the probability of successfully ambushing and beheading the opposing leader is pitifully low since everyone is not a novice. How could they let you take down the leader? Chapter 36, Initial Results. How strong a professional alliance from a top league can be Remnant Moon Eternal Night City will soon experience this. Within 3 days, if Remnant Moon Eternal Night City wants to attack a city, they will be restrained by Glory. They want to emulate Glory and also restrain near the enemy's main city. But Jiang Wanzheng's team sticks to them like glue. Wherever they go, Jiang Wanzheng follows, embodying the notion of I will be wherever you are. Even if Jiang Wanzheng's team cannot defeat the enemy, they can still stall for a long time. Anyway, Jiang Wanzheng does not need to worry about the city attack, as that job falls to Guanshan. Su Bai also successfully landed near the opposing leader, but he chose a landing position that is not too forward, needing to gradually spread out. It's a bit troublesome, but this tactic is indeed effective, unlike Remnant Moon's previous attack, which could be directly overturned. The Remnant Moon team that landed from a distance also needs to spread out to counter. The members of Glory have time to stall, which is completely different from the situation with Dan Mai. Once the whole team lands, Su Bai arranges team members to spread out toward that direction. Naturally, Remnant Moon has to defend. Zhou Qing also brings his team to join this battle, with Zhou Qing and Su Bai blocking the entrance to the opposing base, while Jiang Wanzheng runs around the whole state to bother the enemy, making Remnant Moon White Emperor City very annoyed. They can only give up on large-scale city attacks, opting to attack one city at a time. Although this will lag behind Glory's development speed, they have no choice but to accept it. During these 3 days, Zhao Yan's second team also emerged. Originally, he planned to form a rogue team with Sun Quan, Zheng Luo, and Ghost L, but upon reflection, most players would choose to form a rogue team since Zheng Luo's level is high and not using him would be a waste. Zhao Yan thought about it and decided not to form that team since everyone else is doing so. Instead, he would create a different one. He decided to form a team specifically to counter rogues, Shoot Cavalry. The rogue team is called a rogue for a significant reason: Sun Quan. Sun Quan's main tactic, 9 Seals Yellow Dragon, has a 25 chance to activate at level 1. The tactic's effect is to remove all harmful effects from our troops and put them into an evasion state, making them immune to the next 2 instances of damage. In simple terms, it means you hit me and I don't take damage. Ghost L is one of the top physical damage dealers in Raid Earth, and with good tactics, this general can deal explosive damage. You can't damage me, and my output can still deal explosive damage to you. What kind of team is this if not a rogue? In the land of the rising sun, teams have a rock-paper-scissors dynamic, with the classic being archers counter cavalry, cavalry counter infantry, and infantry counter archers. This dynamic extends downwards, and the effects of the general's main tactics play a very important role in the counter chain. A team that counters rogues includes Shu cavalry, which is one of them. The classic combination of the Shu cavalry team includes the three generals Ma Dai, Guan Yu, and Su Shu, with the core being Ma Dai. There are variations like Ma Dai, Guijia, Su Shu, and Ma Dai, Guan Yu, Zhang Xiu, but the core remains unchanged. The attack range of these three generals needs to be in the order of 3, 2, 1, meaning their damage will first hit the enemy as frontline. Sun Quan, can't you avoid damage? You can avoid it twice. No worries, we have a third and a fourth time. All of it hits you, Sun Quan. One by one. We will take care of you. Guan Yu's tactics also have the effect of sealing active skills, so the front line strikes, and then seals the damage from Gui Lu. How can his team still play? Many people now prefer to use Zhang Xiu as the front line because 5-star Su Shu is harder to obtain than 5-star Zhang Xiu, and you can't stack red levels. This is not an issue in the competition server. Moreover, compared to Zhang Xiu, Zhao Yan prefers to use Su Shu, as Zhang Xiu's tactics emphasize output, while Su Shu's tactics can add control. Su Shu's main tactic is break formation assault. After a normal attack, it deals strategic damage to the target again, with a 20 chance, level 1, to cause it to enter a berserk state for one turn. Zhao Yan really likes these small controls, just like when he was starting out, giving Zhen Luo and that Hanoi world talent. Sometimes these small controls can bring him great surprises. By the 6th day, Zhao Yan's second team had reached level 30 and could be used to farm city skins. By the time they reach level 40, this team can go out to fight. The battles in Qingzhou are currently in full swing, with the first small-scale battle in the entire district happening in Qingzhou and a medium-sized battle also taking place there. As the transition period ends, everyone has finished their transitions and is ready to take up their practice demolition to take down the enemy. The remnant Moon Knight City outside Zhao Yan's door has already run away, and he knows he can't stay here any longer, so he went to Yangzhou to develop early. In fact, the situation in Qingzhou has already separated. The development of remnant Moon Knight City has been dragged down by glory, and Qingzhou cities are about to be swept clean by glory. Without the resource bonuses from the cities, the two sides will continue to grow apart, with glory becoming stronger and remnant Moon Knight City developing slower. Now Glory's members can support 3 teams, while remnant Moon Knight City players can only support 2 teams. This is the gap. Remnant Moon Knight City is still too weak, posing little threat to Glory. From the moment Remnant Moon arrived until now, in Glory's eyes, it has just been a piece of meat on a cutting board. Glory hasn't even taken a knife, just slowly maneuvering to eliminate Remnant Moon. Of course, it's not entirely Remnant Moon's fault. Originally, Remnant Moon was several tiers below Glory, which is one of the most formidable alliances in the top league. On the 8th day, the management of remnant Moon Knight City realized that if Qingzhou continued to fight like this, it would really be irretrievable. They had strategically given up on Liangzhou, with their main forces coming to Qingzhou. Liangzhou could no longer resist Baidi City, and if Qingzhou fell into a disadvantage, there would be no need for this friendly match, and they would directly GG. So at 7:50 a.m., the remnant Moon from Shuzhou broke through the barriers and entered Qingzhou, wanting to assist the remnant Moon Baidi City of Qingzhou. Meanwhile, the border between Jizhou and Qingzhou had already arranged for people to build fortress groups. If Zhao Yan needed it, they could break through Guantao into Qingzhou. At that time, Qingzhou would truly become the battlefield. However, Zhao Yan was not in a hurry to let Jizhou in. Jizhou needed to first consider entering the resource state of Yenzhou. The situation in Qingzhou had not yet reached the point where Jizhou needed to provide support. With the end of the second major event, everyone could relocate their cities, and players were no longer scattered like when they first landed, with both factions packed together. Now everyone's main cities are clustered together with their allies to prevent being individually overwhelmed by the opposing side. Glory's members are gathered in the plains, Jinan, Changyang, and Qi counties, firmly guarding the entrance to Qingzhou's state capital and resource state. Meanwhile, remnant Moon Baidi City has gathered in the eastern Lai, Changyang, and Beihai counties near Shuzhou, waiting for ally support. Chapter 37, Forgotten. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., I'll pick you up. Chen Chu's voice came through the phone. Zhao Yan remembered that a few days ago, Chen Chu had messaged him asking if he had time. What's the matter? Zhao Yan asked. Good news. Zhao Yan was speechless. Chen Chu was treating him like a child, wanting to give him a surprise. All right. Zhao Yan didn't have the habit of asking too many questions. The two hung up the phone. Zhao Yan pulled up the map. Shuzhou was paving the way to Yian, which was the closest Qingzhou city to Mengying. Many members of remnant Moon Knight City in Qingzhou had already gone rogue, seemingly wanting to abandon the remnant Moon Knight City Alliance shell and directly join the Shuzhou Alliance. They had no choice. Qingzhou's cities had basically been cleaned out by glory, and without the resource bonuses from cities, their resources were simply not enough. As Shuzhou entered, members of remnant Moon Knight City in Qingzhou were gradually going rogue. And the battlefield on the side of remnant Moon Knight City's leader had lost its meaning. Zhou Qing and Su Bai had left with their teams. And with Jiang Wenjing added, these three teams now aim to take down the remnant Moon Knight City members in Qingzhou's plains, Luan, Qi, Jinan, Beihai, and Qingyang counties one by one, forcing them to leave for Donglai County. After clearing the Red Land, Shuzhou would not be able to directly recruit people after finishing the city, leading to chaos in Qingzhou. The connection point to Yuzhou has already been opened on the Bingzhou side, and Baidi City is bringing everyone from Yuzhou into the Bingzhou Baidi City, gathering troops in one place. Once they fully absorb the forces from Liangzhou and the city bonuses from the three originating states, the complete Baidi City will march south, and Yizhou will be unable to resist. This game had been decided when remnant Moon Knight City brought their main forces to Qingzhou. The other side would not be unaware that glory was about to land in Qingzhou. Arranging for people to observe the situation was something any professional alliance should do, and the other side was clearly aiming for glory in Qingzhou. The actions of remnant Moon and Night City are not hard to understand. Just like any swordsman, when holding a long sword, encountering a famous swordsman in front of them would inevitably lead to drawing their sword. Of course, once the sword is drawn, one must be prepared to be cut down by the opponent. Jizhou will be able to break through and enter the resource state of Yinzhou tomorrow. The cities in Jizhou have already been mostly taken by glory, and unlike the development in Qingzhou, glory in Jizhou has developed very smoothly, strong, and robust. While they can support 3 teams, Jizhou has basically reached 5 teams now. Zhao Yan filled his team with soldiers and then went to sleep. The next morning at 6 o'clock, a phone call woke Zhao Yan up. On the other end, Chen Chu seemed to have been awake for a while and said calmly, "Get ready quickly. We're going to participate in a live broadcast of the Land of the Rising Sun event soon." So that's it. The top league of the Land of the Rising Sun always has a live broadcast meeting before the schedule starts, allowing fans to interact with alliance management and engage in activities such as trash talking between alliances to increase everyone's anticipation for the upcoming match. The Land of the Rising Sun is different from other games. In other games, players can sit in front of fans to play, with a match lasting at most an hour. An hour in the Land of the Rising Sun might just be the time to send troops. In a game that often takes a month as a cycle, you can't have players sitting in front of fans for a month, right? What about eating, drinking, and sleeping? Therefore, the Land of the Rising Sun events will introduce many activities before, during, and after matches, allowing players to interact with fans. Otherwise, if the fans go to the venue to watch the match and can't see the players, what is the point of being there? After the match starts, the commanders will be very busy, so such activities rarely have commanders participating after the match begins. What if the opposing team launches a surprise attack at that time? Yet, what the fans most want to see are the commanders of each alliance. Therefore, generally before the schedule starts, the official organizers of the game will invite the commanders of each alliance to interact with the fans and share their views on the upcoming match. If a few alliances exchange harsh words, the organizers will be quite pleased with that scene. Zhao Yan washed his face and tidied himself up a bit. Looking in the mirror, his face was pale, an unhealthy shade of white. He had been staying at home for so long without going out. This could hardly be considered a healthy lifestyle. Playing the game was exhausting. Sometimes time slipped away while he was focused, starting in the morning and ending up playing until dawn. In the past, Cheng Huan would forcibly drag Zhao Yan out for a walk, getting him to bask in the sunlight. Sigh. Zhao Yan tried to clear his mind, but thinking about the upcoming live broadcast gave him an inexplicable feeling, as if a feather was pressing down on his heart. It had been a long time since he had seen his fans. 3 years had passed. Would anyone still remember him? Fans are not like Qinshu and the others. Zhao Yan had disappeared for 3 years. Qinshu and these friends could wait for him. But why should the fans wait for him for 3 years? He was the one who left without a word, and now, with so many commanders entering the game. Losing a Zhao Yan really didn't mean much since there were so many others. He thought back to the past. In the heyday, during the era of the dynasty, Zhao Yan stood with Cheng Huan in the venue, welcoming the fans' thunderous cheers and applause. The spotlight shone on him, and in that moment, Zhao Yan thought it would last forever. At 8 o'clock, Qinshu arrived on time. After Zhao Yan got into the car, Qinshu took a glance at him and joked, "So, are you nervous?" Zhao Yan's expression was neither happy nor sad, a bit. This surprised Qinshu. Really? Qinshu was just teasing. He didn't really think Zhao Yan should be nervous. After all, such events had been around for a long time, and Zhao Yan had experienced countless times. Zhao Yan was a legend in the game. His ID deserved to be remembered by future generations. Zhao Yan's gaze drifted outside the car. As the car started moving, the world outside began to flow backward for the passengers inside, with everything retreating: houses, cars, pedestrians, and the trees by the roadside. Zhao Yan's face was reflected in the car window. In the calmness of his youthful eyes, his lips moved slightly. His voice wasn't too loud, but it was enough for Qinshu to hear. How could I not be nervous? 3 years. Will people forget me? Forgetting was a heavy word for Zhao Yan. He feared being forgotten. How could that be? Qinshu said, "Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the land, all subjects belong to the king." Qinshu quoted a line that pops up every time he opens the game, which might confuse others. But Zhao Yan understood his meaning. Chapter 38. Let me see the glory with my own eyes in the Haicheng arena of the land of glory. In the center of Haicheng, a place where every inch of land is precious, having such a large venue shows the grandiosity of the professional league. Outside the venue, on both sides of the road, there were numerous flags, all representing the alliances of the professional league. At the top of the steps stood the banners of the 24 top alliances. The glorious flags fluttered in the wind, positioned at the edge. In the past, the flag of glory was at the center, but now it was replaced by another flag, the Qin. Guests passed by these flags and entered the venue, where several huge statues stood at one side of the lobby near the entrance, showcasing figures like El Bu, muscular and barebacked, Zhou Yu holding a feather fan, Zhuge Liang standing aloof, overlooking everything, Ma Chao charging forward, and Zhang Liao wielding a spear. These statues were familiar to players of the game. In the game, these generals had fought alongside them, achieving countless military exploits. As they walked further inside, the lobby gradually opened up. There was a circular fountain in the hall, dividing the space into 4 areas, with the league's point screen on the southern wall, where a clock was also hanging. When it hit 0, it signified the end of the season. Currently, Glory was ranked 5th from the bottom on the leaderboard, with the last-ranked alliance already relegated to the secondary league. And the 24th position was vacant, waiting for the result of the last match in the secondary league. Further inside, towards the competition venue, there was a long corridor, with the names of players from the first season of the league to the present engraved on both sides, along with the times when alliances won championships. Qinshu and the others, being professional players, didn't need to walk the same path as the fans. They had a dedicated professional passage straight to the backstage. In the professional passage, golden letters were engraved on the walls, and those names were familiar. Zhao Yan stopped in front of one ID, Glory Dream Butterfly. Next to it, in small seal script, were the 2 characters, Cheng Huan. Qinshu also stopped in front of an ID, standing next to Zhao Yan, and the ID in front of him was naturally close to Cheng Huan's ID, Glory Light Song. In small seal script, it read, Zhao Yan. Let's go. The interview is about to start, Qinshu called to Zhao Yan. Coming. Zhao Yan's gaze shifted away from the golden inscription. There were names all around, one after another. These IDs had all shown in the land of glory. Backstage, the officials had already arranged for people to wait for them. A beautiful girl in a white dress and a man in a suit. The girl was bright and lively. Upon seeing Zhao Yan, she stretched out her hand with a smile, saying, Is this the great Commander Light Song? What a pleasure to meet you in person. I'm Su Yuyu. Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan reached out and lightly shook her hand, then quickly withdrew. He didn't recognize Su Yuyu, who was likely a newcomer in the past 2 years. In contrast, he had a vague impression of the man in the suit. Chui Wenkai. Zhao Yan looked at the man. The latter smiled. It's rare that the great Commander Light Song still remembers my name. Back when Zhao Yan was at his peak, Chui Wenkai was just a newcomer in the league, helping out behind the scenes under the big commentators, and he never expected to now be in the commentary seat. Zhao Yan remembered him from an interview. While resting backstage and eating fruit, Chui Wenkai had come over with 2 oranges, handing one to Zhao Yan. You must be trying to lure the people from Luohe to Chang'an, right? I guess the great Commander Light Song never intended to attack Chang'an. You actually wanted to go to Liangzhou, right? At that time, Zhao Yan didn't know Chui Wenkai. After that sharp remark, Zhao Yan took the initiative to ask for his name. Chui Wenkai. The man smiled shyly, handing the remaining orange to Zhao Yan, not eating one himself. Sure. Don't tell anyone, okay? Zhao Yan put a finger to his lips. This tactic hadn't been discovered by Luohe yet, but unexpectedly, this staff member had seen through it at a glance. Do you two know each other? Su Yuyu asked curiously, looking at Zhao Yan and Chui Wenkai. We do. Zhao Yan nodded, looking back at Chui Wenkai. That's impressive. You've made it to the commentary seat. Back then, Chui Wenkai was still following others around doing miscellaneous tasks. It had been 3 years. His skills had naturally improved greatly compared to before. If he had teammated by now, that would be surprising. Chui Wenkai reached out and said, let's go in. The 4 of them entered the lounge. The lounge of the competitive arena was quite large. In fact, 2/3 of the arena was designated as the lounge. After all, during large competitions, players had to be here for their matches, and except for extremely special circumstances, they had to stay here most of the time. The lounge was akin to a hotel, equipped with various recreational and entertainment facilities. When they entered, many members of the alliance had already arrived. Zhao Yan felt many gazes lingering on his face. He was the center of attention in the lounge, and in the corner, there was a table where 2 people were sitting. The younger one asked the more mature-looking young man beside him, is that really Shengshi, whose real name is Zhao Yan? The person being asked replied, his gaze also resting on Zhao Yan, a hint of a smile on his face, radiating an elegant and refined charm. The return of an old friend brought him joy, even though his return might become his greatest rival. He was an old friend, a competitor, and also a confidant. You seem very happy, the younger man said, tilting his head to look at him. This guy, who was always seen as refined and graceful, had a rare and pure smile that came from the heart. Yeah, Guyan picked up the feather fan on the table, playing with it, opening and closing it. The days without him in the game felt quite dull. All right. I played late and haven't seen what Shengshi was like before, how strong it was. All I've heard are rumors. Now let me witness it for myself, the young man said, his expression unchanged, exuding a strong confidence. He couldn't help but be confident because his game ID was Daqin Ingzhong, the leader of Daqin. After the first year, he was hailed as one of the strongest alliances, and the outside world had been saying that Daqin was about to start its own dynasty. The young man sitting next to him had a beautiful title, Qin Yu Wu, Zhou Lang Gu. His game ID was Zhou Yu, the commander of Daqin. Chapter 39. Welcome to the professional arena of Shuituzhibin in the Lounge of Honor. The 4 of them sat facing each other, while a photographer aimed their equipment at Zhao Yan. This was a live broadcast. The lights in the arena had all been turned on, and fans were entering one by one, filling every seat. They held various support props, such as streamers, light screens, banners, and flags. The lights dimmed again. Immediately after, countless lights flickered in the dark, converging into one alliance logo after another. The black and white yin-yang symbol, the Taiji pattern, represented Wujing. A cup of wine, the emblem of the Tang dynasty. The golden laws engraved on the jade talisman, cherry blossoms falling like rain, and the bronze sword of Daqin striking the heavens. Every time a flag was revealed, the arena erupted with cheers like a tidal wave. The Haicheng Shuidu Professional Arena could accommodate 5,000 people for a single match. Fans came from all over to cheer for their home team. A senior manager of a top-tier alliance once said that the audience present was no longer just spectators. In the game of Shuitu, momentum was especially important, and those fans who came to cheer had become a part of the match. Another light flickered, and the cheers suddenly fell silent. In the stillness after the commotion, it felt particularly cold and quiet. Fans turned to look at each other, wondering what was happening. Why was it so quiet for an alliance of top-tier leagues? Even in the basic leagues, it shouldn't be this cold. The staff on site were stunned. What was going on? Why was it so quiet? Was there a problem? Indeed, the stars twinkled, the emblem of honor. What was happening? Did this alliance have no fans? A young couple was present. The girl looked at her boyfriend in confusion. She had only started playing Shuituzhibin because of him and was still learning about the league. How could that be? The boy's lips curled in bitterness. There was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, reflecting the twinkling stars. This was once the alliance with the most fans. The awkwardness of honor didn't last long. The next emblem that lit up sparked another round of cheers. After all, 23 alliance logos flashed by, one after another, the logos of alliances that had either disappeared from the Shuituzhibin professional league or had sunk to lower tiers. Yet they had all contributed to the league in the past. Amidst the light, there was one emblem. Jade pot light turns, a night of fish and dragons dance. That was the emblem of Shancheng. After all the logos had lit up, the lights brightened again. The main screen opened. Welcome to the Shuituzhibin Professional League, Haicheng Arena. The venue suddenly vibrated, and a face appeared on the big screen. Many people did not recognize the face, but they recognized the introduction beside it. Shuituzhibin. Shuituzhibin once commanded. A figure known as a legend. All that later generations could do was admire. Shuituzhibin was one of them. The official live broadcast room originally had around 30 million viewers, but when Zhao Yan appeared, over 10 million people surged into the live stream like a tide. And the barrage of comments obscured everything. If the barrage wasn't turned off, it would be impossible to see Zhao Yan's face. Shuituzhibin, honor, Commander Shuituzhibin. These three topics were the hottest topics in Shuituzhibin. That night, after the official Weibo account of Shuituzhibin issued a welcome back post, all previous trending topics had to make way for this Weibo post. The world focuses on you. The interview began. Everyone was curious why Commander Shuituzhibin left after the first Wujidi-era match had ended and whether the dissolution of Shancheng was related to his departure. Shuituzhibin held the question card and looked at Zhao Yan with a hint of apology. The question on the card was one collected by the event's official team from fans. Shuituzhibin understood how sharp this question was, but there was nothing she could do. It was her job. Zhao Yan instinctively glanced at Chunchu beside him. As the leader of Shancheng, if anyone was most pained by this matter, it would undoubtedly be him. However, from Chunchu's face, Zhao Yan saw a calm indifference. Indeed, so much time had passed. The past was just a fleeting cloud. Chunchu might have long let go of these matters. He was not only the leader of Shancheng, but also a company owner and a father. His life experience and personal cultivation made him not harbor grudges like Su Bai, who was still resentful about the betrayal of the three groups and clamored to take revenge. Only those who had weathered great storms could remain calm and composed. Nothing seemed significant in their eyes. Zhao Yan felt indifferent about the departure of the three groups. In the past, he might have been angry, but ever since Cheng Huan left, these matters had become unimportant to Zhao Yan. He didn't care about any of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to ignore it after the collapse of Shancheng. As Zhao Yan pondered how to answer this question, Shuituzhibin mistakenly thought he was silent and unwilling to respond. After all, what was the difference between this question and a dagger to the heart? For the sake of so-called exposure and discussions, such questions could even be selected. The alliance officials truly spared no effort. Shuituzhibin wondered if she should change the topic if Zhao Yan didn't want to answer. She looked at Cui Wenkai beside her. The latter was quietly waiting. Hey, why don't you say something? Shuituzhibin asked. Aren't you two acquainted? She glanced at the question card again. The question was submitted by a Weibo user known as a single dog from outer space. What's single dog? Speaking straightforwardly, no wonder she's single. Shuituzhibin's thoughts were drifting everywhere, her face adorned with a brilliant smile, appearing focused while her mind had already flown to the clouds. Shuituzhibin had just entered the raid of Earth League last year, and after only one season as a commentator in the basic league, she was directly promoted to the commentary seat in the top league. This rapid promotion wasn't due to her strong professional abilities, but because she was very pleasing to the eye and lively. Leaving? Zhao Yan spoke up, bringing Shuituzhibin, who was lost in thought, back to reality. She regained her composure. Although she disliked this sharp question, she had to admit she was quite curious about it. It's due to some personal reasons. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. I hope my return is timely. Su had also studied many past rivalries in previous matches, confirming a certain hypothesis within her heart. After Zhao Yan spoke, she didn't ask more questions and directly shifted to the second question. It's timely for Commander Chinga to return, Su said with a smile. She drew the next cue card, and upon seeing its content, she let out a slight sigh of relief, maintaining a proper smile as she continued. What are your expectations for Commander Chinga in the Spring Cup? Your record is remarkable, having won all championships in the previous 2 seasons of the Commander League with a 100 win rate. Now that you're returning for the first season of the Spring Cup, have you set a small goal, like making it to the playoffs? Zhao Yan was still pondering the wording of the second question when Su directly changed the topic. Do you have a small goal? He thought for a moment and replied, yes, the small goal is to get the entry ticket to the Age of Us. Chapter 40. This is the 15th championship of the prosperous era. Zhao Yan didn't know that when he finished this sentence. The live broadcast momentarily froze, not due to a blank screen or lack of comments, but because an overwhelming flood of comments surged in, causing the stream to lag. After about 5 to 6 seconds, a large number of comments flooded the screen. Chiang, no way, he is not awake, right? Entering the Age of Us. Does he know what he's saying? Jerry's cat. Small goal to enter the Age of Us. LOL. Small goal equals winning the Spring Cup. Exorcism. Why is he so full of himself? 1-1. Such big talk. I'll put it here if Glory can win the Spring Cup. I'll eat shit on stream. Thanks to the country's football culture, people were particularly skilled at calculating points and playoff scenarios. Everyone knew the current standings and understood how difficult it was for Glory to enter the Age of Us. They hadn't made the playoffs consecutively, which left Glory's points significantly behind other alliances. The only way to enter the Age of Us was to win the Spring Cup. Glory was no longer the prosperous team it once was, and now it wasn't even considered a championship contender in people's minds. Fans from the post-first year knew about Commander Chinga, but for them, previous championships held no value. The commanders who were once praised might have only won 2 championships by luck. Even if returning could enhance their strength, the improvement would be limited. After returning, they might struggle to make it to the playoffs. But Zhao Yan opened his mouth and mentioned winning the Spring Cup, which made many new fans restless. The division of time in the first year created significant conflicts between old and new fans of Raid of Earth. Now, when Zhao Yan spoke, it sounded dismissive to them. What did he mean by just saying win the championship? Red middle whiteboard. Acting like a big shot, still thinking it's the past? Ancient champions are confused, and ancient commanders are also confused. What a joke. Wang Shu. I don't understand. This is the so-called praised Commander Chinga. Spring breeze are on. When the match is lost, I run away. When the alliance collapses, I escape. In discussions, I'm the strongest. Among commanders, I'm the oldest. Returning after 3 years, still the top commander. If you ask me who I am, it's Glory Shockwave. Some people had already started to curse, with malicious comments sliding across the screen. Among them, there were fans of Glory and Prosperity defending Zhao Yan, igniting a verbal battle. In just a few minutes, the heat in the live broadcast room doubled, and more people continued to flood in. The online viewership had surpassed 50 million and was still climbing. On Weibo's trending topics, without a doubt, it was ranked first. Explosion. Small goal, winning the Spring Cup. The verbal battle spilled over from the live broadcast room to Weibo. Lord Tian, I'm dying of laughter. Is this the so-called praised Commander Chinga? Opening with the Spring Cup Championship. He can't still be living in ancient times, right? What a farce. Eat Sun. Praising the league's 100 win rate. Is it not normal to want to win a championship? Heart with good intentions. Ancient 100, right? I really don't understand why anyone would praise this Commander Chinga Shockwave. Winning 2 championships when the competitive level was low, directly exposing the Age of Us. Running away after losing. How can anyone like such a commander? Cien in the red dust. Ancient times? Before the Age of Us was ancient, now is modern, right? Heart with good intentions. Otherwise, in the Glory Rest area, Su looked at Zhao Yan in surprise and couldn't help but remind him, Commander Chinga, Glory's current points might not be enough to support entering the Age of Us. Su Yu's words were a stepping stone for Zhao Yan. She thought Zhao Yan didn't know the current point situation of Glory. To enter the Age of Us, Glory had to win the Spring Cup. Even being the runner-up wouldn't suffice. Only by winning could they bridge the gap caused by not making the playoffs in recent seasons. I've calculated just right, Zhao Yan said. Suyu felt a little embarrassed. That means we need to win. Yes, Zhao Yan didn't find anything wrong with it. Chui Wenkai looked at them with a smile on his face. Suyu hadn't experienced the previous rate of Earth Professional League. She didn't know how powerful this young man being interviewed was. For Zhao Yan, winning was the only normal outcome. Even being the runner-up was considered a failure. Since Chun Chu entered, he had been silent, quietly observing Zhao Yan, feeling gratified. Did you see that, Changwan? Looks like Commander Chinga is very confident. There are many new faces in the rate of Earth League now. Does Commander Chinga know them? Or are there any newcomers that left a deep impression on Commander Chinga? Suyu glanced at the next cue card and asked. I know a few, Zhao Yan said, his hand resting on his leg. I've been watching live broadcasts recently to understand them as much as possible. There are many formidable new commanders now, like Chung Yao Jin from the Prosperous Tang, and the rules of Jin Kuyuel from Buzhou Mountain, etc. If we want to win, the competition pressure will be great. But looking at Commander Chinga's expression, he seems very calm. Suyu commented. At this moment, the comments were rolling in. I want to give Three Kingdoms Kill a good review. Suyu's expression seems to say, Danti act, haha. Breaking shell. So you're watching replays to study your opponents? Huh? Virtual training. Blue Sea. -1. Checking Glory fans' mental state. Chinga Street. -1. Sending Hellfire. Uchiha Bido. 111. Professional players must win the championship. Zhao Yan smiled. His smile not warm, but simply a smile, stating this truth. From the moment I came here, there has been only one goal, to win the championship. If there are obstacles in our way, we will overturn them. In Chen Chu's eyes, Zhao Yan seemed to become another person, someone who said the same thing. All obstacles in front of us on the path to victory will be defeated one by one. The championship is ours. The two figures gradually overlapped. Zhao Yan's voice rang in his ears. I remember this event seems to have a pre-match trash talk segment. Suyu nodded. Yes, does Commander Chinga want to say something? Zhao Yan looked at the camera, his gaze focused on it, and calmly said, this is the 15th championship of the Prosperous Era. Chenjuni Fa. Wow, it's getting heated. Guanwan, I'm switching to a fan. Rainy Disease. What is going on? You say it's the 15th championship, so it's the 15th championship. Cool powder tastes good. So handsome. This is the pressure of a top commander in Raid of Earth. I really feel like he can win the championship. I want to eat 2 bowls. No. Do you really believe he can win the championship? Suyu was stunned by Zhao Yan's sudden harsh words. Although harsh words are mostly casual jokes, Zhao Yan's expression was calm and his voice indifferent, as if the championship was destined to be his. Suyu actually began to feel that he could lead the Glory team, which hadn't even made it to the Winter Cup playoffs last season, to win the Spring Cup. Chapter 41. Everyone will know how to describe a short-haired woman holding a plush bear and handing it to a long-haired woman in a long dress sitting on the sofa. On the screen in the lounge, Zhao Yan's face was calm, and they all heard his words clearly. Zhao Yan wants to win the championship. Yi Lu joined the professional league last year, and before that, she didn't even play Rise of the Kingdom. The man's face on the screen and the so-called Light Song ID were unfamiliar to her. She only knew that there was someone named Light Song. Now, watching Light Song's interview, Yi Lu didn't have any special feelings and only thought that this person had quite a big tone. As the leader of a top alliance, Yi Lu understood better how difficult it is to aim for the championship. The group behind her had invested so much money in Changxiangxi and had only just won one championship during the Winter Cup. To win the championship, not only must one have strong personal strength, but opportunities are equally indispensable. The long-haired woman took the plush bear, her beautiful eyes reflecting its silly and cute appearance. Her delicate hands played with the bear's small head. Guyu smiled, hitting on Yi Lu's thoughts. Do you think he's too arrogant? Yi Lu sat down beside Guyu, smelling the fragrance from the woman next to her, and looked at Guyu, her expression softening. Guyu looked up at the screen in the Changxiangxi lounge. What is arrogance? If an ordinarily moderate person suddenly wants to become number one could say that person is arrogant. But if someone has always been number one, then winning again is not arrogance. It's just stating a fact. Guyu's voice was pleasant, like a spring breeze brushing through the branches of willows, gentle and warm. Yilu often felt that if it weren't for Gu Yu, she would probably have written a resignation letter to the company as soon as she was forced to work here. Do you think so highly of him? Yilu smiled. You don't seem to hold Gu Yu in such high regard. Gu Yu touched the bear's head, turning it over to wave its small palm at Yilu. As for Gu Yu, if you ask him, his evaluation would be the same as mine. Gu Yu thought of something, her expression becoming somewhat dazed, murmuring, after all, we've all experienced that era, truly being in the glorious period of a prosperous dynasty. The times have changed, with more fresh blood flowing in. Looking at this momentum, the future professional league of Rise of the Kingdom will only become stronger, Yilu said. But Gu Yu is still aiming for the championship, Gu Yu smiled. Aside from fans and players, the management of various alliances was watching Zhao Yan's interview. When Zhao Yan mentioned that someone was blocking his path, their expressions varied. Disdain, contempt, cold smiles, and anger were all present. What kind of spring and autumn dream is this? Winning the championship? He should be grateful if he can make it to the playoffs, the silver-haired man sneered. The silver-haired man was not Zhou Shan, who intended to challenge Zhao Yan that night. Zhou Shan was the kind of gifted player with strong command abilities and impressive operational skills, attracting many fans. With many fans comes idolization. Zhou Shan had been elevated to a high status by his fans, and he was not satisfied with that, wanting to climb even higher. When scrolling through Weibo or other social platforms at night and seeing the rankings of professional players, Zhou Shan would feel unhappy if he saw that the top commander was not himself. He believed that Zhuge Yu had only a bit of luck and was not inherently better than him. He probably wasn't even as good as himself. However, Zhuge Yu indeed had the championship, and Zhou Shan couldn't say much about that. The championship was a solid achievement. Zhou Shan still did not have a championship under his belt, so he felt at a disadvantage when talking to others. But when he saw the welcome back post from the official account of Rise of the Kingdom that night, he couldn't sit still anymore. Zhuge Yu's luck could be understood, but why was Light Song getting so much praise? Did he have to rely on those ancient championships? Shouldn't they also talk about conquering the S1 season? Zhou Shan was not unfamiliar with Light Song. On the contrary, he had grown up listening to Light Song's legends since his debut. But the more he heard, the more he felt that people were overhyping Zhao Yan. He had only won a few championships in ancient times. Was the competition level back then even half as high as it is now? How much value did those championships really hold? Zhou Shan felt that if he had played professionally back then, he too could have commanded to win 7 or 8 championships. Every time he opened Weibo and saw Zhao Yan's personal page, where he had 70 million followers, Zhou Shan would grind his teeth in anger, thinking, are these people blind? Can't they see a truly skilled commander? He only had 20 million followers. Don't underestimate him. There's only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. I watched some old match videos, and this Light Song has something, the leader of the Golden Rule Alliance said. Old times are old times, now is now. Can the current economic level compare with the past? Not to mention us. Even a newcomer just dropped into the secondary league could wipe them out back then. Zhou Shan said, his eyes revealing strong disdain. You're not wrong, but we still need to strategically underestimate them while tactically taking them seriously. If we do encounter them, we must still be cautious. The leader of the Golden Rule Alliance did not think there was a problem with Zhou Shan's words. But Zhou Shan's attitude towards Light Song was too dismissive, as if Light Song were not a professional player, just an ordinary commander in Rise of the Kingdom. This kind of excessive underestimation was clearly incorrect. Zhou Shan was impatient, too proud, and narrow-minded. The leader of the Golden Rule Alliance was well aware of Zhou Shan's shortcomings, but these needed to be gradually refined by Zhou Shan himself. In the Glory Lounge, after Su Yuyu asked a few more questions, the interview ended. Su Yuyu said goodbye and left with her photography team, as they still needed to interview other Alliance players. Before leaving, Su Yuyu waved her fist at Zhao Yan, cheering him on. Good. After they left, only Zhao Yan and Chen Chu remained, waiting for the live interaction later. Why aren't you speaking? Zhao Yan looked at Chen Chu, who had been watching while he answered questions. Didn't he ask me? Chen Chu laughed. Is that so? Besides, I'm already in my 30s, approaching 40. Why are they interviewing me? This is esports, a game for young people, Chen Chu said with a smile. Zhao Yan pointed at the screen. This is Rise of the Kingdom. What does age have to do with it? A new interview began, and a strange face appeared on the screen. Everyone will know Chapter 42. Are you anxious? The Glory Lounge directly inherited the lounge of the prosperous era. In the past 3 years, Glory had not dropped into the secondary league, so the lounge had always been in use by them. Aside from the logo and alliance name, many things had not changed. Zhao Yan found the old room, pushed the door open, and the familiar scene mixed with old memories flooded his mind. The room's furnishings were the same as before, with light blue curtains blocking the window. If the window were opened and sunlight streamed in, the curtains would sway with the wind, resembling a painting of the sky laid across the windowsill. In the afternoon, when awakening from a nap and seeing such a dreamlike scene, one's mood would naturally become beautiful. This was the color she had personally chosen. The room had not had an owner for a long time, but it was well maintained. The only scent in the room was the fragrance of sunlight, and it was clean without dust. The room seems to be quietly waiting for its owners to return. The pillow on the bedside lies still, and a steel pen is wedged between the pages of a book titled 100 Years of Solitude, a world-renowned classic. Everything seems to have fallen into a slumbering curse, much like the Rose Kingdom in a fairy tale that was cursed by a witch. Zhao Yan walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. Sunlight shining on his face, gentle as if it were her embrace. "How is it?" Chen Chu stood at the door, hand resting on the doorframe. This room has been vacant for a long time, but he knows that one day, the person who belongs to this room will return. "Thank you," Zhao Yan said. It was an indescribable feeling. The lonely goose found its old nest. Everything inside was as it used to be and still carried a familiar warmth. Chen Chu waved his hand. "What's there to be awkward about? You can still stay in this room. Everything is in its place. We haven't moved anything. You should be able to find it yourself." Before leaving, Chen Chu added, "Remember to send a message in the group. They're all asking about you." Zhao Yan wasn't sure if he had spoken his response aloud. He stared blankly ahead, sunlight refracting through the glass, and all he could see was a sea of brightness. But outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear. Zhao Yan touched the bed. It was very soft, with sheets and blankets from a major brand abroad. The Haicheng Arena was built 5 years ago, and although the professional league of Rate-the Land hadn't reached its peak yet, it was already a very popular event. Both industry insiders and the public were aware that the game's popularity would rise further, which was evident to the naked eye. So, the officials boldly invested a lot of money into it. As the core venue for the professional events of Rate the Land, the officials naturally focused their resources on the Haicheng Arena, pouring in a lot of money and upgrading the facilities to the highest level. Although the items used inside aren't luxuries, they are already top tier. Zhao Yan closed his eyes. Such a familiar scene. This was Zhao Yan's first time here in 3 years. Over these 3 years, he had walked along the paths he once took with Cheng Huan, avoiding certain places, such as here, Haicheng Home, and Shancheng. He had avoided places filled with many memories of Cheng Huan, which seemed contradictory to his pursuit of memories with her. Yet, Zhao Yan did just that. He wandered lightly in those cities to not forget every little moment with Cheng Huan, but also to escape the fact that she had already left. Now, lying on the bed, Zhao Yan felt that this might just be a dream. When he woke up, he would find a familiar person pinching his face, smiling, and calling him a lazy bum. Sunlight shone on the curtains, casting shadows of the light blue curtains in the room. If the window were open, a gentle and comfortable breeze might blow in, creating ripples. At that moment, Zhao Yan would realize that all the tragedies were just a dream from an afternoon. When he woke up, everything would return to normal. If only it were all just a dream. The corners of Zhao Yan's eyes were already damp, and he covered his face with his hands, wiping away the tears one by one. He didn't want to think about anything now. He just wanted to sleep well here, accompanied by the sunlight. Perhaps there was a lot of Cheng Huan's lingering presence here, which made Zhao Yan quickly fall asleep. When Chen Chu returned, Zhao Yan had already entered dreamland. Sunlight scattered throughout the room. The beauty of early spring was in full bloom. Chen Chu didn't wake him, quietly leaving. In the management group, Chen Chu, he's asleep. Let him have a good sleep. Everyone check the game. There's nothing important. Handle it yourselves. Lin Yumuo, aren't you going to participate in the event? What about the live interaction segment later? Chen Chu, we'll call him then. Su Bai, not calling him is fine too. We don't want to add to his stress. I don't know if someone is messing with us. There are no fans here. Chen Chu was taken aback by Su Bai's comment. He had never encountered this situation before. Jiang Wenzheng, indeed. There are no fans. I watched the live stream, and no one shouted when our Alliance S banner was displayed. Lin Yumuo, I didn't watch the live stream. Is that true? Chun Chu frowned. The lack of interaction with fans before the match was concerning, especially during a live broadcast. Such a situation could greatly affect the morale of the Alliance members. Moreover, this was Chun Chu's first season back. Huiyu, should we buy some people to cheer at the venue? Su Bai, it's too late. The tickets were sold out long ago, and the only ones left are fans from other alliances. If we buy fans to cheer and it gets exposed, we would be the laughing stock. Chun Chu, Hirong. Contact them and ask what is going on. Well-known alliances have fan support groups, and the Rongguang Alliance in this top league naturally has one, especially since it was formerly Shengshi. Hirong had the WeChat of the leader of the Rongguang fan support group. Hirong, I'm contacting them now. Switching screens. Hirong was chatting with someone nicknamed Shengshi Xingbao. Hirong, is there anyone at the Haicheng arena? Shengshi Xingbao, I don't know. Hirong, can you help me ask? It's a bit urgent. Shengshi Xingbao, Shuituzhibin. Hirong, do you have any news if Rongguang fans are participating in the fan interaction segment at the Haicheng arena? I didn't see any Rongguang fans during the live stream, and if there are none during the interaction segment. Hirong sent a string of ellipses, hoping the other party would understand her current feelings. This guy seemed to be playing Tai Chi with her. He hadn't talked like this before. Shengshi Xingbao, I understand. Shengshi Xingbao, is it really urgent? A meme of a small cat with a question mark. If it were before, Hirong would have found the cat quite cute. But now she didn't even have the mood to appreciate cute things. She quickly replied, Hirong, very urgent. Chapter 43. When something goes wrong, I take the blame. Shengshi Xingbao, don't worry, there are fans there. Hirong, are you sure? Hirong was not at ease. If there were no Rongguang fans at the interaction segment, they would truly become the joke of the event. This was the first time such a situation occurred in the professional league of Rate the Land. The overwhelming public opinion could crush Rongguang. Hirong was also dealing with this situation for the first time. In the past, even when Rongguang repeatedly lost in matches, their fans were still numerous at the venue. Shengshi Xingbao, for sure. Hirong, did you receive the news? She needed a reliable confirmation. Shengshi Xingbao, I'm at the venue. Hirong, now even ellipses can't replace her speechlessness. They were asking if there were fans at the venue, and this person was hesitating to speak while she was right there at the venue. Hirong felt relieved. This person was an old fan of Shengshi and now the leader of the Rongguang support group. If she was there, then there would definitely be fans during the interaction segment. However, Hirong didn't understand. Could it be that she was the only one who came? Surely Rongguang wouldn't be down to less than 100 fans who could make it to the venue. Hirong, are you the only one? Shengshi Xingbao, Shuituzhibin. Here we go again. But Hirong wasn't as anxious as before. She replied to Chinchu first, and then continued chatting with this person. After a few questions, the other party was mumbling, and Hirong sensed something was off, but she didn't press for answers. Hirong, you'll be relying on you for the interaction later. A meme, patting on the head. Shengshi Xingbao, don't worry, I'll make it perfect. A meme, cat saluting. A meme, Rongguang cat. Hirong chuckled, unable to resist saving the Rongguang cat meme. Chinchu finally relaxed after receiving Hirong's reply. He sat on the sofa in the hall, watching the interview on the screen. For Zhao Yan, these were all unfamiliar faces, but in Chun Chu's eyes, they were all acquaintances. The commander currently being interviewed, the poet Xian from Taibai, had just eliminated them alongside Zhao in the recently concluded Winter Cup. The poet was very young, with tousled hair falling over his forehead, and his face looked particularly youthful. When Su Yuyu asked the poet who he wanted to face in the Spring Cup, he shyly smiled and said he wanted to battle with Senior Chinga. He is my idol. I've studied him for a long time, and I've watched every match video of his. The poet spoke like a fanboy, excitedly praising Chinga, and his eyes seemed to sparkle. Oh, it seems the poet commander has done his homework on Chinga, Su Yuyu said with a smile. Well, I actually encountered Commander Chinga when I was still an ordinary player during the Conqueror season with the Iron City Legion, but he probably doesn't remember me. The poet scratched his head, pushing the hair from his forehead. He.S. really impressive. Oh, Su Yu became interested. How impressive. Can you evaluate him? The poet didn't answer directly, glancing at the man sitting next to him. Is it mainly about the Xian-Kushing alliance? Su Yu looked at the man beside the poet. The participants of this event were all alliance leaders and commanders. And the man sitting next to the poet was the leader of Tai Bai. Xian-Kushing pushed up his glasses and explained with a smile. Previously, the poet was led off track by speaking carelessly, so I told him not to speak randomly. He patted the poet's shoulder. It's fine, speak up. He then looked at the camera and said to the screen, just to clarify, personal opinions are unrelated to the alliance, so everyone don't get carried away. Xian-Kushing smiled cheerfully. At this moment, the bullet comments were rolling. Lin Jin, poet, don't worry, if something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Jin, I'm dying of laughter. Xian-Kushing's smile is like an old fox, that look. Yijuzu, Xian-Kushing, personal opinions are unrelated to the alliance. What patching up in advance? The Chi-Chi, what is so impressive about Chinga? Is the poet wearing rose-colored glasses? Li Pu, I'm convinced this poet. Why not look for the excellent commanders instead of digging up ancient relics? Chinga's fans naturally didn't take kindly to such comments and started retaliating. Yeah, what? You think you know better than the professionals? Everyone says Commander Chinga is impressive and you have to jump out to sing the opposite tune. What is up with that? My Fuan also used a role. This is just for the sake of hating? I assent it? Jiangnan, haha, with Xian-Kushing's permission. The poet finally began to speak. It was clear he was very excited, even speaking a bit too fast. He's really impressive. His commanding style is straightforward and brutal. To sum it up in one phrase, he counters whatever you throw at him. If someone else had this style, it would be easy for them to be led off track, but his command is different. His strategy is that if you don't use a countermeasure, you'll be led by him all the way to the end until Chinga wins. His operation is simply flawless, giving you no chance to breathe. Like being stuck in a swamp. Once you're in, you can't climb out again. And once you try to resist with a countermeasure, he can break it down, no matter what tactics you use in front of him. That's terrifying. You can only watch as the situation gradually shifts in their favor while you're powerless to change it. So Yu looked at the poet's bright eyes and recalled the earlier interview with Zhao Yan, thinking to herself, is that guy really that impressive? Xian-Kushing covered half of his face with his hand, not looking at the poet, thinking that this guy was really boosting others' confidence at the expense of his own. He could already predict that the online narrative would surely take off. Just as Xian-Kushing expected, the poet's words caused a huge uproar in the live broadcast. Tai Bai Woody. Our poet is wearing an idol filter. That doesn't count. Everyone don't get carried away. Yait Wang. Is the poet out of his mind? That evaluation, he might as well say Chinga is a god. And yet he is flawless. How did he lose? Wawakai. No wonder they lost the Winter Cup. TSK. Gu Dao. The poet has also messed up, right? Li Fu. Wow. Whoever praises Chinga gets led off track. You guys are really something. No. The fans after the first year probably haven't seen Chinga. Why so much hate? Chong Xiang Si Shi. Don't say. I'm already looking forward to the Winter Cup. It feels like there will be plenty to see. AI Shui Lan Jiao. Zhou Yu and Bu Zhou Shan haven't been interviewed yet. I want to see if they can also evaluate Chinga later. Duo Ling. The previous ones haven't been interviewed yet, but Zhou Yu won TB like the poet. Sure, Tai Yin Kong. Logging in for half-price draws, brothers. Chapter 44. Champion. Must be champion bank employee. To San. Thanks for the reminder, brother. Intelligence agency on Mars. Shoot, brother. Jinghua Shuiyu. Wow. Free Lumeng. Xiaolong Run. Reported, brother. Sui. Report. Yang Luan. Xiao Feng Qingyu. Why? I also want Lumeng. Why is my guarantee Han Yuan Xiao? Shenqing Xiangzua. My sword has never been unhelpful. Chen Chu looked up at the screen, a smile in his eyes. There are still people who remember you and know how impressive you are, Zhao Yan. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. Glory is here. Prosperity is here. We are also here. In the room, Zhao Yan felt the sun on his face, as if someone was gently caressing his cheek. The wrinkles between Zhao Yan's brows smoothed out. Su Yu, along with the cameraman, entered another lounge, with Chui Wenkai following them. Upon seeing the sign at the door that read Dechin, he remembered that after the first year, Dechin was hailed as the strongest alliance. If they could secure the upcoming IM era, the Qin would usher in a new era of prosperity. At that time, the world would enter the era of the Qin dynasty. The commanders and leaders of the Qin sat on the sofa, all old acquaintances. Yingzheng leisurely joked with Su Yuyu, "You become more beautiful, Yuyu." "Thank you," Su Yuyu chuckled. "Congratulations to the Ying Alliance for winning the Winter Cup Championship. Say hello to everyone." Su Yuyu sat at the other end of the sofa. The photographer set down his equipment and aimed the camera at Yingzheng and Zhou Yu. "Songzi. Yingzheng's peach blossom eyes, I'm dying. Have you seen Zhou Yu's expression? Such a doting smile. Wow, wow, wow. I've already imagined a 500-word essay. Love must die. Here is a pen for you, ma'am. As long as you work hard, there will be results. Ship, ship. Everyone ship. Fan away. No way. The Qin fans eat so well. Tell Xian Kuxing I'm not going back. I'm a fan of the Qin from now on. Collecting jar. No. Can the dream girl tone it down? Stop spamming here. Can't you go somewhere else? That song. Even I, guy, love watching. Just ship it. To me on Cookhood, just ship it. Xing Chun's Wii phone. You're really nosy. What people ship is none of your business. Dong phone, puh. Pacific Police, right? Have to manage everything. Do you want to add a cover to the Pacific too? Di Hezheng. Focusing solely on this couple will lead to malnutrition. I suggest everyone ship the Long Xiang C pair too. Luo, wonderful. Lucier Lu. How did you know I ship both? Han, shipping everything will only harm you. Don't occupy seats. Crow. I'd rather harm myself. Hun Piaoming. Nonsense. This matter I will decide myself. Yingzheng had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, and when he smiled, the warmth in his gaze was intoxicating. He waved at the screen. Hello, everyone. I'm the leader of the Qin, Yingzheng. Thank you to the fans of the Qin for your continued support. It's because of you that we have the current the Qin. Let us all continue to work hard in the future. The Qin Commander Zhou Yu. Hello, everyone. The camera shifts to Zhou Yu, who greets with a smile, inverting black and white. Wu, the leader of the Qin, personally thanks me. He has me in his heart. Difficult to deal with. I need to add another line to my resume. Personally thanked by the leader of the Qin. Heart Rain. Zhou Yu, look at me. Do you know, sharing armor with you, we share joys and sorrows. The mute wants to speak. In this life, I have no regrets joining the Qin. This is the third championship for the Qin, right? I wonder if Yingzheng's mindset has changed, Su Yuyu asked. Yingzheng shook his head, no. Su Yuyu smiled slyly. Really, Leader Ying? The Qin is now one of the few triple champions and has created the achievement of winning the championship for 3 consecutive years. Looking at the growth of our alliance to this level, isn't there any fluctuation in your heart, Leader Ying? The Qin's 3 championships were won in the 3 years after the first year. Although the Qin is the most dominant alliance in these 3 years, it is not the alliance with the most honors. After all, there are some old alliances. For example, the remaining 5 seats of the old 16. Aside from the renamed glory of the prosperous era, there is also Wujia, which just won the Winter Cup Championship with the Qin, also a triple champion. And the 2-time champion Qianlong, the triple champion Bahuang, and the 1-time champion Happy New Year. However, according to the statistics of fans after the first year, only championships after the first year are counted, so the Qin's 3 championships make it the absolute hegemon in the professional alliance of the world. Really? Yingzheng reached for the feather fan on the table placed by Zhou Yu, but was swiftly intercepted by Zhou Yu, leaving Yingzheng empty-handed, helplessly rolling his eyes at Zhou Yu beside him. Zhou Yu opened the feather fan and covered his face. Playing in the top 14 again. Frog fun. Did you see Yingzheng's little expression? Light diet. Zhou Yu is too cute. Yingzheng don't love him too much, haha. Warm. You should go check out Yu Yu's little expression. It made me laugh to death. It's like a sudden realization. Selection date. So you're shipping CP up close, huh? Envious. Su Yu wore a face of realization, but still tried to calm herself, silently chanting in her heart. This is work. This is work. Why? Is this what it means for a master to remain unperturbed in the face of Mount Tai collapsing before them? Su Yu couldn't help but look at Zhou Yu. Who is her favorite player? How could she not? Zhou Yu's commanding ability is so strong. He has high honors, a good personality, and is so handsome, graceful and elegant, like a jade tree facing the wind. His elegance is best interpreted on his warm and jade-like face. Yet Zhou Yu lowered the feather fan, his gaze dropping. That's not it. If Mount Tai really collapsed before my eyes, I would run faster than anyone. Zheng said. A few people chuckled. The bullet screen was flooded with laughter. Zheng looked at the camera and said, however, to say that there are particularly large psychological fluctuations or changes in mindset. There really aren't any. After all, we will continue to win championships. Maybe when we win the championship of the year this year, there might be some fluctuations. Haha. Is that a bit showy? After saying that, Zheng laughed at himself. Su Yu saw Zheng smile, which wasn't the awkward kind that conceals embarrassment, but a deep confidence. She inexplicably thought of Zhao Yan. She recalled the moment when she interviewed Zhao Yan, who calmly told her, yes. My small goal is to get the entry ticket for the era. Zhao Yan wasn't smiling, but the feeling he and Zheng gave Su Yu was the same. That is, they weren't pretending or joking, but stating a fact. Crayon Shinchan, look at Zheng, and then look at that just now. TSK, what a difference. Pouring Ant a cappuccino. Tell Leader Ing that his championship this year is already gone, because it has been reserved by someone's small goal. Secret Master. Haha, no problem. Should we just directly award the championship to Glory and let them play by themselves? Wooden Man. Can't you tell it's a crossplay? Chapter 45. Life without you is very lonely. After asking a few more questions, Su Yu looked at Zhou Yu and asked the question she had been harboring in her heart. Zhou Yu, today Qingge is back in our competition hall. You all knew him, and he was also a teammate in the first era. Su Yu looked into Zhou Yu's eyes, and when Zhou Yu met her gaze, she wanted to look away, but her professional ethics forced her to keep looking into Zhou Yu's eyes. Do you have anything you want to say to him? Virtual button. How dare you say that? If it weren't for that shockwave, Zhou Yu would have lost, laughing to death. You are touching something. Stop trying to provoke. What can Qingge use to provoke Zhou Yu? Open the heart. Open this door. Zhou Yu wants to say, don't come back with a shockwave. Old Tin. Today in the bullet screen, Glory fans are all dead. Weren't they shouting loudly before? How come today when your master comes, they're all hiding like turtles? Black Tea. Full Red Ma Chao broke down while leveling up. Damn. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Yu looked at the camera. Welcome back. Tang Yuan and Xiao Yu. What to say? Zhou Yu also did it, right? Shilin Diary. What do you mean by did it? If you want to scold Qingge, scold Qingge. Don't drag our Zhou Yu into this. They used to know each other. Isn't it normal to greet each other? Taro Cake. Zhou Yu is so handsome. I love him. Fish Head Monster. Isn't it strange that no one is friends? It's strange for Zhou Yu not to greet Qingge. Besides, Zhou Yu is not that kind of person. Zhou Yu's fans are still quite powerful, directly suppressing the rhythm of the haters. Just now, when interviewing the poet Immortal, the poet expressed his views on Qingge's command, believing that Qingge's command is very impressive. Zhou Yu's command is from the same period as Qingge's. Can you share your views on Qingge? Su Yu asked. A party. Isn't it necessary to drag that Qingge into this? My sky. This is solid evidence that the official of the world wants to support Qingge. As soon as he returns, they start to flatter him in various ways. Is it necessary to be so shameless? Nanshi, what rhythm are you bringing? If you don't want to watch, can you roll out of the live broadcast room? Only rest for a day and a half. Isn't it normal to have Zhou Yu evaluate Qingge? Is this your first time watching the world? Zheng sat to the side, smiling as he looked at Zhou Yu, who was deep in thought with his head lowered. He could already imagine the online rhythm soaring. And Zhou Yu's next words were like deep-sea bombs, not knowing how those people would react. Strictly speaking, I am not from the same period as him. He started professionally much earlier than I did, but he personally commanded when he was in the same period as me. Zhou Yu first explained one of Su Yu's misunderstandings. Then he continued, as for evaluation, it can't really be called that. It's easy to be led by the rhythm. Zhou Yu subconsciously glanced at Zheng. Zheng waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine. Say whatever you want. I'm not afraid. How you? I'm dead. What is this? Hope Truth. What a fearless one. Falling into ruins mountain watching ceremony. I'm crying. With chips, I declare Qin fans are the happiest fans. Zhou Yu fiddled with his fingers. You say it. I'll say it. Zheng spoke again. Su Yu looked at him, eagerly anticipating what Zhou Yu wanted to say. Zhou Yu smiled lightly. As for Qingge's command level, I want to discuss it. Just wait for the upcoming Spring Cup and you all can see for yourselves what I want to say to him. Zhou Yu paused, raising his eyes to the camera Life without you has been quite lonely in the world. What's wrong? Were you thinking about looking so absent-minded? Cui Wenkai patted Su Yu's shoulder. This guy's been walking with his head down since the interview. Su Yu suddenly came to her senses, turning back to look at Cui Wenkai. You knew Qingge before. What kind of person is he? Cui Wenkai adjusted his sleeves. He is very strong. Su Yu continued asking, how strong? So strong that even the top commanders in the top league of the world described Qingge like that. Cui Wenkai thought back to the past, but didn't elaborate further. You'll find out during the Spring Cup. Some things he says are not jokes. Some things are better seen than heard. Let's go. The next segment is the fan interaction session, and you have the order list, right? Cui Wenkai asked. The interview activity has ended, and now comes the highlight, the interaction session that fans are most looking forward to. Yes, I have it here. Su Yu took out a piece of cardstock, which had the order of alliances interacting with fans, with the first alliance, named Qianlong, at the top. Qianlong, huh? Cui Wenkai glanced at the cardstock and saw the first alliance to appear. Qianlong, one of the old 16, had won 2 championships before the first season, which was referred to as the first year by fans. During the projection earlier, Qianlong's emblem not only shone when the 23 top league alliances were displayed, but also lit up among those alliances that contributed to the Luota League. Qianlong and Yinfeng are from the same period. They are pioneers of the Luota League. Without these pioneers, the brilliance of the Luota League might not have come so quickly. Their lounge seems to be over there. Su Yu pointed in a direction with her jade-like fingers. Like Rongguang, Qianlong has not moved out since they moved into the Haicheng Luota Arena. Now, the oldest alliance in the top league is Qianlong. This alliance has been in decline for a long time, just like Rongguang, failing to reach the playoffs for several consecutive seasons, only hanging on without falling into the lower leagues. Qianlong is in the abyss. Qianlong is now wandering in the abyss. Yes, let's go. Cui Wenkai nodded after glancing in the direction. Should we check the script? Cui Wenkai asked. The cameraman had already turned off the camera, and to build anticipation. The order of alliances coming on stage would only be known to fans when they appeared. I'm fine with it. Hee, Cui Ge. You haven't forgotten your lines, right? Su Yu smiled at Cui Wenkai, having put the earlier matters behind her. Cui Wenkai shook his head, his gaze gentle. Let's go. Cui Wenkai had not forgotten. He was just reminding Su Yu. Unlike Su Yu, who could easily move from the basic league to the top league, Cui Wenkai had climbed up step by step from the grassroots level. He had no right to forget his lines. He had worked at the grassroots level for so long that sometimes he felt dazed, wondering if he would ever have a chance to stand out. Back then, he practiced his lines overnight, just so he could seize the opportunity when it came. Cui Wenkai understood early on that people are different, and the opportunities in front of them are also different. Some people miss an opportunity, but have another chance. Life allows for high error tolerance. Others are different. If they make a wrong move, they face an abyss with no bottom in sight. Cui Wenkai is one of them. He only had 2 opportunities, and missing one meant it was lost. Chapter 46. This is our alliance leader. The fan interaction segment ignited the atmosphere in the entire venue. The leaders and commanders of the top alliances met with fans, and the atmosphere seemed to set the Haicheng Luotu Arena ablaze. The number of viewers in the live stream had surpassed 80 million, and the barrage of comments rolled in densely, dazzling to the eyes like a swarm of ants. Su Yu arrived at the lounge of Rongguang, and according to the list, it was time for Rongguang. Her gaze fell on the list, and she looked forward to seeing Zhao Yan again. She knocked on the door and saw Chun Chu sitting on the sofa, leaning back and watching the big screen. He seemed to have heard the noise and turned his head. Seeing Su Yu said, "Is it our turn?" "Yes. It's your turn, Guangyan Alliance leader. Where's Commander Qingge?" Su Yu looked around, but didn't see Zhao Yan. "Can we delay a bit and let another alliance come first? Qingge is asleep, and we can't interact with fans until later." Chen Chu wanted Zhao Yan to get some good rest. Su Yu was taken aback. Had Zhao Yan really fallen asleep in such a short time? They were about to interact with fans, and he could sleep now? That seemed a bit too carefree. By the way, can he really sleep? Let me check. Su Yu didn't directly agree. The order was already arranged, and she wasn't sure if she could change it. All right. She took her phone to ask for guidance, then smiled and said, "It's okay. Then we will see you later, Guangyan Alliance leader." Chen Chu nodded. Su Yu left, and as she did, She instinctively closed the door gently, even though Zhao Yan wouldn't hear it if she closed it normally. At the venue, the cheers of the fans were deafening. Next, let's welcome Zhao. Under the light, reflecting from the ceiling, an emblem with a bell pattern appeared on the main stage. All things converge. Zhao endures forever. I love you, Zhao. Zhao. The fans' cheers surged like a tide. With a light touch, he is praised as the best at Tai Chi, repeatedly turning the tide from disadvantage to equilibrium and from equilibrium to advantage, leading Zhao to remarkable achievements in recent seasons. Let's welcome the commander of Zhao, Chong Su. The host, dressed in a suit, stood on stage as smoke billowed from the entrance. In the smoke, the shadow of Zhao appeared, illuminated by special effects lights. A figure walked out of the smoke. His figure wasn't tall, but it was sturdy enough. His once watermelon-shaped hairstyle had now been trimmed to a buzz cut, and the light in his eyes was calm. Zhou Chong had now become a father, and in the Luotu Professional League, his age was already in the older player category. Zhou Chong gestured to the audience below. The fans cooperated with enthusiastic cheers. The leader of Zhao is right there. Where are your applause? The host called out again. On the other side, the leader of Zhao stepped out. The fans of Zhao were generous with their applause. The host left space for the audience, and when the applause gradually faded, he spoke again. Commander Chong Su, leader of Guqing, long time no see, Happy New Year. The host smiled. Happy New Year. But no red envelopes. Zhou Chong replied with a smile. Ha. The host's laughter blended into the audience's laughter, and the atmosphere rose again. I wasn't prepared. Do you support WeChat scanning? Guqing joked. Sure, the host replied, holding the microphone. Back to our Haicheng arena. Do you two have anything to say? Zhou Chong and Guqing exchanged glances. You go ahead, Zhou Chong said, looking at Guqing. Why? Guqing was taken aback. You're younger. You go first, Zhou Chong said seriously. At this moment, the barrage was rolling in. Qingzi, these two are silly. A lifetime of prosperity. How did Zhao manage to have such silly leaders and commanders? When the moon shone, why do both of them seem a bit dim-witted? The name of love. Zhao fans passing by are leaders like this. Inger, I'm so worried these two will be deceived. Dead duck. No need to worry. That's Chong Su. Ultimately, I met you. Chong Su. Don't look at me as silly. I'm actually quite clever. Hello. Go watch the old videos. Chong Su looked even sillier back then. Nebula Love. Really? There were experts back then. High school monk. It's true. Now Chong Su is married and matured a bit. If you look at his past self, he was just a good-natured person. Then, let Guqing leader speak. The host handed the microphone to Guqing. Guqing took it and said, I have something to say. I'm very happy to see everyone. Guqing waved his hand. Let's go this. The mark of rain. I'm also very happy to see you, my lord. Unlike the few alliances that had come for interviews before, Guqing and Zhou Chong were not particularly talkative. Guqing's name even implies solitude, so there's no need for much elaboration. Zhou Chong was nearing 30 now. He used to be fine, but now he was also reluctant to speak. The host could only guide the two. Fortunately, the fans of Zhao know what their leader and commander are like, and they give him the greatest tolerance and support. Next is the fan question session. The lights immediately select a lucky fan, and whoever is picked can ask a question. The host explains the rules, which they have already gone over many times, and the fans can hardly contain their excitement, shouting out a bunch of questions. Guqing leader, did the Xingqian team leave voluntarily, or were they forced out as rumored? Is it true that the Tsamu team from Guangxi will come to Jiao next season for reinforcement? Various questions come up, many of which are sharp and difficult to answer, including some strange ones. Guqing leader, I heard you're planning to run away with your sister-in-law. Is that true? The host speaks up to calm the chaotic fans. Everyone is very enthusiastic, but you need to be selected to ask a question. The crowd quiets down as the selection is about to begin. The lights go out. The surrounding area is plunged into darkness. Perhaps the sudden darkness quieted the noisy crowd, and only the flickering lights remain. The main screen flashes the Jiao logo. A beam of light shines on a fan, and the main screen shows the face of the lucky fan. It is a cute girl with a bun hairstyle, and you can tell she is very excited, waving at the camera and cheering. Phew! Guqing and Zhou Chong both breathe a sigh of relief. A question from such a cute girl should not be too sharp, right? Can you introduce yourself? The host asks. Below the stage, a staff member hands a microphone to the girl. After taking the microphone, The girl with the bun introduces herself. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Mu, the Mu in Envy. Okay, Su Mu, are you a fan of Jile? The host asks. Su Mu shakes her head. My main alliance is Shancheng. Guqing's mouth twitches. With so many audience members, it's impossible to guarantee that they will draw their own fans, but drawing their own fans is definitely better than drawing someone else's. At least their own fans won't go after them, while others can be ruthless. Hopefully, this Shancheng fan will be kind. All right, this fan. You can start asking your question now, the host says. The people around start to cheer. Sumu looks at Zhou Chong and Guqing on stage and asks, I want to ask Guqing leader, is it true that the Xiaomu team from Guangxi will really come to Jile next season? Oh, starting with a big question. The host laughs. The Xiaomu team, Guangxi's ace team, is rumored to be coming to Jile next season, which would undoubtedly be a huge boost to Jile's strength. Now every faction wants to confirm this news. A change of team in the game is a significant shift, let alone in the professional league of Raid Earth. However, both Jile and Guangxi, which has already fallen to the secondary league, have done a good job of keeping secrets, and both sides have kept quiet about the direction of the Xiaomu team, which has not leaked out until now. Yuqing, isn't this obvious? The news is already spreading that the Xiaomu team is going to Jile. If not, why wouldn't Jile explain? Smile facing, why would Xiaomu go to Jile? They've been with Guangxi for 2 years, right? Flowing clouds. They might not necessarily go to Jile. Jile is just average. White milk, if they don't go to Jile. Next season, Xiaomu will have to follow Guangxi down to the secondary league. Xiaomu probably doesn't want to play in the secondary league. Dong Tao, if not Jile. Where else would they go? To your place? Which of those top alliances could Xiaomu possibly displace? The remaining alliances can't even compare to Jile. Mr. Li, not to Zhou Shan, right? Guqing takes the microphone, and all eyes are on him. Everyone wants to know the answer to this question. Guqing brings the microphone to his lips. Yes, indeed, they're going to Jile. Zhou Shan fixes his gaze on the screen. As Guqing speaks, the expressions on the faces of the heads of various alliances reveal different emotions. Some are happy while others are worried, and some seem indifferent. In the Daqin lounge, Ying Zheng is about to hand an apple to Zhou Yu, who weighs his hand. Shengtan's commander Qing Yaojin takes a bite of a small cake, cream splattering on her face. Yi Lu and Gu Yu sit together. They still choose to go to Jile. Yi Lu says, sounding somewhat helpless. She also invited Xiaomu to Changxiangxi, offering good conditions, but hasn't received a solid reply. Unexpectedly, the other party has already gone to Jile. No wonder they Haven T replied. The financial backer behind Jile is not as strong as the one behind Changxiangxi, and one could even say they differ by 2 levels. Yilu is confident that the conditions offered by Changxiangxi are ones that Jile cannot match, and in terms of performance, Jile cannot compete with the recently crowned champions. So, she finds it hard to understand why someone would rather go to Jile than to Changxiangxi. Maybe they have already settled something. Guyu comforts her. What about the other teams out there? Are there any that can come? There is also last night's rain, flower blooming together and breaking waves. These 3 teams have decent strength, but they all seem to have their own destinations, so they might not come to us, Yilu says. After winning the championship, there is a team that wants to take a break for a season, which has led to a vacancy in Changxiangxi that needs to be filled. They can't have a team of 330 players competing against others with 380, as the vacancy is not just one person's position, it's an entire team. The team that fills in also needs to have decent strength. After winning the championship, the group behind Yi Lu has invested another sum into Changxiangxi. But now the problem is not something that money can resolve. During the transfer period, the teams available either lack strength or, like Xiaomu, have already found a new organization and do not want to come to Changxiangxi. It's a bit ridiculous for a newly crowned alliance to end up like this. However, there's no way around it. After all, Changxiangxi is a championship alliance, and the bar is set high. Those who have the strength to come already have organizations, while those without strength are a large number but are all blocked by the barrier at the door. Even if Changxiangxi is short on people, they can't just bring in any random team to fill the numbers. It's okay, just wait a bit longer. If it really doesn't work out, I'll call Brother Sifong and ask him to hold off on resting for a season, Guyu says. Back at the scene, Guqing hands the microphone back to the host. He originally planned not to reveal this so early, but after thinking about it, the transfer period announcement is about to be released, and everyone will know anyway. No matter what, it can't be hidden from the official matches, so it's better to reveal it sooner rather than later. The fans of Zhao at the scene are cheering. The strength of the Xiaomu team is evident, and their arrival could help Zhao go further in the spring season. This is considered a reinforcement. Moreover, the Xiaomu team is replacing Zhao's Xingchen team. Last season, Zhao did not make it to the finals, and their fans felt that Xingchen was holding them back. With Xingchen gone and Xiaomu coming in, this is undoubtedly a joyous occasion for Zhao's fans, a double happiness. Guqing leader is generous, the host chuckles. Answering questions is not mandatory. Guqing can directly answer such questions here, which greatly helps boost the atmosphere on site, and the host is naturally pleased. Otherwise, they wouldn't call him generous. After taking the microphone from Guqing, the atmosphere on site is already heated, and everyone hopes to be the next one selected. Just saying, who wouldn't like to see their face on the big screen across the country? Next, the lights fall silent again. Fortunately, the next two questioning opportunities are both taken by Zhao's own fans, with one asking a fun question, and the other being a Daqin fan who also doesn't ask anything too extreme. Guqing and Zhou Chong both breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Both wore slightly awkward smiles as they waited for the upcoming fan interaction segment. When Chang Xiangxi, Gu Yu, and Yi Lu appeared, the live stream audience exceeded 85 million. As noon approached, more people had time to watch the live broadcast. By the time Daqin took the stage, the live stream audience had surpassed 90 million. Chang Sheng. No way. Rongguang is the last to appear? Jiang Mian Ping Ru Jing. The official Lucy is looking a bit bad. How much did they pay Rongguang to hype him up like this? De Hui Mao Mao. I'm dying of laughter. When the Rongguang icon appeared just now, there were no Rongguang fans shouting. The official Lucy isn't afraid that there won't be a single Rongguang fan soon. Ayla, I was there just now. There really were no Rongguang fans shouting. I don't know what is going on. Duo you. Let us wait for the show to unfold. Chapter 48. A game beyond games Mo ran. But, isn't Jin Kuyulu also not here? What else with the rhythm? Dong Fong Bu Bai. If you want to criticize, just criticize. Can't you do it without being awkward? It's really speechless. Huang Hui Junju. Their essay saying that S really good. You don't need a reason to criticize someone. It only takes one sentence to defame someone. But it takes countless sentences to clarify. Kong Deng. Wasn't it just Qin Ge saying he was going to win the championship? Why can't we say that Rongguang fans are just blindly licking? Juzi sure, Shu Guoma. They're professional players. Who doesn't want to win the championship? If they don't want to win, they LL be criticized for lacking ambition and not deserving to play professionally. If they want to win, they LL be called arrogant. No matter what, you're going to get insulted. You're really stupid. Liang Kawawa agreed. Ling, can't we just watch the live broadcast peacefully without stirring up trouble? It hasn't even started yet. The pattern on the stage floor changed once again. It was a jade tablet, inscribed with countless fine texts, all of which were fair and just laws that must be followed. Beyond the Northwest Sea, in a desolate corner of the great wilderness, there's a mountain that is not harmonious, called Buzhou. I believe everyone already knows which commander I'm referring to, right? The host smiled and looked at the audience, waiting for their response. Below the stage, fans had already started shouting the name of Buzhou Mountain. That's right. The host continued, who enjoys taking unconventional paths and striking at the enemy's throat, has been one of the most anticipated allied commanders in recent seasons. Countless fans have high hopes for him, and he always manages to respond to them. Let us welcome the commander of Jin Kuyulu, Buzhou Mountain. Before the host could finish his sentence, the cheers from the fans had already erupted. Buzhou Mountain, I love you. Buzhou Mountain, ah. Hubby, look at me. Buzhou Mountain is mine. Don't fight me for him. The fan shouts grew louder and louder. Buzhou Mountain is one of the most popular commanders in the Lucy League. With good looks and a flamboyant style, he has many female fans. Amidst the calls, Buzhou Mountain stepped out to greet the cheers. Hello, everyone. Compared to Changsu, Buzhou Mountain seemed much more relaxed. After coming out, he extended his hand to make a heart gesture to the fans. Ah, Buzhou Mountain, I love you. Next, let us invite the leader of Jin Kuyulu, Chung Feng, the host announced. Compared to the cheers for Buzhou Mountain, the applause for Chung Feng was much quieter. The star players of the alliance are mainly concentrated among the commanders, and due to personal character reasons. Cheng Feng is the kind of person who is very mild and easygoing, lacking any special points. He doesn't bring excitement, and isn't particularly good-looking either. Fans tend to be very appearance-oriented, and with both traits lacking, Cheng Feng naturally has very few personal fans. However, with Jin Kuyu Lu fans warming up the atmosphere for Cheng Feng, it wasn't too awkward. "Hello, everyone," Cheng Feng said. Alliance leaders are generally more stable and older. After all, they need to lead the entire alliance. If they're too frivolous, it's hard to gain respect. Moreover, most alliance leaders have other identities. For example, Yi Lu from Changxiang is an executive at a certain company. So asking them to liven up the atmosphere is indeed a challenge, just like asking Chen Chu from Rongguang to entertain the fans. Xiao Qinyan would probably love to see that scene. However, Chen Chu himself probably wouldn't want to. "Welcome Buzhou Mountain and Alliance leader Cheng Feng to our Haicheng arena. How is it? I heard you both arrived at the venue yesterday and took a rest here. How was your rest?" The host smiled. In every profession, there are outstanding individuals. Nothing is easily accomplished. Just like this host, who hasn't stopped smiling since just now. With a total of 23 alliances, each interaction in QA session takes at least 10 minutes. By now, the facial muscles of an ordinary person would probably be stiff from smiling, yet the host's smile remains radiant. He smiles like a flower. "Not bad. Woke up feeling refreshed," Buzhou Mountain said with a smile, his silver hair shining brightly under the lights. Cheng Feng knew Buzhou Mountain's personality and let the stage be his. To be honest, not many high-level managers and commanders are as enthusiastic about being on stage as Buzhou Mountain. Of course, the leaders of alliances are busy with many matters, and even if there's nothing to do, they prefer not to accept interviews. However, if it's at the end of the season to give acceptance speeches during award ceremonies, everyone is happy to come. Commanders, on the other hand, usually avoid these kinds of programs to prevent tactical exposure. They only show up for this live event to help the Lucy officials increase fans' excitement for the upcoming matches. But Buzhou Mountain is different. He truly enjoys being in front of the screen, relishing the feeling of the spotlight on him. Yu Long, the most annoying commander. No doubt. Why is he so pretentious? Suku, sick. What do you mean by pretentious? Ibe Kucha. I don't like Buzhou Mountain either. Sui Sui Yin Yin Ren Butong. I love Buzhou Mountain. If you don't like him, get lost. Richu Ri Luo. People who lack ability think others are pretentious. Meng Long. Wait, what do people who like Buzhou Mountain actually like about him? Is it his looks? Ling Xing Yidian. Buzhou Mountain is just handsome and funny, dude. Have you not seen his commands in the last few seasons? Each time he's on the edge of the knife, he turns the tide. Wuxian Xiangxiang. Buzhou Mountain is strong. He is not just relying on his looks. Xiaodou. Why are some people so strong and so handsome? Zhen Shang Baojia. Goddamn, on the edge of the knife? His pathetic commands always drag Jin Kuyu Lu into unfavorable situations. If it weren't for him, Jin Kuyu Lu could win every time. Yang Xiaojia S. Camel. Then why doesn't Jin Kuyu Lu kick Buzhou Mountain out? Why keep someone so bad around? Do they not want to? Mian Xiao Hai, Chun Wan Hua Kai. It's just an unchampioned shockwave. Look at Zhou Yu's commands, and then look at Buzhou Mountain. The so-called edge of the knife is the most laughable. Xin Su Zhuan Kong. Hey, argue if you want, but don't bring our Zhou Yu into this. Ming Tian Jian. It's ridiculous to compare Zhou Yu to Buzhou Mountain. Can a Qin be compared to Jin Kuyu Lu? Ban Fan. I remember Jin Kuyu Lu also made reinforcements last season, but the results were unsatisfactory. They almost got crushed by Rongguang and barely made it to the playoffs. Sure, Jie Xiao Xiao. Is Rongguang weak? Haha. Tao Yin be run. Some people really have double standards. When mocking Rongguang, they say shockwave, but now they're saying Rongguang is weak? As the online quarrel heated up, the live QA session had already begun. Buzhou Mountain. May I ask what your opinion is on Qin Ji's return? The questioner was a lovely girl with a cunning glint in her eyes. She was a fan of Tai Bai. The struggles on the shores of Lucy are never confined to just the game. Now it has begun. Chapter 49. Please advise Cheng Feng, who was beside him, wore an expressionless face and sighed inwardly, hoping Buzhou Mountain knew what kind of occasion this was and to avoid sharp remarks. When you step outside, any harsh words left behind will one day need to be repaid. Kasi, impressive. Jun CMO Gu. It's Qing Gu again. Let us be honest. Why does everyone like to drag others into it? Jun CG. TSK. This beautiful sister has impure intentions. Tang Sung drinks porridge without adding meat. She's not a fan of Jin Kuyu Lu, but anyone with a bit of brain should know how to respond. Bu Zhoushan saw that the one asking the question was a little beauty, and his smile became even brighter. He had a rather frivolous, handsome look, brushed his stylish hair, and said with a smile, Qing Gu is a well-respected senior, and I'm very glad that he can return to the Rate Earth Professional League now. He has a lot of experience and skills that I can learn from. His words were humble, and his expression sincere, which left everyone momentarily taken aback that it was Bu Zhoushan speaking. As Feng Cheng heard Bu Zhoushan's statement, he thought to himself, finally, today we won't have any weird happenings. Si Shui Lunyan, this is Bu Zhoushan. He could have Shu. Wow, Bu Zhoushan speaks like this. Wanted to learn from Qing Gu. Didn't he say on Weibo before that he wanted to take Qing Gu out for a stroll? Just when everyone thought Bu Zhoushan had changed his tune, he shifted his tone and continued. However, it is no longer his era. If I have the fortune to face off against Qing Gu in the upcoming spring tournament, I will show him the current competitive level of the Rate Earth Professional League. I hope Qing Gu can adapt and give me, a junior, some guidance. Although Bu Zhoushan's words weren't so aggressive, the slight smirk at the corner of his mouth indicated his attitude towards Qing Gu. Fans of Jin Kuyu Lu and Bu Zhoushan had already cheered, and the mutual hostility between the Alliance fans accounted for a large proportion of the Rate Earth buzz. The feud between Jin Kuyu Lu and Rongguang could be traced back to the previous season. Originally, Jin Kuyu Lu, as an emerging alliance, combined with Bu Zhoushan's commanding style, attracted many fans. Like fans of other alliances, new fans naturally had a hostile relationship with old alliance fans, especially since that alliance was called Rongguang. The inherent opposition between Jin Kuyu Lu and Rongguang reached its peak in the previous season. During the Summer Cup of the previous season, Jin Kuyu Lu made a significant investment to strengthen its team, bringing in two well-known teams in an attempt to pursue a higher ranking. The early matches of the season went smoothly, like a hot knife through butter. Whether it was the official mainstream commentators or the second-tier ones, before the season started, they predicted that Jin Kuyu Lu would achieve a high position. This momentum also gave fans hope, and Jin Kuyu Lu's fans were looking forward to their team making it to the finals, even winning the championship trophy. However, in the playoff match, Jin Kuyu Lu encountered Rongguang. The unstoppable momentum of Jin Kuyu Lu was met with a setback against Rongguang, which once suppressed Jin Kuyu Lu and almost kept them out of the playoffs. If it weren't for the strong support from Jin Kuyu Lu's teammates who managed to deal with Rongguang's allies coming to assist, Jin Kuyu Lu might not have made it to the playoffs. After this match, the accumulated momentum seemed to dissipate in an instant, and Jin Kuyu Lu no longer had the same vigor in the following matches. After barely winning one match in the playoffs, they lost two in a row, missing out on the finals. Previously, due to the strengthening and the predictions from industry insiders and various streamers before the season, some fans of Jin Kuyu Lu developed a blind confidence, believing that Jin Kuyu Lu would achieve a good result in the upcoming Summer Cup. The Rate Earth Top League was extremely popular, and among the massive number of fans, it was inevitable that some would be too extreme, sometimes leading to conflicts. Just like the conflicts among the 24 alliances in the Rate Earth Top League, there were basically some grudges between them. Taking the conflict between the old 16 and the new alliances as an example, the time of the first year created a clash between the successors and predecessors of Rate Earth. The new king had to ascend the throne, and there was only one possibility. The old king would be knocked down, even if there were only 5 places left for the old 16. As long as they didn't completely drop out of the top league, the conflict between both sides wouldn't end. Besides the new and old alliances, the relationships between alliances weren't all family-like. Everyone was aiming for the same goal, and there was only one trophy. Since the trophy couldn't be divided into pieces, to win the championship, one naturally had to rely on strength to defeat the enemies in front of them, making conflicts unavoidable. This was true for both the old and the new. Just like Rongguang and other old 16 alliances, in the current environment, they weren't huddling together for warmth. Instead, their grudges were even stronger. In the era of prosperity, they had suppressed an era, and their grudges continued to this day. New alliances naturally had new disputes. With grudges came struggles. Some extreme fans of Jin Kuyu Lu shouted before the match, mocking fans of other alliances, which ultimately led to Jin Kuyu Lu becoming a joke, with their fans being ridiculed, marking the beginning of the conflict between Jin Kuyu Lu fans and Rongguang fans. Some extreme fans of Jin Kuyu Lu believed that it was Rongguang that caused Jin Kuyu Lu to lose their momentum, leading to such results and being mocked by the entire internet. This reasoning was naturally unfounded. But fans of Jin Kuyu Lu saying such things didn't sit well with Rongguang fans, who began to fight back. The fans of both sides started a war of words. This led to some less extreme fans also getting involved, escalating the conflict. The more popular a competitive game, the more likely this is to happen. It's a kind of culture. Just like football, the heated derby matches and city battles are always packed. Moreover, this culture somewhat drives the popularity of the game. Discussions and insults indicate that the game is vibrant. If all this were to disappear, then the game would probably be dead and no one would play it. At this moment on stage, after Bu Zhoushan finished speaking, it resonated with the fans of Jin Kuyu Lu. They were already hostile towards Rongguang. Jin Ku, Bu Zhoushan is awesome. It should be like this. They are really making a fuss. Even a player who has been away for 3 years is so flattering. Zhao. Although I really don't like Bu Zhoushan, what he said this time is indeed correct. I guess Qin Gu might not even be able to adapt to the pace of the match when he returns. Hihua, a commander without a championship is greater than a commander with 2 championships. We, the first-year fans, are really fierce. Aren't there any of you first-year fans? Chapter 50. I am here. We are here in a QQ group called Rongguang Support Group. Messages were flooding in. Qinze, I really can't hold it anymore. These people are getting too arrogant. Do they really think we Rongguang have no one? Sheng Shigongan, how long do we have to endure? Group owner? My temper can't take it anymore. This group of idiots is really infuriating. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go and roast them. Nanani do. Exactly. Group owner, if we don't respond, we'll be mocked to death by other alliances. If it were just a Qin mocking us, that would be one thing. What about those alliances like Jin Kuyu Lu? Do they even deserve it? Rongguang Izai. It's really frustrating. Group owner, Sheng Shirdamao. All members. Sheng Shirdamao. Everyone, wait a moment. It will soon be our turn. Just hold on a bit longer. Haicheng competitive arena. On stage, Bu Zhoushan was passionately interacting with fans, while in the audience, a long-haired girl wearing a mask tightened her grip and clutched the lace of her skirt, wrinkling it into a ball. Soon, it would be their turn to appear, and then this group would know that Rongguang still had fans. Sheng Shirdamao, who had just been chatting with Yirong, sat in his seat, adjusting his breathing. Guyan, come on, you're the best. Just hold on a little longer. Guyan told herself internally, lowering her head to avoid looking at the situation on stage. The phone screen was buzzing with messages as Guyan tried to calm the impatient fans of Rongguang, telling them to wait a bit longer. QQ Group. Glory War God. Check Weibo. Ice Emperor. My heart is shattered. What's wrong? What's going on? Leisure. Damn, brothers, hurry up and take a look. Glory War God. Weibo link. Guyan curiously clicked on the link shared in the group, and after jumping to the page and reading the content, her mouth slightly opened in surprise under her mask. The top trending topic on Weibo had the title, Buzhou Mountain. This is my era, please adapt. The second trending topic, originally about the great Qin Zhou, had now been changed to this title. I have quit the game, not died. What you all doing? Clicking in, there was a screenshot. It was a screenshot from the Internal Affairs section of Lands of the Earth. On the Internal Affairs homepage, clicking on the avatar would display the player's overall game information, including how many seasons they had played, login days, siege counts, season highest military achievements, and other information. This player, named Qin Yen Ku, had a total of more than 30 seasons, making him an old player who couldn't be older. Below the picture were a few sentences from Qin Yen Ku. Today my son came over to show me Weibo, and I saw that Qin Gu Commander has returned. As a former fan of Qin Gu, I was initially quite happy to see his return, but then I saw so many people criticizing him. I am old now, have quit the game, and my chances of playing Lands of the Earth are getting fewer, but I'm not dead yet. Do you really think there are no fans for Qin Gu Commander? I'm definitely the first to disagree with that. Below Qin Yen Ku's Weibo were various responses in the form of screenshots. Some were from Internal Affairs. Some were from the first time playing, and others were various experiences from lands of the earth. There were screenshots of first sieges, first time drawing 5-star cards, first fights, being questioned by the leader for slacking off, and losing a lot of troops due to being targeted by the enemy. All kinds of things. Land of the Earth has gone through many updates over the years, and those screenshots were all from old versions. Lands of the Earth has been around for over 10 years, and most of the first batch of players have settled down, with more important tasks than Lands of the Earth needing their attention. However, without a doubt, their youth is intertwined with the shadow of Lands of the Earth. Back in the day, deploying troops, fighting with allies at night, engaging in all-night battles, cursing at opponents, pushing enemies back up the mountain only to be pushed back again, joking and promising to dominate the next season after a temporary setback, and many other things buried here in the memories. They met many great people in Lands of the Earth, experienced too much together. And for the players, Lands of the Earth has become more than just a simple game. Since the moment they first opened it in their youth, this game has etched a vibrant mark in their lives. In their era, the prosperous times were like a towering throne, and many were fans of that prosperity. Now, someone has belittled that throne to worthlessness, and they do not allow it. We are old, we have quit the game, but we are still here. Today, many Lands of the Earth group chats that have been silent for years have started to ripple again. These group chats have different names, but they're all formed by Lands of the Earth players. The ripples spread slowly, until the second layer of ripples responded, and so on, layer upon layer. Countless ripples responded, gradually activating the stagnant water. For example, there is a group called Unmatched Under Heaven. One person bubbled up. Long, is everyone still here? Qing Bin Jiarun, many fish. Wow, there are still living people in this group. Bai Lu, Ru Feng, is everyone still playing Lands of the Earth? Qing Bin Jiarun, I quit early, too many things now, no time to play. Many fish, that's true. Misu, what is going on? A collective resurrection. I'm a guest of the world. So many people. Li Hua Kai. Ru Feng, wow, you're still playing? Ru Feng, I'm on autopilot. Long, Weibo link. Many fish, what is this? Long, click in and take a look. After a while, Qing Bin Jiarun, this got my blood boiling, alright. I'm ready to turn over and lie down. Ru Feng, ha 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 ha. Misu, I remember Feng Huashu is a fan of prosperity, right? Feng Huashu? I am a guest of the world. Indeed, wasn't he a die-hard fan of prosperity before? I'm a guest of the world. Feng Huashu, come out. Feng Huashu, I'm charging into Weibo right now. Damn it, I'm in the mall shopping with my wife, cursing while walking. I'm exhausted, these idiots. Many fish, ha, I'll go help you. Li Hua Kai, sure, Long, send a link again. Long, Weibo link. Long, no. Everyone is lurking in the group and not speaking up. As soon as I post, they all come out. Misu, fa. Many fish, charge. Long, since so many have come out, should we form an alliance and go for it? Ru Feng, sure. Bai Lu, alright. Feng Huashu, sounds good. I don't have much going on right now. Qing Bin Jiarun, I don't have time. You all play. I am a guest of the world. Qing Bin Jiarun, boo-hoo, Brother Chun, if you're busy, it's fine. We'll think of the times you helped us when we're getting beaten up. We'll run away and go pitifully up the mountain to scavenge for food. Qing Bin Jiarun, Long, haha. Misu, Brother Chun, boo-hoo. Li Hua Kai, Brother Chun, boo-hoo. Many fish, Brother Chun, boo-hoo. Ru Feng, enemies, scared, hit, hurt, cry. Qing Bin Jiarun, form the alliance, call me when it's done. I am a guest of the world. Alright, haha, everyone, brothers, all come out. Let us start our second spring. Today, many accounts have appeared in the battle preparation area. Countless old boxes have descended back into the battle preparation area. Chapter 51. Under the whole world, is it not the King's land? On Weibo, Qing Yin Ku's post has already surpassed Buzhou Mountain's first post. Gu Yin put down her phone. She did not engage in the Weibo argument. Placing her hands on her knees, her nose felt sour. She suddenly felt very moved. Gu Yin clenched her fists, her gaze fixed at the front desk. She wanted to shout loudly to the stage. The fans of glory have always been here. We are all waiting for you, Commander. Never left. In a small county far from Haicheng, the owner of Happy Fruit Supermarket sat down in a chair after weighing the oranges for a customer. Boss, give me a box of Hometown Mountain. Someone walked in and shouted to the owner. Okay. The owner, who had just sat down, stood up again to get the Hometown Mountain from the shelf behind him. Turning around, the person waved their phone with the successful payment screen in front of the owner. Actually, it was unnecessary. Beside the owner, a small speaker had already announced the payment received. Selling for 50 yuan on Taobao. Cheap and useful. The owner watched the person leave and sat back down in the chair. This time no one came in to buy cigarettes, giving the owner a short break. He took out his phone, and messages were rolling in. Many chat records lit up with unread red dots. The owner lit a cigarette. White Night chat group. Long night. Check out what old Qing posted. Long night. Weibo link. This path is not lonely. Hey, what is old Qing doing? AI Lian Shua. Good job, Qing Yan. Before the worries of the world, first worry about the worries of the world. Nice job. Qing Yan, brothers will help you boost it. The owner is the Qing Yan who posted that Weibo. He was among the early players. Back when Lands of the Earth wasn't nearly as popular as it is now, not even 1% of the current hype. Everyone was a newbie, exploring the game. Gradually, Lands of the Earth began to gain popularity. Later, with the emergence of professional leagues, Qing Yan initially didn't watch the matches. Loving to play games and loving to watch matches are two different concepts, until one day, during an all-night battle, an ally shared a live streaming link. And thinking that since night battles were boring, he might as well take a look, Qing Yan clicked into the live stream. That night, Qing Yan watched the live broadcast and realized something. Everyone was just playing Rise of Nations to kill time. After that night battle, the alliance he was part of defeated the opposing alliance, and there wouldn't be any night battles for a while, so Qing Yan didn't open the match broadcast again. It wasn't until 2 months later, when Qing Yan's season ended and he re-entered the game, that his alliance clashed with the opposing forces again. Previously, there were no negative effects during the night in Rise of Nations. Night was just like day. So, under the circumstances of the clash, everyone stayed up late to develop. With nothing else to do at night, Qing Yan thought of the live broadcast again and opened it once more. That season was characterized by high-intensity confrontations. And Qing Yan had been staying up late to fight, so he ended up watching the live broadcasts more frequently. He began to get used to opening the matches, and gradually, he developed a fondness for one particular alliance. That alliance was called Shengdai. He naturally became a fan of Shengdai, watching every match without fail. At that time, playing the game while watching matches, along with a bit of wine and barbecued skewers, was Qing Yan's most enjoyable time. Even later, when Qing Yan didn't have as much energy to play the game anymore and had quit, he still watched Shengdai's matches. The matches became his last connection to Rise of Nations. Until 3 years ago, the era of I Am the Time. Everything changed dramatically in a short period. The commander he once admired passed away, and her students quietly left the stage, never to be heard from again. 3 groups defected, Shengdai disbanded, and was renamed. When glory appeared before Qing Yan, he realized he no longer loved this alliance. His last connection to Rise of Nations severed at the moment Shengdai collapsed. The wind stirred up dust, but could not move the past. We all must learn to say goodbye. Boss, do you have nail clippers? A woman asked as she stood at the cash register. Yes, wait a moment. I have them in 3, 5, and 7 yuan. Which one do you want? 3 yuan will do. The boss got up and shortly returned with a nail clipper, handing it over. 3 yuan via WeChat. The woman turned and left, while the boss picked up his phone to start replying to the notifications. Chinga returned. The student of that commander was back on the stage, bringing back the past to the boss, like new sprouts blooming from a grave. I have no relationship with Rise of Nations anymore, but that doesn't mean my past can be easily tarnished. I have invested sweat and tears in this game. I met many people here, traveled many paths, gave my heart, and experienced betrayal. I have had glorious moments, conquered the entire region, and, at times fallen into despair, being chased as a wandering army. This game carries my youth. It was a time that, although not perfect, was beautiful and joyful, worth remembering. So how can I let you mock me like this? I no longer play Rise of Nations, but I'm still here. My brothers are still here. The brothers I fought with in Rise of Nations are now beside me, enjoying skewers and beer together. Although each of them has gained weight, their hair has thinned, blood sugar levels are high, and waistlines have expanded. When we sit together, recounting past grievances and friendships, the passion is electrifying and their spirits are high, as if they have returned to those times. Back when they weren't so heavy, still had thick hair, were a bit short on money, but were happy, My youth glanced back at me one last time. I chose to step forward. Once known as the Bay Alliance Group. Long night. Qingyan Ku, in a couple of days I'll pass by your place, let us drink. Sure, Qingyan Ku replied. This group used to be an alliance group, but now it has become a chat group for old friends who met because of Rise of Nations. They chat about everything, children's grades, GDP, scenery, and national conditions, rarely mentioning Rise of Nations. Like Qingyan Ku, they have all left the game early. But that is Rise of Nations. Even if they don't play the game. Boss, how much for the pineapple? Another customer entered. The boss stood up again. There are price tags on them. Tell me which one you want me to weigh. After sending off this customer, he returned to the cash register but then noticed a large and small figure approaching from not far outside. The boss put down his phone, a bright smile on his face. Qingyan Ku's warriors would feel comforted. Their master may no longer be battling in Rise of Nations, but has become a master of life. Dad, a little boy ran over, holding a small pinwheel that spun as he moved. Behind the little boy was an ordinary-looking woman, holding a roast duck. The setting sun illuminated her face. In the boss's eyes, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. There was no one more radiant than her. Chapter 52. The world is brilliantly grand. Welcome the commander home. The battles on Weibo intensified, with more and more accounts appearing, and in the scattered images and snippets. The new fans entering the Rise of Nations League caught their first glimpse of those past years. The world always belongs to the youth, but the glorious years of the elderly will forever remain here. The new king has beheaded the old king, but the bards have long sung the chapters written for the old kings thrown across the continent. The interview with the Golden Rules concluded, and everyone knew what was coming next, the source of the online quarrels, and now glory had become a vortex in the storm, the rocks battered by the waves. It was now quitting time, and the heat in the live broadcast room remained high, even surpassing the peak earlier. It should be noted that this live broadcast had started in the morning. In the Glory Lounge, Qinshu was about to knock on the door when it was opened from inside. Zhao Yan stood behind the door. Their eyes met, and Qinshu asked, "How did you sleep?" "Very well," Zhao Yan replied, glancing at his phone to check the time. "Has the interaction segment ended?" "Not yet. I'll let them arrange us to be the last to go on stage since I saw you sleeping." "Get ready. We'll be up soon," Qinshu said. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Qinshu adjusted Zhao Yan's collar, saying, "It's nothing. We're all here." He patted Zhao Yan on the shoulder. He wasn't sure of the exact situation with the fans, but it didn't matter. He was there beside Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan looked at him, a hint of a smile appearing. "It's okay. I'm not nervous anymore." This was not Zhao Yan putting on a brave face after taking a nap. He felt as if he had returned to that time. Time had been rewound, and the scattered memories were clenched in his hand, holding the key that connected him to his past, and Zhao Yan maintained this state. Who was he in this state? He was a 14-time champion, a commander who had won 2 championships. He was Sheng Daichinga. "Let us go." Qinshu took the lead, stepping outside. Yu was already waiting outside. The interaction segment was about to begin. Zhao Yan followed, but suddenly turned back to look at the room. The door was slightly ajar, and he knew that the sunlight had disappeared, and no one would walk out of that room again. "Chinga Commander." Yu stood at the door, and when she saw Zhao Yan come out, she reached out to him. Her gaze toward Zhao Yan had changed from earlier. During the series of interviews and fan interactions, everyone had mentioned the name Chinga to some extent, and Yu saw a glimpse of the epic belonging to Chinga. "Hello." Zhao Yan had a slight smile on his lips. Yu felt that Zhao Yan seemed different compared to earlier. Perhaps it was her own psychological effect. "This way." Yu led the way, guiding Zhao Yan and Qinshu towards the competition venue. Zhao Yan had walked this path countless times. Memories, those sealed memories, were unlocked again. And one blurred shadow after another walked in front of Zhao Yan. Those shadows were all him. The figures walked calmly and confidently. As they got closer to the competition venue, only a door remained between them and the stage. All the figures stopped, turning their heads to wait for Zhao Yan to step forward. On the main stage, the host's eyes scanned the crowd, and a pang of anxiety hit him. Now only Rongguang remained as an ally. As he introduced him, Rongguang's fans should have cheered in welcome, but the audience was silent, with no fan shouts or support. Earlier, the backstage had informed him that there might be some issues with Rongguang's side, possibly no fans present. The host was stunned by this news. How could there be no fans at the venue? In his long career, he had never experienced such a thing. Moreover, This ally was none other than Rongguang. Countless times, the cheers of a sea of people had echoed for this ally. Time had passed, and the world had changed. Had even Rongguang come to this? The host began to gather his thoughts, preparing for unexpected situations. Let's welcome the commander of Rongguang, Chinga. The last words of the host reached Zhao Yan's ears. It was time for him to make his entrance. Zhao Yan stepped forward, and as he reached the door, the stage lights shone in, merging his figure with those blurred shadows. The lights were as bright as day, illuminating Zhao Yan's face. The audience was packed, with no empty seats. Just like 3 years ago, only there were no fan cheers. This was the first scene Zhao Yan saw, but soon, the silence lasted only a few seconds. Then, the packed audience, made up of fans, surged like a tide, many standing up spontaneously, their eyes bright. Zhao Yan stood facing them. Their positions were concentrated in the higher section, directly facing the main stage, a spot where both sides could see each other clearly. The host was momentarily stunned, not understanding what this meant. Nearly 1,000 people were standing up, a vast sea of bodies. The host's high professionalism prompted him to take the microphone to regain control. But the next moment, his voice was drowned out by the fans' voices. In the bullet screen, the earlier mocking comments about Rongguang's lack of fans were suppressed, replaced by a unified message. This message echoed throughout the venue. In the crowd, Gu Yin shouted towards the young man on the competition stage, her voice merging with the crowd. Those around her stood up as well, all sharing the same identity and shouting the same phrase. In the live broadcast bullet screen, this phrase flooded the entire screen, pushing others' comments to the corners. The world is brilliant and grand. Welcome home, Chinga. It resonated throughout the arena. On site, all the fans turned to look in that direction. The host was suddenly speechless, unsure of what to say, as the emotions of nearly 1,000 people surged, lifting the spirits of everyone present. Among the crowd, Gu Yin was already in tears, looking at the young man standing on the main stage. Chinga the commander. Do you see us? We are here. We have always been here. Behind the curtain, Chun Chu, who had yet to make his entrance, stood there, hearing the cheers like a mountain roaring, just like in the past. Su Yuyu's mouth opened in surprise. On Weibo, various chat applications were flooded with a single phrase. Zhao Yan stood on stage, unsure if it was the dazzling lights, his vision blurred. The incandescent light refracted on Zhao Yan's eye sockets, scattering in all directions. His throat moved, choked with emotion. You have always been here. Chapter 53. No need to be sad while crying on Weibo. A new trending topic emerged. Under the post titled "The world is brilliant and grand. Welcome home, Chinga." Countless comments and shares propelled this post to the top of the trending list, creating a significant gap with the second trending topic. Notably, the second trending topic was a post by Qin Yan Ku. At the venue, the lights were bright, and Zhao Yan took the microphone handed to him by the host. At this moment, it was supposed to be Chun Chu, the leader of Rongguang, who would be introduced by the host, but the scene was too shocking. If Zhao Yan didn't respond to the fans' words first, the host would be unprofessional and unable to control the situation. Say something to the 1,000 fans who came here, the host prompted. Some of those people might have traveled from very far away, enduring hardships just to welcome you back and to tell you that they are here. Zhao Yan held the microphone, his hand trembling slightly. The last time he felt this way was in Shancheng. Zhao Yan had prepared everything, calling upon his past self to boost his confidence, dismissing all distractions. Even if there were no fans present, he believed he could handle it calmly. But he hadn't anticipated this situation. Zhao Yan opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He finally couldn't hold back anymore, tears falling like a kite with a broken string. He could face a venue without fans and remain unflinching in the face of ridicule. But he couldn't calmly accept 1,000 fans standing up like rolling waves, all chanting the same phrase, welcoming him home. People are strange. You can face the brutal circumstances of life with a smile, and the physical and psychological pain doesn't bring a single tear to your face. In the face of immense difficulty or unbearable pain, that should be when a person's will is at its weakest, yet you remain as strong as steel. And in that strength, a simple flower from a passerby can bring you to tears. We are knights and also princesses. We can withstand the world's vast malice, but cannot calmly accept kindness. Zhao Yan had just fortified his heart like a wall of steel, but now all defenses crumbled. He lowered his head, wiping away the tears on his face. I'm sorry. The host was moved. He and T felt this way in a long time. He walked behind Zhao Yan and patted him on the back. It's okay. Many female fans, like Gu Yan, had cried when 1,000 voices shouted together. And now, seeing Zhao Yan's tears, they cried again. The camera focused on a standing male fan, his eyes red, the light reflecting in his eye sockets. Upon seeing the camera, the male fan shyly covered his face with his hand. In the bullet screen of the live broadcast, the barrage of comments had decreased, and the negative comments had lessened. The screen rolled with comments, and everyone was no longer filled with such hostility, quietly watching the scene unfold. Ayu crying. Is it really this touching? Yue Ying, this is the meaning of the game. Summer night. Who said Rongguang had no fans come out? Chen Xing. All right, everyone. Let's quietly watch the live broadcast. Everyone knew deep down that this scene would be recorded in the annals of history. 1,000 people stood up, welcoming him home. Zhao Yan adjusted his emotions, straightened his back, and waved to the audience below. The expressions of the audience looking at Zhao Yan varied. But even if it wasn't a grand era, Rongguang's fans no longer looked at Zhao Yan with disdain. A person worthy of so many to do this must have something unique about them. Hello, everyone. I am Chinga, the commander of Rongguang. Zhao Yan paused. In this glorious era, the fans erupted in cheers once more. Zhao Yan had 1,000 words to say, but at that moment, seeing the fans, he couldn't articulate them, choking on his words. Zhao Yan forced himself to calm down, managing to squeeze out a smile. I'm glad to see everyone again. Light song, light song, light song. The fans erupted with tremendous cheers. This cheer was much louder than any of the previous Alliance fans. The couple just now, where the girl asked her boyfriend if there were no fans for Glory, had the girl's eyes wide open, clearly shocked by the scene. The boy beside her, although not a fan of Glory, wore a comforting smile. Glory should be like this. In the background, Chui Wenkai stood in front of the screen watching this scene with a calm expression. The official commentators discussed the situation at the venue, all very happy. In the various Alliance lounges, people's expressions varied. Ing Zheng of Daqin had piercing eyes, while Zhou Yu played with his fan, a faint smile on his lips. Chang Xiangxi looked at Gu Yu, who had gentle eyes, and their gazes met, everything unspoken. Qing Yaojin from the Shengtang put down his cake. Tai Bai and Xia Kuxing glanced at the poet, who had stars in his eyes, looking like an unambitious fan. In Wuji, the Alliance leader Song Di sang an old song, and Mo Shui felt a certain charm in the old tune, but couldn't quite grasp it. Looking at the screen, with a "that's how a man should be" expression. In Jilu, Zhou Chong touched his hair and said to the solitary city beside him, I want to beat him once. If I don't win, I'll have to quit the game, and then there will be no way to take revenge. The solitary city nodded. Jin Kuyu Lu cursed quietly, his face dark, asking why. Chung Feng had no expression, just quietly watching the screen. As the young man on the screen deeply bowed to the audience. I'm very sorry for leaving everyone for 3 years. Zhao Yan bowed again. The applause was thunderous, and fans continuously shouted Light Song's name. I hope my return is still timely. Of course it's timely. How could not be timely? Gu Yan covered her face, wiping away the tears. The young man on stage didn't know how long they had waited for him. 3 years. For a game, 3 years is an incredibly long time. In those 3 years, Glory had stagnated, and these fans had stagnated along with him. So many new alliances sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, with new commanders emerging one after another. But Glory's fans remained silent. They watched others celebrate, guests arriving, building tall buildings. You've been gone for so long. We've waited for you for so long. Luckily, the ending of this story welcomed the most beautiful chapter. The player returned after 3 years to find fans waiting for him. The fans waited 3 years for the player they supported to come back. Is there a more beautiful story of mutual longing than this? Chapter 54. Old Friends Return the Fan QA Session. The first opportunity fell into the hands of fans from other alliances. Although there were many fans of Glory present, players of the game know that when it comes to luck, probabilities are never accurate. For example, our Sun Lingjun, Sun Yu. The main tactic of driving wolves and swallowing tigers has a 30% chance, and when luck is good, it can release several times in one go. When luck is bad, this one won't even lift an arm after 8 rounds. Non-idle Sun Yu's output is terrifying. An idle Sun Yu's output is also terrifying. Have you ever seen an Sun Yu with zero output after 8 rounds? So when players are lucky, they respectfully call Sun Yu Sun Ling Jun, the core of Wei, the main output of Wei. When luck is bad, who are you? Oh, just an idle one. Light Song Commander. The lucky audience stood up, looking at Zhao Yan. Although the crowd behind him had already sat down, the shocking scene still echoed in his mind. This lucky audience felt a bit unsure of what to say. So many people didn't get selected, but he did, and that immense honor weighed heavily on him. He felt some pressure and didn't know what kind of question to ask. So many eyes were looking at him. Their gazes seemed to materialize and linger on his face, making him a bit nervous. May I ask, what is the goal of Light Song Commander in the upcoming Spring Cup? The lucky audience hastily came up with a question. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was off. Hadn't this question already been answered in the interview segment? But the words were already out, and there was no taking them back. It's not surprising he was so nervous. Today's scene was enough to shock everyone. Moreover, he was not a fan of Glory or Shangshi, and didn't know much about Light Song. The fans of Glory were all behind him, and he didn't dare to ask any sharp questions. Zhao Yan had completely adjusted his emotions at this point. Holding the microphone, he truly felt he had returned to the self he was 3 years ago, not a temporary emotional adjustment, but a genuine restoration of the confident and fearless self he was 3 years ago. Because I have to compete in the age of Wu Ji, so I can't help it. My points are a bit low right now. Zhao Yan smiled. Light Song. Champion. 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 The fans at the venue celebrated once more. Glory's fans all knew the current point situation, and Zhao Yan's implication was that he aimed to win the championship. Glory had been silent for too long, and the fans had waited too long. They all needed a victory to comfort the 3 years of silence. Most of Glory's fans had once been part of the Shangshi dynasty, and they naturally yearned to rebuild the dynasty. The same word Zhao Yan said earlier during the interview had caused the bullet comments to ridicule him for being arrogant and overestimating himself. But now the mocking comments had decreased, and those who doubted Zhao Yan's ability to win the championship had offered reasonable arguments to negate their doubts. Now, a large number of Glory fans had become the mainstream of the live broadcast room, and they naturally wouldn't belittle their own alliance. They flooded the comments section, pushing down those who doubted Zhao Yan's chances of winning even further. Compared to the earlier interview, the difference was like heaven and earth. At the official commentary desk, the match hadn't started yet, so they didn't need to commentate just yet. They were just here to work normally. And today's interactions and interviews had nothing to do with them. A few of them started chatting. Can Glory's current strength win the championship? The commentator asking the question was called Jiao Yao, a short-haired man sitting beside another commentator named Huang Tianyu, who had just finished commenting on last year's Winter Cup final. It's hard to say. The commentator sitting across shook his head. Although Light Song had returned, the importance of commanders in the game lands goes without saying, but Glory's hard power still cannot compare with those top alliances. The Qin, Shangtang, Wu Ji, Changxiangxi, Tai Bai, these alliances' overall strength has surpassed other alliances by a level. Indeed, Glory hasn't been able to make up for the absence of those 3 groups. However, Light Song's return is not just about strengthening the command. For Glory, Light Song's significance goes beyond that. Glory's morale can receive a huge boost. Another commentator said, smiling afterward, I'm very much looking forward to how far Glory can go in the Spring Cup. It's certain that Glory's strength will improve, but it's not necessarily going to suddenly reach a very high rank. If they take a year to adjust, they might make it back to the finals again. But in the Spring Cup, I don't think Glory will perform very well. The current level of command is not necessarily weaker than Light Song S, Zhou, Cheng Yaojin, Emo Shui, Guyu, Poet, and Buzhou Mountain. Can you say any of these commanders are weak? The commentator with glasses said, he didn't have high hopes for Glory. After all, 3 years is a long time. Coming back after 3 years without competing at a professional level and wanting to reach a high level is clearly unrealistic. Alliances need to adjust, and while Light Song's command level is high, it's not absolute domination. There may have been a time of absolute dominance, but Light Song, who has been away for 3 years, certainly cannot achieve that. In the professional career of lands, only one commander has a significant gap with other commanders. Dream Butterfly can give it a try. Upon hearing this name, The commentators exchanged glances and sighed, their eyes filled with regret. There are some people who seem to be born to amaze the world, accomplishing their mission before leaving in haste. Glory still has two main teams, right? A female commentator said. To be precise, there are four. Nanny Yan, who had partnered with Huangdi New York U to commentate the finals during the Winter Cup, replied. There are four main teams, but if we're talking about absolute top-tier teams, there are only three. The remaining one, along with the other teams from Glory, can't be considered top-tier. After the collapse of the prosperous era, these four main teams have already been Chunch's greatest effort. At that time, not only did three teams leave, but also some players gave up their professional careers. I wonder if you've seen the personnel change requests submitted by Glory. GYO said. Who Y? Do you still remember this name? Is it Who Y from YNFing? Someone recalled. Yes, GYO nodded. It's that Who Y. This is something to look forward to. Who Y has the ability to lead a team. I thought he had already quit professional play. How'd he end up in Glory? I don't know. It seems YNFing is about to return to the top league. Well, the situation over there has started to tilt towards YNFing. If all goes well, YNFing can take it down and return to the top league after 2 years. It feels like old friends are coming back. Huangdi New York, you said with a smile. Chapter 55. Not a change, but a return to the past. The second lucky audience member was handed to a Glory fan, who stood up, his excitement evident in his tone, speaking somewhat incoherently. QNGG is directing our Spring Cup playoffs. His overwhelming excitement left the fan struggling to articulate his thoughts, and Zhao Yan patiently waited, smiling. Take your time, speak slowly. Gu Yan, who had already sat down, was recording on her phone like most others. The camera zoomed in, and she could clearly see Zhao Yan's smile. She suddenly felt that this smile looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Where had she seen it? The fan took a moment to calm his excitement, carefully choosing his words before slowly speaking. Sorry, I'm too excited. QNGG. I want to ask if there have been any changes to Glory's management framework? In fact, the fan hadn't meant to ask this question. He was too excited and nearly blurted out some confidential inquiries. Fortunately, he held back and refrained from asking those questions, knowing such matters shouldn't be raised in this setting, especially with live broadcast. No, Zhao Yan replied, somewhat puzzled as to why the question was asked. Then why didn't we see the light-year leader? After the fan spoke, he couldn't maintain his smile, and everyone realized the meaning behind the question, leading to laughter all around. Zhao Yan finally understood. He turned to look at the host, whose previously polite smile suddenly stiffened. The host had forgotten about Chunch. Just moments ago, he was swept up by the fans' emotions, immersed in the shocking atmosphere of the event, completely forgetting that he still needed to introduce someone. Zhao Yan, upon entering, had experienced a sudden shift in mood and momentarily forgot about Chunch until the fan's reminder brought him back to reality. Where is Chunch? At the entrance, XYU covered her face, laughing. She looked at Chunch, who remained calm and unhurried, as if the situation had nothing to do with him. Perhaps noticing her smile, Chunch leisurely remarked, So you finally remembered me. It seems I can still make an appearance. The host was already reciting the introduction, and Chunch waved goodbye to XYU. See you, like your leader. As Chunch stepped onto the stage, he was met not with cheers, but with laughter. The fans who had tears in their eyes moments ago were now smiling joyfully. I'm the first to make an entrance like this, Chunch said with a grin, standing beside Zhao Yan. After a moment of laughter, the fans finally put away their smiles and offered applause and cheers to the leader they had forgotten for a long time. Sorry, light-year leader. I was so excited to see QNGG that I forgot about you. The host tried to salvage the situation, acknowledging it as a live broadcast mishap. If Chunch reported it, it could lead to him being penalized. Fortunately, Chunch wasn't a petty person. His natural optimism as a Northeasterner allowed him to make a joke. It's fine, I understand. What is this? Look at our commander. He forgot about me too. TSK. Laughter erupted among the fans. Gu Yan adjusted the camera, her lips curling up. Things have really changed. Even the leader, Lightyear, can come on stage and joke around. No, it's not that things have changed. Gu Yan increased the brightness, focusing the camera on Chunch and Zhao Yan, both smiling pleasantly. No one has changed. Everyone has just returned to the past. Chen Ch took the microphone from Zhao Yan's hand. Our management framework hasn't changed, right? Another round of laughter followed. The second question concluded. The third question was also not from a Glory fan. The person standing up seemed to be a rival fan. QNGG, I want to ask, what do you think about J and K Y Lsbzh N's earlier remarks? A fan, eager to stir the pot, tossed a provocative question toward Zhao Yan. The audience erupted once again. Compared to the previous two questions, this was the sharp, provocative inquiry everyone wanted to hear. Such questions were typically not asked by one's own fans. They were more likely to be posed by rival fans, or those looking to incite conflict. Fans of neither Glory nor J and KYL were eager to see the two sides clash. I'm curious how QNGG will respond. The person asking this question has ulterior motives. What ulterior motives? ISNT, this is a question everyone wants to ask. Exactly, let them fight. It's better if they argue. This ISNT a social gathering. What is the point of everyone being nice? We want to see some competition. If it were me, I'd just confront BZH indirectly. He's already being confrontational. Why give him face? Indeed, how did BZH become so confrontational? What did he even say? I really can't believe it. That's just how BZH's fans are. Everyone was waiting for Zhao Yan to speak, hoping he could reignite the atmosphere. Following their logic, Zhao Yan's next words would surely be a strong rebuttal. BZH was being so confrontational. How would he hold back? The audience was eager, but when Zhao Yan took the microphone from Chen Ch, he looked puzzled. There was no anger or any negative emotion. It was that Zhao Yan had excellent emotional control, but rather that he hadn't seen BZH's interaction with the fans moments ago. At that time, he had been asleep. Zhao Yan looked at the fan with confusion. I just took a nap in the lounge. What did he say? Under the soothing background, music titled Welcoming Spring. The interaction ended, and the next time the fans returned to the venue would be for the Spring Cup competition a month later. As the fans exited the venue, night had completely fallen, the cold evening wind blowing through, and the streetlights were all turned on. In the residential buildings, lights were shining brightly. It felt surreal, as if they had been transported to another world. What had happened here today was truly shocking, perhaps even after many years, as their black hair turned gray. They would still remember this day. You spent this day. Many years later, when you look back, you'll still think it was a great day. Not sleeping here, Chen Ch said, glancing at Zhao Yan, who was following him out. The use of the lounge was in their hands. They could choose to sleep there whenever they wanted. Chen Chu saw that Zhao Yan was sleeping well in the lounge today, so he suggested that Zhao Yan sleep here tonight. No, there will be plenty of time later. Zhao Yan wrapped his clothes around him and glanced back at the venue. The venue was brightly lit. A lot had happened today. Master. Chapter 56 Our laughter is alike. Zhao Yan pushed open the door, skillfully pressed the switch at the entrance, and the living room lights illuminated the room, sweeping away all the darkness. The warm breeze inside brushed against Zhao Yan's face, driving away the chill. Zhao Yan hung his coat on the clothes rack. There was an empty spot on the rack, a good spot where people would instinctively hang their clothes due to its height and orientation. Yet at that moment, it was vacant, a habitual vacancy. Zhao Yan stared at that empty spot for a moment, then hung his scarf there. After having a bowl of soup noodles at the noodle shop downstairs, Zhao Yan came back, tidied up briefly, and lay on the bed, took out his phone, and, with muscle memory, skillfully flipped through the pages. Opening the game Land of the Dawn, which was on the second page, exciting music began to play. Zhao Yan pulled down the small screen to check WeChat. His messages were overflowing at that moment, with various notifications coming in one after another. It would take some time to read through all these messages. But after a quick scan, noticing there was nothing important, Zhao Yan turned his attention back to Land of the Dawn. In Qingzhou, Rongguang and Suzhou's remnants had already started to attack Yan, and this morning, Suzhou's remnants had broken through the fog and had taken Yan City, beginning to gather the remnants of the Nightless City. However, apart from the two counties of Qingyang and Donglai, which were close to Suzhou, the rest of the red territories in Qingzhou had been cleared by Jiang Wenzheng and his team. Suzhou also couldn't advance directly into Qingzhou's interior, having to fight their way in step by step. Their goal was clear, straight to Taiyan. Taiyan is the closest gateway from Qingzhou to the resource state of Yenzhou. The situation at Yan was currently in favor of Suzhou, as their numbers combined with the original remnants of Qingzhou and the Nightless City had already suppressed the numbers of Rongguang. However, by blocking, Rongguang was also slowing down Suzhou's approach to Tian. In Jizhou, Rong had already broken through the checkpoint into the resource state and had begun paving the way to Tian. Zhao Yan edited a few emails, outlining the tactics for Yan, with Su Bai and Jiang Wenzheng on the front line, while Huiyu led a team to the flanks, and Guanshan's team to ambush Suzhou's other routes. In the alliance chat, seeing Zhao Yan's message, everyone knew he was online, and messages rolled in one after another. Everyone had watched the live stream, which had unprecedented popularity. Even those who didn't play Land of the Dawn were drawn in by the trending topics. Zhao Yan chatted with his allies for a while in the alliance chat, and after moving the team to the fortress at Yan, fatigue hit him, and he logged off and closed his eyes. In his dreams, he didn't see that familiar figure, but instead dreamt of the light blue curtains by the window, fluttering in the wind, sunlight streaming in, casting a golden glow in the room. In another house, Gu Yin entered in slippers, and a woman sat quietly on the sofa. A historical documentary playing on the TV. Upon seeing Gu Yin, the woman muted the TV, looking at Gu Yin with a half-smile and a gentle tone. "You're back. Little fan, were you happy today?" Gu Yin felt a bit guilty but quickly took off her shoes and ran to the woman, nestling in her embrace. "When did you come back, sister?" The woman's eyes softened with affection as she stroked Gu Yan's small face. "I arrived an hour earlier. I was going to pick you up, but you said you had something to handle. Did you get cold?" "No, my friend drove me back." Gu Yan buried her head in her sister's embrace, feeling a bit shy. As one of the managers of the Rongguang support team, she naturally didn't leave immediately after today's event and had eaten a bit with the fans, discussing some matters. "I feel like a little traitor. My sister is a professional commander, yet I went to support another alliance." Gu Yan's sister was named Gu Yi, with the gaming name Guyu. "Were you happy today?" Gu Yi knew Gu Yan had gone to the venue today, even if it wasn't to support her. Yes, Gu Yan thought of the scene at the venue today, and her lips couldn't help but curl up. "Sister, I will still cheer for you during your matches." Gu Yan thought for a moment and added, "How can I not support my gentle sister?" "Gu Yan, you need to reflect." Gu Yi smiled. "If we were to compete with Rongguang, who would you support?" Without thinking, Gu Yan replied, "Of course, I would support my sister." "All right." Gu Yi tapped Gu Yan's forehead. "Go to bed now, it's late. And you can't get up in the morning, always complaining about being tired." Oh, Gu Yan's biological clock told her that she didn't need rest now. But since her sister had spoken, she had to obey. Gu Yan looked up and saw a hint of fatigue in Gu Yi's eyes, immediately understanding that Gu Yi was already tired and was just waiting for her to go to sleep. Ah, what a gentle and beautiful big sister. Gu Yan was very touched, gently hugging Gu Yi. "Sister, go to sleep quickly. I'll sleep soon too." "Okay." Gu Yi nodded, feeling really tired. She hadn't taken a nap after attending the event today, and at this hour, unless it was for a match, her normally regulated lifestyle would have had her in dreamland by now. At that moment, fatigue struck, and her eyelids were battling each other. After turning off the TV, Gu Yi went to her room, but didn't forget to remind Gu Yan to sleep early. After receiving Gu Yan's promise, Gu Yi closed the door. On the sofa, Gu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nightlife activated. Gu Yan felt she should be a feline creature. As such, it was their nature to be active at night. What a regular schedule. It was just that they were different species. Gu Yan returned to her room, put on her headphones, played some soothing music, and took out her phone to review her recordings and photos, reminiscing about the day. As she looked through the screenshots, it felt like she was back in the afternoon when Rongguang's emblem appeared, and the fans of Shangshi were once again in a frenzy. This one, Gu Yan examined a picture. In this picture, Zhao Yan smiled gently. The light shone on his face like a gentle breeze over a calm lake. Gu Yan remembered this photo. She had a special impression when it was taken, as if she had seen such a smile somewhere before. Moreover, she must have captured it. Gu Yan opened her computer and searched for old photos. There were many old photos, but Gu Yan had always been a typical curious cat-like girl. Driven by curiosity, she flipped through them little by little. Time passed with the changing music in her headphones. The mouse kept scrolling until she found it, and upon seeing the photo, Gu Yan's expression suddenly froze. In that photo, the woman's smile resembled Zhao Yan's smile today. The time was from 5 years ago during the summer competition. The protagonist in the photo was named Chenghuan. At that moment, an English song began to play through the headphones. The lyrics translated as follows: "Before the years fade away, I will love you quietly. Before the heavens and the earth become desolate. After the seas dry up and rocks crumble." Chapter 57. No pressure in doubles. Let us go for triples. The events online were brewing. The waves of excitement were rising higher and higher, and the Rongguang fans, who had been lying low for a long time, were peeking out again, basking in the afterglow of Shangshi. However, the protagonist of the event is quite content with the peace and quiet. In the past 2 days, Zhao Yan has been sending his team to the front lines to fight, checking the situation and making micro-adjustments, while spending the rest of his time online searching for match data, repeatedly watching competitions, following official live commentary, reviews, and secondary commentary. In the battles against Kanyue and Haicheng, Glory has steadily gained the upper hand. In Jizhou, Glory has been pushing hard for a day and night, with the governor staying up late to pave the way, reaching Tai'an first and breaking through into Qingzhou. Xuanzhou's development level is not as high as Jizhou's, and with Glory's local presence in Qingzhou, Xianzhou has been steadily pushed back under the pressure from both sides. Over in Liangzhou, Baidi City has already begun its southward advance. The gap between the two sides is still too great. This friendship match has had minimal effect. The huge disparity means Zhao Yan doesn't need to command much. Each guild does its own thing and directly overwhelms the opposing side, leaving Kanyue with no power to fight back. This illustrates the difference between the top-tier league and the secondary league. Whether in discipline, leveling strategies, understanding of the game, or coordination within the alliance, Kanyue in the secondary league cannot compare to Glory in the top-tier league. Moreover, Kanyue chose to clash with Glory head-on. However, this friendship match has still yielded some gains for Zhao Yan and Zhou Qing. Zhao Yan has found the rhythm of the match, and Zhou Qing has begun to train his team. Zhao Yan, how about a challenging task? Zhou Qing, who was taking a break, sat in a CAF chair, tapping on his screen. Hui you what? Zhao Yan, on the front lines, beside your team, the others in Glory will not participate in the attack. You go push Xianzhou. Zhao Yan's intention is clear. Aside from Zhou Qing's own team, everyone else in Glory will switch from offense to defense, while Hui Yu's single team will attack the opposing alliance. This seems like a moth flying into the flame. A team of 50 people cannot possibly fight against the 200 members of the alliance in Xianzhou. This is not just increasing the difficulty. It's raising it to the maximum. Hui Yu, okay. Zhou Qing understands Zhao Yan's meaning. The current situation is already in Glory's hands, with Glory from Jizhou and Qingzhou joining forces. Xianzhou is being beaten to a pulp, with Glory pursuing Xianzhou relentlessly. In this scenario, if Huayu wants to train his troops, it would be meaningless. Anyone can play a steamroll match, just like in a friendship match. Everyone prefers to find an alliance of similar strength or even stronger to compete against. The pressure motivates improvement in their own alliance's level. Everyone is a professional. What's the point of bullying weaker players? Glory simply cannot find stronger alliances to engage in friendship matches. The top-tier league alliances are either already scheduled for friendship matches, or the entire alliance is on break, or they simply do not want to play a friendship match with Glory. Thus, Glory reluctantly selected Kanyue and a few other alliances. Zhao Yan pulled up the map, with blue advance flags planted everywhere. He thought for a moment and decided to consult with Chun Chu and the others in the management group. He didn't want to waste anyone's time. Since they had already engaged in a friendship match, he wanted to maximize its utility. Since there was no pressure in fighting Kanyue and Haicheng, he decided to let Baidi City join the opposing side. Glory would challenge 3 at once. Su Bai, I have no objections. This general from Glory, after being rescued, has been frantically leveling up and has now reached a force value of 10,000, training 3 teams and starting to lead them towards Xianzhou, crushing everything in their path. Jiang Wenzheng, that's indeed possible. There's no pressure in the current fights, and everyone has become complacent. If we don't do this, the match will basically be over in a week, which is really meaningless. Wan Shan, I agree. Hui Yu, no objections. Qin Chu, all right. Su Bai, Hui Yu brother. Change your real name. Zhou Qing, okay. Hirong, I have no objections either. Lin Yuma, since everyone has no objections, I'll go talk to them. And after the discussion, I'll send out a notice. Lin Yuma contacted the management of the opposing side and discussed with them. Half an hour later, all four alliances issued notifications. In the management group of Kanyue and Haicheng, the management of Baidi City joined in and first sent a meme, to which the others responded with memes. They understood clearly why Glory wanted Baidi City to join the opposing side. Kanyue and Haicheng had not put any pressure on them. Baidi City ding dong. We'll launch tonight and break through to Jizhou tomorrow to tie down the people from Jizhou. Kanyue Rongji. All right, we'll continue fighting in Qingzhou. The management discussed briefly what to do next, and there was not much to discuss. The commanders of the three alliances knew what to do in the current situation. It was a straightforward match. In their view, Glory was being somewhat overconfident, or rather, it was fantastical to think that even if Glory was strong, it was still just one alliance. Attempting to challenge three at once was unrealistic. Everyone's account levels are the same, and in the later stages, relying on a number of teams could crush Glory. Did they really think they could take on the remaining forces with the strength of two states? That would be underestimating the opponent too much. Baidi City only needed to put pressure on Jizhou to force Glory to return to defense, buying time for Xianzhou's forces to gather in the south before they could start pushing back and counterattacking Glory. Both sides needed time now. Xianzhou needed time to delay reinforcements from Yizhou, Yangzhou, and Jingzhou to reach the battlefield. Glory needed it even more. Compared to Kanyue, Glory required time more urgently. After sending the email, Zhao Yan immediately changed tactics. Initially, he had thought to let Huiyu train his troops, but in the current situation, they could no longer afford to push slowly. They needed a swift resolution to bring the battlefield to Xianzhou and crush it before the opposing forces could gather. Qingzhou is the main force of Kanyue and Haicheng, while Xianzhou is the remaining main force of Kanyue. If they can break Qingzhou and Xianzhou, they can cripple half the strength of these two alliances. You come to Qingzhou and take a city. Zhao Yan contacted Haicheng, instructing the Jizhou alliance to capture a city in Qingzhou and begin gathering people from Qingzhou. The alliance from Bingzhou will break through to Jizhou. You leave one team behind, and the rest should return to defend. Jizhou needs to face Baidi City one-on-one. Baidi City has developed well and can put a lot of pressure on Jizhou. All right. The main forces of Jizhou have begun to withdraw from the battlefield in succession. The rest will be up to them. Zhao Yan looked at the map and edited the email. All troops advance. The number of arrows for Glory doubled compared to before. Originally, Xianzhou, which had started to stabilize its formation due to the withdrawal of Glory from Jizhou, was once again being pushed back relentlessly. Chapter 58. National Policy Baidi City arrived quickly. After sending the email last night, Liang, Yu, and Bing's Baidi City had already turned their horses around. The merging of the Bing and Yu Baidi cities was completed, and they have now set up a stronghold at Shi. Glory from Jizhou also arrived shortly thereafter, with both sides establishing stronghold clusters on either side of Shi. Watching from across the river, on the Liangzhou side, Haicheng was the main force, and the troops from Kanyue and Haicheng began to gradually integrate into Liangzhou Baidi City. They had already opened up the resource state and started developing in the resource state while paving the way towards Silu. In Qingzhou, the situation has been firmly in Glory's hands. Under Glory's full offensive, Xianzhou could no longer withstand the pressure and began to withdraw back to Mengyin. Xianzhou could retreat without pressure. They still had Xianzhou, and their main city was safely in Xianzhou. But the members of Kanyue and Haicheng in Qingzhou could not do the same. Their main cities were still in Qingzhou, Donglai, and Shenyang. In the competition area, relocating cities is subject to longer time constraints compared to regular servers. The cooldown for relocating takes a week to reset, and it also costs 500 jade. The jade tokens in the competition area can only be obtained through the trends of the world. So far, even if the jade provided by the trends of the world has not been spent, it has only amounted to 800 jade. Even those who have already moved their city once, despite their cooldown timing being ready, currently have no jade to relocate their city. Jiang Wenzheng and Huiyu are leading their team to push Suzhou back to the vicinity of Mengyin. They have already pushed Suzhou back to near Mengyin, while Su Bai is leading his team to Donglai and Chengyang to find opponents. The main forces of Qinyu and Buyi City are in Qingzhou, and they are currently too preoccupied with their own situation to manage the front line. By 10 o'clock, the stronghold of Rongguang was stationed on the edge of Mengyin. Guanshan is leading a team to clear the cities in Qingzhou that were originally captured by Qinyu and Buyi City. A few days ago, they established a nation, and besides the cities in Qingzhou, Linzhou, and Ji, the rest of the cities have been taken by them. The alliance email states, preparation for a strong assault on Mengyin. Zhao Yan edits and sends the email. After establishing a nation, there will be two national effects. The first is territorial coverage. To establish a nation, all cities in a county must be captured, with the county's capital being designated as the national capital. After establishment, there will be territorial coverage over that county, preventing other forces from relocating their cities to this area. If other counties also capture all their cities, the territorial coverage will continue to expand. The second is national policies. National policies are an important national skill, including 4 policies: endless supply, clearing the fields, strong assault, and gathering forces. Endless supply, when activated, will increase the number of resource packs in players' markets, with a refresh cycle of 12 hours and a duration of 48 hours. The resources in the packs will gradually increase as the trends of the world progress, and each nation can use it twice. Whether during battles or in the early stages of resource gathering, this skill is indeed a divine skill. During the competition, this national policy will not be easily used unless absolutely necessary by each alliance, as endless supply is the most important policy among several, capable of easily influencing the situation and turning the tide of battle from disadvantage to advantage. The national policy, clearing the fields, can only be activated in counties occupied by one's own nation. Once activated, it increases the durability limit of the territories of members of the alliance within the county by 100 and the building durability limit by 200. Members of the alliance cannot use strategies to repair, build watchtowers, fortresses, large fortresses, and scout camps during the policy's effect, extending the time to 45 hours, with each nation able to use it twice. Duration, 36 hours. This defensive policy is very useful for delaying enemy attacks when they breach the homeland. Strong assault, an offensive policy. Once activated, all members of the alliance can use strategies against enemy territories within 12 squares of the starting point. Strong assault allows deployment without needing connected territories, but cannot occupy land or capture enemy members. Duration, 6 hours, requiring 6 hours of preparation time, and each nation can use it twice. This policy had already begun preparation in the morning and will activate in just over half an hour. Although strong assault cannot occupy land, it can destroy fortresses, allowing them to dismantle the fortress cluster in Suzhou from across Mengyin. Dismantling the fortress cluster before attacking the Mengyin checkpoint means the enemy cannot stop them. The last national policy, gathering forces, designates a land within 12 squares as the center, increasing the marching speed of the entire alliance towards that land by 300%, with each nation able to use it twice. National policies are particularly important in ordinary matches, let alone in competitions. Due to the limited usage, each national policy must be carefully considered before use, as these policies can easily sway the outcome of the battle. Half an hour quietly passed. Strong assault was activated. On the Mengyin side of Qingzhou, blue arrows densely crossed Mengyin, directly attacking the fortresses of Suzhou Alliance. This is the charm of strong assault. Attacking from afar. The resistance from Suzhou under Rongguang's absolute strength did not cause much disturbance. When the battle started, the main forces of Buyi City and Qinyu landed in Qingzhou, and some even went to Liangzhou, while the remaining forces landed in the other provinces of Jingzhou, Yangzhou, Yizhou, and Suzhou. Their forces were too scattered, and Subai was holding back the main forces of Qinyu and Buyi City in Qingzhou, making the people of Suzhou no match for Rongguang's main forces. The fortresses on the Mengyin side were dismantled one by Rongguang, leaving only one territory. Fortresses can be rebuilt, but the time required to rebuild is insufficient for them to return to defend Mengyin in time. This time is already enough for Rongguang to break through the Mengyin checkpoint and reach the homeland of Suzhou. The main forces of Qinyu and Buyi City have already become mired in Qingzhou, and this quagmire has made it impossible for them to extricate themselves. If Suzhou is breached, can they stop Rongguang's advance in Suzhou? The answer is evident. The commanders of the three alliances were all looking for points to break the deadlock. The southern provinces have already rushed towards Suzhou, and the scattered troops have left them feeling stretched thin. If this game had paratroopers, they would buy them at any cost. It's all up to you now. The current situation in Suzhou requires us to slowly wear them down, trying to ensure we are not quickly defeated, and waiting for you to apply enough pressure so they shift their focus to Jizhou, allowing us to regain strength. Can use commander side, and said to the commander of by.D city. Now, they cannot even actively delay Rongguang's time. The word wearing down is the only way to describe their current disadvantage. The initiative has now fallen into Rongguang's hands, and Suzhou currently lacks the strength to rescue the main forces in Qingzhou, instead being dragged into the fray. Chapter 59 Weather System. The fighting machine of Qingyu and Buyi City has now fallen into paralysis, with their living forces surrounded in Qingzhou, preventing them from continuing to battle Rongguang. Their main forces in Qingzhou cannot develop at all, and the lack of resources means they cannot gather enough resources to maintain their troops, let alone connect. Suzhou is developing well, but the personnel distribution in the southern provinces prevents them from quickly gathering everyone in Suzhou. Relying solely on those who landed in Suzhou to stop Rongguang and rescue the members of Qingyu and Buyi City in Qingzhou is somewhat unrealistic. They are even struggling to protect themselves. The Mengyin fortress has been completely cleared, and even if they have backup fortresses, they cannot stop Rongguang from capturing the Mengyin checkpoint and entering Suzhou. Once Rongguang enters Suzhou and flips it, they will be further weakened while Rongguang can continue to develop. By the afternoon, when the southern provinces gradually arrive at Suzhou, they will face a fully developed Rongguang, and their arrival in Suzhou will merely be lining up to hand over their heads. Let us wait. The commander of by.D city also understands the current situation. Now, they can no longer rely on Qingyu and Buyi City. The breaking point must rely on them. Rongguang of Zhuangzhou truly lives up to its name. It doesn't matter. They will definitely have to go to the resource provinces. Their relocation to the resource provinces will inevitably lead to the loss of control over Qingzhou, and at that time, you can rescue them directly. If they do not go to the resource provinces, they will completely lose control over Sealy. We can slowly wear them down until our three alliances are fully developed and directly outnumber them. The commander of by.D city said. Let us hope so. The commander of Buyi City looked at the situation in the game. Their fortresses at the Mengyin checkpoint have been completely cleared by Rongguang. If they wanted to, Rongguang could break through today and enter Suzhou. According to the two lines proposed by the commander of by.D city and viewed along that development path, the final beneficiaries would be them. It seems that no matter how Rongguang chooses, the final victory will lean towards them, as they are 3-1. In terms of the situation, relying solely on numbers is enough to crush Rongguang. It appears that the goddess of victory is already beckoning to them. It seems like it's time to pop the champagne. However, it might just be a person's name, the shadow of a tree. The commander across is named Chinga, and the commander of the Nightless City also watched the live broadcast of the sensational situation. The popularity of that live broadcast was unprecedented, and the commander of the Nightless City had an illusion that the development of events wouldn't go as well as they had envisioned. After all, their commander is named Chinga. Both national strategies were employed simultaneously, and the commander of the Nightless City activated the world channel. The by.D city of Bingzhou directly activated two national strategies, assault and supply line, and fighting had already begun at Xiaobian. The commander of the Nightless City pulled up the map. He couldn't see the situation at the checkpoint due to lack of vision on that side, but he could imagine how fierce the fighting would be with these two national strategies. In the Alliance channel, the usual members who would chat were now silent. Countless blue marching routes from Qingzhou, Jizhou, and Yinzhou were converging towards the battlefield. The fighting in Qingzhou was the most intense. Su Bai's side was clashing with the members from the remnant Moon in Qingzhou and those from the Nightless City. His goal was to push towards the enemy's home turf. So the resistance encountered there was naturally much fiercer than on Mingyin's side. Both sides' teams kept colliding and stacking up, with teams retreating after exhausting their troops at every moment. The Spartan reconnaissance team executed concentrated fire and diversionary tactics, with blue and red marching routes intertwining. Everyone brought out their ultimate strategies. Even those who hadn't developed 5 teams, yet summoned Spartans to the battlefield to confuse the enemy. A large-scale battle erupted between both sides, as a cornered rabbit will bite. Although Su Bai's team was much better developed than those opposing members who had fled to a corner, they only had one team, while the enemy had over 100 people, meaning even if each person brought out 2 teams, that would be 200 teams. Su Bai's offensive gradually slowed down. But this was not the main battlefield. His role was to hold these people back and trap them here, preventing them from going to Shuzhou. In the main battlefield of Mengyin, the Glory Army advanced together, and the defending forces of Mengyin were instantly wiped out. The demolition teams surged forward, and now everyone started to train demolition teams, almost every player having one. The speed of demolition was several times faster than at the start, and the durability percentage of Mengyin was visibly declining. A notification swept across the screen. The Glory of Jizhou had captured Xiabian. When the enemy's assault began, the Glory of Jizhou had already started to regroup. Each of them had a second fortress group behind them, and they moved their teams into fortresses that the enemy's assault couldn't reach. Just when the enemy thought they were safe enough to attack the city, a wave of demolition value wiped out Xiabian. Now, the Glory of Jizhou, having taken Xiabian, pushed towards Bingzhou under the pressure of the enemy's assault. They could completely ignore the assault. The fortresses that could be destroyed by the assault had already been taken down by the enemy. As long as they didn't build fortresses on those territories, the enemy's assault was rendered ineffective. Moreover, they began to push back towards Bingzhou, and with the enemy's defenses already weak, there were no teams available to launch a proactive attack. The battle truly ignited, and at this moment, Glory truly awakened. The dominance of the top league alliance began to show. Today on Weibo, the official account of Rate of the Earth posted an update, which quickly rose to the trending topics. A new gameplay feature, the weather system. A new building, the weather altar. In this version update, different weather conditions might appear in each region of Rate of the Earth, affecting the land and causing various negative impacts on player troops passing through those areas. On rainy days, floods caused by storms would reduce the marching speed of player troops by 30%. Fires caused by mountain fires would burn player troops, inflicting damage equal to 5% of troop strength, with the ability to recover all burned troops upon retreat. Extreme cold zones caused by blizzards would lower the marching speed of player troops and freeze 3% of troops, which could also be recovered upon retreat. On foggy days, if players do not have forts, watchtowers, or other vision buildings in the area, visibility would be obscured by fog. Mudslides would cause player teams fighting in affected areas to be unable to retreat until they were defeated. The new building, the weather altar, can be established by alliance leaders, vice leaders, and commanders. Building an altar can designate a surrounding 9x9 territory to be affected by the specified weather. An alliance can establish up to 3 altars, with a cooldown of 24 hours, a construction time of 1 hour, and a durability of 300. The effects of the altar last for 6 hours. If both sides have altars present, the effects of the weather will be based on the altar established last until that altar is demolished. Once an altar is demolished, its effects disappear. This update coincides with the Spring Cup launch. Please refer to the official launch for specific details. Rate of the Earth either does not update, or when it does so with a big wave. Chapter 60, Weather Altar. Zhao Yan finished reading the Weibo post and found the practicality of this weather system to be very high. Not to mention, the fog alone could lead to many tactical plays. His sensitivity as a professional commander led him to generate countless strategies in his mind after reading it. This weather system would bring a significant impact to the Rate of the Earth League. Previously, there were only national strategies, but now with the weather system, the points of operation have greatly increased. Similar to national strategies, the weather system can also influence the situation, although its impact may not immediately turn the tide of battle like national strategies can. However, the advantage of the weather system is that unlike national strategies, which can only be used twice by a country, the weather system is available for everyone to explore. Now, everyone's research on the weather system starts from scratch. The team that can master this weather system first in the upcoming Spring Cup will gain the upper hand. In the WeChat group, everyone discussed the upcoming weather system. Glory Guanhai. Wow. Does this mean we can play as if we're flooding the 7 armies and shaking the Huaxiao and Rate of the Earth? Glory by Maxine Shi. Just don't get flooded yourself. Ha ha. Glory Moliali, with fire and blizzards if we stay too long on such land. Won't half of our team get burned before we even do anything? Glory by Zue. Ridiculous. Glory Yongheng Meiguei. The main thing is, teams in Raid of the Earth don't have the concept of taking detours. You might get burned while moving your troops. Glory Jimbing Go. If luck is bad and a team gets too close, without even seeing the enemy's shadow, half of your team could get burned to death. What kind of game is that? There is indeed such a possibility. Going to the front line to fight. A team might reach halfway without seeing the enemy's team at all, only to have half of their own team burned to death first. The weather system is a major version update for Raid of the Earth, and it has been a long time since so many new features were added to the professional arena. Over the years, Raid of the Earth has only introduced new generals. This weather system is the first thing that could significantly change the game's direction. Zhao Yan glanced at the group and then opened the forum related to Raid of the Earth. After Raid of the Earth posted that Weibo update, various experts gathered here to start researching the gameplay of the weather system. Since the weather system has not officially launched yet, everyone could only discuss based on the Weibo post from Raid of the Earth. This is the Forefront Research Institute for Raid of the Earth. Countless tactics, general teams, and combat tactics have spread out from here. If there were degrees in Raid of the Earth, this place would be akin to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The Shu Cavalry, this genius invention team, originated from here. Zhao Yan peeked at their progress. The forum has many experts. It was established even before the professional league of Raid of the Earth. After the Raid of the Earth League was founded, many experts from here moved on to the professional arena. The current commentator for the Raid of the Earth League, Nanjian, once researched tactics here. As time passed, many professional players, commentators, and various grassroots experts now tirelessly study teams here. An hour after the official the Land Weibo post, over 2,000 posts about the weather system had already flooded the forum. This number was rapidly increasing. The weather system represented a major change for the foundational gameplay of The Land, which had remained unchanged for many years. Even the nighttime mode released earlier did not have as significant an impact as this weather system. Zhao Yan looked through a few high-heat posts, one of which discussed whether it was better to release the altar first or second, and how to maximize the benefits. The poster was Eternal Night Black Cat. Regarding the altar, it is well known that there's an old saying, the early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer suffers. Generally, taking the initiative is always advantageous. Seizing the opportunity allows one to act first against the opponent. However, the weather altar is different. According to the altar's introduction, if it is built first, it will be negated by the altar built later. This means that the altar released first will have its effect erased by the altar released later. Moreover, the maximum number of altars on the field is 3. We won't discuss cooldowns. Typically, apart from large tug-of-war battles, one can only use 3 altars in a single campaign. So the question arises, if both sides throw 3 altars onto the same battlefield simultaneously, the side that releases the altar last will securely gain 1 altar. During a confrontation, both armies are already up close to each other, and everyone can see what the opponent is doing. If altars are set and the opponent is not foolish, there will inevitably be a swap. If it's a long-range encounter, the altar's effect seems not to be that significant. After all, one cannot just build a transit fortress to fight across states. Laughs. Additionally, the construction time for an altar is 1 hour. And everyone knows how brief this hour is in The Land. Sometimes, it takes longer for players to adjust a team than this hour. However, going first also has its advantages. The truth remains that building early allows for early enjoyment. If, after building, one can coordinate with the team to launch an immediate attack and seize the initiative, it may even prevent the opponent from building an altar, giving a significant advantage to the first player. The crucial point is that we currently do not know the interaction of this altar's effect. Is it a direct negation of the opponent's altar effect, or is it additive? We will have to wait until it officially launches to see. In summary, going first in a tug-of-war situation when the opponent also has altars is not very meaningful. While going first in an encounter yields higher returns, specific situations should be analyzed based on actual conditions. Zhao Yan briefly skimmed through the entire post. It was of low quality, and its high heat was merely due to its early posting. Regarding the issue of going first or second, Unless everyone is a novice in normal games and does not understand how to operate, it is difficult for the altar exchanges mentioned in the article to occur. Players are not idly playing around with altars. An hour is not much for average players. It may even take longer for them to move a team to the front line. However, for professional players, a small hour can accomplish many things and can significantly change the course of events. Even if the altar's effect only lasts an hour, it is sufficient for their use. However, whether the altar effects can stack is very important. Can a land effects influenced by the altar combine attributes from two or more altars? If they can stack and be used in conjunction, the altar's effect may yield an outcome greater than the sum of its parts. For example, hiding the heavenly fire under the fog. The opponent has no idea what is beneath the fog, if the timing is right. Preventing the opponent from retreating could directly lead to the opponent suffering from heavenly fire damage. In the management group, Subai and others were also discussing the gameplay of this system. With the Spring Cup approaching, the weather system would directly go live during the tournament. Based on the currently extended gameplay of the weather system, they could all foresee the ability it would exhibit in influencing the situation when it officially launched in the competition. Jiang Wenzheng. Zhao Yan, what do you think? Jiang Wenzheng. The weather system released by Rate the Land will directly go live in the competition. This thing has a significant impact on the situation, right? Subai. Does that need to be said? Even a blind person can see it. Jiang Wenzheng. Go away. At home, using the computer to send the team to the front line, Subai yawned while looking at his phone, smiled, and typed a reply. Subai, are you anxious? Hirong, I don't know if the altar's effect can stack, or if it can directly stack with the weather effects of the wilderness. If they can stack, creating an altar on a land burned by heavenly fire, summoning a mudslide, and then placing a resilient team to absorb the damage. Could one continuously use the heavenly fire to burn the opponent's team? Subai, impressive. Our Hirong is really smart. Hirong, just average, third in the world, laughs. Jiang Wenzheng, it's hard to operate like that. Jiang Wenzheng, even if the altar effects can stack, the troops sent in to absorb heavenly fire will suffer losses as a percentage of their total strength. The fewer troops there are, the less they can withstand it. Combat power is proportional to troop strength. The losses from heavenly fire cannot be replenished, and if the opponent attacks with a knife, the losses might not even be less than the meat team. Hirong, that's true. Zhao Yan watched their discussion. Hirong's points were quite interesting. Using mudslides and heavenly fire together, if both sides fought on that ground, the troops would suffer losses from heavenly fire, and under the influence of the mudslide, they would have no way to retreat, only to fight until one side's strength was completely exhausted. Zhao Yan, Sister Rong's method is indeed a tactic that can be used for passive defense. The effect should be good. We can separate the mudslide and heavenly fire, placing heavenly fire on the must-pass road for the attacking side, while the mudslide is set where we need to defend. After the opponent finishes with the heavenly fire, they will have to fight us on the mudslide, and they won't be able to return without losing all their troops. Lin Umo, how about the fog in this? In Rate the Land, the visibility is such that if you don't have the opponent's vision, you cannot see their marching routes, ongoing fortress constructions, etc. But you can see the land taken down by the opponent and the fortresses or positions of their main city or sub-cities. All of these are clearly visible. In large-scale battles in Rate the Land, it's basically straightforward. One can usually tell where the opponent has suddenly built a piece of territory. Each person takes a piece of land, and you can easily see what the opponent is up to. Therefore, large-scale battles in Rate the Land are generally direct confrontations. Not to mention professional competitions, where someone is online 24 hours a day, making sudden attacks very difficult. Concepts like divine troops descending or secretly paving the road are unrealistic. During competitions, each alliance sends specialized members to scan the entire map to see if other alliances are establishing fortress groups or paving roads in that direction. When one alliance begins to pave the road toward the checkpoint, even before they have paved many squares, this information can already be queried by various alliances. By the time they reach the opponent's defenses, they're usually already well prepared, making it very challenging to pull off a surprise attack. However, the newly introduced fog provides feasibility for such strategies. The fog can obscure vision, preventing the opponent from seeing what is happening underneath. You can completely gamble on a psychological battle against the opponent. Zhou. Among these weather effects, the most important should be this fog, followed by the mudslide. I don't see much significance in the effects of blizzards and heavenly fire. If flooding is executed by the same altar, its effect is minimal. Zhao Yan. What we need to know now is whether this effect can stack. Jiang. The rate the land officials update such a big thing without directly clarifying it. Zhao Yan. It should come out before the Spring Cup. We will experiment then. Subai. Alright, since it hasn't come out yet, let's not worry about it for now. How's it going over there in Shuzhou? I can't push any further with just my regiment. We're stuck. Jiang. We're fighting against Yangzhou. They've already moved closer to us. I estimate we won't be able to defeat them in the short term. Hero meme. Glory Cat. The disadvantage of 1-against-3 is starting to show. They don't have enough manpower, and large-scale interstate battles are also a problem for them. Right now, the southern side hasn't fully merged yet. On the surface, they seem to have the advantage, but once the reinforcements from Yizhou, Jingzhou, and Yangzhou arrive, it will be tough for them. Ranyue and the Nightless City also understand that the current situation requires dragging out. On the Shuzhou battlefield, they are mostly just stalling, rarely having direct clashes of main forces, aiming to consume their time and drag out the southern forces. Zhao Yan. Let's use the second plan. Subai now. Zhao Yan had anticipated that the enemy would drag out time like this. The longer the enemy drags, the stronger they become, while glory is the opposite. If it drags on, the advantages they gained early on will vanish, and they'll be crushed by the enemy's numbers. Therefore, glory cannot afford to wear them down. Zhao Yan. Let's chip away at them bit by bit. We can slow our advance southward, but every time we capture someone, we must eliminate their combat power. Those captured will need resources to break free. Otherwise, they can only wait for allies to rescue them. Before they're captured, we can loot their territory to deprive them of resources to escape, leaving them to hang around. The game has progressed to the point where the overall situation has changed several times. And the resources that need to be submitted by the captured are no longer just a small amount like in the early stages. Now, breaking free requires a massive amount of resources. At this time, the captured have no allied resource bonuses and can only rely on territorial resources. Once those resources are looted, they really have no way to escape and can only hang around waiting for allies to save them, or they can choose to revive and leave. Zhao Yan's plan is to let Yangzhou move north, targeting the remnants of the Nightless City and Qingzhou first, capturing them one by one to eliminate their combat power before heading to Shuzhou. Since large-scale attacks are not effective, let's concentrate on smaller ones. Zhao Yan, Zhou Qing, Guanshan, Jiang Wenzheng, you all take your teams back to Qingzhou and go to Donglai with Su Bai to capture people. Zhao Yan, loot everything in Qingzhou, and if possible, loot Shuzhou as well. Zhou Qing, okay. Guanshan, understood. Qingzhou coordinates 779, 1088. The battle has already escalated into a large-scale conflict, with both sides committing over 20 million troops. If a piece of land changes hands repeatedly, it will ignite into battle, and at this moment, dozens of pieces of land are already smoking from the conflict. Chapter 62. The ruler lies beneath the spring. Bones dissolved in mud. Members of the Nightless City and the remnants are huddled here, their main cities closely linked, forming a chain. Although they are currently within the Shuzhou alliance, they cannot relocate to Shuzhou due to cooldown restrictions. And players who have already relocated once do not have the resources to do so again. Although they are trapped here with no way out, as professional players, they are not giving up easily. Using stalling tactics and cooldown management, they not only repelled Su Bai's attacks, but even managed to push back. The situation changed when Zhou Qing and Jiang Wenzheng arrived. Under Glory's full-scale assault, the enemy simply could not withstand it. Even with the main city defense bonuses, their resistance was merely like an ant trying to stop a chariot. The significant resource gap allows every member of Glory to field 4 teams, while they can barely muster 2, and that only with great effort. An ant cannot stop a chariot, even if they utilize stalling and other tactics. It only slightly delays Glory's advance. In just 1 hour, Glory captured over 20 members from the enemy, and that number continues to rise. In Qingzhou, Glory now has absolute initiative, and it's difficult for the southern forces to pose a threat until they fully assemble. However, The situation in Jizhou is entirely different. Bingzhou and Yuzhou started off steadily developing. Their development level is lower than before, but not by much. The numerical advantage has put glory in Jizhou into a stalemate. After seizing Guan and moving out of Xiaobian, they advanced the distance, but once Liangzhou's Baidi city joined the battle, Liangzhou and Bingzhou combined forces pushed Jizhou back to Xiaobian. And both sides are now in a tug-of-war there, with Bingzhou able to launch attacks at any time. We need to speed up. Zhao Yan tossed the chopped broccoli into the pan and turned on the heat. As the oil sizzled, Zhao Yan pondered the current battle situation. Liangzhou has completed its merger. And after absorbing the members of the Nightless City and remnants, Baidi City's numbers have reached a considerable level. Combined with the already developing Bingzhou and Yuzhou, the three of them together can overwhelm Jizhou. What does it mean to run to Yinzhou? Zhao Yan flipped the spatula, ensuring the broccoli heats evenly and doesn't burn. What is the significance of running to Yinzhou? To escape to Silly. But once they give up Jizhou, Baidi City will follow closely, and once they reach Qingzhou, Qingzhou will also have to give up. If they abandon Qing and Jizhou, the entire alliance would run to Yinzhou, not to mention how they would sustain the entire alliance with only one resource state. What if the enemy pursues them to Yinzhou? After abandoning Qing and Jizhou, they would have effectively lost control over all their birth states, with no initiative left in their hands, making them easy to manipulate. At that time, the Nightless City and remnants could reclaim their development. Three fully developed alliances could crush glory with sheer numbers, regardless of the skill gap. Should we migrate to Silly to block Luoyang? Such outrageous actions are rare in S1. Even if we take a million steps back and fantasize unrealistically. If they surrounded Luoyang and set up an absurd defense, blocking the enemy's assault and managing to hold Luoyang, the practicality is questionable. Even if they successfully captured Luoyang, they would still need to conquer 5 state capitals. They don't have enough state capitals to conquer. The heat wave hit Zhao Yan's face. Seeing that the broccoli looked about right, he picked one out with the spatula and took a bite. It was a bit bland. Just as he was about to reach for the salt, Zhao Yan paused midair. Eating too much salt isn't good for the body, right? Forget it, bland is fine. He turned off the heat and plated the dish. He took his phone off the rice cooker and scooped a bowl of rice, holding the chopsticks in his mouth as he walked to the dining table. Retreat is not an option. Once he cleans up the remnants and Nightless City hanging on in Qingzhou, he will turn around and strike at those in Bingzhou. The best defense is always an offense. A few days ago, Guyan posted a thread in Glory's super topic. The content of the thread consisted of 2 images, one of Zhao Yan as she took that day and another of Cheng Huan for before. Placed together, the 2 images evoke a sense of time overlapping. After a few days of fermentation, today, her post has made it to the trending topics. It has been climbing steadily. These past 2 days, she has been busy, and when she finally gets some time to surf the internet, her post has risen to the 2nd position. The 1st position is occupied by the earthquake in Tuzhou. Guyan has been busy with this matter as one of the managers of Glory's support team, together with others. She has been working to send the donations and supplies from Glory fans to the disaster area, which has been exhausting for her. The fans donated too many varied items, from daily necessities to other supplies. They first sorted everything to ensure that the supplies could be used directly in the disaster area when they arrived, just when she was so busy that she felt like she was about to collapse. Her sister Gu also needed to buy some supplies needed in the disaster area to send over. She followed Gu around busily again. Although she had already gone through the process once, she was still exhausted. Today, things were finally wrapped up. Guyan lay tiredly on the bed, scrolling through her phone. She needed to take a few days to recover. Her hair was as limp and weak as its owner. She felt completely drained. When she saw her post trending at number 1, Guyan thought again about the busy days of the past few days. Although she felt utterly exhausted physically and mentally, she was still very happy to be able to do something for the people in the disaster area. After all, under heaven, all lands belong to the king. Shifting her gaze to the 2nd post, Guyan managed to squeeze out a smile from her tired face. She was still quite happy to see her post trending at number 2. If it had been before, her smile would have been even wider. But now it was impossible. Her facial muscles lacked the strength to move, and Guyan felt like a limp-salted fish. Kellen Inlon, so full of stories. The moon above, this pair of master and apprentice. Sigh. reading 10,000 volumes. I cried. Their smiles are so identical. Yang Ming, after you left, I became like you. This picture makes me want to cry. Zhang Tai Bai, Dream Butterfly directing. May the Light Song director win another championship. Plum Blossom Dear, you are buried under the spring. While I send my regards amid the snow, many people recalled the past. When Dream Butterfly was still around, the strongest commander of the Land League was leading the strongest dynasty of the Land League, unstoppable. At that time, Light Song followed Dream Butterfly closely. Once, the seed that nestled beside the big tree had sprouted, thriving and growing into a towering tree, beginning to shelter glory from the wind and rain. Chapter 63. The peach blossoms fade too quickly in the replies to Gu Yan's post. Someone shared many photos of Zhao Yan and Cheng Huan together. Each photo seemed like a splice of time, capturing the moments when the two first entered the humble abode, their first championship, consecutive victories, and the glorious path they walked together, a beautiful testament to the passage of time. But on the road of life, some people will stand at the corner. At the interview that day, Zhao Yan stood on stage, without Cheng Huan by his side, yet it felt as if she were present. Their figures overlapped, intertwined, but they could never truly touch. After you left, I became like you. The joyful smile on Gu Yan's face, which had appeared when she saw her post trending, disappeared. Her tired eyes dimmed, and a sense of loss rippled through her heart, leaving an unpleasant feeling. Like many others, she once shipped this pair of master and apprentice, believing it would lead to a glorious chapter of invincibility passed down through generations. But unexpectedly, it turned into a tragic story of stagnation. Why are some people always in such a hurry? Why must there always be parting in life and death? Come on, after a busy day, let's have some cake and relax. Gui entered the room wearing a white nightgown, holding a piece of chocolate cake, one of Gu Yan's favorite foods, but now, Gu Yan had little appetite. Gu Yi sat beside Gu Yan and patted her back, noticing her glum expression. What's wrong with you, looking so downcast? Before Gu Yan could respond, Gu Yi's hand climbed onto her shoulder, massaging her. The chocolate cake was placed on the bedside table. Gu Yan suddenly burrowed into Gu Yi's arms. After realizing it, Gu Yi smiled gently and patted Gu Yan's head. You're grown up now, still acting like a child. Gu Yan still didn't speak. Gu Yi sensed her sister's emotions, leaned down, and asked, "What's wrong? Tell your sister." Gu Yan wrapped her arms around Gu Yi. "Sister, I don't want to be separated from you." Gu Yan's voice was thick with nasal tones. The smiles in the photos were too similar. Gu Yan suddenly felt very scared. "Okay, if you don't want to be separated, then we won't. Your sister will take care of you." Gu Yi was held tightly by Gu Yan, unable to move, and could only reach out to comfort her like a small animal. Gu Yi noticed that there were already tears in the corners of Gu Yan's eyes. What happened? Gu Yi scanned around, unable to see the contents of Gu Yan's phone from her angle. "Tonight, will you sleep with me?" Gu Yi asked. Gu Yan released Gu Yi's waist, allowing her to lie down. Gu Yan pulled the blanket over Gu Yi. Their eyes met. Gu Yan's eyes were red like a rabbit's, while Gu Yi's gaze resembled dewdrops on the branches of spring willows. "Sister, are you close with Dream Butterfly?" Gu Yan handed over her phone, and only then did Gu Yi see the contents on Gu Yan's phone. Is it because of this? Gu Yi's mind stirred. Pretty familiar. Her sister's question reminded Gu Yi of that person from the past. Even though she had been gone for 3 years, the memories of that person suddenly became vivid, never fading away. She had started her professional career even earlier than Zhou Yu. Dream Butterfly, the commander of glory, was undoubtedly the top commander at that time. She was also a girl as bright as the spring sunshine. Gu Yi saw that post. On the left was Cheng Huan, and on the right was Zhao Yan. They were not in the same picture, but their smiles were so similar, their expressions, and even the light reflecting in their eyes achieved a high degree of unity, resonating in the misaligned time and space. What kind of person was she? Gu Yan asked. Gu Yi thought for a moment and replied, "A very good person." Zhao Yan also saw the post Gu Yan had shared. He had originally opened Weibo to check on the situation of the earthquake in Tuzhou, where the donations from Chun Chu's company and Glory were combined with various supplies, and their players had also donated some. So he wanted to see if there was anything else the disaster area needed, especially since he had a lot of money now. But as he glanced through, he caught sight of the picture trending at number 2. Master. Zhao Yan's eyes lowered. Custom-made outfits. The remnants of Qingzhou and the people resisting in the nightless city had all been cleared out. Some people had directly migrated to escape, while the rest had completely fallen. The glory of Jizhou began taking cities in Qingzhou, and Qingzhou started to fall one after another. Before falling, Qingzhou even opened national policies to prevent waste. Suzhou was becoming restless, beginning to move northward. Qingzhou fell in groups. 2 groups fell first, while another 2 groups were enough to stall Yangzhou for a while. But Yangzhou had already opened the checkpoint connecting to Jingzhou, likely aiming to establish Yangzhou as the main alliance, gathering southern members. Zhao Yan had now fallen and joined the Jizhou alliance, commanding Jizhou to attack Bingzhou. Previously, Bingzhou had already regained Xiabian, and Jizhou switched from offense to defense. However, even though they had regained Xiabian, there was no attack coming from Bingzhou. Liangzhou and Bingzhou's Baidi City had not allied, making it impossible for them to concentrate their strength, and relying solely on one alliance could not support them in defeating Jizhou. Both sides were at Xiabian, and after 2 groups from Qingzhou joined Jizhou, the control of Xiabian was once again precarious. Liangzhou launched a strong assault, coordinating with Bingzhou to defend Xiabian. But the tactics were still similar to what Rong had done before. Zhao Yan commanded the members to abandon the frontline strongholds and shoot from a distance. This way, Liangzhou could not assist Bingzhou in defense, and a strong assault would be of no use. Compared to the overall strength of the alliance, Bingzhou could not compare to Jizhou, which absorbed 2 main groups from Qingzhou. The combat power of Qingzhou's remnant Moon and Nightless City was the best proof. The defending troops were wiped out, and Zhao Yan instructed each group to time their demolition and main force to prevent the opposing forces from benefiting from the demolition. The durability of Xiabian's demolition slowly decreased, and when it reached 5,000, Zhao Yan called for a pause. At this moment, Liangzhou was also shooting at the demolition team for Xiabian, trying to seize it. Zhao Yan did not give them a chance, directly letting the demolition team that had shot past hold at 5,000 durability, taking down the Xiabian checkpoint in one wave. Xiabian changed hands again. The counterattack began. The supply of troops was endless. Rongguang began high-intensity combat, and for 20 hours, even the members of the alliance had to set alarms to wake up, sending full troops to the front line. The governors of all counties brought out their command vehicles. The tracks of the command vehicles crushing the earth. On the side of Xiang, 3 alliances exchanged fire. Liangzhou wanted to help, but Zhao Yan had no intention of caring about Liangzhou and went to attack the land of Bingzhou. Liangzhou and Bingzhou were not in the same alliance and could not station troops together. Liangzhou could only watch as they pushed into Bingzhou. Until the command of Baidi City realized that this could not continue, they ordered the entire Bingzhou alliance to withdraw from the first battlefield to the backup stronghold, handing over the front line to Liangzhou. However, Liangzhou couldn't hold out for long. Baidi City knew that the sub-alliance simply couldn't withstand Rongguang's attack, and a regiment from Bingzhou went to Liangzhou to attack the city, wanting to bring Liangzhou's people to Bingzhou. However, Liangzhou's sudden withdrawal would directly lead to their retreat from the battlefield, and Rongguang took advantage of this time to push deep into Bingzhou. Chapter 64. The invasion is like fire, its speed like wind. Rongguang paved roads along the official road, which is a path connecting cities made of first-level terrain. The significance of the official road lies in its convenience for paving, as it is first-level terrain. Even 300 Spartans could take it down. The road paving members would pave along the official road, and the endpoint of the official road is a series of cities, which are naturally important strategic resources in the game. At this time, Rongguang was walking along the official road, constantly expanding, turning the members of Bingzhou and Baidi City into ruins. Zhao Yan sent infantry to the front, delivering the finishing blow and capturing a player from Baidi City. This infantry team he sent out, consisting of Guan Mei, Liu Bei, and Yin Yin, was a standard Shu infantry team, and since Yin led the rock fortifications, this team could also be referred to as the rock fortification system team. The system team is another term that distinguishes itself from Shu infantry, generals, and law blade teams. Basically, players use tactics that are derived from generals, with the remaining tactics coming from exchange classics. 90% of the tactics that can be used from general breakdowns come from 5-star generals. 4-star tactics are rarely used unless one is just starting and has no other tactics, let alone 3-star tactics. Moreover, the tactics that can be broken down under 5-star generals are unique, meaning they can only be learned by one general. Therefore, Some people prefer to directly refer to the main city's 5 teams based on tactical systems. The most typical are the following tactical systems: the Lost System's Divine Weapon System, the Rogue's Muddled Water System, Rock Fortifications, and the Surprise Knife Attack. Now, everyone has started to get used to changing the names of mainstream teams to names based on mainstream tactical systems. After all, after so long, the teams developed by players have gained much recognition, and if these teams were named solely based on mainstream teams, there would be countless mainstream teams. Internet celebrity teams, nuclear bomb teams, Ma Ma Chao, and Yuan Shao's knives are truly innumerable. This is just the outline. There are also variant systems. After all, just for Shu infantry, there could be many variants based on Liu Bei or Zhang Ji as the core of standard Shu infantry, and even variants with Wei Yin as the middle army Shu knife, paired with Huang Zhong, Peng Tong, Yu Ying, Han Dongzhu, Zhao Yun, Guan Yinping, and Yin Yin, and Guanzhong. In such cases, it becomes very troublesome to describe. If you say a Shu infantry, the other side may not know what you're talking about. If you say Divine Weapon System, they will know that this team is for explosive output. However, the tactical system is also difficult to fully describe. It's just the uniqueness of tactics that makes everyone accustomed to using tactical systems for description. There are many generals, but tactics are unique. And the importance of tactics goes without saying. Even if a mainstream team does not have good tactical combinations, it cannot compete with a second-tier team. Referring to teams based on tactical systems makes it easier for everyone to understand their teams. There is a saying, those who like to use team names to describe teams are newbies. Veterans describe them using tactical systems. Veteran, what are you playing? Newbie, Zhuge, Lu Meng, Ling Di Lawblade. Veteran, Divine Weapon System. In fact, this is not very accurate. Perhaps this team does not have the Divine Weapon or the Grand Prize tactics, but it indirectly illustrates the importance of tactical systems. Otherwise, they wouldn't instinctively think of divine weapons upon seeing this team. Based on these tactical systems, players have once again researched countless variants of teams. The joy of the game Rate Earth lies significantly in team research. With mainstream teams now well established, it has reached a point where specific teams are developed to counter certain teams, and everyone enjoys researching and posting battle reports on forums for others to admire. Listening to newbies calling them veterans, these veterans sigh with satisfaction, glancing at the countless failure reports in the battle reports. Similar to Shu knives, this is a recent achievement. However, Zhao Yan, as a commander, rarely studies teams. They need to command the overall situation more, focusing on new systems like the recently introduced weather system. The enjoyment of researching teams is no longer felt. Zhao Yan still remembers the team he played many years ago, the empty city Zhao Yun, when he didn't have the burden of command. Rongguang launched a blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg, also known as lightning warfare, is a tactic that originated from Nazi Germany in World War II. Created by the famous German General Heinz Wilhelm Guderian. This tactic fully utilizes the rapid advantages of aircraft, tanks, and mechanized troops, achieving victory through sudden attacks. Using mechanized forces to quickly cut off the enemy's main force to achieve the desired effect. Although Rate Earth does not have aircraft or tanks, the siege teams, road paving teams, and main forces share similar principles. The road paving teams take the lead to open a breach, followed by the main forces to solidify their position. And the siege teams come in to sweep the situation. The core elements of Blitzkrieg, speed, surprise, and concentration, are very much in line with the combat philosophy of Rate Earth. As long as players have resources, they can constantly fill their teams, unlike in real warfare, where eliminated teams are truly gone. And there is a concept of eliminating their living forces. If one does not take down the opponent in one go, the enemy will continue to drag down the speed of your attack like a centipede that does not die easily. Sun Tzu also mentioned this in the Military Strife chapter. Thus, its speed is like the wind, invasion like fire, immobile like a mountain, difficult to perceive like shadows, and as sudden as thunder. Rongguang seized the opportunity of Liangzhou members' withdrawal, pushing forward with a mighty force, and the defenses of Bingzhou were virtually non-existent against Rongguang, breaking through one after another. After capturing the city, Bingzhou's national defense was also breached, and now Bingzhou was completely powerless to resist Rongguang's attack. Yangzhou also understood the current situation of Bingzhou and began desperately trying to move north to pressure Rongguang, forcing them to split their forces back to Shuzhou. However, on the front lines of Shuzhou, there were also Fire Rain and Guanshan holding their ground, entangled with them. From the situation, even if the southern Yangzhou absorbed all the players from Jingzhou and Shuzhou still had combat-capable players, it would be difficult to exert enough pressure on Qingzhou to force them to redeploy troops from Jizhou for defense. By the time Rongguang pushed to the capital of Bingzhou, Jinyang, it seemed that Baidi City felt that Liang'o joining Bingzhou would not change the situation in Bingzhou. Bingzhou had already been penetrated by Rongguang. Therefore, they changed their choice of main alliance shell, allowing Liangzhou to attack the city in Bingzhou and absorb its members. Rongguang's speed of advancement was too fast. They hadn't even reacted when Rongguang had already arrived below Jinyang. After giving up entering Baidi City in Bingzhou, Liangzhou chose to advance into Yizhou, paving roads towards the cities of Yizhou, wanting to bring out the members of the knightless city of Yizhou to join the battle. Less than 27 hours after breaking through the lower side of Bian, Rongguang had taken the capital of Bingzhou, Jinyang. Bingzhou, like Shuzhou, had now lost its initiative over Bingzhou. Chapter 65. The fish plays among the water lilies. 1 surge of energy leads to decline, and 3 leads to exhaustion. In the subsequent advancement of Rongguang in Bingzhou, its momentum was unstoppable, and the resistance from the members of the Baidi City in Bingzhou seemed like a child swinging their fists in front of Rongguang, having no impact whatsoever. With no obstacles in their way, Rongguang's momentum grew stronger, while the mentality of the Baidi City members began to waver. As Rongguang advanced, the cities of Bingzhou gradually fell into its hands, and along the way, members were continuously defeated. The members of Baidi City began to entertain an absurd thought. Were they really going to lose? Once this thought emerged, it spread like wild grass. And even though they were all professional players with strong mental fortitude, they forcibly suppressed this notion. However, once such a thought took root, they lost their confidence in believing they would surely win. Moreover, this was a 3-on-1 situation. If they could lose under such circumstances, even against an opponent like Rongguang, the massive defeat would demoralize them in a short time, likely affecting the upcoming Spring League. This was something the 3 alliances management did not want to see. Upon discovering this declining trend within their own alliance, the management of the 3 alliances began to take steps to adjust morale. The commanders knew they had to secure a victory to halt the downward momentum. The remnant moon had already been severely weakened by Rongguang, and the knightless city was too scattered. Now, only the Baidi City of Liangzhou could absorb members from Bingzhou and Yizhou, giving them the opportunity to confront Rongguang on the front lines. They had to secure a victory. To help Liangzhou win on the battlefield of Bingzhou, Qingzhou, and Shuzhou, along with the remaining members of the remnant moon and knightless city, made one last desperate effort, with all able members escaping captivity, rescuing allies while also pressuring the internal members of Qingzhou, forcing Rongguang to send people to defend Qingzhou's homeland. Members from Yangzhou and Jingzhou moved to Shuzhou to quickly adjust their teams to the battlefield, and the northern offensive grew increasingly fierce. After absorbing the members from Jingzhou, Baidi City and Liangzhou made a comeback, and both sides engaged in full-scale combat in Bingzhou. If the previous battles in Qingzhou and Zhuangzhou were decisive, then this battle in Bingzhou, with one side fighting against 3, was a campaign that would influence the direction of the situation. Zhao Yan was constantly monitoring the screen, watching for gaps in the front lines as various commanders led their respective teams into battle. Su Bai's team charged at the forefront. Their backup fortifications had been dismantled, leaving only the front fortifications standing deep in enemy territory like a reef in the ocean, surrounded by deep red enemy fortifications. Su Bai's team was gradually being engulfed by this crimson tide, with the achievements of the alliance members constantly changing, the first position flipping back and forth. Even the siege team from Jizhou joined the fray, their front lines near various cities, with demolition teams and main forces continuously driving towards the battlefield, while lower-level cities were being captured by both sides. Clear the walls, open up. Gather the crowd, open up. Supply trains are unending, open up. Strong assault, open up. Qingzhou Rongguang directly activated 4 national policies, implementing all of them. The desperate efforts of the remnant moon and knightless city placed significant pressure on the remaining 2 teams of Qingzhou. Fire Rain and Guanshan chose to abandon the battlefield in Shuzhou, leaving some people to delay Yangzhou's northward advance, while they used strong assaults to merge the escaping members of Qingzhou's remnant moon with the members of Nightless City, causing them to fall once again. The main battlefield in Bingzhou was particularly fierce. Zhao Yan withdrew the rogue team from the 3rd Squad. They had been reduced to only 3,000 soldiers. The vanguard Sun Quan and the Central Army Zhangji were both killed in action, leaving only the struggling ghost team of Lu Gu and Mu. The last incoming team of Shu cavalry directly struck at the main artery of the rogues. Ma Dai dealt 15,000 damage, and Zhangji was unable to keep up with the healing, leading to Sun Quan being killed under this onslaught. The entire 4th team was wiped out. Zhao Yan opened the main city interface. The first 3 teams were all recruiting, and aside from the 5th team, still training the Barbarian Axe Gang. He had no active teams in the main city. Zhao Yan scrolled over the map, surveying Qingzhou. Fire Rain and Guanshan should be able to hold on for a while longer, but not for too long. It was unrealistic for their 2 teams to withstand the attacks from Yangzhou, especially since the team led by Guanshan was a demolition team that had been focused on demolition from the start. Even if they now fielded a mainstream team, catching up to the leveled-up players from Yangzhou would be very difficult. With the front lines in this state, Zhao Yan was already quite satisfied. He extended the front lines outward. Both Jizhou and Qingzhou's homelands remained unscathed by the flames of war, and their rear base was stable. The remnant moon was currently in a state of decline, with 1/3 of its members captured, the personnel of Nightless City scattered, and, similarly, some members in a state of captivity. The Baidu City could not gain an advantage in the direct confrontation on the battlefield, facing off against 3 opponents. They had already gained an advantage. Qingzhou, Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Yinzhou. Zhao Yan's fingers traced over each state capital. Luoyang. They only needed Yinzhou and Luoyang to win this training match. However, Rongguang was currently unable to spare manpower to attack Yinzhou and Luoyang, especially Luoyang. Once they took the initiative to open the gates to Yanjin and move to Luoyang, the Baidu City would swiftly follow to open Tongwan. Moreover, this would give Shuzhou an opportunity to recuperate and consolidate in the south. This was a scenario they did not want to see. Therefore, Rongguang could only continue fighting until they had thoroughly defeated Baidu City and the Yangzhou alliance. Buzhou Shan squinted his eyes. He had been at the Haicheng arena for several days. His home was not in Haicheng, and he would stay there until the Spring Cup concluded. The Golden Rule did not choose to engage in training matches. After all, the Winter Cup had ended just before the new year, and only a few alliances had scheduled training matches while most had taken a long break to relax. He sat by the waterside pavilion next to the rest area of the arena, beneath the water lilies, with fish swimming about. In Buzhou Shan's eyes, a black carp reflected, following closely behind a golden carp. Wherever the golden carp went, the black carp followed. A hint of coldness glimmered in Buzhou Shan's gaze. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He enjoyed following behind others. Buzhou Shan held a stone in his hand. This stone had been pulled from the water. He pinched it between his fingers and flicked it, sending the stone flying through the air, skimming across the water surface before plunging into the depths. The stone passed between the 2 carp, creating a ripple. The startled carp separated. Buzhou Shan's smile widened. However, after a while, once the water calmed, Buzhou Shan saw that the black carp was still foolishly following behind the golden carp. Foolish. The smile on Buzhou Shan's face vanished. He stared at the 2 carp, unsure of whom he was referring to. Chapter 66. Life. Between you and me, the stalemate on the battlefield of Bingzhou was broken as the Qingzhou team moved to Yinzhou, allowing Rongguang's combat power to increase after no longer needing to fight across states. They now had 4 teams and quickly deployed their forces to the battlefield, taking advantage of their control over the county city of Bingzhou. Meanwhile, in Shuzhou, the members of Yangzhou were engaging in combat with Fire Rain and Guanshan, whose strength could not match that of the Yangzhou alliance. They had been pushed to Mingyin, where Guanshan was defending, while Fire Rain led a guerrilla team in Shuzhou to dismantle the fortifications of the Yangzhou alliance. On the front lines, the Yangzhou alliance held a significant advantage, but they had to allocate manpower to monitor Fire Rain and guard the transit fortifications. Otherwise, if their large-scale transit fortifications were dismantled, even if they captured Mingyin, They would not be able to threaten Qingzhou. Without the transit fortifications, the limitations of distance meant they could not deploy teams to the battlefield. Despite being idle for so long, Fire Rain's leadership skills remained exceptional. His tactics would rank among the best in the current top league. The decision to bring Fire Rain to Rongguang was indeed a fortunate one. On the battlefield of Bingzhou, the governors of various counties continuously drove their carts to the front lines. As soon as the convoy arrived, they set off, one battle cart after another racing towards the battlefield. Previously, in the city of Baidi in Bingzhou, some members from Liangzhou who had not managed to relocate before the fall of their main city were still trapped there, and the main city was directly invaded, leading to a severe shortage of resources. The combat power of Liangzhou's Baidi city was still being diminished. Thanks to the efforts of Huiyu and Guanshan, they managed to withstand the attacks from the remnants of the moon and the city of eternal night. However, the Baidi city in Bingzhou did not achieve the expected victory. After initially gaining some advantages by incorporating members from Yizhou's city of eternal night, they were soon pushed back by Rongguang. They had no reason to feel ashamed, as they were up against Rongguang, also known as the Era of Prosperity. A day later, Huiyu surprised Zhao Yan by leading a team to launch a night raid on 3 strongholds, cleverly misleading the Yangzhou alliance about Huiyu's true objectives. This allowed them to successfully dismantle a cluster of transit strongholds. Although this cluster was not the largest, it was the most crucial as it served as a necessary transit route for entering the front lines from Jingzhou, which was far from the front. Once destroyed, their forces could not reach the front lines in a short time, at least until the second transit stronghold in Jingzhou was established, unless they used the governor's carts, which was quite different from the situation in Bingzhou, where it was the main battlefield. Yangzhou's need to move their forces to Shuzhou for governor's carts required strongholds to accommodate them. If they lacked military camps or outdoor strongholds, the governor would have to upgrade a stronghold first to place the governor's carts, wasting a lot of time. This move by Huiyu severely weakened the strength of the Yangzhou alliance, and at the Mengyin Pass, only members from Yangzhou and Shuzhou remained, returning to a stalemate. Huiyu once again defended Mengyin, collaborating with Guanshan's team to drive the Yangzhou alliance out of the Mengyin Pass. It is said that 1,000 troops are easy to acquire, but a general is hard to find. Huiyu was that general. For at least 12 hours, Mengyin was secure, and Huiyu and Guanshan could push back further. Even if the strongholds in Jingzhou were built later, they would have to slowly push back to Mengyin. This move by Huiyu effectively reset the progress of the Yangzhou alliance to 0. Arrange for someone to go down to the wild and join the main alliance. You 2 teams will switch defenses and go down to the wild to join the main alliance later, Zhao Yan emailed Huiyu. The resources in the city were naturally not as high as those in Qingzhou, so he urged Huiyu's 2 teams to quickly go down to the wild and join the Jizhou alliance. Once they were integrated, they would be able to fight more comfortably, and resources could be concentrated. In the Bingzhou battlefield, while both sides needed time, Huiyu had snatched 12 hours from them. What can be accomplished in 12 hours? In the competition among top alliances, 12 hours could determine the final outcome of victory. 5 hours later, Rongguang, fully armed, approached the Liangzhou checkpoint, preparing troops and building strongholds, ready to break through and enter Liangzhou. Today, the early spring sun had melted all the snow, and the temperature in Haicheng had begun to warm up. The cotton jackets were once again put away in the wardrobe, waiting for the next winter. In the room, Zhao Yan leaned against the bed, with an album resting on his knees. The camera was truly a wonderful invention. It could preserve the most beautiful moments in life, eternally etched in photographs. With the window wide open, the spring breeze flowed in, brushing past Zhao Yan's fingertips. He turned a page, and the woman in the photo smiled radiantly, as if she was always smiling. Even in her final days, when pain engulfed her, she still smiled at him. She left her best everything to Zhao Yan. What is life? If viewed through the lens of time, life is merely a fleeting moment of brightness and darkness. Even the entire history of humanity pales in comparison to the long epochs of the earth. Life is as fleeting as a flash in the pan. What is the meaning of life? Many years ago, a young man stood on a bridge pondering this question. Is it really necessary to continue a life wrapped in malice and misfortune? No one cared about him. No one liked him. The traffic and people came and went, and on both sides of the bridge stood brightly lit skyscrapers. Some indulged in the city's excesses, while others worked diligently for a living. After a long day, a man returned home, where his wife was cooking and gently asking if he was tired, while the children bounced around with ice cream, costing $4 each. Yet his life could be summed up in one word: survival. It seemed that merely living was enough. No one was responsible for his life, nor did he need to be accountable to anyone. Alone in the bustling city, even with all the dazzling lights, there was not a single incandescent bulb lit for him. If life were just about surviving, then such a life was not worth more than that of a moth. At least a moth would fly towards the flame for the light in its heart. Let end. When Zhao Yan made his choice, someone quietly appeared behind him. As Zhao Yan's thoughts drifted, his finger lightly turned a page. Life exists between you and me. After Hua, you had people go down to join the main alliance. Zhao Yan instructed Jiang Wenjing's team, and He Rong's team, to switch defenses at Mengying. Huiyu and Guanshan's two teams collectively went down, and, after 24 hours, they joined Rongguang in Jizhou. The Liangzhou checkpoint was breached, but it was difficult for Rongguang to achieve the same advantage in Liangzhou as in Bingzhou. Fighting across states, it was hard for Rongguang to decisively defeat Liangzhou's Baidi city in its own territory, and there was even a risk of being bogged down by Liangzhou. Even after breaching the Liangzhou checkpoint, Zhao Yan did not send troops in Liangzhou, but chose to take the state capital of Yangzhou, Puyang. Chapter 67. Opportunities are fleeting. Puyang. The state capital of Yangzhou, Puyang County, the foundation of Chao Wei's rise, an ancient battlefield, and now a civilian city. The defending army consisted of 45 teams of skeleton soldiers, with a single unit strength of 75,000 soldiers. The durability limit was 120,000. Skeleton soldiers were among the highest level of city garrisons, even surpassing level 9 garrisons. Except for Luoyang, the garrisons of the three resource state capitals had the highest strength. However, in front of a fully developed Rongguang, even 45 teams of skeleton soldiers could not withstand the relentless bombardment. With all three armies deployed, the battle flag was planted in the center of Puyang, and the defenders crumbled like paper. Rongguang annihilated the city's defenders in just 5 minutes. Soon after, a wave of demolition surged forth. This was probably the scene that commanders in ordinary game zones loved to see most. Not everyone enjoyed raising demolition teams, but in a professional context, having 3 teams of demolition was basic, and demolition teams would rather not fight than send out 5 teams from the main city. Seeing that Rongguang was attacking Puyang, Liangzhou's Baidi city seized the opportunity and directly rushed to reclaim the Liangzhou checkpoint taken by Rongguang. Since they had already split their forces to go to Shuzhou to defend against the northern advance on Yangzhou, Rongguang had left very few troops at the Liangzhou checkpoint and could not stop Liangzhou's Baidi city, which easily took the checkpoint and dismantled the stronghold cluster. However, Zhao Yan had never intended to go to Liangzhou. Taking the Liangzhou checkpoint was merely a smokescreen to make them believe he would head to Liangzhou. Even if they did not fall for it, that cluster of strongholds would still be a thorn in Liangzhou's side, prompting them to dismantle it. In 25 minutes, Puyang was taken. Currently, Yangzhou posed no threat to Qingzhou, and Liangzhou was temporarily repelled. Even if they regained the Liangzhou checkpoint, it would be of no use. They were at a disadvantage in the battlefield of Bingzhou and could not reach the state capital of Jinyang. Even if they pushed back, it would be meaningless. They intended to rescue their fallen allies and attempt to reactivate the battlefield. Therefore, after taking Puyang, Zhao Yan saw an opportunity. The south currently posed no threat to them, and Baidi City could do nothing against them. Why not go directly to Sili? Previously, the decision not to open the province of Jiji was due to their lack of 5 provincial capitals. If they had opened Jiji, it would have stretched the front line to Jiji, leaving Rongguang without a distance advantage. Baidi City could easily come into direct contact with Yangzhou, which was a scenario Rongguang did not want to see. Now, however, Rongguang holds 4 provincial capitals and only needs Luoyang to achieve conquest. Some victories in battle occur in just a moment. An excellent commander needs to seize that fleeting opportunity. The alliance's email stated, troop movements to Yanjin. If they do not attack now, by the time Jingzhou and Yizhou arrive at Yangzhou Alliance and Liangzhou Baidi City, the situation may change again. Many members of Qingzhou's Kanyue and Haicheng are currently in a state of defeat, waiting for rescue. as they have not chosen to revive, but are waiting for Yangzhou alliance to march north to save them. The reason Rongguang can gain an advantage now, even while facing three opponents, is that at the start they directly weakened the main forces of Kanyue and Haicheng by crashing into their provinces. At that time, it was still a 2-on-2 situation, and they had no worries behind them, allowing them to focus on handling the crash situation. Moreover, at that time, Kanyue and Haicheng had also divided their forces. Even if the elite troops of the two alliances were all in Qingzhou, the numbers were still roughly equal. As long as the numbers were close, it didn't matter to Rongguang whether the forces from Kanyue and Haicheng were elite, no matter how elite they were. Could they outshine Rongguang? If they had to face a 3-on-1 situation from the start, Rongguang would not be able to handle it. Even the current 3-time champion Daqin would not be able to stir up any waves. Rongguang has maintained this advantage. Within Qingzhou, any attempts by members of Kanyue and Haicheng to escape will be immediately suppressed. For instance, when they coordinated with Liangzhou Baidi City to confront Rongguang in Bingzhou, the Yangzhou alliance marched north, and the members of Shuzhou and Qingzhou, who had gathered enough resources, directly escaped. Huiyu and Guanshan would rather allow the Yangzhou alliance to push into Mengyin than miss the chance to resuppress those who had escaped in Qingzhou. They all understand where their advantage comes from, so they cannot give the members of Kanyue and Haicheng a chance to breathe. Once the main forces of Kanyue and Haicheng are activated, Rongguang will no longer be able to suppress the three alliances, not to mention the turmoil within Qingzhou. Even if they allow them to safely retreat from Qingzhou and wait for them to finish their development, it would be unacceptable for Rongguang, who would struggle against three fully developed alliances. At this moment, Liangzhou Baidi City poses no threat to Jinyang, and the Yangzhou alliance is restrained. The members within Qingzhou are in a state of defeat, waiting for rescue, while Jingzhou and Yizhou are on their way to the battlefield. Originally, Zhao Yan planned to split the troops into 2 routes to Bingzhou and Shuzhou after finishing Puyang. However, there is no better opportunity than now. A basic lesson for a commander is to seize the moment. An email was sent, and apart from the 2 regiments engaged in battle in Shuzhou, the rest of the troops were directly transferred from Puyang to Yanjin. The blue marching route spread towards Yanjin like a large blue curtain, with battle flags intertwined, planted among the strongholds of Yanjin, signifying that the decisive battle was imminent. Puyang is very close to Yanjin. Within 10 minutes, the advanced cavalry had already arrived at Yanjin. Although the demolition speed was a bit slow, they would all reach the Yanjin stronghold within half an hour. Timing their arrival with the demolition, Rongguang began to attack Yanjin. 2 minutes after the attack on Yanjin began, Baidi City, Haicheng, and Kanyue all learned of this news. In the management group of the 3 alliances, the commander of Baidi City spoke first, presenting 2 options. One is to go to the provincial capital Jinyang in Bingzhou, and the other is to go to Jiji. How do we choose? Rongguang's intention to attack Yanjin is already clear. They now hold 4 provincial capitals, and Luoyang is not only the 5th provincial capital, but also the key to initiating conquest. Once Rongguang occupies Luoyang, this friendly match will be over, resulting in Rongguang winning against 3 opponents. Therefore, Baidi City directly presented 2 choices. They would go to seize Bingzhou. Even if Rongguang took Luoyang, they still wouldn't have the 5 provincial capitals, giving them a chance. The same reasoning applies to going to Jiji, but starting Jiji is very uncertain. If they open Jiji, it would be difficult for Baidi City to stop Rongguang from taking Luoyang. The commander of Kanyue remarked, "This is obvious. If Baidi City had the strength to stop Rongguang, Jinyang wouldn't have fallen into their hands. It depends on how much pressure Yangzhou can put on Rongguang," the commander of Baidi City said. If this were a typical gaming alliance, facing the current situation, they would probably be cursing, asking what Yangzhou was doing, as the 2 alliances couldn't even put any pressure on Rongguang. The Yangzhou alliance has something to say, too. Baidi City has not given any pressure to Rongguang either. If you had put pressure on them, we could have marched into Qingzhou to rescue our allies. And wouldn't the situation have turned around immediately? Everyone feels that their allies are dragging their feet. If this escalates into an argument, the alliance between the 3 would be on the verge of collapse. However, all 3 alliances are professional alliances and would not make such a low-level mistake. Although there is some impatience with their teammates, it has not erupted. The problem still needs to be resolved. Even if you now try to open the gateway to Jiji, you won't catch up to Rongguang. Even if Yangzhou moves its city to Mengyin, or even to Qingzhou's homeland to fight, if you cannot stop Rongguang, it is meaningless. Qingzhou can completely ignore us while going for Luoyang. All they need to do is block us from the road to the provincial capital Linzi. The commander of Kanyue pulled up the map. From his perspective, the distance between Mengyin and Linzi now seems unattainable. The blockade is an hour long. The road from Mengyin to Linzi is quite long. Even if Rongguang doesn't send main forces to block them, just sending Spartan-like forces could delay Yangzhou for a long time. After Rongguang took Puyang and Yanjin, they pulled them into this predicament. Given the current situation, by the time Yangzhou finally arrives at the Qingzhou provincial capital, Rongguang might have already secured Luoyang and won the match. Let's go for the provincial capital Jinyang in Bingzhou. We can temporarily give Luoyang to them, allowing our brothers in Qingzhou to revive. Then we will have a decisive battle in Luoyang, the commander of Haicheng suggested. The portion of Qingzhou that was defeated had been idle for too long. They originally wanted to wait for Yangzhou to march north for rescue. Since they have already cleared their buildings, it means they almost have to start from scratch. However, rescuing them would allow this group to quickly regain combat power and join the battlefield. Currently, it seems somewhat difficult to rescue the local members of Qingzhou. It might be better to let them revive and recover, as there is plenty of land available. Blocking Rongguang from taking the 5th provincial capital, even if Rongguang has Luoyang, means this friendly match is still not over. As long as it is not over, everything can be rewritten. Once the main forces of Kanyue and Haicheng finish developing, the 3 alliances can enter Jiji together for a decisive battle with Rongguang. Even for Rongguang, facing 3 fully equipped alliances would leave them with no chance of victory. As the saying goes, a tactic of sheer numbers can overwhelm Rongguang. Time, place, and people. Rongguang has the advantage of time and place, but the people from Baidi City, Haicheng, and Kanyue are enough to sweep everything away. This is the best tactic, but it is also one that several commanders are reluctant to use. Comparing numbers and pouring numbers into the fight has little value. As professional alliances, they somewhat disdain using this tactic. Using this tactic means that the members of Qingzhou reviving and leaving indicates they have given up on competing with Rongguang on a competitive level. Although they were never on equal footing with Rongguang, doing so now would be like a second-best swordsman using an unbeatable weapon to challenge the best swordsman, waiting for the latter to grow old and weak. They are usually too proud to do this. Everyone is professional and has their own pride. But now, if they do not act this way, they will lose, and that would be the biggest joke. After Rongguang broke through Yanjin, the road to Luoyang began to be paved. Victory is within reach. Management Group, Subai, they have revived, and it's going to be tough from here on out. Subai sent a picture of the player main city that had fallen within Qingzhou, now completely deserted. The opposing side chose to revive and move to another state instead of waiting for allies to rescue them, a decision akin to cutting off one's own arm. Although all main city buildings were reset, requiring them to redevelop and set up a new main city team. Once they moved to Yangzhou and utilized alliance resources, they could recover and join the battlefield in a few days. If the game reached that point, Glory would begin to struggle against the overwhelming numbers brought by 3 alliances. But the game wouldn't reach that point. Zhao Yan, the battle will end within 2 days. They have already broken through Yanjin and are paving the way to Luoyang. Members from Jingzhou and Yizhou have arrived in Shuzhou and the battlefield in Bingzhou. This is the strongest offensive from the opponents so far, and very likely their last. As long as Glory can withstand this wave of attack, successfully defend Linzi in Qingzhou and Jinyang in Bingzhou, they will achieve victory after taking Luoyang. The final act is unfolding. In Bingzhou, the members of Yizhou's Nightless City, having arrived at the Bingzhou battlefield, began to demonstrate their role. The strength of Baidi City in Liangzhou was preserved, and aside from some players from Bingzhou who had fallen, the rest were intact. The arrival of Yizhou filled the alliance to its maximum capacity of 380 people, splitting into 2 groups to pressure Glory in Yangzhou, which could not withstand the counterattack from Liangzhou's Baidi City. They had already exhausted a lot of their main force after continuous battles in Puyang and Yanjin. And facing a Baidi City with 380 members, they felt somewhat strained. Liangzhou's Baidi City launched an attack, clearly aiming straight for Jinyang, the capital of Bingzhou. Each group leader took the remaining teams to intercept by City, slowing their approach to Jinyang. Today, by City should be able to push quite a distance. And even if Glory replenished their troops tomorrow, they might not be able to push Liangzhou back, only significantly delaying their attack speed. Shengshi Mengdai, when can we reach Luoyang? Glory Chengamoso, we'll stay up tonight to pave the way, and we'll definitely reach there by tomorrow morning. Shengshi Mengdai, all right, thank you for your hard work. After asking about the paving speed, Zhao Yan felt more assured. He opened the map to check the speed at which Liangzhou's by City was attacking. Their advance was unimpeded, aside from the hard obstacles set up. Glory's members on the battlefield were unable to stir any waves. However, if they could reach Luoyang by tomorrow morning, he had plenty of ways to intercept Liangzhou's by City. Not to mention being able to seize Luoyang before they finished with Jinyang. Set up defensive walls, blockades, hold the main city, and engage in guerrilla tactics. Zhao Yan took a sip of water and looked out the window. It was completely dark outside. It was morning when the game started, and now the day had turned into night in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yan smiled. The game Shuituzhibin is great in many ways, but it really wears you out. That's why, in professional competitions, although the game doesn't rely on reflexes much, there are rarely older players in the profession. Should older players also stay up all night? Zhao Yan sent a message in the management group. Zhao Yan, I asked about the paving speed, and we can attack Luoyang tomorrow morning. We have already won. I think we can call it a draw with the opponent. Chapter 69 No Loss Friendly Match. The commanders of the three factions of Kanyue prepared for a final push, while on the other side, Zhao Yan was ready to wrap things up. The fully staffed by City was indeed like entering no man's land in Bingzhou. Glory couldn't stop them. However, because by City had previously collapsed on the Bingzhou battlefield, they needed to push forward step by step to reach Jinyang. Moreover, the discipline of a top alliance meant that Glory was closely monitoring those players from by City who had fallen and were near the state capital Jinyang. Glory members were stationed near the main city, willing to keep their teams there to prevent the members of by City in Bingzhou from escaping and allowing Liangzhou's by City to fly directly to the capital. Whether it was by City, Nightless City, or Kanyue, none of them had truly competed against a top league alliance. This was their first time. If it weren't for various reasons concerning Glory, they wouldn't even have been able to schedule a practice match with them. After all, there's a gap between the top league and the secondary league, and the strongest among the three alliances, Kanyue, is only at a mid-level in the secondary league. There are rarely top alliances that schedule practice matches with secondary leagues. The reason is simple. It's not interesting. The purpose of a practice match is to improve one's alliance level, to identify weaknesses, not to play for fun. They must have studied top league alliances. And while the three commanding factions probably watched a lot of Glory's match videos, watching videos is different from facing it personally. Moreover, Glory's matches are against top league alliances, while the opponents are of equal competitive strength. Kanyue is not. They all underestimated Glory and miscalculated its strength, leading to incorrect judgments about the battlefield situation. Just like when they first landed, when by City asked if they needed help, Zhao Yan's answer was, "We are Shengshi." Zhao Yan was well aware of the situation. He was confident they would win. That was enough. Glory didn't need a friendly match victory. Bringing up a draw now was for the sake of those three alliances. The spring season is approaching, and they will be competing in the Spring Cup. Kanyue also needs to participate in the secondary league and basic league. They could afford to lose this friendly match. But they couldn't be defeated by Glory in a 1-on-3 situation, as that would be a significant blow to their morale and confidence. Subai, we've won, but I haven't had enough fun yet. That was quick. Jiang Wenjing, the opponent can't take Jinyang. Let us call a draw. Hirong, I have no objections. Jiang Wenjing, if you haven't had enough, should I take a team and go defeat you, Subai? Chinshu, all right. A friendly match is for training, not for winning or losing. Lin Yuma, I have no objections. I'll go negotiate. Hirong, go ahead. Zhao Yan, Zhou Qing, how about it? Do we need more practice? Zhou Qing, no need. Even if we continue fighting, it would just end within a day. We've practiced enough. It can be concluded. This friendly match was initially meant for Zhao Yan to find his command feeling, but after Zhou Qing arrived, the purpose shifted to letting Zhou Qing practice with the team. Zhou Qing's level is still there. In Shuzhou, Zhou Qing's guerrilla tactics dismantled Jingzhou's transit fortress, which was a significant turning point, delaying Yangzhou's northward speed. Lin Yuma went to talk to the management on the other side, and they didn't expect Lin Yuma to come over to discuss a peaceful draw at this moment. They were all prepared for a decisive battle. The other side unexpectedly threw a draw proposal. In the management group of the three alliances, they wanted to negotiate a draw and call it a day. The management of Canua said. By City Ding Dong immediately replied, "Why suddenly propose a draw? Do they think they can't win? Their advantage is still quite large." "I don't think it's that they feel they can't win, but for other reasons," another Canua management said. "Are you implying that they believe they've already won, so there's no need to continue fighting?" The management of Nightless City had already deployed their teams to the front line, constantly pulling up the map, watching as Glory's governor drove step by step towards Luoyang, then shifted the view to By City's line towards Jinyang. Canua's commander communicated with By City's commander, asking when they would reach Jinyang. Both sides were racing against time. Glory's finish line was Luoyang, while their finish line was Jinyang. They could reach the vicinity of Jinyang by noon tomorrow. But the commander of By City paused, thinking if I were the opposing commander, I would have many ways to delay time. The members of Glory are still too experienced. Even after continuously battling in Puyang and Yanjin, the team couldn't immediately return to defend the battlefield in Bingzhou. Yet they managed to slow down the advance towards By City just by using card immunity. The commander of By City already had a premonition about the situation while observing the front lines. He could clearly see the progression of the battle at By City, and his understanding of the situation was naturally clearer than that of the commanders from the other two alliances. He kept this conclusion to himself because, no matter how bad the situation was on the Bingzhou front, no one could come to help them. They could only rely on themselves. So there was no need to share it with others. Furthermore, if this situation was revealed, the three alliances that were preparing for a decisive battle would likely lose morale instantly. "This is giving us a way out," Commander Lanyue also spoke up. As a fellow commander, Lanyue understood what the commander of By City meant. Since the By City commander could think of such a method, the opposing commanders could certainly come up with it as well, and perhaps the opposing methods would be even more numerous and effective. It wasn't that they looked down on the By City commander, but after all, the opposing commander was named Chinga. Therefore, the time for By City to capture Jinyang would be further delayed. There was even less hope from Yangzhou. They couldn't seize Linzi before Glory captured Luoyang. In fact, they might not even be able to apply pressure on Qingzhou at this point. The members of Glory had already moved their city to Yanzhou, and Glory could allow Yangzhou to enter Qingzhou and go directly for Luoyang. They only needed to use card immunity to make the road from Mengyin to Linzi unreachable for the Yangzhou alliance. "They've given us a way out. If we don't take it, that would be too ungrateful," the leader of the Nightless City said. They all understood the implications of Glory's actions. Glory had done everything they could, and how could they not appreciate that? "It's a draw," the leader of By City also spoke up at this moment, leaving only the leader of Lanyue. "I have no objections." Lanyue's leader didn't keep them waiting long. This training match was still very valuable. Everyone learned a lot. "So we didn't lose anything," Lanyue's leader said. They had indeed learned a lot, whether it was in handling the initial clashes, managing the ongoing situation, or seizing opportunities. Glory was on a different level compared to them. With lessons learned, they would grow. From this perspective, they truly hadn't lost. Being able to learn so much from a top alliance is why everyone wants to train against alliances stronger than themselves. Chapter 70. The Spring Cup is about to begin. The four alliances successively released alliance-wide emails announcing the end of the friendly match. At the time the emails were sent out, the governor who was paving the way in Silly shot out the last wave of convoy. The battles in Bingzhou and Shuzhou came to a halt, and when the four emails appeared, the entire area seemed to have been paused. The friendly match was held on a separate server. They didn't need to wait for the time to exit automatically. They could manually end the game. After a 15-minute ceasefire, all players received a notification to exit the server. Zhao Yan had chosen a perfect timing. Aside from the high-level management in By City, Lanyue, and Nightless City, the ordinary members didn't feel they had lost. Some even thought that the draw was because Glory felt they couldn't continue and decided to settle for a draw. On this point, The management and commanders of the several alliances remained silent. Naturally, they couldn't foolishly tell their members that they lost this training match, especially not a 3-on-1 loss. At the coffee shop in Shancheng, Zhao Yan spoke to the owner about his resignation during his lunch break. The professional league of Land of the Kings is different from ordinary gaming competitions. There are too many professional players scattered across the country. It isn't realistic to gather all these players in one venue. Where would they find such a large venue to accommodate so many? Therefore, when professional competitions begin, players only need to go to the competition hall in their own city. Now, competition halls for Land of the Kings are everywhere, aside from some remote areas. Almost every city has a competition hall of varying sizes. Each tournament will have a main venue, such as the upcoming Spring Cup and Arena of Us, which will take place in the competition hall of Haicheng. Important members like alliance leaders, management, commanders, and team leaders must go to the main venue to compete. With the Spring Cup about to begin, Zhao Yan couldn't stay here any longer. He had to go to the Haicheng competition hall. "Why are you resigning all of a sudden?" The owner, dressed in a brown dress, looked at Zhao Yan in surprise. "I have some matters to attend to," Zhao Yan replied. "Is it because there's not enough money at home?" The owner knew some of Zhao Yan's family situation and asked, "I can lend you some." "No." Zhao Yan shook his head. Although his mother needed a certain amount each year for rehabilitation treatment, Zhao Yan was not short on money right now. Besides what he earned working down south, he had made quite a bit in the past few seasons in the secondary league. The Land of the Kings League is now much better than the environment he was in before. After signing with Glory, his salary had tripled compared to when he was with Lanyue. "I'm going to compete next," Zhao Yan said. Oh, the competition for Land of the Kings, right?" The owner, a few years older than Zhao Yan and not very interested in games, had come across information about the competitions online while binge-watching shows. She also remembered that Zhao Yan had taken leave to compete before. The owner knew that Zhao Yan was a professional player and often saw him leaning against the wall, eyeing his phone screen, which could last a long time if no customers came in. "All right, our Zhao Yan is a professional expert now," the owner smiled. "It's fine. You don't need to resign. Just like before, come back whenever you finish your competition." "Thank you." Zhao Yan expressed his gratitude. The owner was very nice and treated Zhao Yan well, which is why he chose to work at this coffee shop. "Don't mention it." The owner put down her coffee cup. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal as a send-off for your expedition. Make sure to come back with a good ranking, okay?" The owner smiled beautifully, and many naive young men were attracted by her beauty, coming into the shop to order one cup of coffee after another. With only half a month left before the Spring Cup, various alliances were preparing their strategies for the spring competition. The transfer window had closed, and large-scale transfers by teams had come to an end. In this transfer market, the biggest signing was undoubtedly the ace team from the alliance watching the game, which had fallen to the secondary league as Xiaomu left to join Jile. Meanwhile, Changxiang still hadn't found a suitable team, so the team that was originally planning to take a season off would play another season. Everyone was adjusting, striving to bring out the maximum strength of their alliance, as the upcoming Spring Cup would be the highest event in Land of the Kings. Some alliances' rankings in the Spring Cup would determine whether they could enter the Arena of Us, and some alliances were tightly contested, needing to wait for the Spring Cup results to see if they could enter the Arena of Us. No one wanted to take a vacation after the Spring Cup. The list of the top 24 league alliances was announced, and Yin Feng returned to fill the last gap. After 2 years, this pioneer of the Land of the Kings League returned to the top competition, and although the alliance had undergone many personnel changes, just the name Yin Feng appearing in the top league already drew people's admiration. Like Glory, this is also a symbol. 5 days later, all alliances submitted their rosters and substitute lists. In Glory's submitted roster, the commander was prominently listed as Chinga. A week before the competition, a new version was released, introducing a weather system and weather altars, and everyone logged in a Land of the Kings immediately to study these new features. In the forum, posts about the weather system and the altar have surpassed 50,000, except for players in the preparation area who cannot experience it immediately. Others in the script can start to experience the gameplay of the weather system. The weather system has not been added to Season S, possibly because they fear that this gameplay is too complicated and won't provide a good experience for newcomers. After all, Season S is meant for new players to transition, and teaching them how to play is key. Zhao Yan opened a streamer-esque live room. The script that the streamer was in had already been completed. And at this moment, the streamer was researching the altar with another deputy leader from the Alliance. New brothers, please follow. This streamer has benefited from the traffic generated by this altar, and the area he is in has already completed the game. Now they are brushing for military merit and have time to research the altar together with the opposing side. The excitement is significantly higher than usual, and the streamer is beaming with joy. All right, the opposing altar is ready. The streamer pulled up the map, and in front of him, a region could be seen with flames burning fiercely, and further ahead, there was an altar building. Thoughts shifted. Hurry up, hurry up. How fortunate. Let us build the altar. Was the priority of this thing? Chapter 71. Cheng Yaojin. The moment the altar went live, this streamer started the broadcast. Since people in the preparation area couldn't personally experience the altar and weather system, they could only watch the live stream. Many streams were timing their updates to be ready to build the altar in advance to capture this wave of traffic. The opposing fire altar has been completed, and now it's our turn. The streamer clicked the mouse, and with a light tap, a new icon appeared on the territory building page. The altar. Do you want to calm a fire? The system prompted. Zhao Yan understood that this altar does not function quite like what he saw in that forum post. The later built altar cannot directly counter the earlier altar. The option to calm means you can choose to quell the influence of the opposing altar's fire. There is also another option. Can the effects be stacked? The streamer also knows what many people are staying in his live room for. Instead of choosing to counter the opposing altar, he built an altar with a flood effect. This is testing whether the altar effects can stack, and how the two different effects will interact when placed together. This streamer has clearly communicated in advance to get the opposing side to cooperate. The second altar effect from the other side has also been revealed, which is the flood effect. Water flows gather above the land, rushing and washing everything away. The water altar and the fire altar are distinct, but at their intersection, it is clear to see that the land which was burning fiercely under the influence of the fire altar has been extinguished by the flood. It seems that the weather system's altar summons weather that has a counter relationship similar to basic natural ecology. For example, fire can be extinguished by flood. Natural weather should also follow this logic. If all goes as expected, the flood altar built later will extinguish the fire. And now it remains to be seen if the flood will still exist after extinguishing the fire. Check out the Dragon Clan's recruitment live room. The altar counter effect has been revealed, and there is a counter relationship. A bullet comment popped up. Many streams are timing their updates to capture this wave of traffic. Another live room may have directly built two altars with mutually countering weather effects to experiment. The number of viewers in the live room is constantly dwindling. The streamer looks at this scene anxiously but feels helpless. He is just a small streamer with not many fans. In the game The Land of the Rising Sun, there are thousands of streamers like him. He briefly grasped this wave of traffic but couldn't hold on to it. He built the altar at the first opportunity, but he might not have anticipated or perhaps wanted to save it and did not showcase all the counter effects of the altars like another live room did. Now that others have made progress, naturally, viewers would not stay here. The opportunity to seize the moment is fleeting. If not captured, it will vanish in an instant. Even so, this live stream has already gained a lot of traffic, and the heat has exceeded his previous streams by an unknown number of times. Zhao Yan, like most of those who left the live room, opened another person's live room. On the screen, the counter effect of the altars is revealed. The flood altar remains even after extinguishing the fire, just as he thought. Zhao Yan remembered the post he saw that day. Regarding what the other side said about the second altar effect having an advantage over the first altar effect, that statement was not wrong. It can indeed take the lead by one altar. If the counter effects are fully utilized, the later player can have an advantage of one altar over the first. The weather system includes more than just fire, flood, and snowstorms. There are many others, such as drought, earthquakes, thunderstorms, etc. Weather has basic counter relationships. Rain causes floods that counter fire, while drought affects floods. Zhao Yan pondered and suddenly realized a problem. It seems that drought does not have a counter relationship and can only be broken by altar effects. This means that the later player cannot completely counter the first player's retention of one altar effect. This gameplay brings about too many changes. The glimpse of the iceberg already shows the enormous impact this system will have on the battlefield. Like Zhao Yan, Other alliance leaders and managers are also studying the weather system, except for Shancheng Commander Cheng Yaojin, who is in a barbecue restaurant in Haicheng. She has no time to study the weather system. Her gaze is fixed on the piece of meat in front of her. A fine piece of beef sizzling on the grill, the sauce on the plate is ready. And her taste buds seem to already sense the deliciousness that bursts forth when the beef is paired with the sauce, saliva flowing. To speak with a bit of professional knowledge, this is the early stage of oral enjoyment. Don't rush. The man grilling the meat looks at this eager little food enthusiast with some helplessness, but he speeds up his hands and takes the beef out, placing it in the plate where Cheng Yaojin has already prepared the dipping sauce. The leader of Shengtang, Erfeng, looks at her commander with a helpless expression. There's a 10-year age gap between the two. Looking at Cheng Yaojin is like looking at his own daughter, and even their daily life feels like raising a daughter. The not-so-tall girl in front of him is the commander of Shengtang, still attending university. Her game ID, which contrasts with her cute appearance, is Cheng Yaojin. As the barbecue's flavor bursts forth, Cheng Yaojin eats with her eyes squinted in delight, visibly enjoying herself. Erfeng's heart melts. Girls are good, but unfortunately, his own child is a boy. The weather system is out now. Let us check it out after we finish eating, Erfeng said. No rush, Cheng Yaojin replied, her voice matching her appearance, a standard cute girl-esque tone. Anyway, someone will organize and release it later. We can just watch it once then. After finishing, Cheng Yaojin looked eagerly at Erfeng. Erfeng thought to himself, Cheng Yaojin clearly seems like a pampered pearl raised since childhood. She probably has never grilled meat herself. The reason she looks at Erfeng with such eagerness is that she wants to eat grilled meat, but cannot tell which pieces are cooked and ready to eat. So she has to wait for Erfeng to serve her. Erfeng self-deprecatingly thought, what kind of alliance leader would do as I do? Not to mention the identity of an alliance leader. Even outside, when eating, Erfeng rarely does things himself. In reality, he is always served with knives and forks ready for him. However, this time, Erfeng personally picked up the knife and fork, reflecting on it. He still took the tongs and picked up a piece of already grilled meat to place in front of Cheng Yaojin. But he was blocked by Cheng Yaojin. Erfeng was puzzled. Cheng Yaojin gave her reasons, her gaze somewhat urgent. You eat first. I'll have the next piece. Erfeng chuckled. Chapter 72. The past cannot be sought again. I'll eat later. You go ahead, she said. Erfeng placed the roasted meat back onto the plate in front of Cheng Yaojin again, and this time she did not refuse, indulging herself. Cheng Yaojin was right. That afternoon, a major deity had already published various data on the weather system, and the statistics were clear. After the weather system, the Spring Cups competition time was approaching, and the management and senior officials from various alliances had already rushed to Haicheng, needing to compete in the main venue. Zhao Yan had already moved into the lounge of the Haicheng Arena, and Rong, Su Bai, Rongguang, and Lin Yuma had all arrived early to coordinate personnel situations and prepare for various matters for the upcoming competition. As the saying goes, before the army moves, the grain and fodder must be prepared, so everything had to be handled well before the competition. After Guanshan arrived at the Haicheng Arena, only Zhou Qing and Chun Chu from the senior management of Rongguang had not yet arrived. The former was flying to Haicheng today, while the latter would not come until the day before the competition. Once the competition started, one could not leave the arena without special circumstances. So he wanted to spend time with his family and handle company matters beforehand. The Haicheng Arena became lively again, with senior officials from various alliances gathering together, greeting each other and reminiscing. Yanfeng returned to this long-lost top league, replacing the resting room of Guanxi. Yanfeng's return filled the last slot of the 24 top league spots, allowing the management to attend the pre-competition banquet after 2 years. At the banquet, toasts were exchanged, and everyone wore appropriate smiles, but there was a lack of recklessness. By now, the banquet had become a habitual activity, and its essence had changed. The so-called banquet was originally a gathering before the competition where everyone would have a meal together, build camaraderie, and exchange friendship. The activity had existed long before the establishment of the Shuituzhibin League and the Haicheng Arena, which was still in its infancy. Back then, the Shuituzhibin League had not developed to its current scale. Everyone had little money, and the league was poor. They would pool money to buy baijiu and peanuts, along with various snacks to place on the table, eating, playing, drinking, and singing together. However, with the passage of time, the banquet gradually lost its flavor. And now it was just held out of tradition, with everyone sitting reservedly in a corner, holding high glasses in formal attire. The Shuita League had developed into a massive scale, and no one was poor anymore. Anyone could casually pull out a large sum of money to buy peanuts and baijiu. But it was no longer possible to find someone to drink baijiu and eat peanuts with. Most of the original banquet organizers had disappeared. Some things have lost their original meaning. What remains? Just like today's banquet, what is its meaning? No one knows. When we try to recall the past, the bygone days have already become unreachable. Yanfeng's senior management was chatting with other alliance managers while holding glasses of red wine. The deep red wine, as red as blood. As one of the oldest alliances, Yanfeng's managers were present at the first banquet, and it could even be said that Yanfeng was one of the initiators of the banquet. However, the ancient Yanfeng now only has an alliance ID left. Internally, it is no longer the Yanfeng of the past. The Phoenix's rebirth requires a complete change of blood, which is innovation, a rebirth starting from scratch. But is the Phoenix that has changed all its blood still the same Phoenix? The Yanfeng commander appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze wandering. He glanced at a man sitting not far away, who was in Rongguang's position, a man named Lin Yuma. At the banquet, all 24 alliances were represented, yet many people were still absent. Simply put, those who should come had come. The leaders and commanders of Daqin, Shengtang, Chengxiangxi, Wuji, Rongguang, and Taibai were all absent from the banquet. Zhuzhou Mountain raised a glass to speak. The Yanfeng commander could no longer bear this so-called banquet and stood up to excuse himself. I just arrived in Haicheng today. I'm a bit tired and can't hold on any longer. Let's continue. Yanfeng's management made a light-hearted joke. The banquet continued, with toasts exchanged again. Zhao Yan had been staying in the lounge, and he had not logged on to Shuituzhibin in the past few days. On the eve of the competition, everyone tried to avoid anything related to the game to rest and recharge. Haicheng has a modern poem, Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms Starting Tomorrow, Be a Happy Person. Feed horses, chop wood, travel the world. Starting tomorrow, care for grains and vegetables. I have a house, facing the sea, spring blossoms. In today's restless society, countless young people have regarded this modern poem as a classic, praising its tranquility and beauty. But few can truly achieve the phrase, facing the sea, spring blossoms. In these past 2 days, Zhao Yan managed to do so. Although he was not facing the sea, his heart was indeed like the reviving spring breeze, warm and blossoming. Facing the sea does not necessarily mean actually facing the sea, as long as there's spring warmth and blossoms. This is so boring. I don't know why I thought I was going to drink at a gathering. This group must be really idle. Lin Yuma returned after the banquet, looking somewhat impatient. Oh, what is wrong? Didn't Tiyu go drink a few cups with them? Subai teased from the sofa. Wang Yirong also put down her cooking book and looked at Lin Yuma. Drink my ass. I'm not drinking with them. Lin Yuma leaned back on the sofa. Next time I want tea go. Lin Yuma declared he was done, finding the banquet utterly pointless. It's just a waste of time and life. Anyway, it's just one day for a competition. We can endure it. Subai said, You say it lightly. Do you know how much effort I put into this? Lin Yuma shot a glare at Subai. Next time you go. Not going, Subai replied. Our roles are different. You're responsible for this, and I'm not. Subai chuckled, knowing he and Lin Yuma indeed had different responsibilities. Lin Yuma and Haicheng focused more on outside-the-game matters, while Subai and Jiang Wenzheng handled in-game affairs. Go to hell. Lin Yuma picked up a nearby pillow and threw it at Subai. Zhao Yan walked out of the room just in time to see Subai and Lin Yuma engaged in a pillow fight. Haicheng watched from the side as Zhao Yan sat down next to her. Who do you think will win? Haicheng asked. Chapter 73. Life always moves forward. Zhao Yan looked at the situation, analyzed it seriously, and whispered to Haicheng, The meat step is weak against the law knife. If it doesn't take down the meat step during the first 3 rounds of the Divine Rewards explosion period, it's hard to win. I'm betting on Subai. You think Subai is the meat step? Haicheng smiled, watching the pillows fly back and forth. Is there anyone thicker skinned than him? Zhao Yan said. Hey, I heard that. Subai interjected. The lounge door opened, and Guanshan and Jiang Wenzheng walked in with bags. They were taken aback by the flying pillows. What are you doing? Researching the relationship between Divine Rewards and the stone wall, Lin Yuma replied irritably. All right, stop the research. Let us eat first, Jiang Wenjiang said, lifting a bag, and a waft of barbecue aroma filled the air. The flying pillows finally got a moment's rest. When are Zhou Qing and Brother Chen coming? Jiang Wenjiang handed a skewer of lamb to Zhao Yan, looking over at Hirong. Zhou Qing will arrive tomorrow. Chen Ji's words will probably only come before the match. After all, he has to spend time with his child, Hirong said. TSK. People with families are indeed different. Subai picked up 3 skewers of dried tofu and put them all in his mouth, eating 3 skewers at once. What's wrong? Are you envious? Why don't you go settle down and start a family? Jiang Wenjiang said. I won't establish anything. Subai glared at Jiang Wenjiang, saying, I don't even have a girlfriend. Who would I start a family with, you? Lin Yu, who was already full, was sitting next to them chatting and added leisurely, It's not impossible. Ha ha. Guanshan laughed from his side. Guanshan joined Rongguang later. Before that, Zhao Yan didn't even know him. However, if someone really wants to get familiar, it's quite easy. Guanshan handed Zhao Yan a grilled sausage, and the latter accepted it. Get lost. Subai laughed and scolded. You're disgusting me. Subai pinched a piece of sausage, but I think our sister Hirong is quite eye-catching. I wonder if she has any thoughts. Subai looked at Hirong with a mischievous smile. Hirong also smiled back, saying, No thanks, I refuse. Jiang Wenjiang laughed heartily. Shancheng. Zhou Qing explained the situation to Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a smile on her face, that of a mother, genuinely happy to see her child joyful. Lin Xian knew that Zhou Qing used to be a professional player, but had given up his dream for this family. Go ahead, Lin Xian said. If you have anything, call me in time. I can come back soon, Zhou Qing said. Okay, Lin Xian smiled. Then I'm leaving. Zhou Qing looked at his mother, feeling a bit reluctant. Perhaps for the first time in years to go so far. Go on. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Qing, saying how a mother knows her child best. She could see Zhou Qing's reluctance and smiled, saying, It's fine, you've gone before. Indeed, when he participated in the minor leagues, Zhou Qing also had to go to the venue, although the minor leagues didn't have such a big lounge like the major leagues, to ensure fairness. The members of the minor leagues and the basic leagues also had to stay at the competition venue. The rooms for the minor leagues and basic leagues in the competition venue were like hotel rooms, without much space to move around. Most importantly, Zhou Qing used to compete in the local competition venue in Shancheng. Even when he wasn't at home, he didn't feel far away from home. After all, they were still in the same city. Opening the window revealed familiar scenery outside. Looking at the map, he could see that he was less than 10 kilometers away from home. But now it was different. His destination was Haicheng, which required a flight, and he was unsure how many thousands of kilometers away from Shancheng. Zhou Qing swallowed his words and said nothing, giving Lin Xian a hug before leaving. His sister is on break. Let her come back to accompany you. I will bring back Haicheng's specialties for you when I return, Zhou Qing said. Okay. Lin Xian still looked at Zhou Qing gently. The moment Zhou Qing pushed open the door and stepped out of the house, he couldn't help but look back. Lin Xian's gaze was as usual. Children take flight, and as parents, it is always joyful. Watching their child rise in a field they love brings an indescribable joy. Zhou Qing waved at Lin Xian. The latter did the same. Fortunately, goodbye is never farewell. Shancheng Airport. The plane descended from the sky like a large bird, and Zhou Qing walked with the crowd, holding his ticket towards the plane. The lights on the plane drove away the surrounding darkness. It was a sparkling big bird. Zhou Qing found his seat, and next to him was a middle-aged man with a middle-part hairstyle holding a briefcase under his arm. The man spoke quietly on the phone, discussing some business matters, and hung up after about 10 minutes, apologizing to Zhou Qing, saying, Sorry, I had some urgent matters to handle. Zhou Qing expressed his understanding. After the call, the middle-aged man didn't stop. He kept chatting on a messaging app. Despite the fatigue evident on his face, he forced himself to respond, fingers tapping the phone keyboard. Even when not chatting, the middle-aged man didn't put down his phone, keeping it on the WeChat page, ready to reply to new messages at any time. It seemed that only the light from the phone illuminated his face could bring him some peace. People are always strange, clearly exhausted, but still burying themselves in work. If asked to rest, they wouldn't be able to sleep, their minds still on work. There is still some time before takeoff. Zhou Qing opened Ray to the world. After coming out of the training match, his account had been lying in the preparation area. After logging in, there wasn't too much he could do. Just looking at his account, he suddenly wanted to see it. After coming out of the training match, his account was renamed to Rongguang Fire Rain. Years ago, Zhao Qing never imagined he would end up in Shangshi after battling there. Oh, perhaps it should be called Rongguang. Fate always likes to joke. In Raid of the World, the middle-aged man's voice came from beside him. Zhao Qing looked over, and the man's gaze shifted from the phone screen to Zhao Qing's phone. You played it too? Zhao Qing asked. The middle-aged man's expression relaxed, as if he thought of something, responding, Yeah, I played it when I was younger. Can you show me? Zhao Qing handed him his phone. The middle-aged man looked at the rows of generals, exclaiming, So many new generals, so many unfamiliar faces. The middle-aged man suddenly felt nostalgic and returned the phone to Zhao Qing, sharing his experiences from when he played Raid of the World. More than the game itself, Raid of the World was filled with stories. As he talked, the middle-aged man's phone WeChat pinged again. He could only smile apologetically at Zhao Qing and go back to handling his work. Chapter 74. No matter what, it's all a beautiful dream. Zhao Qing inexplicably thought of himself back when he went south to work. At that time, he was no different from the middle-aged man. Fortunately, as you've caught up with him, Zhao Qing looked at his phone on Raid of the World, and he was still a professional player there. Just like he was back then. Now he was about to take a flight to compete. This indeed deserved gratitude, a song to express his aspirations. In the flight attendant's announcement, the plane was about to take off, reminding everyone to switch their phones to flight mode. After switching to flight mode, Zhao Qing turned off his phone and glanced at the middle-aged man beside him. The man's brow was furrowed, and even after turning off his phone, his hands were still busy with a document. Perhaps the data on the document wasn't too good, and the man's expression was not relaxed. The middle-aged man was far removed from Raid of the World. His battlefield had shifted from a war-torn land to another battlefield. This battlefield called life, where, even when physically and mentally exhausted, he had to face it alone. On another path, was the middle-aged man also a strong person? Zhao Qing turned his head to look at the scenery below the plane. At night, when the plane ascended high, the city below was no longer visible to the naked eye. Only the lights from the city indicated that he was above it. Shancheng was not a very prosperous city, but also had countless lights. Zhao Qing knew that among those thousands of lights below, one of them was lit from his home. Thinking of this, a wave of warmth surged in his heart. The middle-aged man finished reading the document, let out a long sigh, rubbed his eyebrows, and hoped that the work after getting off the plane would go smoothly. He turned to glance at the young man sitting next to him, who had already closed his eyes, his brows relaxed, breathing evenly, peacefully drifting into a brief dream. A hint of envy flashed in the man's eyes. How nice it was to be so young, without the burden of responsibility, able to command the land. Everything he experienced in that land had long since faded away with the wind. He had forgotten many strategies and mechanisms of the game. Now, what occupied his mind more were work-related matters, his supervisor's almost harsh demands, various client needs, and a flood of data and documents crowding his brain. Now he earned a handsome salary and could drive the luxury car he had long dreamed of since childhood. But when his hands rested on the steering wheel, he actually missed the days when he rode a bicycle. The wind howled past him as he descended hills. The man flipped his phone over, revealing a family photo embedded in its transparent case. He drew a bit of strength from it, and a gentle light flickered in his tired eyes. He closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. In this brief dream, he wondered what he would dream about. Perhaps it would be the iron cavalry of the land, countless battle flags waving, armies sweeping through. Or perhaps it would be the embrace of his wife and children. Whichever it was, it would be a beautiful dream. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth lifted slightly. A silver airplane glided through the night sky, arriving over another city just as the sun rose in the east, where the airport displayed a welcoming sign that read "Welcome to Haicheng." The plane began to descend slowly. Compared to the wind of the mountainous city, the wind in Haicheng was gentle, carrying the warmth of spring. Upon disembarking, Zhao Qing saw an advertisement for the game, featuring Zhuge Liang holding a feather fan, his gaze revealing a spark of wisdom. Some said that Zhuge Liang alone elevated the value of the Zhuge surname, making people instinctively think of intelligence when they met someone with that last name. As Zhao Qing passed by the image of Zhuge Liang, he noticed that the atmosphere of Haicheng as the host city for the upcoming Spring Cup in the Era of Us, was already enveloped by the Land League, with advertisements sweeping through every corner of the city. Following the crowd, Zhou Qing walked toward the exit, nodding to the middle-aged man as they passed each other. The middle-aged man hailed a taxi, and the vehicle sped away. Zhou Qing looked up at the sky before grabbing a shared bicycle to ride toward the Haicheng arena. The sun shone on him, and he felt very comfortable. Life is about this. At the Haicheng arena, Zhou Qing arrived at the grand entrance where flags stood tall, each representing different alliances, fluttering in the wind and casting long shadows in the sunlight. He parked the shared bicycle in the designated area, climbed the steps, and the alliance emblems spread out on either side of him, the canvas flapping as the pattern swayed with the breeze. These were the alliances he had seen, fought against, and served. The flags stood silently, telling the stories of their achievements in the Land League. As he moved further up, Zhou Qing left behind the flags of the basic league alliances and entered the secondary leagues. He saw the waning moon, a half-circle of pride that had stood here for a long time, wondering when it would move up again. Zhou Qing continued forward, leaving the waning moon flag behind him. At the entrance platform, the 24 alliance flags of the top league represented the highest competitive level of the Land League. Among them, the first thing Zhou Qing saw was not the twinkling stars of glory, but a flame. The flame was hazy, and he could vaguely see a set of wings slowly spreading out. It was the flag of the Yen Phoenix. After 2 years, this flag reappeared here, resting at the edge, but it was already much better than during the 2 years it had been on the steps. Zhou Qing's gaze was fixed on that flame. The phoenix rises from the ashes, but it could never return to the past. Zhou Qing walked into the arena. This was his first time at the Haicheng arena. As the headquarters of the Land League, the grandeur here was unmatched by any other arena. As soon as he entered, Zhou Qing's attention was drawn to the group of elbow figures with bows drawn at the entrance. The sculptures of the game's generals seemed to have broken through the constraints of space to stand beside him. "Excuse me, are you Zhou Qing?" A pleasant voice rang out in front of him. Zhou Qing looked up to see a woman wearing a white cat hairpin standing not far from him, looking at him. "Yes, I am. You must be Rongguang." Zhou Qing realized her identity. "Yes, nice to meet you. Follow me. Everyone is waiting for you." Rongguang extended her hand, and after a brief handshake, she led Zhou Qing forward. "Is this your first time at the Haicheng arena?" she asked as they walked, noticing Zhou Qing's curious glances. "Yes." "No wonder," Rongguang smiled. Rongguang guided Zhou Qing through the long corridor that Zhao Yan and Chen Chu had walked through together. Zhou Qing glanced at the names on the corridor walls, deep in thought. His name was not among them. He had not achieved much back then, so he could not leave his name here. He noticed the names of Cheng Huan and Meng Dai, as well as those of Su Bai and Rongguang prominently displayed. His name would also appear here. Zhou Qing had no doubt about that. Chapter 75, 3 days apart, and one looks at each other with fresh eyes. Passing through the corridor, they entered a spacious lounge filled with people. Most of the alliance management had already gathered, and Zhou Qing scanned the crowd, seeing only unfamiliar faces. Rongguang did not stop her steps, and Zhou Qing followed her through the center of the arena toward the lounges of each alliance. "Zhou Qing," someone suddenly called from behind him. Zhou Qing paused, and Rongguang stopped as well. Confused, Zhou Qing turned around, surprised that someone recognized him. The person calling him took 2 large strides over, a joyful smile on his face. The look of confusion on Zhou Qing's face vanished, replaced by the same joy of seeing an old friend. "Wang Han," Zhou Qing called out the name. Wang Han stepped up to Zhou Qing and gave him a big hug. "Long time no see, Brother Zhou. Long time no see." Zhou Qing looked at his old friend, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Wang Han was a friend he had met during his time with the Yen Phoenix, and like Zhou Qing, he was also a team leader back then. However, Zhou Qing had not seen Wang Han when he returned to Yen Phoenix. "When did you return?" Zhou Qing asked. Rongguang stood by quietly, not in a hurry to leave, silently watching the 2 old friends catch up. "Last season," Wang Han replied, glancing over at Rongguang and blinking at Zhou Qing. "How did you end up in glory? Where else would I go?" Zhou Qing smiled. Wang Han hesitated, swallowing his words, and finally sighed. "Which alliance are you in?" Zhou Qing changed the subject, knowing that some things could never return to the past, and discussing them was pointless. "Yen Phoenix," Wang Han said. "I'm currently the commander in Yen Phoenix," he added. "Impressive," Zhou Qing said sincerely. It was no small feat to bring Yin Phoenix from the secondary league to the top league. And as the commander, Wang Han naturally played a crucial role. Zhou Qing was surprised that the team leader from back then had now become the commander supporting this alliance. Even though this alliance was no longer the same Yin Phoenix as before. This further demonstrated Wang Han's strength. Zhou Qing never expected that Wang Han would grow to this extent. When he returned, Wang Han hadn't come back yet. He must have just returned recently. Right after coming back, he was able to lead Yin Feng from the secondary league back up, showcasing his impressive strength. Wang Han couldn't discern much from Zhou Qing's expression and sighed inwardly. He reached out to pat Zhou Qing's shoulder, encouraging him for the Spring Cup. Zhou Qing smiled and agreed. Wang Han didn't say much more. It was already a rare blessing to meet old friends in the top league. What more could he ask for? Wanting too much only adds to the troubles. After Zhou Qing left with Haicheng, Wang Han stood in place, watching Zhou Qing's departing figure, feeling a bit regretful. If he had returned sooner, could he have kept more old friends? Thinking of this, Wang Han felt somewhat disheartened. The management of Yin Feng approached Wang Han, following his gaze and asking curiously, "What are you looking at?" Wang Han's tone with this manager was not as enthusiastic as it was with Zhou Qing. He replied blandly, "An old friend." Wang Han didn't mention Zhou Qing's previous identity as the former captain of Yin Feng. To Wang Han, Zhou Qing was a part of Yin Feng, but the manager was not. In his line of sight, Zhou Qing's figure had already disappeared around a corner. Wang Han withdrew his gaze and said to the Yin Feng manager beside him, "I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to rest. Contact me if there's anything." The Yin Feng manager nodded, unaware of Wang Han's thoughts. After turning the corner, Haicheng looked at Zhou Qing beside him. An old friend from Yin Feng. Zhou Qing nodded. He was also a former captain of Yin Feng like me. I stepped back for a while. He might have too. He just returned recently and is now the commander of Yin Feng. Haicheng seemed to ponder. He must have played a significant role in Yin Feng's return from the secondary league. Looks like he is a formidable commander. They say that after 3 days apart. One should look at others with fresh eyes. I never would have thought he could be this impressive now, Zhou Qing said. We've arrived. Haicheng stopped walking, and the sign for the lounge ahead read Glory Lounge. Haicheng turned around and looked at Zhou Qing. Welcome to Glory. The day after Zhou Qing arrived, Chen Chu also came, and all the management of Glory gathered at this time. Pretty handsome, Chen Chu said when he saw Zhou Qing, who was holding a peach and smiling. Although they had faced each other before, this was their first time meeting face to face. Our Glory is a visual team. Not ugly at all, Subai chimed in. The group laughed. Subai was indeed good at livening up the atmosphere. Jiang Wanzheng was the first to break the mood, saying, "That's not right. If that's the case, you can't stay here at Glory. You need to leave." "Get lost," Subai retorted. Subai was naturally not ugly, and he was even a bit handsome. "Everything is arranged back home?" Zhao Yan asked. "Yes, everything is taken care of. I don't need to worry about anything at home or the company. Just preparing for the Spring Cup is enough," Chen Chu replied. "We must win the championship in the Spring Cup," Lin Yu Mo said. The group exchanged glances, and their eyes spoke volumes. Zhou Qing looked at Zhao Yan, the legendary commander of Luo. At this moment, the legendary commander had a calm gaze. Although he didn't say anything, it felt like it was taken for granted. 2 days before the match, all the management had arrived and began submitting their rosters. When the match started, they would have to hand in their phones to prevent cheating through external information. Except for particularly urgent situations, they were not allowed to communicate with the outside world. This was also why Chan Chu needed to handle all the matters at home and in the company before coming. The lounge was not large, and besides familiar faces meeting, it was also common for unfriendly encounters. For example, when Zhao Yan was eating dinner in the lounge, he ran into Bu Zhoushan. The lounge featured various restaurants offering different cuisines, and to give players more choices, the Luo League's approach was quite extravagant, not only introducing various restaurants, but also providing everything for free, fully covered by the event officials. While Zhao Yan was dining at a home-cooked restaurant, someone sat down next to him. Zhao Yan looked over and saw a young man with white hair. He had previously seen images of this white-haired youth while reviewing various match videos. Bu Zhoushan. The person sat down next to him, and Zhao Yan felt somewhat confused. Their relationship didn't seem close enough to share a meal together. There were plenty of empty seats in the home-cooked restaurant, and Zhao Yan was the only one there at the moment. I'll have a braised eggplant with rice, Zhao called out, immediately sitting down beside Zhao Yan. Let us get acquainted. My name is Zhao, the young man said with a smile. Qinggu, Zhao Yan replied, stuffing his mouth with food, feeling a bit overwhelmed. I heard Commander Qinggu wants to win the championship in the upcoming Spring Cup, Zhao said, his bright white hair and smiling eyes giving him a somewhat charming yet mischievous air. No wonder he had so many female fans. Zhao Yan remained silent, chewing his food slowly, while Zhao waited patiently. After Zhao Yan swallowed his food, he turned to look at Zhao, who was smiling and waiting for Zhao Yan's response. Zhao Yan took another bite. Zhao's smile grew somewhat stiff. Your braised eggplant with rice. The chef placed the dish in front of Zhao. Zhao's mind was not on the dish. His gaze was fixed on Zhao Yan's face. But Zhao Yan only glanced at him before turning back to his meal. Did Zhao think that plate of fish-flavored shredded pork rice was more important? Zhao's smile remained, but it didn't reach his eyes. He said nothing, feeling that saying anything further might seem beneath him. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating, speaking leisurely while eating. Things are not like they used to be. In the past, the league was just a bunch of kittens and puppies playing around. Oh, I didn't mean to target you, Commander Qinggu. But the quality of the league back then really wasn't that high. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for one team to dominate like that, right? That era with 14 championships, TSK. Zhao broke his disposable chopsticks and picked up a piece of eggplant to put in his mouth. It tastes good. That commander named Meng Dai won 12 championships. I really envy her. It's so easy for her to win so many titles. Unlike now, when winning a championship feels as difficult as reaching the heavens. Zhao glanced sideways at Zhao Yan, whose profile remained calm and composed. Zhao felt quite pleased. He thought Zhao Yan had no reason to refute him. However, he still hadn't vented the frustration in his heart. That day, he declared war on Glory, and immediately after, Glory's fans caused a huge stir. At the same time, Zhao Yan's remark about not hearing anything because he was sleeping made Zhao look like a clown, and he felt indignant. Why? You're just a commander who benefited from the past. In today's league with rising competitive levels, how dare you be so arrogant? This is no longer your era. People from the old times should be buried in the past and only become occasional talking points. Why do you still want to come out? The new era no longer has a place for you. Zhao wanted to say more when Zhao Yan suddenly put down his chopsticks. He slowly took a napkin to wipe his mouth and stood up. You just asked me if I want to win the championship in the Spring Cup, right? Zhao Yan suddenly asked. This unexpected question interrupted Zhao's train of thought. I do want to win the championship, Zhao Yan said. Do you have any objections? Zhao's maintained humility completely fell apart as he suddenly looked up. Zhao Yan, standing tall, looked down at him. Zhao locked eyes with Zhao Yan and was surprised to find that although his reflection was clearly visible in Zhao Yan's eyes, there was a feeling that his image did not exist at all in Zhao Yan's gaze. Zhao Yan did not care about him at all. It was a kind of neglect. No, it was contempt. Compared to Zhao's roundabout mockery, Zhao Yan was akin to directly throwing it in his face. Zhao was momentarily speechless. Zhao Yan did not give him time to think and turned to leave. Zhao felt a lump in his throat and dropped his chopsticks to run outside. Shouting at Zhao Yan's back, he verbally challenged, saying that words meant nothing, and that if Zhao Yan had the ability, they should settle it in the competition. Zhao Yan did not even pause and walked straight away. After the small episode, the competition finally began. Zhao Yan handed in his phone and, along with Chun Shu and Rong, sat in the lounge to watch the draw ceremony on the big screen. The list of the 24 alliances in the top league was as follows. Daqin, Sheng Tang, Jinqiu, Taibai, Changxiang Si, Jiao, Rongguang, Wuji, Yunming, Qianlong Bahuang, Xinyin Quail, Yang Lu, Shenzhen No. 1, Tianyin, Shunxiao, Yu, Qinkai Alliance, Jinka, Daming Fenghua, Solomon, Puta, Tianjingsha, and the newly added Yanfeng. The beautiful lady drawing the lots was Yu Yin, a guest on the commentary panel, dressed in a black dress, her fair skin peeking from the dress, making her complexion look even whiter. However, everyone's attention was on the lot in her hand, overlooking her beauty. The 24 alliances needed to be divided into two groups of 12. The first draw was the Qingkai Alliance. The fans on site erupted in cheers. In fact, there was nothing to cheer about. No one knew who their opponent would be, whether strong or weak. The fans were just boosting morale for their alliance. The first alliance in the second group was Tianyan. The strengths of both alliances were in the middle tier, and it was hard to tell which group was deadlier. The strong alliances had not yet taken the stage. As the drawing continued, the strength level of the two groups began to show a gap. After all, it was a random draw, and it was possible that strong alliances were grouped together, leading to a deadly grouping situation. When Shancheng came to the lower half group, the fans on site cheered maliciously, as Daqin was also in the lower half group. According to the point situation, these two alliances would not be teammates in the first round. Changxiangxi was also in the lower half group. The fans suddenly felt something was off. Wuji was placed in the upper half group, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the lower half group was not so deadly after all. But soon after, Taibai was also drawn into the lower half group. Of the 6 alliances in the Winter Cup Finals, 4 were now in the lower half group. Fans of the strong alliances already started to be anxious, while those who had not yet drawn their alliance were praying madly that their alliance would not end up in the lower half group. Daqin, Shangtang, Changxiangxi, Taibai. What a deadly lower half group this was. The first match's victory was very important. Winning would be equivalent to having an extra life. Oh my! Anyone who goes to this lower half group is doomed. Lin Yuma stared at the grouping situation, dumbfounded. Fortunately, Yinming was drawn into the upper half group next, avoiding the lower half group from having to play in the Winter Cup Finals. Jin Qiu went to the lower half group. Some were happy, while others were worried. Fans in the upper half group were celebrating, while those in the lower half group had long faces. The fans were numb, thinking to themselves, let it all be destroyed. Just let it all be destroyed. Next, Yin took out another lot, opened it, and the two characters leaping against a starry background were Rongguang. Rongguang. Chapter 77 Draw and Grouping. Rongguang entered the upper half group. Jiang Wenzheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the god-level fights in the lower half group, the upper half group seemed much more comfortable, with strong alliances Wu Ji and Yunming, and the rest not too strong either. With this grouping, staying in the winner's group to get an extra life was not difficult. Zhao Yan's expression did not waver. For him, it did not matter which group he was in, whether upper or lower. One must rely on one's own strength. The last alliance drawn was Jianke. The draw for the upper and lower groups was complete. Upper half group, Qingkai Alliance, Solomon, Tianjingshe, Wu Ji, Yunming, Putuo Jile, Yiyang Lu, Shunxiao, Yu, Xinyan Quail, Rongguang. Lower half group, Daqin, Shengtang, Changxiangxi, Taibai, Jinqiu, Tianyin, Xinzhou No. 1, Qianlong, Yinfeng, Daming Fenghua Bahuang, Jinke. Compared to the harmony in the upper half group, the faces of the alliance fans in the lower half group looked like frostbitten eggplants. What kind of luck was this to draw such a deadly group? Yuyan really outdid herself. This would ensure high viewership and ratings. The lower half group was already set to start the finals, and the quality of alliances was simply crushing the upper half group. Yuyan also realized she had drawn a deadly grouping and smiled a bit apologetically. Being beautiful is a good thing, even if it is a slightly apologetic smile. Is still charming. In a live stream, Shang Xian, this draw is really terrible, but she is so beautiful. I forgive her, hi wife. Misu, get lost. She is my wife. Your wives are amazing. Losing anxiety, Jile fans giggling. Butterfly seat, Jinka fans are not giggling. Aquarius, ooh. How can the beautiful big sister's luck be so bad? Daming Fenghua fans are already heartbroken. How can they compete with this grouping? Zhixiaoyu, why care about luck? If you want to win the championship, you have to fight no matter what. If you're afraid of this or that and don't want to face this or that, how can you win the championship? Not wanting, look at the Yin Feng fans. They just entered the top league and encountered such a grouping, yet they are not complaining. I'm already honest. As a Yin Feng fan, I've already cried in the bathroom. I plan to just lie down this season. Dazed. No, this draw is great. The lower half group often has explosive ratings. Don't you want to see such matches? How enjoyable. Jasmine Milk Green, you're enjoying it. Some alliances that are slightly weaker could still rely on luck to move up, but now it's the Wujida era. A single point could mean an alliance can't directly enter the Wujida era. Raising a cat. My putua. Zhao. Why can Rongguang enter the upper half group? Isn't this obviously a dark plot? Close friend. Dark plot in M. Again seeing the C. Saying Rongguang has a dark plot is unreasonable. They will encounter each other sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Lazy sheep. Why say Rongguang has a dark plot? Liu. They will meet sooner or later. What if Rongguang doesn't team make it to the playoffs? EU. No, Rongguang stole your rice. How targeted. Little pear dimple. Qingge watched the live broadcast and researched the opponents of the match and decided not to go haha. Fujiang. Haha. Ice cream. Just arrived. What is going on in this lower half group? Qingsheng. Deadly group. Guguin. Damn, this grouping is insane. Is this a draw that can actually happen? Woo hey. Don't call my wife. EXIN. Alright, it's not yet grouped. I hope the next grouping can separate a few strong alliances. The commotion in the live stream quieted down as Yin began to draw the match grouping situation. Everyone held their breath, as this grouping determined which alliances would clash in the first match. The first match was very important. The top league competition format is as follows. 24 alliances are first divided into upper and lower half groups, with 12 alliances in each group. These 12 alliances are further divided into 2 groups of 6, with each group competing in a 3-on-3 match. The winners will enter the winners group, and the losers will enter the losers group. In the second round, the winners group from the upper half competes against the winners group from the lower half. And the losers group from the upper half competes against the losers group from the lower half. The 6 winning alliances from the winners group will still enter the winners group and go directly to the playoffs, while the 6 alliances that lose in the winners group will drop into the losers group. In the previous round, the 12 alliances in the losers bracket faced elimination, missing out on the upcoming playoffs, while the winners would compete against the 6 failed alliances from the winners bracket, a 12-6 matchup. After this elimination, a total of 12 alliances would enter the playoffs. According to this tournament format, if you lose your first match and enter the losers bracket, you can only afford to lose twice more before being eliminated. However, if you win and enter the winners bracket, it's like having an extra life, providing room for error and confidence, unlike the anxiety of being eliminated in the losers bracket. Due to this factor and the morale boost, alliances entering the winners bracket are likely to progress smoothly to the playoffs, whereas those in the losers bracket may experience a downward spiral after an initial loss. Ian picked up the first card. On the screen, the alliance emblem appeared, revealing a ring. Below the ring were several characters that hinted at something profound. Solomon. According to the Jewish scriptures, the Tanakh, he is recorded as the son of King David and the 3rd monarch of the ancient kingdom of Israel. The Song of Songs and Proverbs in the Tanakh are traditionally attributed to him. Furthermore, in Jewish mysticism, it is said that he could perform magic and enslave 72 demon lords. Fans of Solomon erupted in cheers. Following Solomon, the first alliance from the second group in the upper bracket was drawn. Compared to the ancient and mysterious ring, this alliance's emblem appeared less solemn. On the main screen, a vibrant green celery was displayed. Celery Alliance. Long live celery. The fans of Celery Alliance cheered with laughter. Bullet comments flooded in. A cat. No way. I can't accept this. Celery Alliance. Draw your swords. Pianist duck? Ah, celery, don't pick celery. The classic online debates. Should tofu pudding be sweet or salty? Should zongzi be sweet or salty? And should celery be included? Those who love celery eat it as a staple, while those who dislike it cannot accept it at all. For every lover, there is a hater. However, in the land of the Alliance, when Celery Alliance came up, everyone shared a rare moment of relaxed jokes. Where are the stars? I want celery. When dreams are chased away. If you don't eat celery, you're a heretic. Dream still. The heretics are you, celery eaters. Hide and seek. No celery allowed. Boo-hoo. No one can eat it. What if the sky falls? Just eat it. I'll eat it with you. On the main screen, as Yin opened another card, the vibrant green celery disappeared, replaced by a piece of jade. A gentleman is not a tool. Jade worn at the waist. Jade that is not carved cannot become a tool. Speaking of a gentleman, gentle and warm as jade. When it comes to jade, all beautiful words come rushing at you. Chapter 78. Death can also occur in the upper group. The 4th card appeared, featuring a bell pattern as the alliance emblem. Paradise. Paradise is a strong contender and often makes it to the playoffs, so fans were very happy with this grouping, seeing great potential for Paradise. Yu Yan's slender fingers picked up another card and opened it in front of the audience. A classical pavilion. Look at the beautiful scenery of Bailing on Dongting Lake. It embraces distant mountains, swallows the Yangtze River, vast and boundless, morning brilliance and evening shadows, with myriad phenomena. This is the grand view of Yiyang Tower. This description of Yiyang Tower is from the poetry of Fan Zhongyan. Alliance. Yiyang Tower. The strength of alliances in the upper bracket is relatively similar, and Yiyang Tower is also at the level of playoff gatekeepers. A book title between clouds notes, this level in Group 1, wow, it feels hopeful. Sweet and sour fish. High emotional intelligence. Everyone has hope. Low emotional intelligence. Just a bunch of weaklings pecking at each other. Little 9. Yiyang Tower is weak. Can't you all see the matches? Ink Chrysanthemum. Not weak. Last season, the alliance that made it to the playoffs won one match and then lost. Don't forget how they got to the playoffs. If they hadn't clung to the Big Chin S-leg. Could Yiyang Tower have made it to the playoffs last season? 9. I'm done. We haven't even played yet. What S with the taunts? Can't you accumulate some virtue for your own main alliance? Thing. This is how Big Chin fans are. 7. Han. Don't launch a map attack. What does it have to do with us Big Chin? Just lying down and getting shot. The third alliance from the second group is Stupa. Their recent performance hasn't been great, ranking last in the competition. I don't want to learn chemistry. Experience baby is here. Stupa. Oh, Stupa. The fourth alliance from the first group. On the big screen, clear water flows over stones, deep in the clouds their homes. A line of text made of clouds floated by. Yunmeng. Beef noodles. All right, now the pattern of the first group is set. Whoever teams up with Yunmeng wins. Pan-fried dumplings. Why does everyone think Yunmeng is strong? Last season, Yunmeng also struggled to reach the finals, right? Autumn wind rises again. If you don't think Yunmeng is strong, do you think you're strong? Love to listen to music. Feels less impressive than Golden Rules. Burning the sea. Can't the skewers just die? That autumn wind. You're right, but Golden Rules refers to a top-level professional alliance in the game, where you play as the commanding leader, facing defeat after defeat, while gradually uncovering the reasons behind Golden Rules' lack of championships. Qian, skewered, silly dog. Who says people are cold? Just arrived? Asking out of ignorance. ISNT this the upper group draw. Why are we talking about Golden Rules? Fans were arguing back and forth, while on the main stage, Yi drew another card. The fourth alliance from the second group. A large character for fortune filled the screen with a warm and joyful vibe. One of the remaining 5 spots in the top-tier league's last 16, Happy New Year. After Happy New Year, another strong alliance appeared. A traditional character for Extreme appeared, with no other patterns, just this simple character. Low-key but powerful. Alliance. Wujia. Yuyan looked at the card in her hand, a bit surprised. How did she draw another death group? Putting Wujia and Yunmeng together made Yuyan turn back in disbelief to look at the main screen. Time to sleep early. What are the odds? Wujia and Yunmeng are in the same group. Go. No way, this grouping situation in the upper bracket is just bizarre if Wujia and Yunmeng are not allies. One of them is bound to drop into the loser's bracket. Don't blame me. If they're separated, what happens if they are allies? What about the other alliances? Shuituzhibin. Wujia fans were relieved, and then worried again ribbit. Ali. Yunmeng fans +1. We're already lying flat. No way. Coco. Now I believe there is no dark side. This draw is just ridiculous. In the Glory Lounge, Subai chuckled, truly amazing, Wujia and Yunmeng in the same group. She managed to squeeze 2 strong alliances together in the upper bracket. Lin Mo looked at the screen, wondering which group they would go to from this view. Going to the lower bracket would give them a significant advantage. Chen Chu remarked from the side, "It doesn't matter which group we go to. We're not the ones to be afraid of." Su Bai's playful spirit rose. If we also went to one group, wow, it would be lively. Zhou Qing sat on the sofa, silent, holding a book. The article he was reading was titled Zhou Ji Critiques King Qi on Accepting Advice. The book title is Strategies of the Warring States. Zhao Yan looked at the grouping situation, feeling no internal disturbance. Indeed, as Chun Chu had said, no matter which group they were placed in, the ones who should be worried are not them. What should be worried are those who are in the same group with them. The fifth alliance of the second group is Tianjing Sha. Glory has not yet appeared. Bullet comments have started to flood in with Glory's name. There are only 2 cards left. Yu Yin took one of them out. On the main screen, stars twinkled. "Oh wow, we really drew ourselves. This is going to be lively," Subai said. In the end, the second group of the upper half only had 1 left. Shen Xiao. The fans of Group 1 were all anxious about the draw, while the jokers were already popping champagne. Upper half Group 1. Solomon, Yu, Yang Tower, Yunming, Wujia, Rongguang. Group 2. Celery Alliance, Jile, Pudu, Happy New Year, Tianjingsha, Shen Xiao. No one knows how Yu Yin managed to draw several strong alliances from the limited upper half together. As the draw on the main screen ended, the barrage fell silent again. Xiao Yua just destroy it. Well, Reed, the Spring Cup is really interesting. I enjoy watching it. Yu Tzu. Next, the draw will determine the teams. What should we do? I'm already scared. I. Don't be scared, darling. You don't have to compete. We just need to watch. Shun. One query for you, fans' mental state. Sen Luo. You might as well query for Hellfire. Uchiha Abido. Who sent Hellfire? Yu Yin tidied her hair. A new drop box rose up from the lift. Jasmine Wine. I'm a bit scared. Sister, please be merciful. Dream come true. Draw, I suggest separating Yunming and Wujia. Then let the opposite side crush them. Let everyone die together. Yuha? Yu Yin has already sensed the resentment from some fans in the audience. She actually didn't want it this way, but today, she didn't know why her luck was so. Is this good or bad? Group 1 needs to be split into 2 groups. Yu Yin first drew Rongguang. Next, she drew Yunming and Yang Tower. The situation for Group 1 became completely clear. Rongguang, Yunming, and Yang Tower would face Wujia, Solomon, and Yu. Fortunately, perhaps it was a case of extremes meeting. Yu Yan's draw was not bad, and fans from all 6 families breathed a sigh of relief. With this grouping, both sides had hopes of advancing. Moreover, fans on both sides felt that their side would advance. Chapter 79, who is the unlucky one, upper half Group 2. The strengths of Group 2 were relatively equal, with the strongest Jile and the weakest Puta drawn together, balancing the strengths somewhat. Group 2. Jile, Putu, Shen Xiao versus Celery Alliance. Happy New Year, Tianjingsha. The upper half draw was complete. Aside from the fans of Yunming and Wujia feeling a bit anxious, the other fans felt okay. Although having Wujia and Yunming drawn into the same match would inevitably result in one alliance being eliminated, the gap between both sides was not significant, and both had a chance to win the match. The host picked up the microphone. The draw results for the upper half are as follows. Next is the lower half. In front of Yu Yin, the lift lowered and then rose again, bringing a new draw box. Daylight. Come on, hurry up and draw. Whether it's a head or a tail, let's see what flowers can be drawn. Senior mediocrity. Actually, it's fine, although the alliances in the lower half are generally strong. It's not just one match. Even if we lose, we can still come back from the loser's bracket, right? Wine Dream. Easy for you to say. Coming back from the loser's bracket is not the same as being in the winner S group from the start. Let us meet. Only scared little dogs are afraid of this and that. Why isn't the Chin scared? Summer Sun. Why don't you live in a villa like the rich? Don't you want to? Well-fed and happy life. Let's see the draw. The barrage slid by one after another, and compared to the upper half draw, the barrage during the lower half draw was much more active. Yu Yin took out the first draw. A wine goblet appeared, and Sheng Tang was drawn first. Xiao Lizi. Wow, starting with a royal flush, Sheng Tang. When Fu. Hope we don't meet the Qin. Dog Egg. I'm willing to spend a year single praying that Sheng Tang doesn't team meet the Qin. Love and sincerity. Why be afraid? So what if we meet the Qin? Let us fight. It's a good opportunity for revenge. Kagaya. The Qin fans don't want to meet Sheng Tang either. The first alliance of the second group in the lower half is Chong Xiangxi. Cherry blossoms fall softly, and the 3 big characters Chong Xiangxi appear on the screen. Zhu Shi. I hope Jin Kuyu Lu goes to the lower half. Feng Shui. What is wrong with looking down on Chong Xiangxi? Eggflower. No. Is Chong Xiangxi weaker than Sheng Tang? The champion alliance ISNT stronger than the runner-up. Li Hua. Our Jin Kuyu Lu fans are like this. I love you. Can the fans of Rongguang just die off? Don't come to mess with our Jin Kuyu Lu. Jane Eyre, fool. Who is messing with your foolish Jin Kuyu Lu? It's unrelated to the shockwave. Jin Ku City. What was the name of the ancient champion? Compared to those weaker alliances, these strong alliances didn't feel anything during the draw, even if the draw was good or bad. In the Chongxiang Lounge, other managers had already arrived. A man with a bit of a beer belly rubbed his head, wondering who they might encounter. It's fine, actually. I want to meet Jin Kuyulu. Their fans are too lively online. It's really uncomfortable to watch, a young guy said. No worries. Spend less time online and stir up trouble. Learn more from your sister Gu. The beer belly man said. The young guy instinctively looked over there, where Yilu and Guyu were sitting together, quietly watching the screen. Can't learn. My sister Gu is graceful and cultured. Well, I've been told since I was little that I'm like a monkey jumping around. The young guy shook his head and sat down next to the man, patting his beer belly. Brother, you should lose some weight and drink a little less. The four-sided man looked troubled. Losing weight is fine, but if I don't drink, you're really taking your brother's life. Guyu was watching the screen, just saw his sister Gu Yan holding a Rongguang fan board in the audience. This guy. Guyu still remembers when she went to compete and took Gu Yan with her. At that time, Gu Yan hadn't even been exposed to the game. Cheering for her sister from below the venue. Who would have thought that during the competition, Gu Yan ran off to become a fan of Sheng Shi. And now she is the leader of the Sheng Shi fan support group. She has to stay in the venue this month and can't call or anything, hoping this little traitor can take care of herself. The second alliance of the first group in the lower half. A bronze sword shot through the sky. The fans on site were in an uproar. Tang, what are we afraid of? It's happening. I need to pinch my acupoint. What is this? Young man. Yan knows how to enjoy. Sheng Tang and Qin have been drawn together. Wow. But Yao. Sheng Tang fans are already in tears. Sister Yan promised to draw Sheng Tang and Qin together, right? I don't want to go to the losers group. Rongguang, don't be so pessimistic. The gap between Sheng Tang and Qin isn't that big. In the Sheng Tang lounge, Cheng Yaojin had a box of peach crisps on his knee. Airphone didn't know why she loved eating them so much. The key is that you can eat them without gaining weight. I really don't know how that petite body can take in so much. Seeing that he was drawn to be with the Qin, Airphone thought for a moment and asked, so what do you think? Cheng Yaojin was eating a piece of peach crisp and vaguely replied to Airfang's question. Send them to the losers group. Good. Airphone nodded. The management of Sheng Tang didn't see this as a problem. To take revenge for last season's Winter Cup finals, let us send the Qin to the losers group first. The fourth to be drawn was Jin Kuyulu. Watching the live broadcast, the fans of Jin Kuyulu collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the first group of Sheng Tang and Qin, the second group looked much more comfortable. Although there was a Chongxiang, it seemed to them that Chongxiang's strength was just SOSO. Guyu's command level didn't seem high in the eyes of the fans, because she was too focused on stability and not flashy. Feeling comfortable. We must be hostile to them. I don't want to be on the same side as them. I still want to beat them up. In the Chongxiang lounge, a young man waved his fist. ECN, Jin Kuyulu fans are laughing. I can only say, ha ha ha. Long June, +1. Invincible Tyrannosaurus, +10086. Awesome. The third alliance of the first group during the draw. Those not-so-strong fans were praying not to have their main alliance drawn into the first group. The Great Qin and the prosperous Tang were like celestial beings fighting. Even if one went to watch, they at least had to be a semi-celestial. Can't provoke. A rocket meanders through the starry sky. Shenzhou won. Except for the fans of Shenzhou won, the faces of other fans showed a relieved smile. Raw rice cooked into peanuts. Although it's not right, I'm sorry. I just can't help but laugh. Constant temperature. Whoever goes from this group is just a unlucky guy. Noble concubine. Let's have fun. The Shenzhou fans are already studying next year's summer competition. Bye-bye, friends. No time. Ha 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 ha. Next up is 8 Desolations. Intermediary. Hidden Dragon. Yu Yin draws another card. A river of yellow river water comes from the sky, flowing endlessly. Alliance tie-by. Chapter 80. Let's knock them out. Originally thought that anyone entering the lower half of the group would be unlucky, but unexpectedly, a big shark came in. Tai-Bai entered the first group. Eternal Sorrow. I can only say, Yu Yin, you are invincible, child. Little Rabbit without teeth. Prosperous Tang, Great Qin, Tai-Bai, are they going to fight for the finals again? Smile. This is not funny, kid. Learning and practicing. Here it comes, the death group of the Spring Cup. Meeting God, speechless. Taibai's alliance emblem appears on the main screen. The yellow river water flows slowly. Wake up to work. Are the fans of Intermediary here? What are their thoughts? Meteor shower. Can't even think about it. The last few cards are drawn. Yu Yin turned to look at the drawing situation on the main screen and could feel some unfriendly gazes and various gritted teeth from the audience. Innocence showed in her beautiful big eyes. Most of those who saw Yu Yin couldn't blame her. She was beautiful, and it was hard to blame her. Only able to curse in their hearts. What a fool. Raid Earth. The lights changed, and the grouping list for the lower half was also released. What everyone cared about. The last member of the death group was a phoenix, Yin Feng. In the bullet screen, there was a lively atmosphere. Just coming from the secondary league and encountering such a grouping, Yin Feng was truly the unlucky one. Lower half group 1. Great Qin, Prosperous Tang, and Taibai lead. Followed by the unlucky Shenzhou 1, Intermediary, and Yin Feng. Group 2. Longing, Golden Rules, Heavenly Transformation, Hidden Dragon, 8 Desolations, Great Ming's Elegance. Yin Feng's Lounge. The items left by the previous chess observers had been completely cleared out. This lounge would completely belong to Yin Feng until she left the top league. On the sofa in the lounge, several managers looked displeased. Being grouped with Great Qin, Prosperous Tang, and Taibai for competition was clearly not what they wanted to see. Just entering the top league, did they have to fight with celestial beings? This didn't conform to the promotion process. Shouldn't it start from the weaker ones? In accordance with the challenge mode, fighting step by step? Why encounter a boss right away? Several managers frowned, each wearing a bitter melon face. Commander Wang Han fiddled with a Yin Feng doll, his expression very natural. He saw the sorrowful faces of the alliance managers, and one might think Yin Feng was about to die. This is why he didn't like these managers of Yin Feng. These people were no longer Yin Fengs. They didn't have the proud blood flowing through them that Yin Feng was proud of. Those who had lost their pride were not worth mentioning, let alone their alliance was called Yin Feng. Yin Feng didn't need to bow to anyone. No need to fear anyone. But these people now knew nothing of that. Wang Han placed the doll on the coffee table and couldn't help but think that the people in the lounge not far from him, Zhou Qing, might know. Thinking of Zhou Qing, Wang Han's eyes darkened. Old friends had left or retreated. It was not easy to encounter one, and she went to another alliance. Yin Feng, what has happened to you? Wang Han did not expect that upon returning, he would see Yin Feng in this state. The last item of the draw. The two groups divided into camps. The light shone on Yu Yin. Her figure is beautiful as a flower. The light illuminated her skin exposed outside her black dress, making it bright and fair. The bones and flesh of her calves were proportionate, evoking the phrase, a beauty like jade. The first draw. Fiery red light came from all directions, converging into a red sea, the fire raging, and vaguely, a pair of phoenix wings fluttered in the flames. Yin Feng. Other fans of the first group alliance prayed that their main alliance would not be in the same camp as Yin Feng. Everyone agreed that Yin Feng, just coming up from the secondary league, was the weakest one. There is still a barrier between the top league and the secondary league. Like the chess observer who fell into the secondary league, the opponent was also a god killer before ascending to the secondary league, but once entering the top league, they became an experienced baby who could be easily crushed. The next draw, a wine jug appeared. The fans exploded, especially the fans of Prosperous Tang. Fu Yaoa. All thoughts are thoughts. What is this? Why are we in the same group as Yin Feng? Fourth ant. Prosperous Tang fans are going to cause a scene. With Taibai, Prosperous Tang, and Great Qin in the same group. If Prosperous Tang is in the same group as the weakest Yin Feng, how can they compete if the next alliance is not one of Taibai or Great Qin? The fans of Prosperous Tang were looking forward to either Taibai or Great Qin becoming the third alliance in this group. But with Yu Yan's next draw, everything headed towards the worst place. Intermediary. The fans of Prosperous Tang fell silent, but the world is relative. When some are unhappy, others are laughing heartily. Smiles would only shift from your face to others. At least now, the fans of Great Qin, Taibai, and Shenzhou 1 were laughing happily. Especially Shenzhou 1, who thought they were in the death group, unexpectedly became the comfortable winning group. Backed by Great Qin and Taibai, fans of Shenzhou 1 could only say they were very lucky. Temple. Yin, my wife. A kiss, truly great. A faint. Long live this draw. Li Bai is not white. Good draw. Bright moon and clear wind. Really, Does no one care about the lives of Prosperous Tang fans and intermediary fans? Distant Mountain. Prosperous Tang, you can fight back from the loser group. Believe in yourselves. Feather, who goes to the loser group, is still uncertain. What if Prosperous Tang or intermediary suddenly get strong? Maple leaves and reed flowers in autumn. Why don't you say Yinfeng suddenly gets strong and knocks them all out? The draw for the lower half group, one has ended. Prosperous Tang, Yinfeng, and intermediary against Great Qin, Tai Bai, and Shenzhou won. This result can only be said to have some happy and some sad. Facing this draw result, the fans of Prosperous Tang were already in despair. How could they compete? It would be fine to fight Great Qin and Tai Bai, but why did they have to drag along the burden of Yinfeng? Prosperous Tang's lounge. Qing Yaojin put down the peach crisp box. After eating, Feng asked. Qing Yaojin nodded, looking at the draw results on the screen. Her dark eyes seemed to flash with many emotions, but it quickly faded into silence. It's a bit difficult, said the manager of Prosperous Tang, Di Renjia. Yinfeng, a former strong alliance, but that was years ago. The personnel had already changed completely. The current strength, another manager's unfinished words implied what everyone understood. It's not that they looked down on this ally, but Yinfeng really didn't seem to show any fighting spirit. Fine, since they could reach the top league. Yinfeng must have some abilities, Feng said. Now that the camps are out, everyone should think about how to fight. Qing Yaojin remained silent, her head down, her gaze hollowly looking at the floor. Feng knew that was her thinking face. Although she said this on the surface, Feng also knew that after the grouping, the situation was not optimistic for them. Let's knock them out. Qing Yaojin raised her head and said, Chapter 81. Is it really necessary to socially die? Compared to the first half of the group, the second group is much calmer. The only notable alliance is Chengxiangxi, a top-tier strong alliance. But its strength is still up for debate in the eyes of the audience. Aside from Chengxiangxi, the other alliances are not far apart in strength. Bahuang, Jinqiu, and Tianyan Damingfenghua are all hovering around the mid-tier. Although Qianlong has shown signs of decline in recent years, it is still much stronger than Yinfeng. The draw for the matchups quickly concluded. Chengxiangxi was paired with Jinqiu. Chengxiangxi, Qianlong, and Bahuang formed one camp, while Jinqiu, Tianyan, and Damingfenghua formed another. Fans from both sides were quite satisfied with this result. During this process, an amusing incident occurred. The director accurately spotted a fan in the audience who was holding two fan signs, one for Rongguang and another for Chengxiangxi. The director replayed the footage on the screen, and the audience, along with those in the live stream, saw a beautiful young lady placing the Rongguang sign at her feet and then lifting up the Chengxiangxi sign from the ground. The crowd erupted in laughter. In the live stream, the comments flooded in without pause. Comments included, Haha, Chinger, are these two alliances being supported? Northwind, seriously? You put down the Rongguang sign to raise the Chengxiangxi sign? She, supporting both Chengxiangxi and Rongguang? Hiss, what do these two alliances have in common? Sunshine, come on. Draw your sword, Rongguang fans. That pretty lady is our Chengxiangxi fan. Simply, I need to protect our Chengxiangxi girl. Rongguang, come and fight. Glory crowning, ISNT that the leader of our Rongguang support team? Yu Yong, not warm enough. The joke here is the Chengxiangxi fan sign and the leader of the Rongguang support team. Cat from 9 Streets. Is this for real? I don't believe it. On site, Gu Yin saw herself displayed on the main screen, her face turning slightly red from embarrassment. She looked down at her feet, where the Rongguang and Chengxiangxi fan signs were placed together. She thought to herself, is it that uncommon to support two alliances at the same time? What is going on? It felt like public execution. Her phone kept buzzing with messages, but Gu Yin didn't want to think about what they might say. She silently held both fan signs, thinking in her heart, Sister, this is the last thing I can do for you. Boo-hoo. In Chengxiangxi's lounge, several managers were laughing heartily. Yelu noticed the slight smile on Gu Yu's face and remarked, That must be your sister. Gu Yu nodded. She didn't expect the little girl to follow through on her words and to do so in such a way. So, she asked Gu Jie's sister. A young man stifled a laugh, unable to contain his amusement. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Don't hold it in, Gu Yu said gently, her smile blooming like a night blooming serious. In Rongguang's lounge, several people also witnessed the scene. This fan seems a bit indecisive. How can they support two alliances at once? Subai joked. What? Did you set a rule that you can't support two alliances at the same time? Jiang Wenjing rolled his eyes. What a beautiful girl. It's clear she's a fan of ours. And Chang Xiangxi is just a side thing. Lin Yuma offered his opinion. Why? It seems like Chang Xiangxi has more female fans. Guanshan wondered aloud. How could that be? Back in the day, you have no idea how many female fans we had. Lin Yuma replied. That was then. This is now. Don't confuse the past with the present. Su Bai made a silly face. Aren't you being childish? Looking at Su Bai's silly face, Lin Yuma sighed. He hadn't been like this before. The draw was completely finished. The complete grouping situation was displayed on the main screen. Upper Group 1, Rongguang, Yunmeng. Yiyang Tower versus Wujing, Solomon, Yu. Upper Group 2, Zhao, Fuda, Shengxiu versus Celery Alliance, Happy New Year, Tianjisha. Lower Group 1, Sheng Tang, Yinfeng. Jianku versus Daqin, Taibai, Shenzhou No. 1. Lower Group 2, Changxiangxi, Qianlong, Bahuang versus Jinqiu, Tianyin, Daming Fenghua. All 24 alliances were planned out. The host, holding a microphone, said, Thank you, Yiyan. Next, let us turn the screen over to the commentators to see what they think about the groupings. The live stream transitioned from the venue to the commentary seats. Several guests sat on the sofa. Su Yuyu was hugging a cute dragon-shaped doll, which was merchandise from Qianlong. The doll did not hide her long, fair legs, and the camera focused in, causing a flood of licking the screen comments in the chat. This grouping situation. A guest wearing an artistic hat looked at the groupings, somewhat at a loss for words. I can only say it's an incredibly good draw. Another guest laughed and said, How can I put it? Looking at this grouping, the excitement is at an all-time high. Everyone is coming in with full firepower, especially in the lower Group 1. The comments included, Don't say that. Isn't the life of the Sheng Tang fans worth something? Huaji Piao Ling Shuizi Lu. I'm exhausted. Blue Fatty. The excitement is indeed high, haha. Flag Grape. What are you laughing about? Cry for me. Let us first analyze the upper Group 1. The commentary guests included professionals like Su Yuyu, who worked in the Raid of Soil League, and the man with the artistic hat, a former professional player. They had deep insights into the game and had many fans. Otherwise, the Raid of Soil League Wu Ti have invited them. Behind the commentary sofa, a large screen displayed the first group of alliances. Rongguang, Yunmeng, and Yiyang Tower against Wujing. Solomon and Yu. The strength difference in this group is not particularly large. Although Wujing is the champion of the Winter Cup, Yunmeng also reached the finals of the Winter Cup, and although they ultimately lost, they still held their heads high. Excluding these two alliances, the remaining 4 alliances appear to be evenly matched, but Rongguang has already undergone a transformation. Everyone understands what I mean, right? The guest looked at the others. Got it. It's Light Song directing, someone said. Indeed, the return of this legendary commander, even if Rongguang hasn't had significant personnel changes. This Rongguang is no longer the same team from last season. Su Yuyu remained silent, hugging the Qianlong doll, and when she heard the name Rongguang, she instinctively thought of the calm demeanor of the young man in the lounge. Will Rongguang really win the championship? The other guests continued analyzing the situation. If we switch Wujing and Yunmeng, I think Rongguang will surprise us. I support Rongguang in this group. Indeed, Light Song's return is a huge boost for this alliance. But I don't think this group can defeat Wujing's group. With Wujing's championship foundation unchanged, Solomon and you have both made reinforcements this season, while Yiyang Tower lost a team during the transfer period. Based on this, I believe Wujing has a greater chance of winning. Chapter 82. Not a single win, what does you think? Several guests shifted their attention to Su Yuyu, who was hugging the Qianlong doll. Su Yuyu was still lost in thought. Her professional skills, compared to the professional guests, were really average. She was even more spaced out at this moment. And suddenly being called back to reality, she jolted and realized everyone was looking at her. She tightened her grip on the doll, leaving a dent on its face. Rongguang. Su Yuyu instinctively spoke. She glanced at the others, relieved that her thoughts were finally coming back together. Following her first 2 words, she continued. I have high hopes for Rongguang. With Light Song back, everyone's view of Rongguang has indeed changed from before. One guest laughed and said, After all, it's Light Song, and this might be Rongguang. The weight of these 2 words is something any Raid of Soil player can understand. Another commentator picked up the conversation, shifting his focus to the man wearing an artistic hat, saying, "Old Shui, you must have a deep understanding of this." The man referred to as Old Shui sighed helplessly. "Really? Why bring that up?" He extended his hand, forming a gesture of 7. "That hits me right in the heart. 7 matches. I've played 7 matches against Rongguang, and not a single one did I win." At this moment, the control panel displayed the times of those 7 matches on the large screen behind them, with each match's time clearly visible. The winner of all 7 matches was Rongguang. Old Shui's face fell, and he bitterly smiled. "Thanks for helping me recall that." At this time, the bullet comments flooded in. Cheng Director, Yuren Gan Shinma, August Wind. "This haha really knows how to stir things up." Quang Fengdu. "I feel like Shui Qi is about to break down haha." 15 you. 7 matches and not a single win. Is that so outrageous? Merchant returns. "What is outrageous? That was Shangshi. Ding Fengbo. Shui Qi is so miserable." Jiang Shushu. "Even Shangshi is a victim of Yinqing, and the commander of Zhao, Zhou Chong, lost all 13 matches against Shangshi. He is the real victim." Saijin Ansha. "Didn't the Winter Cup just win against Rongguang?" Rich man, you called him Rongguang yourself. I'm talking about Shangshi. Are Shangshi and Rongguang the same concept? So you turned to look at the screen, where the data was indeed eye-catching. 7 matches spanning a timeline of 4 years. And this alliance called Yinqing had not won a single one. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and Su Yu seemed lost in thought. "Who does Old Shui favor?" a guest asked. "Wuji," Shui Qi replied without hesitation. The guest was taken aback. Having been beaten by Rongguang 7 times, you should fully appreciate Rongguang's strength. Why choose Wuji? Logically, shouldn't you choose Rongguang? Shui Qi smiled slyly. "Rongguang has beaten me 7 times, and I still stand with him? Dream on. I'll definitely cheer for Wuji." Shui Qi said confidently. "That does make sense." The guests discussed for a while longer, concluding that the first group in the upper half should watch for Rongguang's performance. If Rongguang performs well, the Yunming group has hope. Otherwise, Wuji should be able to lead their 2 alliances to victory. For the second group, I favor the Celery Alliance. What is your reason? I love eating celery. Does that work? The guests exchanged smiles. Bullet comments. Su Jianren. "No way, you can't eat celery." Gang, just eat it. Good night. Well, you all can't eat celery. However, the strength distribution in this group is indeed very balanced. Both sides have significant chances. It's about a 50-50 split. Zhou Chong is still playing. Sigh. It's really nostalgic. Shui Qi thought of the name of Zhao, recalling an old acquaintance. Zhou Chong is considered one of the fossils of our league. Speaking of fossils, Rongguang seems to have an even older one, a guest suddenly pointed out. Almost forgot. Huiyu is back. Indeed, Huiyu has been a professional longer than Zhou Chong. In the bullet comments, many people did not know Huiyu's identity. The first batch of fans entering the first season of Wu Ji era barely remembered anyone from before, let alone this old-timer Huiyu. Lu Xing. So this Huiyu is? Bai Chao. I don't know, is he famous? Still in Rongguang? Why does Rongguang have all these old-timers? Wuxing. I really don't remember Huiyu. How long ago was he? You say you want to see. I've been watching matches for 4 years. I really don't recognize this person. Lioli. What is there to guess? Probably just some old player who popped up before. Seriously, why bother getting hung up on how long someone has played? Competitive levels keep improving. Leagues are getting stronger, not weaker. A poem. Let us guess. Which fans are still fixated on the past? Please resign. What is wrong with Rongguang? Left little right. Don't mistake ignorance for stupidity. Huiyu. The former leader of Yin Feng, top-tier team leader. Little son. Why would the leader of Yin Feng go to Rongguang? Now many audience friends probably don't know who this Huiyu is. The guest who mentioned Huiyu chuckled. Don't say the audience. Even I don't have much of an impression. This player has been professional for too short time. Shui Qi said. Ha ha, about this Huiyu. Let's keep it a mystery. He has strong team-leading abilities. As for Huiyu, that's all for now. Let us continue reviewing the situation of the second group. The level difference between both sides in the second group is indeed minimal. After discussing a few more points about the movements of various alliances during the transfer period and some important personnel changes, they moved on to the first group in the lower half. This is the heavyweight matchup. Sheng Tang, Yin Feng, and Jian Ku against Qin, Tai Bai, and Shenzhou number 1. All right, everyone, let us talk about this situation, the guest said, unable to stop smiling. TSK. I bet there are already trending topics about this group on Weibo. Indeed, as the guest said, the current trending topics are 1. Results of the Spring Cup draw. 2. Shengtang, Yinfeng, Jianku vs. Daqin, Taibai, Shenzhou number 1. 3. Rongguang support team leader. 4. Shengtang. This is the rhythm of Yinfeng wanting to take down the boss right away, the guest remarked. But it can't be said like that. Shuichi looked at the emblem of Yinfeng and said, in the past, Yinfeng was the boss itself. Yes, Yinfeng, seeing this alliance, suddenly feels emotional. The Raid Earth League has developed to this extent, it feels like a dream. The guest who spoke was Wu Chou. He is one of the oldest commentators in the Raid Earth League. When he joined, everything wasn't as prosperous as it is now. Chapter 83. Clash of States. Zhao Yan did not continue watching. He didn't like the nostalgic scenes of the past. He returned to his room, where it was noon, and the sun hung high in the sky. The traces of winter had completely vanished, and spring was accompanied by the winds of the approaching summer. Haicheng is a prosperous city, but in his dreams, Zhao Yan always sees the shadow of another city, Shancheng. His love died there. Everything he had was destroyed there. Therefore, even now, Zhao Yan still doesn't know if he has truly walked out of Shancheng. Perhaps he has never truly left. He is buried beneath Shancheng. And the Zhao Yan who walked out is another version of himself. As for whether this Zhao Yan is a walking corpse or something else, it doesn't matter much. The schedule for the Spring Cup matches had already been delivered to the lounge by the staff. The matches are in 3 days. A knock sounded at the door. Zhao Yan opened it to find Lin Yuma standing at the entrance. What is wrong? Zhao Yan asked. The match times have been announced. Yunming and Yang Tower want everyone to have a meal together and discuss things, Lin Yuma said. With the match approaching, the management and commanders of Yunming and Yang Tower naturally wanted everyone to talk about the match. Everyone currently has no phones, so they can only discuss in person. Okay. Zhao Yan nodded. Following Lin Yuma to the hall, he saw Chen Chu and others gathered around playing Gamoku, showing no intention of getting up. Bro, aren't you going? Zhao Yan asked. Chen Chu waved his hand. No need for so many people. Just go with the elite. You 3, plus Zhou Qing, are enough. Subai didn't even look up, nudging Jiang Wenzheng, mumbling, are you stupid? Don't play this. Jiang Wenzheng was utterly speechless at his nudging. Watch the game in silence. Can you shut up? Hirong went to take a nap, Guanshan went out to eat, and Zhou Qing tidied up his clothes. Standing up. Let us go, Lin Yuma said. 3 people walked out of the Rongguang lounge, and at that moment, people from another lounge adjacent to Rongguang also stepped out, resulting in a brief encounter. The alliance next to Rongguang was Wujia. A familiar face saw their group and smiled with a hint of sarcasm, saying, going out, huh? Yeah. Lin Yuma replied politely. Rongguang and Wujia weren't particularly close, and since their first match was against Wujia, there wasn't much to say. After Lin Yuma exchanged a few pleasantries with that person, they parted ways. Their purpose is probably the same as ours. I saw them directing the ink. And the one in the black short-sleeve shirt is him, Lin Yuma whispered to Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan nodded. The 3 entered a private room in a coffee shop within the lounge. The CAF offered snacks like cookies and small cakes, but their goal wasn't to eat. Let me introduce you. This is Rongguang, the manager of Yunming, and this is Wei Wuxian, the commander of Yunming. And these are the other members, Jiu Yu, Feng Hen from Yang Tower, and San Shui, the commander of Yang Tower. Lin Yuma introduced Zhao Yan and Zhou Qing. Both Zhao Yan and Zhou Qing, one who had been out of the game for 3 years and the other in the secondary league, might not recognize the people before them. Hello, I'm Qing Ge. Zhao Yan introduced himself first, observing the commanders of Yang Tower and Yunming, perhaps due to the mutual understanding among commanders. The commanders of Yang Tower and Yunming were also watching him. Wei Wuxian was a very handsome young man, and when Zhao Yan's gaze met his, Wei Wuxian flashed a charming smile. San Shui nodded at Zhao Yan. The few settled down. Both of you are well-known players. It's a pleasure to meet you, said Jiu Yu, the manager of Yang Tower, breaking the ice with a typical conversation starter before discussing business. Zhao Yan simply smiled, not wanting to engage in that small talk. All right, Gu Ming, we have a match in 3 days, so let's talk about the game, Lin Yuma interjected. Solomon and you have strengthened their lineup, so their overall strength might be a notch above ours, Zhao Yan said. So basically, if we develop normally, we want to be able to beat them, Wei Wuxian added. It was a bit awkward to state it so plainly, but it was indeed the case. At least on paper, their combat power was like that. Indeed, Feng Hen from Yiyang Tower agreed. If we play for development, the opponent's growth rate might be faster than ours, Feng Hen continued. So we can't face them head-on, Rongguang nodded, looking at Zhao Yan. If Rongguang were to clash directly with the opponent, what are our chances? Zhao Yan pondered for a moment, picked up his coffee cup, and assessed. If we were to clash with Solomon and you, I'd say we have a 10% chance. Against Wujia, only 70%. After saying this, Zhao Yan took a small sip of his coffee. What a bold claim. 10%, 70%. But that's Wujia we're talking about, someone remarked. And Solomon and you aren't weak either. If anyone else had said this, the people from Yiyang Tower and Yunming might have thought that person had had too much to drink, but it was Zhao Yan who spoke. Rongguang had indeed shown prowess in clashes, even when Zhao Yan wasn't present. Now that he had returned, Rongguang's overall strength should have improved significantly. It seemed he was quite confident. Rongguang and Wei Wuxian exchanged glances. Then should we clash with them? Wei Wuxian suggested. If they couldn't develop steadily, then their only option was to clash. If they could successfully eliminate some of the opponent's players, they would gain significant control over the situation. This was also why everyone was clashing in the Winter Cup finals. The opponent wouldn't all land in one place to clash with them, and they could easily choose to land late and avoid confrontation. Zhao Yan explained, everyone knows Rongguang is strong in clashes. If they can't beat you in a clash, why wouldn't they avoid you? There's a saying, if you can't afford to fight, can you still not hide? Everyone wasn't foolish. They knew they couldn't win, but still insisted on fighting. What if we force a clash? Wei Wuxian asked again. How likely are we to win? Forcing a clash meant they would compete directly. You land late, I land late. We'll just wait for you. Zhao Yan set down his coffee cup and flicked a finger on it, causing ripples in the liquid. The people from Yunming and Yiyang Tower were watching him intently. Forcing a clash was like walking a tightrope. If they weren't careful, they could fall into the opponent's traps. The opponent would have ample time to set up, making it easy for them to get surrounded. Based on my predictions, if we force a clash with Yiyang Tower and you, we have a 90% chance of winning. With Wujia, it's 60%. Upon hearing Zhao Yan's response, Wei Wuxian's pupils constricted. 60% chance against Wujia, even if we force a clash? Even knowing Rongguang's capabilities in clashes, Wei Wuxian felt a hint of doubt. Zhao Yan's confidence seemed exaggerated. Wujia is strong, but we are stronger, someone interjected. It wasn't Wei Wuxian, but San Shui, the commander of Yiyang Tower, who had been silent until now. His implication was for Zhao Yan to reconsider and not to speak recklessly. Except for Zhou Qing and Lin Yuma, the others present showed skeptical expressions, finding it hard to believe that Wujia was so easily dismissed by Zhao Yan. I know, Zhao Yan nodded. Wujia is indeed strong. They always have been. They're the alliance that could take a championship during the peak era. How could they not be strong? But you still think. Wei Wuxian started, but suddenly stopped when he saw a slight smirk at the corner of Zhao Yan's mouth. Wujia is strong, but we are stronger, Zhao Yan reiterated. Lin Yuma, sitting beside him, remained silent, but his hands resting on his knees couldn't help but tremble. Once long ago, it was said that Wujia was strong, but we are stronger. It turned out we should be this proud. Zhou Qing skillfully decorated his coffee with a design, maintaining a calm demeanor without showing any reaction to Zhao Yan's bold words, unlike Lin Yuma, who believed in Zhao Yan because the glorious era they created was still vivid in their memories. Though the glory had faded, Rongguang still remained. Zhou Qing, however, believed in himself. Wang Han was right. The blood of Yin Feng still flowed, just not within Yin Feng anymore. Looking at the pattern in his coffee cup, Zhou Qing smiled with satisfaction. One person observed Zhou Qing's actions closely. Rongguang quietly watched the entire process. He lightly traced the character on Wei Wuxian's hand. Wei Wuxian glanced at him without suspicion. Then let's clash, Wei Wuxian said. The managers of Yiyang Tower were taken aback. What was going on? Just because Zhao Yan claimed they were stronger, Wei Wuxian was convinced? That reasoning seemed too far-fetched. Did they think that if they said Yiyang Tower was stronger than Daqin, they would truly be stronger? San Shui spoke up, if we fail in the clash, our chances of winning will be very slim. Originally, they couldn't compete in terms of development speed against Wujia, and if they clashed with Wujia, they could very well be defeated in a short time. Before Zhao Yan could speak, Wei Wuxian took the lead, saying, "A strike at the beginning, a strike at the end. Anyway, if we don't crash into the state, we'll be at a disadvantage. It's better to make it a grand affair. Even if we die, let it be a glorious death." Wei Wuxian smiled as he spoke, the youthful spirit surrounding him, his eyes sparkling like stars. Some people are truly fearless. They step into the martial world and boldly declare to the well-known martial artists, "From now on, I will defeat you." Zhao Yan looked at Wei Wuxian. He had seen many young commanders filled with ambition. Wei Wuxian was not the first. Many had already fallen, but there is a saying, some grow old, but there are always young ones. In Wei Wuxian's smile, those people seemed to come back to life, speaking through him the words of their youth, bringing those years back to life. In Zhao Yan's eyes, Wei Wuxian transformed into many figures, their blurry shadows sweeping past. In the end, only Wei Wuxian remained. Zhao Yan suddenly remembered what Cheng Huan had once told him. "Zhao Yan, you're so young. Smile more. You should have the spirit of youth. The world is vast, and youth is the greatest. Come on, give a smile." "Master, is this the appearance you hoped for?" Sanshui ultimately did not voice any objections. In the face of such youthful ambition, everything should give way to them. If we stubbornly crash into the state, we might end up in the enemy's encirclement, requiring timely support. Zhao Yan looked at Sanshui and Wei Wuxian. He had recently watched some videos of Rongguang's matches. Many times, Rongguang crashed into the state and ended up surrounded, with ally support failing to arrive, leading to Rongguang being beaten. They were heading toward Wuji, and being late could mean Wuji would definitely be on guard. "Don't worry, before our allies arrive, the prefix you see will definitely bear the words Yunmeng," Wei Wuxian said. "I can't guarantee, but Yang Tower will definitely support us as quickly as possible," Sanshui added. "That's fine," Zhao Yan smiled. "Our first battle is our decisive battle. We aim to achieve victory during the state battle." The three families discussed some matters regarding the competition and prepared several backup plans. In case any problems arose during the crash into the state, they would have alternatives. After the discussion, they left the coffee shop. "So how's your confidence?" After parting ways with the people from Yunmeng and Yang Tower, Lin Yuma asked. He was confident that the first ally to arrive would have the prefix bearing the words Yunmeng. So how could he not be confident in crashing into the state to take down Wuji? Zhao Yan replied. The three walked toward the lounge. Along the way, they saw many alliance managers discussing competition matters with newly separated allies. Seeing a young man with a head full of white hair, Zhao Yan's previously relaxed mood suddenly sank. Buzhou Mountain, Qingge Commander. Buzhou Mountain also spotted Zhao Yan and walked over, a smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes. "What a misfortune," Lin Yumal whispered. "I heard you guys are playing against Wuji," Buzhou Mountain said, his smile bright but devoid of any real amusement. "What does it have to do with you? Why are you coming to our Rongguang?" Lin Yumal retorted without hesitation. "What would I go to Rongguang for? After all, in this new era, drilling into an old grave would be a joke, wouldn't it?" Buzhou Mountain replied with a grin. "What do you mean?" Lin Yumal frowned. "Nothing much." Buzhou Mountain continued to smile. It seemed he was speaking without reservation to repay Zhao Yan's earlier indifference in the restaurant. "Don't lose, or you'll have to hide in the loser group. It will be hard for me to meet you then," Buzhou Mountain said. Lin Yuma's anger flared, and he was about to say something when Zhou Qing pressed down on his shoulder. "How many championships do you have?" Zhou Qing asked. Lin Yumal was furious and didn't respond. Zhao Yan chimed in, "None." "Then what are you saying to him?" Zhou Qing asked in confusion. Chapter 85. You say her name is Cheng Yaojin. Zhou Qing had a knack for retorting, especially with his puzzled expression. The expressions on Lin Yuma and Buzhou Mountain's faces instantly flipped. Buzhou Mountain disliked it when someone brought up his lack of championships, because he truly had none. However, Buzhou Mountain stared at Zhou Qing. According to his information, this person also had no championships, not to mention the questionable value of the championships in a prosperous era. "Do you have a championship?" Buzhou Mountain sneered. "You don't have a championship either, not even a minor league title. What right do you have to say that?" Zhou Qing remained noncommittal, nodding. "I indeed have no championship, which is why I'm not speaking." Zhou Qing also sneered, unlike some people who have nothing left but a big mouth. During the days of heading south, Zhou Qing had been tempered by the world, and Buzhou Mountain truly couldn't argue with him. You too as well. We aren't idle here. What's the point of talking to him? Tactical exchanges don't need to be with a guy who has no title, right? Zhou Qing turned to Lin Yuma and Zhao Yan. This remark seemed directed at the two of them, but in truth, the person it was aimed at knew in their heart. Zhou Qing intentionally emphasized no championship. Lin Yuma now also reacted, clapping his hands. Oh, my bad. A dog biting a person. A person can't bite back at the dog, right? That's my mistake. Buzhou Mountain's face turned pale with anger. I hope you can be as proud in the upcoming matches, Buzhou Mountain said, leaving those words behind as he turned to leave. Aside from Zhou Qing's remark about having no championship, Zhao Yan remained silent. Just as Lin Yuma said, a dog biting a person can't bite back at the dog. The one losing out is still the person. Let's go. Zhou Qing looked at Buzhou Mountain's back, not continuing to mock him. Just a jumping clown. Hey, Zhou Qing, you're really impressive. As the three walked back, Lin Yuma said to Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing found it a bit funny. Why do I feel like you're not talking about my gaming skills? Lin Yuma laughed. I'm not impressive. If we're comparing this, I'm much worse than Su Bai. Zhou Qing said. Indeed. Lin Yuma nodded in agreement. If Su Bai were here today, that guy would directly start cursing. However, Buzhou Mountain generally wouldn't come when Su Bai was present. Because he can't argue back, Zhou Qing asked. Those who can argue back have either already left or aren't in the top league anymore, Lin Yuma said. So now in the top league, Su Bai has very few opponents. Zhao Yan had not joined their conversation, just quietly listening. When Lin Yuma said that those who could argue back at Su Bai had already left, figures appeared in Zhao Yan's mind. However, at this moment, they had also vanished like smoke. As they turned a corner, Zhao Yan saw a few people in the hot pot restaurant ahead. One of the young girls attracted Zhao Yan's attention. It wasn't her beautiful face, but a certain aura about her that captivated him. Everyone has a different presence. Based on personality, there are various distinctions. For instance, Buzhou Mountain is the type that's frivolous and impetuous. Zhou Yu is calm and collected. And Gu Yu has a quiet and steady demeanor, each unique. The girl sitting there gave Zhao Yan a feeling of extreme confidence. This kind of feeling Zhao Yan had seen in Chenghuan. It was a sense of, you may be strong, but the bright moon shines over the great river, where no matter how powerful the opponent, they could not stir a ripple in her. Although the first impression of the two was entirely different, this confidence was indeed strikingly similar. Do you know that person? Zhao Yan patted Lin Yuma on the shoulder. Which one? Lin Yuma, still talking to Zhou Qing, followed Zhao Yan's gesture and looked toward the group in the hot pot restaurant. People from Shangtang, Yin Feng, and Yankee. Which one are you referring to? That little girl. Zhao Yan pointed at the girl who was fishing out beef balls from the hot pot. You mean Cheng Yaojin? There was only one girl gathered with them. And Lin Yuma immediately spotted Cheng Yaojin, saying to Zhao Yan, Cheng Yaojin. Zhao Yan was taken aback, unable to understand how a name that immediately conjured images of a bearded, muscular man could belong to such a cute girl. The contrast was amusing. After Lin Yuma called out Cheng Yaojin's name, Zhao Yan confirmed her identity. He had seen her in a recorded match, the commander of the Shangtang, Cheng Yaojin. He never expected that she would be such a young girl. At her age, she was probably still in high school, right? You say she is Cheng Yaojin? Zhou Qing also looked incredulous. Yeah, surprising, isn't it? Lin Yuma appreciated the shocked expressions on their faces, satisfied, as he had worn the same expression at that moment. Why does she have such a name? Zhou Qing asked. If you ask me, who should I ask? It might be some kind of quirk, Lin Yuma stretched lazily. You know, capable people often have some unique quirks. Do you have one? Zhou Qing turned to the person next to him. No, Zhao Yan replied firmly, like a hammer driving a nail into a board. Zhou Qing looked back at Lin Yuma, his meaning clear. He doesn't. Lin Yuma waved Zhou Qing over, signaling him to lean down. Since Zhou Qing was taller, Lin Yuma had to ask him to lower himself to whisper to Zhao Yan. Zhou Qing, like Chen Chu, came from the northeast. He leaned to the side, and Lin Yuma whispered in his ear, he, is a sister control. Zhao Yan silently watched the girl. His eyesight was excellent, and he consciously protected his eyes. From his position, Zhao Yan could see her fishing noodles out of the hot pot. Perhaps the chopsticks couldn't hold the slippery noodles, causing them to slip back into the pot, splashing hot soup. A pair of hands shielded the girl. A man picked up tongs and placed the noodles into the girl's bowl. It was a harmonious scene, like a father and daughter. You aren't falling for her, are you? Lin Yuma, after finishing his whisper with Zhou Qing, saw Zhao Yan lost in thought and smiled. Zhao Yan shook his head. Don't joke around like that, Lin Yuma. Lin Yuma shrugged, my. The one helping her with the noodles is Feng, the leader of Shancheng. Don't think too much. They're not father and daughter, although they might as well be. Do you want to meet her? Lin Yuma asked again. No need. We'll see her during the match, Zhao Yan said. Upon seeing Cheng Yaojin, Zhao Yan finally understood the phrase, generations of talents emerge, each leading for hundreds of years. Young people are all very impressive, except for the Unzu Mountain. As the three of them turned to leave, Cheng Yaojin, who was eating noodles, suddenly turned her eyes to look at Zhao Yan's back. Feng, following her gaze, also saw the backs of Zhao Yan and the others. He is Qing Ge, Cheng Yaojin asked. Feng nodded. He is Qing Ge. He's very impressive, Cheng Yaojin said. Chapter 86. The match begins. The two of them tacitly gave each other the same evaluation. 3 days later, the competition hall was packed. The main screen displayed the prefixes and emblems of each alliance, surrounding the 4 large characters in the center, on the land of all. The venue was brightly lit as if it were daytime, even though it was indeed daytime. At 11:49 a.m., there were 11 minutes until the match began. Welcome to Haicheng Arena. I'm the host 12, and I'm very glad to see everyone. The host, dressed in a suit, wore a radiant smile, facing the sea of people filling the arena. In the spring, everything revives and life continues. In the coming month, the 24 alliances in Haicheng will compete for 3 champions of spring and win the Spring Crown Trophy. As the host spoke, the camera panned to the trophy placed on the stage, where a fine willow swayed, swallows returned, and kites danced. The trophies for spring, summer, autumn, and winter were all different. The pattern on the Spring Cup was full of the vitality of spring. The camera zoomed out, focusing on the 24 alliance flags hanging in the arena. Different emblems corresponded to the top alliances in the current land of all top league. The camera cut again. The fans in the audience held various fan signs, cheering passionately. In the live broadcast room, poetry and wine and youth. Here it comes. When does it start? Old friend with a cup, 12 o'clock. Falling into ruins mountain. Go, Great Qin. Starry night. Sheng Tang is invincible. Revenge for Great Qin. Young lady, go, Great Qin. Dan Qing water. The prosperous age still exists. Glory must win. Susu, glory, go. Time passed as the host stirred the atmosphere with his words. On the main screen, all alliance logos gradually faded away, and the phrase on the land of all glimmered in golden outline. The flames of war swept through, yet the brief peace faded away in an instant. In the camera, the words on the land of all also retreated, and the screen filled with a dark color tone. But soon, the image brightened again, with vitality surging after the flames of war. On the main screen, the word Spring Season Match appeared. Following that, the 24 Alliance logos shone brightly again. The countdown began. 10 seconds until the match starts. Let me hear your cheers. The host shouted into the packed audience with a microphone. The cheers surged like a tide, drowning the entire arena. 3, 2, 1. The host didn't turn around, but he knew the main screen's image suddenly flipped. For split screens, the upper and lower halves kicked off 4 matches simultaneously. The camera moved away from the live scene, switching to the commentary booth. Hello everyone, I'm Dayu. I'm Damu. Very glad to see everyone. Next, the two of us will bring you the commentary for this match. Bullet screen comments. Emo Luo. You're too early to be happy, haha. Luo sure. Hurry up, charge. Wound. My favorite double big duo commentary. Luo Shu returns to Yin. Everyone, do your best. Both commentators were dressed in suits and ties. Okay, now everyone has started to land. Let's first take a look at the upper group 1 situation. Dayu zoomed in, adjusting the main perspective to the upper group 1. In the upper group 1, the teams were Yunmeng, Glory, and Yang Tower against Wujia, Solomon, and Yu. Both sides had dropped a team to assess the situation. Everyone was very cautious, Dayu said. On their screens, they could see the number of players landing from each state in the match and their distribution. As soon as the timer ran out, the 2 teams that had just landed were 1 from Yu and 1 from Yang Tower. After all, it was Glory, They definitely wanted to engage in a collision with the states, seeking an opening by severely injuring an alliance. However, Wuji also knew that glory was strong in state collisions, so they must want to avoid it, the other commentator Dama said. One team landed in Qingzhou, while the other went to Bingzhou. Glory definitely wanted to catch Wuji. Let's see if they can catch them with the upcoming landing situation that you mentioned. In the Glory Lounge, Zhao Yan was constantly communicating with the people from Yunmeng and Yiyang Tower in the group. Although their phones were surrendered during the match, the official provided phones with a special social system that allowed allies to communicate within that system. No one in other states, only in Bingzhou, said the commander of Yiyang Tower. Prefix? Zhao Yan asked. Looks like it's also a test. Zhao Yan's game interface displayed the landing state selection screen, and he hadn't landed yet. The people around him, including Chen Chu, were also on this screen. Everyone was waiting for Zhao Yan to decide which state to land in. It wasn't just glory. Official statistics indicated that after the match started, only 20% of the total players had landed in the first instance across the 4 matches. Everyone was hanging in the sky, holding sharp knives, ready to plunge them into the enemy's heart. Another team has landed in Yuzhou and Jizhou. It's Solomon's people. San Shui said in the group. Are there many? Estimating 3 teams. 3 teams. Over 100 people. Zhao Yan estimated this number. This was a choice between occupying the north or deploying a smoke screen. 100 people aren't too few, but they're definitely not too many. Let's take Jizhou, Wei Wuxian said. All right, we'll send 2 teams to Jizhou, ensuring our people won't be overwhelmed by the other side. Zhao Yan replied in the group while looking at the map. It's settled. We'll send 2 teams to Jizhou. We've already collided with Solomon there. While the other people from the opposite side haven't landed yet, San Shui said. Currently, only the Yiyang Tower from the 3 families has landed. And all in-game news must be obtained by Wei Wuxian and Zhao Yan from San Shui. Yu has landed in Qingzhou with a large force. And there are also Yu's people in Jizhou. San Shui suddenly posted in the group. Jizhou and Qingzhou instantly fell into the hands of the opposite side, and the 3 teams at Yiyang Tower were immediately surrounded by them. We're going to Bingzhou, don't worry. Wei Wuxian made a quick judgment to prevent the opposite side, Wuji, from landing in Bingzhou and completely taking Yiyang Tower. The moment San Shui sent that message, Wei Wuxian had already arranged for people to land in Bingzhou. This is instant judgment. Everyone was trying to guess each other's intentions, but the opportunity for battle arose in an instant and then drifted away just as quickly. If Wuji had sent their entire alliance to Bingzhou just now, the situation would have been very bad for their side. However, in such landings, everyone was hesitant to push all in at once, opting to land bit by bit to gather information. The more comprehensive the information collected, the greater the advantage when landing. Wuji hasn't landed yet, Wei Wuxian said. Now, Yunmeng, Yiyang Tower, Yu, and Solomon have all landed, while Wuji and Rongguang, with 380 people, are still in the sky. Not a single person has landed. We're waiting for them, Zhao Yan typed. Chapter 87. The sword is drawn at the start. In the current situation, both sides are aiming to fight in the north. Dayu focused on the landing data. Within just 5 minutes, both sides had deployed a large number of troops in the north. Solomon landed 3 teams, while you had all but 1 team land. In the north, Yuzhou, Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Qingzhou have people, while the remaining states have 0 presence, especially in the southern states, where the real-time display shows that these states have 0 people. Not necessarily. Wuji hasn't landed yet, Damu said. Well, Wuji hasn't landed, but Rongguang hasn't either. Rongguang is likely waiting for Wuji. As soon as Wuji lands, they'll rush people in. If Wuji fills a state with their people, Rongguang and the remaining Yunmeng and Yiyang Tower members can clean up the resources in the other states. Damu, if you were Wuji, where would you land? The 2 looked at the landing situation, and Dayu asked. If I were Wuji, Damu pondered for a moment. I would land in Liang. So, extreme, Dayu was curious. Landing in Liang would cut off Bingzhou and Jizhou, but it could easily lead to being surrounded. A risky move can yield surprising results, Damu smiled. However, Wuji, being a long-established alliance that has experienced many seasons and ups and downs, should make their choices very steadily. As for history, Rongguang is no less than Wuji, Dayu said. In the Wuji lounge, Mosui was analyzing the situation. Solomon and Yu sent all the information they had gathered to the group. The answer was clear. Rongguang was waiting for them. Neither alliance had moved. Mosui wanted to avoid Rongguang. In the current situation, if they could avoid conflicts during state collisions and steadily develop, the opposite side couldn't beat them. Mosui was very good at playing a development game. The strategy of colliding with states is often a means chosen when they cannot win in development battles. Mosui was confident that he could far exceed them in development speed, and naturally did not want to collide with states. But Rongguang left him no choice. Wuji wouldn't land, and Rongguang wouldn't either. Even if both sides didn't develop, they had to wait for Wuji to land and Rongguang to collide. Now Liang, Yi, Jing, Yang, and Su have no one. Wuji cannot have an entire alliance land in one state. That would give resources to the opposite side. Of the remaining 5 states, Wuji must at least take 2, and of course, the more, the better. The main force of Yunmeng landed in Bingzhou, but there are still people available. Should we send some to Liang to mislead the opposite side? You suggested. All right. Yu's last team landed in Liang. This team was immediately found out by Yunmeng. Wei Wuxian was very steady. Seeing Yu's team, he did not immediately send people to Liang. It's just one team. It can't stir up much trouble. Commander, the personnel statistics are complete. All of Yu's people have landed, and Solomon still has 4 teams that haven't moved, while Wuji has not landed at all. Yunmeng's data statistics have already compiled the landing situation. Compared to the commentary that has a data panel, Yunmeng's statistics are much more primitive, relying on people to count one by one. Wei Wuxian sent this intelligence to the group. Zhao Yan looked at the remaining 4 teams of Solomon, deep in thought. How many people did Yunmeng land in Bingzhou? Can you hold your ground? Zhao Yan asked. 3 teams. Holding ground is not a problem, Wei Wuxian replied. Then, if the opposite side doesn't add more people to Liang, we won't need to worry about it for now. Later, the remaining people from Yang Tower can land in Liang. Zhao Yan said, as long as Yunmeng holds its ground in Bingzhou and the opposite side can arrive in time to support. The one team that landed in Liang will be like the one that landed in Qingzhou, already a dead team, lacking combat power for a short time and needing to be revived. Sanshui replied, good. Should we consider the southern states? Sanshui asked, as those states are all empty. The resources in those states are just sitting there, which is quite tempting. Let's not worry about it for now. Let the opposite side move first before we act. At least for the next half hour, we should do it this way, Zhao Yan said. The reason why the Shengtang side fell into a disadvantage at the start is that they didn't know where the focus was. They wanted this and that, wanting everything, and missed the north. Half an hour into the game, Wuji hasn't landed yet. Solomon sent another team to Liang. Now Liang has 2 teams. Wei Wuxian also sent another team to Bingzhou. Bingzhou is now their core, the central hub, and cannot afford any losses. Wuji and Rongguang really can keep their cool. None have landed yet, Damas said. On the real-time data table, both Rongguang and Wuji have the full number of 380 people. Both sides are restraining themselves. Dayu followed up. As Dayu spoke, he suddenly saw a striking data point jump up on the data analysis chart. With a large number of members pouring into a certain state, and the numbers in that area jumped like an electric spark compared to the area of Rongguang. Dayu was taken aback. Once he figured out what was happening, he quickly switched the screen to the match footage from another area. Dear viewers, in the current upper group, both Wuji and Rongguang are in a standoff. However, in the lower group, Shengtang has successfully collided with Daqin. And it was Shengtang that proactively sought out Daqin. Dayu raised his tone. Damu watched the data chart. In the first match of the lower group, all 380 members of Daqin and Shengtang landed. Shengtang was sharpening their knives, heading towards Daqin. The screen shifted to the 3rd competition venue. Inside Yangzhou and Jingzhou, the members of Daqin and Shengtang interacted, with members bearing the prefixes of Daqin and Shengtang able to see each other's main cities in Jingzhou and Yangzhou. Both alliances invested all their forces into Jingzhou and Yangzhou. Compared to the extreme restraint shown by Rongguang and Wuji, Shengtang went all in with Daqin. Pushing all their chips in, the scene erupted in cheers. Shengtang's proactive collision with the state undoubtedly showcased their willingness to confront Daqin. I really didn't expect Shengtang to take the initiative to collide with Daqin, Damu said, whether in the commentary booth or various channels. They were not optimistic about Shengtang's side in this situation, even feeling that Qin had already won the victory by the time the draw was completed. Unexpectedly, in a match with such a significant disparity in strength, Shancheng took the initiative to clash with Qin. Even in dire situations, there is hope. In front of you is the scattered main cities of Qin and Shancheng members, and Shancheng's act is aimed at colliding with Qin. Qin, people believe, can establish a new dynasty. This alliance has won a championship every year for the past 3 years, and its strength has been recognized by the public. Faced with the highly esteemed Qin, and in a match with such a stark difference in power, Shancheng chose to confront Qin. It's no wonder the fans on-site cheered so loudly. In this match, Shancheng did not concede. They chose to reveal their strategy right from the start. Chapter 88. Successfully clashing with the state, the atmosphere peaked the moment Shancheng drew their sword to clash with the state. In the upper group, one group of Wu Ji and Rongguang was still in a standoff. Both sides were confident, and Mo Shui was confident that as long as they avoided the clash, they would definitely outgrow their opponents, even if they landed late. Zhao Yan was also confident that if they seized the opportunity to clash with Wu Ji, they could severely weaken them. Wei Wuxian had already landed and was currently setting up the farming team. He landed in Liaozhou and Bingzhou. This central hub needed his command. After pulling the team out to farm and briefly checking the buildings, Wei Wuxian opened the leaderboard, where currently no one from Rongguang or Wu Ji had landed yet. Landing standoffs were common, but it was rare for two alliances to have no one land after an hour into the match. In the Wu Ji lounge, Di looked at Mo Shui, who was frowning, his gaze glued to the phone screen, wanting to see if there was any change in the situation. Under normal circumstances, Di would not interfere with command decisions. No alliance management would choose to interfere when the commander was making decisions to avoid disrupting their judgment. During this landing, several commanders were communicating, and the management was only gathering information for the commanders, not saying a word. However, this time Di moved closer and sat beside Mo Shui. If a clash with the state was inevitable, so be it, let us clash, Di said. Isn't it just Rongguang? We've beaten them before during the prosperous times. Di's words inspired Mo Shui. It must be said that Mo Shui was overly concerned about Rongguang's strong clash capabilities, which made him particularly eager to avoid clashing with them. But the more one wants to avoid something, the more likely it is to happen. All right, Mo Shui felt relieved. He reassessed the situation. Liaozhou will be beneficial. Mo Shui wanted to cut off Liaozhou and enclose Bingzhou and Jizhou completely. Liaozhou already had 2 of their teams, and their main force going to Liaozhou would secure it without a doubt, although there was a risk of being clashed in Yizhou. After issuing orders, the Wu Ji members hovering in the sky finally chose their landing spots and began to land one by one. This news was naturally known to Yunmeng. Liaoyi, the main force of Wu Ji, was now counting numbers. Wei Wuxian sent a message in the group. Zhao Yan saw this message and also issued landing orders in the group. Liaozhou was now firmly secured. Zhao Yan did not force a clash with the opposing side in 2 states, but arranged the main force to land in Yizhou, with the remaining members landing in Jingzhou. Both sides finally revealed their cards. After Wu Ji and Rongguang all landed, the remaining teams started to finalize their layouts around the landings of Wu Ji and Rongguang. The remaining members, Yu Yonglu, sent the remaining teams to Yuzhou, ensuring they held control over it. Solomon had 1 team in Yuzhou and another in Liaozhou, with 2 teams in Jizhou, and the remaining members in Yangzhou, making it the most dispersed alliance in this area. In terms of the clash situation, Yuzhou was clashing, with the clashing parties being Yu Yonglu and Solomon. Jizhou was clashing, with the clashing parties being Solomon, Yu, and Yu Yonglu. In Bingzhou and Qingzhou, the only 2 teams clashing were the initial scouting teams of Yu and Yu Yonglu. Besides that, the main event was the clash in Yizhou between Wu Ji and Rongguang, which could be the decisive factor for victory in this area. After finishing the landing situation, Demu noted that the remaining deployments did not consume as much time as the aerial standoff between Wu Ji and Rongguang. Both sides landed in a very short time. Bullet comments, Armor Warrior. These 2 finally landed. I can't understand why Wu Ji is being so timid. After all, they are the champion alliance of the Winter Cup, so timid. Understanding, what's wrong with being timid? This is a professional match, not just a casual game. They must be cautious. Exhausted to death, What does Wu Ji have to be afraid of? Are they afraid of Rongguang? Can the Shockwave fans stop jumping? They really can give themselves a facelift. What is there to fear for an alliance that didn't even make the playoffs last season? Mian, see you on Dao. Huh? Wu Ji is just hanging in the air, huh? What is up? Is your phone out of battery and you can't land? Shao, being afraid of clashing is just being afraid of clashing. What is so embarrassing about it? Why drag Rongguang down? Si Chi, afraid of a champion? Learning something new. When you on, this is a competition. Having a championship doesn't necessarily mean strength. Maybe we shouldn't compete. Everyone should just show their championship trophies and count how many each has. Sleeping bird. Having a championship doesn't mean you are strong, but not having one definitely means you are weak. Star River enters dream. Comparing championships, Rongguang has fewer than Wu Ji. The netizens are skilled. 14 is less than 3. Did the sports teachers teach you all math? Puff. I wanted to say that if we are comparing championships, Rongguang is the first, right? No wind rises without waves. What ancient champion are you talking about? Riding a horse. I am your father. System notification. Riding a horse has been muted for 24 hours due to inappropriate remarks. Please be polite and work together to maintain a harmonious live broadcast room. Chapter 89. Food mobilization. The disputes in the live broadcast room did not affect the players in the match. In each lounge, everyone was quietly farming. Zhao Yan landed in Yizhou, personally overseeing the clash with Wu Ji, setting up a formation similar to their layout during the friendly match. Rong led another group to land in Jingzhou to ensure that Rongguang had a secure rear, ready to support Rongguang in breaking through Yizhou at any time. Everything revived like the spring grass sprouting. Zhao Yan's fingers lightly tapped on the mobile keyboard, skillfully assigning battle tactics to the farming team, elegantly, like composing a piano piece. It has been 10 hours since the start of the game. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Yan has already leveled up Ma Chao to level 5, where he sent Ma Chao out to grind levels. A message popped up on his phone. All players have landed. Zhao Yan was a bit surprised. This message indicated that all players in the 4 competition venues had landed, meaning they could leave the lounge. Before everyone landed, they were not allowed to leave the lounge for communication. Zhao Yan had been so busy with the early game that he hadn't noticed this, and he was surprised to find that some people had only just landed. It seemed that some had been deliberating for a long time. The last player to land was from the upper group, Team 2, a member of the Happy New Year of the Tiger Alliance. The strength of the alliances in the upper group 2 was quite similar, so they were all very cautious. In such a balanced strength situation, every choice they made could affect the outcome. Finally, we can go out. I need to stretch my legs. What about you guys? Lin Yuma yawned and looked at the few glory managers sitting on the sofa, each glued to their phones, and couldn't help but feel speechless. All right, you guys keep grinding. I'll bring back some late-night snacks for you. Lin Yuma said. Barbecue, thanks. Su Bai, without lifting his eyes, was the first to speak. Same. Jiang Wenjing echoed. Then let's all have barbecue. Lin Yuma said. I want a bowl of wontons with corn and pork. Zhao Yan said. Why are you so picky? Lin Yuma rolled his eyes. I'll have wontons too. Rong looked up and said. Pretty girls are just pretty girls, Rong said, and after finishing, Lin Yuma turned to Su Bai and Jiang Wenjing, suggesting they also have wontons. Su Bai looked up, locking eyes with Lin Yuma, his expression clearly saying, Are you kidding me? It's not that I don't want to run to 2 places, Lin Yuma shrugged. Anyway, you're going out for a walk. Might as well walk a bit more. I want a crepe plus some mixed noodles, thanks Lin Ge. Guanshan said. 3rd location. Lin Yuma helplessly replied, All right, Chu Ge. Zhou Qing, what do you 2 want? Pork and sauerkraut, 6 liang of rice. Chen Chu said with a smile. Zhou Qing also interrupted Lin Yuma, Li Ji's baked buns. Lin Yuma noted everything down. Before leaving, he looked at the group sitting on the sofa, heads down, looking at their phones, and said, Honestly, I'm a bit reluctant to go out now. Maybe I want to go and just focus on grinding. No, Lin Ge. You should still go out for a walk. Staring at your phone, isn't good for your neck. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on things here. Nothing will happen. Guanshan quickly said, fearing the crepe and mixed noodles would fly out of his mouth. The others tactfully called Lin Ge. And even Su Bai was calling him Lin Ge with a bright smile. You guys, just wait. Lin Yuma turned to leave. For players of Lands of the Earth, Especially professionals, 10 o'clock at night is almost the same as during the day, a great time. Usually at this time, the lounge would have quite a few people moving around, especially in the food area. However, today, those who would usually be in a lounge are nowhere to be seen. They're all grinding. There were only a few shadows moving in the food area, likely carrying the same task as Lin Yuma. Lin Yuma first ordered barbecue, which takes some time, then went to buy the crepe Guanshan wanted and the baked buns Zhou Qing wanted. He remembered there was a place that had both wontons and pork and sauerkraut, so he planned to buy the crepe first. Surprisingly, Lin Yuma, who originally intended to stroll around, ended up planning the most time-efficient option, aiming to buy everything as quickly as possible and return. Lin Yuma walked past several restaurants. Passing by a hot pot restaurant, he saw a familiar figure inside. It was Cheng Yaojin, the commander from the Alliance, whom he had seen at the hot pot restaurant that day. She was sitting alone in front of the hot pot, with a waiter beside her helping her with the skewers. Life was peaceful. Indeed, beautiful girls always brought a sense of beauty no matter when they were seen. However, at this moment, wasn't it a bit too carefree for the Alliance commander to be eating hot pot? Lin Yuma thought to himself. He was still unaware of the situation where it clashed with. If he knew that the manager could still leisurely eat while facing such a situation, he would probably be extremely speechless. Lin Yuma left the hot pot restaurant and went to buy the crepe. The audience count in the official Lands of the Earth livestream room had decreased significantly, dropping from a peak of 57 million to around 520,000. After all, it was late, and people had to work the next day. Moreover, after seeing the landing situation, nothing much was likely to happen in the short term. The true sign was still hanging in the main city. Everyone was just grinding, and there wasn't much worth watching. Zhao Yan's Ma Chao was about to reach level 20, just 5 minutes away from the last leveling session. Lin Yuma returned with bags in hand, and Su Bai immediately stood up from the sofa, smiling as he went to help Lin Yuma with the bags. "Thanks for your hard work, Lin Ge." Lin Yuma glanced at him, saying somewhat irritably, "When did you get so polite?" Su Bai quickly grabbed all the bags from Lin Yuma's hands and grinned, "Hey," saying that makes it less interesting. "Well, have I not been this polite to my Lin Ge?" The aroma of food wafted through the air, and Guanshan and Jiang Wenzheng shifted their gaze from their phones. Zhou Qing also pressed a button to return to the main screen of his phone. 11:13 p.m. Zhou Qing saw his Li Ji's baked buns. "Hope you can last until tomorrow," Lin Yuma said, knowing Su Bai's character. "That is a bit tough on me. At most 5 minutes for He Rong and Zhao Yan's wontons," Su Bai said as he handed a box of wontons to He Rong. "Damn it," Lin Yuma said. He still underestimated Su Bai's shamelessness. Lin Yuma pulled out a skewer of chicken wings from the barbecue bag, sat down on the sofa, and opened Lands of the Earth. "So, how's the grinding going?" Chapter 90, Sunshine and Loneliness. Ma Chao is almost single-minded now. "Everyone is about the same level now," Guanshan said, taking a bite of the crepe. Sensing something was off, "You didn't put spicy chips in?" Guanshan looked at Lin Yuma incredulously, as if Lin Yuma had desecrated some deity, saying, "A crepe without spicy chips has no soul." Lin Yuma shot him a sharp look. "Get lost." "All right, brother." Guanshan took another bite of the crepe. He Rong handed the wontons to Zhao Yan, the steaming wontons releasing white steam, the plastic container covered in condensation. "Everyone should go to bed early. Once the truce is over at noon tomorrow, we'll have to fight. Everyone needs to replenish their strength." "Who's on duty tonight?" Chen Chu asked. At night, these managers couldn't all go to sleep. Someone had to stay up to prevent any unexpected situations from arising, leaving the group leaderless. In case of emergencies, the one on duty could wake everyone up in time. "I'll do it." Guanshan raised his hand with the crepe. He was the best choice. Tomorrow, during the clash, Su Bai, Zhou Qing, and Jiang Wenzheng would have to coordinate the battle team, while Lin Yuma and He Rong were responsible for external affairs, needing to coordinate with other alliances. Zhao Yan and Chen Chu were also busy. "All right, thanks for your hard work. Let us know if anything happens." Chen Chu nodded. "Once we use up the tokens and stamina, everyone should go to sleep. We have a tough battle tomorrow." After finishing his wontons, Zhao Yan walked into the room. Outside, the sky had a crescent moon hanging in the dome, and aside from that, darkness enveloped everything else, making other sights invisible. The light blue curtains remained still, appearing obedient when there was no wind. Under the desk lamp, The book that had been flipped through remained in the same state as it had been a long time ago, 100 years of solitude. On the bed were 2 pillows, which seemed a bit excessive for one person to sleep on. The light dimmed, and Zhao Yan turned it off, plunging the room into darkness. It felt a bit lonely, but good night. The first night passed. That night, among the top 50 trending topics, 37 were related to Rate the Land. The next day, Zhao Yan woke up and opened his eyes to see the sunlight casting a pale blue glow reflected on the curtains. He didn't immediately open Rate the Land, but instead walked to the window to gaze at the distant sky. He drew the curtains apart, and all the sunlight rushed into the room. The sunlight slanted in, gradually expanding its territory within the room, climbing onto the desk and illuminating the book on it that the owner hadn't finished reading. The sunlight felt warm, making the words 100 Years of Solitude no longer seem so cold. Zhao Yan pushed the window open and then opened Rate the Land. After one night, the Professional Alliance's development speed had already allowed the entire region to complete the first phase of the overall situation. Stepping out of the bedroom, he found everyone except Guanshan on the living room sofa. Breakfast was laid out on the coffee table, and upon seeing Zhao Yan come out, Subai invited him to eat. "How's everyone developing?" Zhao Yan grabbed a steamed bun from the bag and took a bite filled with radish filling. "We're professionals at colliding states." Hearing Zhao Yan's question, Subai revealed a mysterious smile. "In Ezhou, our development speed is faster than those in Wuji's. The data is being compiled. Once the truce ends, we will definitely have the advantage." Zhao Yan nodded. Many things from the prosperous era were lost, and colliding states was one of the few abilities inherited from that era. At 8 in the morning, in a live broadcast room, "Good morning, everyone. I'm the commentator. I'm Damu." After a night of development, almost all players have awakened their main core generals. According to the data, the most used general currently is Ma Chao. Du pulled up the data to show the viewers in the live broadcast room, which indicated that 67.5 of players were using Ma Chao for development. Second was Ma Dai, third was De Qiao, fourth was Zhou Tai, and fifth was Yuing. There are also a few who chose to use Group Lu Bu and other generals. Still, without the red degree, everyone can't point speed at the front. If you use infantry and archers, the base speed is there, but it can't compare to using Ma Chao, especially in the case of colliding states, Damu said. In the birth state of colliding states, everyone started paving roads in preparation for the upcoming end of the truce. Du switched the screen to a split view. One half showed the clash between Rongguang and Wuji's in Ezhou, while the other half displayed the third battlefield in Yangzhou and Jingzhou, which are the most exciting. On the screen, players were dispatching Spartans to pave roads to the opposing main city, with some even engaging in combat. At 3:15 a.m. last night, the first battle report of the season had already been released. Ning Ning from the Shengtang faction fought against La Tiao from the Deqin faction, with Shengtang winning by a narrow margin. With just over 3 hours until the end of the truce, Du asked between Wuji's and Rongguang, and Shengtang and Deqin, "Which side do you favor?" "It's hard to evaluate," Damu said, staring at the screen. Rongguang's reputation for colliding states is well known, but Wuji's is not the kind of soft dough that can be easily manipulated. Although Lightsong's return has improved Rongguang's strength, I really can't imagine Wuji's, which just won the Winter Cup, being defeated. As for Shengtang and Deqin, there's no need to say much, since Shengtang dared to choose to collide states. They clearly have confidence. So, I really can't guess which of these alliances will win. Do you have to pick one? Du asked again. If I have to pick one, Damu pondered, I would still choose Wuji's and Deqin. After all, the strength displayed by these two alliances is evident. After a moment of thought, Damu said, "All right, Damu bets on Wuji's and Deqin." Friends in the live broadcast room can participate in the guessing activity either in the stream or in the game. By participating, you have a chance to win cash, monthly cards, peripheral gifts, game items, and more. Go support your favorite alliance. Du interjected with an advertisement, smiling and speaking in standard Mandarin. Next, let's look at the real-time development data. After finishing the activity advertisement, Du pulled up the data again. Currently, the top alliance in the development data rankings is Taibai, who did not collide states and thus was not affected, which makes their position reasonable. Second is Chongxiangxi like Taibai, and in the fourth battlefield, no one chose to collide states, instead opting for stable development. The third in development data is xin yin kuai lo. Du read from high to low. The alliances that collided states had lower development data due to resource scarcity. Wuji's and Rongguang's development speed data showed that Wuji's was not better than Rongguang. Du, seeing the data, said with some surprise, in the data, Wuji's development data is just below Rongguang. He looked at Demu. Should we change our support target? Chapter 91. End of truce. State war begins. No change, Demu said, looking at the development data. He was surprised like Du. Despite the strong capabilities of Rongguang in colliding states, he didn't expect their development data to surpass Wuji's. Rongguang indeed has some tricks up their sleeve, but development data only reflects speed. I believe Wuji's can adjust in time. Demu shifted his gaze from the data screen and said, all right, let's wait and see. Both of these alliances have a long history. Wuji's once snatched a championship from the peak of the prosperous era, preventing that era from achieving a full Grand Slam a year early. Now, as strong contenders face off, it's a reappearance of past rivalries. That was indeed a remarkable time. Demu did not change his mind. Development data is one thing. Colliding states and fighting is another. In a Winter Cup competition, Wuji's also collided states and fell behind in development speed. But didn't they later gradually regain their rhythm? Wuji's speed of finding opportunities is very fast. As long as they have a little time and a chance, they can turn their rhythm around. Apart from Wuji's and Rongguang, in the third battlefield, Shang Tang's development data was not as good as Deqin's, which was expected by everyone. After all, that's Deqin. The name itself carries pressure similar to what Shangshi brought to the alliance at that time. Although Deqin does not possess the same dominance as Shangshi. In a new era, Deqin is currently the strongest alliance. Time quietly passed as the two commentators exchanged words. At noon, when the sun was at its highest, fans opened the live broadcast room, and at 12 o'clock, the number of viewers reached 65 million online simultaneously. In the four battlefields, the two colliding state battlefields were the most intense, and both sides began to engage in combat. In the first battlefield, Rongguang and Wuji's ignited the flames of war in Yizhou. Nearby, hostile members directly engaged, and both sides continuously dispatched teams outward. Su Bai and Jiang Wanzheng led the currently free members around the main city, gathering them to start fighting around the key cities in Yizhou. The lower-level cities were now being prioritized by both sides. Both understood how important the resources from city bonuses were in a colliding states battle. The resources from a level 5 territory added to all members' resource bonuses were already a significant amount. In Yizhou, Chengdu, and Jianyuan, both sides mobilized a large number of personnel to seize control of Jianyuan. Next to Jianyuan is the provincial capital Chengdu of Yizhou. This city has become the strategic center for both sides. Controlling can radiate advantages to Chengdu, which can then expand those advantages to the entire Yizhou. As for Zhou Qing, Zhao Yan instructed him to let his team play freely. Zhou Qing performed excellently in the previous friendly match in Shuzhou. Destroying the stronghold in Jingzhou during that match was a turning point. If he were restricted to do something specific, it would be a waste of his general who can accurately judge the situation. Zhou Qing is currently leading his team to prioritize liberating their members. Zhou Qing shared his plans with Zhao Yan. He intended to rescue all his members and then take control of the three prefectures of Hanzhong, Chengdu, and Ba in Yizhou. These three prefectures are considered the central axis of Yizhou and are very close to Liangzhou. By controlling these three prefectures, he could first split the members of Wujin in Yizhou and then gradually encircle them. Zhao Yan did not interfere with Zhou Qing's thoughts. Everyone has different ideas. And since there is not much pressure at the moment, Zhao Yan chose to give him the opportunity to act freely. In Jianyuan, the red and blue marching routes intertwined, and the clash in Yizhou was far more intense than their friendly matches against the likes of Lanyue and Haicheng. The pressure was high, and in the alliance frequency, those allies who used to joke around were no longer chatting. It was filled with various coordinates and battle reports. Zhao Yan marked a Zhutai on the alliance map. This level 3 city was what he planned to attack tomorrow. In a clash, it is taboo to keep fighting without developing, even if Rongguang can currently suppress Wujin. If they continue to neglect development, their advantage in clearing land faster than Wujin will slowly disappear. Zhao Yan needed to gradually amplify the advantage of clearing land faster than Wu Jing. Wei Yan's main battle method and Jin Luo's main battle method had both reached level 10, and Zhao Yan threw in the third battle method. This time, he chose Wei Yan, a higher-tier clearing team, instead of the combination of Ma Chao, Lu Kong, and Jin Luo. In the competition, everyone was fighting for resources, land, and time. Seeking stability alone would only lead to losing everything to the opponent. Zhao Yan adjusted his team to Jianyuan. His main city was in Hanjia, very close to Jianyuan. He noted that it would take half an hour for the team to reach Jianyuan and let out a breath. He decided to go out for a walk and said, "If anything happens, just contact me directly in the game. I will be online." "Go ahead. We are watching here. Nothing will happen," Chen Shu said. Zhao Yan nodded and pushed open the door. Before he reached the hall, he saw other members of the alliance, though he did not recognize them. No wonder. How many people did he know now? "Qingge Commander," someone called out hesitantly upon seeing Zhao Yan. Out of politeness, Zhao Yan did not turn and leave, but he truly did not recognize the person who called him, having no impression at all. The person who called him was a short-haired woman wearing a beige coat, looking very capable. "Hello," Zhao Yan said, pausing for a moment before somewhat awkwardly asking, "What is your name?" It was indeed a bit awkward to be called by someone whose name he did not know. "I'm Yi Lu," she said, seemingly sensing Zhao Yan's embarrassment, and added, "I joined the professional league last year, so it's normal for Qingge Commander not to know me. What are you two doing here?" Another female voice chimed in. Compared to Yi Lu's capable and cool tone, this voice was much more gentle and soft, representing a completely different style. Zhao Yan turned to see that it was Gu Yu, who was wearing a white dress and holding a bag of snacks. Seeing someone he recognized made Zhao Yan inexplicably relax, as if he had found a familiar environment in a strange place, which was oddly reassuring. "Do you still recognize me, Qingge Commander?" Gu Yu waved at Zhao Yan, her smile like a spring breeze blowing through willows or raindrops falling gently, nurturing tender buds. "Sister Gu, don't joke around," Zhao Yan replied. He not only recognized Gu Yu, but was also somewhat familiar with her, due to Cheng Huan's good relationship with Gu Yu. "Should we go chat?" Gu Yu asked. Chapter 92, Meeting Old Friends Again. Zhao Yan glanced at Gu Yu, thinking that it seemed a bit reckless for this commander to want to chat at this time, especially right after the ceasefire had ended and the state war was heating up. The commander and leader of Chengxiangxi were not present. Was that really okay? He pondered and asked, "I have no problem with you two, but the commander and leader of Chengxiangxi are not here. Can we really do this?" Zhao Yan was unaware of the situation in Chengxiangxi's district and did not know that they had not clashed. He was thinking about something. Both of them were outside, and at that moment, the one directing Chengxiangxi was a man lying on the sofa with a beer belly who sneezed. "Is it okay?" Gu Yu might have thought of this issue as well. She tilted her head and looked at Yi Lu. The beauty feigned a naive look, making it hard for anyone to refuse her, especially since Gu Yu's expression added a strong contrast of cuteness. Yi Lu's heart melted at that moment. And what could she say? She could only take the bag of snacks from Gu Yu's hand and said, "Let us go. I'll be online, and there's no problem with them watching over." Hearing Yi Lu's words, Gu Yu turned to Zhao Yan and said with a gentle smile, "Let us go." Zhao Yan felt an inexplicable joy in his heart, not knowing why. Seeing that Gu Yu was doing well made him genuinely happy. Perhaps he had inherited this from Cheng Huan. Even though he was not doing well himself, seeing others doing fine gave him a bit of comfort. They found a nearby coffee shop, and the three sat inside. Gu Yu and Yi Lu sat together, with Yi Lu taking out the pastries from the bag and placing them in front of Gu Yu, then raised her hand toward Zhao Yan, saying, "Qingge Commander, have one." Zhao Yan shook his head. Gu Yu reached out and offered Zhao Yan one, saying, "Come on, it's really good. I've eaten a lot of pastries from here, and they're worth trying. Look at you, you've lost so much weight." Gu Yu held the pastry in front of Zhao Yan, making it hard for him to refuse. "All right," Zhao Yan said, reaching out to take the pastry. For some reason, he felt a familial sense from looking at Gu Yu and Yi Lu. "Hey, you little brat, you blocked me pretty quickly. I called you twice, and you put me on the blacklist right away, and I'm still not out," Gu Yu said, taking a bite of a matcha cake. A bit of matcha at the corner of her mouth. Yi Lu handed Gu Yu a tissue. Gu Yu stared at Zhao Yan, her beautiful eyes reflecting Zhao Yan's somewhat guilty expression. Zhao Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Guyu's current phone account was indeed still in his blacklist. Besides Su Bai and the others, he had not unblocked anyone else he had blacklisted, and there were many names lying on the blacklist. Moreover, his phone was set to block calls from strangers, so besides management like Chen Shu and Su Bai, almost no one could contact him. This was also why Chen Shu and the others could only find him through Chenghuan. "Aren't you going to unblock me?" Guyu asked. "MHM." Zhao Yan opened his phone. The game was still running, and Ma Chao's team was still on their way to Jianyuan. He scrolled down the screen and unblocked Guyu from the blacklist. "What made you change your mind?" Guyu asked, holding a spoon, stirring milk and sugar into her coffee cup, the white milk blending with the black coffee to form a brown color, and a sweet aroma wafted through. Guyu was referring to Zhao Yan returning to the competition scene. There had been no news for 3 years, and now he suddenly returned to the competition. "It's not that I've thought it through," Zhao Yan smiled. "I just still have some things to do." He thought about it. Leaving without a word was indeed a bit irresponsible, and she probably wouldn't want to see him like that. Guyu nodded, her tone gentle. "Everyone has their own mission, Zhao Yan. We can only accept the things that we cannot change. The road is there, and all we can do is move forward." Zhao Yan responded with a. In fact, the reasoning was clear. Even if Guyu didn't say it, Zhao Yan understood it himself, but understanding was one thing, and actually doing it was another. To take up and let go, saying it was easy, but how many people could truly do it? If letting go were such an easy thing, the tobacco and alcohol industries would undoubtedly suffer a huge impact. "If there's anything, let me know in time. If I can help, just ask. Since you can still call me Sister Gu, I will definitely help if I can," Guyu said. "Thank you, Sister Gu," Zhao Yan said. Guyu then asked Zhao Yan about the past 3 years, and Zhao Yan answered some questions while Yilu sat beside them, staring at the game screen on his phone, occasionally glancing at Guyu's profile. "By the way, my kid is a fan of yours. Could you sign something for me?" Guyu suddenly said. "No problem. You're quite familiar with him, right?" Yilu asked the person walking towards the lounge. The woman in a white dress had a graceful figure and was humming a little tune, looking in a good mood. Hearing Yilu's words, Guyu nodded. Yilu suddenly asked, "Are you familiar with his sister too?" "Yes, I was first familiar with his master, and because of that relationship, I became familiar with him," Guyu said naturally. Yilu responded with an "oh." After a moment of silence, he asked again, "I hadn't heard you were familiar with him before." Guyu blinked. "You guys didn't ask." Yilu thought for a moment and indeed found himself speechless. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan, who had separated from Guyu and the others, sat down again, facing a man. Somehow, his luck today was quite good. He might only know a few people in the Haicheng arena, and he ran into another one right after turning a corner. "I just finished my coffee. Isn't it a bit conflicting to drink tea now?" Zhao Yan asked the man in front of him. Zhou poured a cup of hot water, and the tea leaves rolled in the hot water, the steam rising and creating a layer of light mist between Zhao Yan and Zhou. "Where does this fuss come from?" Zhou said, "Just drink it. The worst that can happen is a bit of stomach discomfort. There are really quite a few worsts." Zhao Yan picked up the teacup, gently blew on it, and the white mist dispersed, revealing Zhou's elegant and handsome smile. "The tune has a mistake, Zhou Langgu. I can't quite understand. Didn't you just finish the truce? Why are you all out here instead of commanding?" Zhao Yan said helplessly. "What? Did you run into someone else?" Zhou asked. "Guyu," Zhao Yan said. Chapter 93. How long will it take for me to understand you? Zhou seemed to have guessed it and was not surprised. After all, Zhao Yan only knew a few people here. "Don't say anything else. Weren't you also outside?" Zhou placed his hand on the teacup, feeling the temperature of the rising steam. "Aren't you the commander of Rongguang?" Zhao Yan smiled. "Now that we've seen each other, can you take me off the blacklist on your phone? I tried calling you a few days ago, but couldn't get through." Zhou said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I've heard that line twice now." Zhao Yan smiled wryly, took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and removed Zhou from the blacklist. "The first was Guyu," Zhou asked. Zhao Yan nodded. "Who told you not to do your job? People are back. Why haven't you let everyone off the blacklist? What's the deal, cutting ties with the past and saying goodbye to us?" Zhou said. He habitually picked up the teacup to take a sip, but perhaps the hot water was too hot, so Zhou put the teacup back on the table. "What do you mean by not doing your job?" Zhao Yan had a black line on his face. Zhao Yan's eyes were fixed on the teacup, his reflection visible in the water. Even though I'm sitting here now, I'm not sure where I really am. Seeing you reminds me of the mountain city 3 years ago. Sometimes I don't even know if all this is just a dream. If we're still in a mountain city, and you were sending me emails back then. At this point, Zhao Yan looked at Zhou Yu's face. Do you remember what you said to me back then? Zhou Yu thought for a moment and replied. I told you to handle the situation in Luoyang with peace of mind. I would guard the resources in the state. Zhao Yan said, you said that within a day. Those two alliances wouldn't step into silly, even a step. You could handle Luoyang and then come back pick us up? A total of 32 words. Zhou Yu looked at Zhao Yan's face. The latter smiled wryly. 32 words. I remember them vividly. Back then, everything was on the brink of collapse. The prosperous era in Silly was at a huge disadvantage but hadn't been eliminated yet. Everyone believed that the commander of Qingge could turn the tide of battle. Before the situation completely ended, the fans of Shengshi thought everything was still possible, that Shengshi hadn't lost. Shengshi's victories lasted too long, and the dynasty's glory reached an unparalleled level, leading fans to subconsciously believe that Shengshi wouldn't lose. To the fans of Shengshi, Shengshi was a giant moving forward through thorns and brambles, unstoppable by anything, and all the fans needed to do was cheer and celebrate. At that time, only Zhao Yan knew that the current situation had collapsed to an irreparable extent. He desperately tried to stem the tide, but the situation had become a flood bursting its banks, unstoppable. The giant ultimately fell, and no one, except for Cheng Huan herself, knew how serious her illness was. When Zhao Yan was anxious, she would gently press his head, softly saying, "Who doesn't he lose?" Their essay saying that one person can only truly understand another after a long, long time. It may take a lifetime. Perhaps even a lifetime is not enough. Zhao Yan felt that he still hadn't fully understood Cheng Huan. He wanted to know, in the last moments before her life ended, what was Cheng Huan thinking? When she looked at her apprentice, loved someone, and smiled, what was on her mind? Would she worry? Would she feel sorrow? Would she think of Zhao Yan leaving the game for 3 years? Zhao Yan fell silent, and Zhou Yu, sitting in front of him, also remained quiet. Before life and death part, everything seemed so weightless. Sorry for talking so much. The tea in the cup had reached a suitable temperature, and Zhao Yan took a sip. It was fragrant but also a bit bitter. They say tea is bitter at first and sweet later, needing to have a lingering sweetness. Zhao Yan didn't understand tea much, but the tea Zhou Yu picked was really fragrant. It's nothing. Zhou Yu shook his head. If you don't tell me, who else will you tell? Don't make me feel like a loner. I'm not at that level yet. Zhao Yan joked with a smile. Zhou Yu also laughed. What? Am I not your friend? Yes, Zhao Yan replied. Then that's settled. Zhou Yu stood up, packed his things, and said, since we're back, we need to put on a good fight and take the trophy to tell everyone that you are Cheng Huan's apprentice. Zhao Yan looked up at Zhou Yu. What if you block me when the time comes? Zhou Yu raised the teacup and drank all the tea in one go, unusually drinking it with the boldness of alcohol. Then you just have to work hard and kick me aside. He stared, and on the face of this handsome Zhou Lang, a profound expression showed. On his face, this emotion was rare. After all of you left, the game felt a bit lonely. Zhao Yan's team took half an hour to reach the battlefield, and just as they stationed themselves on the designated land, they were shot down within 30 seconds by 2 teams from the opposite side. Fighting is like this. It takes an hour to recruit, but just a second to fight. Zhao Yan withdrew his team. What he didn't know was that the camera happened to be focused on his game account. The commander of Qingge came and went, leaving no trace behind. He saw this scene and laughed. Although this situation is common, seeing Zhao Yan's team reach the fortress and then being driven back in the blink of an eye, needing over half an hour to retreat to the main city, still made people unable to help but laugh. In a live broadcast room, Cosmic Thunder Puppy, calm, I'm dying of laughter, Light Song commands this team. Frost River, half an hour of conscription, 3 seconds of fighting, that's the nature of this game. Gardenia, 6. Leaf, no. Isn't it embarrassing for Light Song to command? What does this camera angle mean? Cute and lovable. Isn't this the Light Song that's been praised to the skies? This isn't impressive at all. Blue, friendly fire. You're invincible now, kid. Tai. Although it's fine to just watch the game and not play, this is just too much. 12. If you want to criticize, just go online and find some negative comments to bring back. Open up the forum. Really, you should see it. There are quite a few haters of Lightsong now, but you. The situation is like this. Super player, a newbie wants to ask, isn't this person called Dream Butterfly? What's the connection to Lightsong? North Sunflower. This is his master's account. The original owner of this account, Cheng Huan, has passed away, and now this account is being used by her disciple. Glory commands Lightsong in the game. Super player, oh I see. Snowflake Bloom, who hired these water army members? I suggest deducting their salary. This is just too unprofessional. Woohoo indeed. Chapter 94 Third Arena. Zhao Yan's team was on their way home. He pulled out the map to review various battlefields. Except for the fierce fighting in Jianyuan, where neither side would give an inch. The other battlefields in Izhou generally showed a situation where one side was strong and the other weak. After all, neither side had all their forces. So they naturally prioritized strategic points that were more valuable to themselves. For example, in current Izhou, both sides are vying for the central axis of Chengdu. But the strategically important Yunnan and Yongchang near Jingzhou have been abandoned in favor of consolidating their defenses in Wudu, Zitong, and Hanzhou. Currently, Glory is the dominant side in Izhou. Wuji has not recklessly attacked, but instead focused on defense, stabilizing the situation while waiting for the main forces from Liangzhou to arrive. Zhao Yan naturally did not want the fighting in Izhou to continue until Wuji's forces arrived in Liangzhou. If things went as he wished, he would be able to breach Liangzhou and enter before Wuji arrived in Izhou. That was the scene he most wanted to see. Of course, this was very difficult to achieve. Wuji was indeed a strong opponent. The situation in Zitong and Wudu had been stabilized by Wuji. Although Jiang Wenzheng was still leading his men to charge over, the results were minimal, and the members of Glory in these two counties had already fallen one after another. Wuji was well aware of Glory's powerful ability to clash with states, so they didn't intend to compete with Wuji in that regard. After the truce ended, they pulled back all fronts except for the Jianyuan battlefield, first stabilizing Zitong and Wudu. They also understood that they didn't need to achieve significant results in Izhou. They only needed to drag Glory here and wait for their forces from Liangzhou to develop and push over. Inside the Liangzhou headquarters, Wuji was advancing their development. Aside from Izhou, there was also fighting in Jizhou and Yuzhou, except for the pressure in Yozhou's Yeyang Tower against Solomon S numbers. The situation in Jizhou was currently a stalemate. Although Yeyang Tower couldn't compete with Solomon and Yu in Jizhou, being backed by Bingzhou and Yuzhou wouldn't cause major issues. Yinming resolved Yu's group in Bingzhou and was rapidly developing. This round has been quite comfortable for Yinming. Aside from a scouting group from Yu and Bingzhou, Shuzhou didn't even have enemies, and they were taking on supporting or pressure roles in this match. The focus of this round was still in Izhou. The outcome in Izhou would trigger a series of chain reactions. Essentially, after resolving the battles in Bing, Liang, and Izhou, the outcome of this round would become clear. This was the situation in Arena 1. Currently, the viewership rankings among the four arenas placed Wuji and Glory's clash in Arena 1 second, with a significant gap from the first. The first was naturally the three arenas of Shengtang, Daqin, and Taibai. These three alliances already had massive traffic. The current situation was even more eye-catching. It was now the 28th hour after the game started. We could see in the battlefield of Jingzhou and Yangzhou that although Daqin's development was slightly ahead of Shengtang, Shengtang was not at a disadvantage in battle at all. The live stream camera focused on the third battlefield, with a player team under the prefix Shengtang, Chengyaojin sent their team into the battlefield, choosing to retreat after facing three teams from the opposite side, focusing fire on them. The three opposing teams had no choice but to retreat as well, wasting 10 points of stamina. Cheng Yaojin's command employed a tactic of retreating as the enemy advanced, which everyone can learn from. This is a strategy that can effectively deplete the opponent's stamina, Du said with a smile. Bullet screen. The black and white moon dream at my fingertips. Learn it. May I ask if I can go pro after learning this? Su Mo, sure. The rain is shallow. Our Cheng Bao is really amazing. Expensive AVU. Although I know Cheng Yaojin is a cute girl, this term Cheng Bao is still hard to accept. I don't know why. But it reminds me of the image of Cheng Yaojin from the Sui and Tang dynasties. Shallow, what's wrong? Isn't that Cheng Yaojin cute? She's very cute too. Phone. I don't understand what Sheng Tang is thinking. Why go and actively clash with the Qin? Are they trying to die faster? Go clash with the Qin. Lazy patient. What else can we do if we don't clash? Are you joking? In this situation, if they don't clash, they would have to face off against the Qin and Tai Bai in development. Xie Xiaoping. Can we not act like we know better than the professionals, bro? If we don't know, let's not talk nonsense. Hui Xiaozu. Sheng Tang is just asking to die, standing up. As fans, Sheng Tang fans naturally hope to see their supported alliance win. But this match is really hard for them to see hope. Our teammates are simply not on the same level as the opponents. Sheng Tang fans are already prepared to accept defeat. Sheng Tang's active search for a clash has given them immense encouragement. In a desperate situation, they are still willing to draw their swords against the enemy. Sheng Tang has not admitted defeat. That's enough. Even standing and dying, they deserve respect from their opponents. Sheng Tang has already started to fight for their lives. Demu suddenly said, already falling behind a Qin in development. Sheng Tang chose not to strategically retreat to catch up, but to continue to stubbornly resist the Qin. There was no other way. In this kind of game, Sheng Tang had to exert all their strength from the very beginning. If they wanted to win, even if Sheng Tang exerted 100% of their strength, it wouldn't be enough. They needed to exert 200% of their strength to have a chance to win the match, Du said. Tai Bai on the other side is now freely developing, and if Tai Bai and Qin Zhou can head south, Sheng Tang won't even have the chance to fight the Qin. Now Sheng Tang is forcibly dragging the Qin down with them, hurting 800 of the enemy while self-inflicting 1,000. Du adjusted the camera to show everyone Tai Bai and Qin Zhou. The layout of the third battlefield started with Shun Zhou landing in Bingzhou and Liangzhou, and the guests going to Yuzhou and Jizhou, Tai Bai and Jizhou, Qingzhou, Yinfeng and Yizhou and Qingzhou, and the core of both sides in Jingyang, with Sheng Tang and the Qin clashing. This layout is very ambitious. The Qin side is almost in a we-want-everything situation. They feel victory is already within their grasp, which has led to Jingzhou and Yangzhou being surrounded by Yinfeng, Yizhou, and Shuzhou. If they support immediately, Yinfeng would definitely arrive first. Of course, Xinzhou 1 and Liangzhou and Tai Bai and Qingzhou are watching. If Yinfeng wants a move, Tai Bai and Shenzhou 1 naturally will have to move as well. Moreover, even if Yinfeng arrives at the battlefield to help stabilize the situation for Sheng Tang, a fully developed Tai by moving south would be unstoppable. The difference in strength is too great. This is why Sheng Tang is recklessly clashing with the Qin, hoping to fight for a chance in a desperate situation. If they don't clash, they really won't have any opportunity at all. This side is completely opposite to the situation in Arena 1. Arena 1 is primarily focused on Wuji and Glory themselves, while Arena 3 focuses more on both sides' teammates. Demu said. Then he looked at the camera as it shifted back to Yangzhou. Of course, Sheng Tang still has to rely more on themselves. Chapter 95. Wei Zishianshu and Taijun. They really don't treat Yinfeng like a person. For you to be obsessed, are you expecting Yinfeng to take down Tai Bai? Ollie, isn't it normal? The prosperous Tang was also counting on Yinfeng to help them, right? Time division. Tang fans are crying. What a disastrous start. Shinji now. No. Why does everyone think Yinfeng is weak? At least they're a league that can make it to the top-level league. They have some strength. Raising a cat. The problem is that Yinfeng just came up. Do you expect Yinfeng to adjust to compete with the top-level League S alliances right away? This is still the top alliance of the top league. Mandarin Duck Butterfly Dream. I think Yinfeng has some potential. I watched a few matches of Yinfeng in the secondary league, and this alliance has some ability. Floating life like a dream. Okay. Then do you think Yinfeng can beat the Qin or Tai Bai? Please choose. Heaven-esque fate. Those who only look at results think that way. Ghost King. Those who don't watch the matches think like this. Fans, following the principle of having nothing better to do, started arguing online, one sentence after another. In fact, most of them were just haters trying to stir things up, and there were very few Yinfeng fans joining the quarrel, as they knew the gap between their alliance and these top alliances. Alliance. Glory has occupied the city of Zhuti for the first time, level 3. While fighting, both sides were also taking cities. The Yizhou Wuji and Glory could only send a portion of their people to fight for the city, while those who in T clashed with Zhou had already opened 2 or 3 cities. The second phase had already begun. At night, as darkness fell, the late-night system was activated. However, The people in the matches were still online, and troops kept flowing out from various main cities, indicating that not many people were sleeping. Even those who were sleeping had their alarms set to the loudest. After all, this was a competition. Zhao Yan gathered his troops and adjusted the team to the battlefield, while placing the main camp of the second team, Sun Yu, on level 6 to level up. This time, his second team was not preparing to use Shu cavalry or rogues. They were preparing to directly confront Wei Ji. Wei Ji, if all 3 generals belong to Wei Ji, they can obtain the Wei Ji title bonus. When generals are deployed, they generally have 3 types of bond bonuses: formation, title, and troop type. Formation refers to the faction of the general, for example, Liu Bei for Shu, Cao Cao for Wei, and Sun Quan for Wu. Troop type refers to the types of troops, such as archers, infantry, and cavalry. If a team assembles 2 or more bonds, they can gain bonuses. Title is a special type, created based on the historical bonds of these characters in the land of the rising sun. However, since title generals are generally strong, people usually don't forcefully combine them for titles. They may be strong individually, but weak when combined. Typical examples include Shu Ji, the Oath of the Peach Garden, and the Tripartite Confrontation. But there are also titles that can be used. The most practical is Wei Ji. Wei Ji refers to the 5 great strategists under Cao Cao, and the establishment and strengthening of Wei State cannot be separated from these excellent strategists: Cheng Yu, Jia Su, Gui Jia, Sun Yu, and Sun Yu. Wei Ji is praised as the best team for commoners, and the core of this team, Jia Su, is one of the easiest to obtain. Moreover, the core output of this team, Sun Yu, is a general that almost everyone has. As long as you gather any one of the other 3 generals, you can form this frontline team of Wei Ji. This team is not only easy to assemble, but its tactics are also very friendly to ordinary players. Wei Ji does not rely on core tactics. They can just pick up leftover tactics from other teams and still perform well. Additionally, they have low and high online requirements. If the tactics are well placed, this team's combat power can soar. Many people like to use this team. It's popular among both commoners and top players. Players often say, Wei Ji male team can go 50-50 with anyone, able to fight fully geared top players and match evenly with the Han archers. The Wei Ji team is noted for having 5 handsome generals, and 50-50 means this team can basically fight against any team without a natural enemy, especially since Sun Yu naturally counters tank and recovery teams. It's considered a very versatile team. Moreover, in the competition server, without generals having any red levels, this team's combat power skyrockets. Zhao Yan decided to go with this team and throw them into battle. They could handle whatever the opponent brought out. He was a bit torn about whether to equip this team with the tactics Divine Arms Descend and Great Reward for the 3 armies. If he did, the combat power of this team would increase further. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yan decided not to give it to them. He would save the Divine Reward for the Lawblade. His main city also needed a stronger team. In competitions, it's not like playing a regular game where you can equip Wei Ji with Divine Arms and rewards and wait to equip the Lawblade later. Every point of tactical experience in a competition needs to be meticulously calculated. Dismantling tactics only returns 80% of the tactical experience, which is naturally unacceptable. Time to sleep. Zhao Yan lay in bed, put down his phone, and gently placed his finger on a lamp switch. With a press of his fingertip, the room fell into darkness. Time passed. Zhao Yan's region had already played 6 battles, 3 of which were in Yizhou. Wu Ji was taking advantage of their strengths and avoiding their weaknesses, completely adopting a defensive posture in Yizhou and did not launch any proactive attacks. After the rise of the world situation, they would relocate all their main cities to Wudu and Zitong. Wu Ji had already built a fortress group in Yinping, and when the time was right, they could break through into Yizhou. Glory had already gained a huge advantage in Yizhou. Yongchang, Yunnan, Ba, and Hanjia were all under Glory's control, but they could only maintain this level. They could push Wu Ji into a corner infinitely, but could not completely crush them. Jiang Wenzheng and Su Bai had made every effort, and even after clearing Ba Hanjia and other counties, they participated in the battlefield over there. Yet they could not advance further on the front line. Wu Ji counterattacked from the cliff, fighting for their lives, and their compressed bodies unleashed tremendous power. Fortunately, this situation was acceptable for Glory. In fact, they were at an advantage. Let Jing Zhou go to Yizhou. If Yang Zhou dares to move, we will pressure them from the south, Yun Ming commanded Wei Wuxian. This situation had exceeded their expectations. In their eyes, the balance of victory had tilted in their favor. They didn't expect glory could really push Wu Ji to this extent, retreating into a defensive shell. Now, Wu Ji's side was like pulling a thread that could affect the entire body. Both sides were watching each other closely. Once Jing Zhou arrived at Yizhou, if both sides combined forces, they could shatter Wu Ji's turtle shell in Yizhou. If Liang Zhou dared to act, their Bing Zhou Yunmeng would not be idle. Yu Yang Lu commander San Shui's side. I've come to understand. This match doesn't really have anything to do with us anymore. Although he sighed, the joy of San Shui was also evident. After all, they could already see the dawn of victory. Not really, Wei Wuxian smiled. You are the main force. You are 1 against 2. Chapter 96. Connecting long and short. Wei Wuxian was right. The most challenging situation currently lay with Yu Yang Lu and the others, who needed to withstand the pressure from Solomon and Yu. Yun Ming was the most comfortable now, only needing to develop quietly. San Shui nodded with a smile. All right. Even if it costs our lives, we must drag them down to Jizhou. The rest is up to you. As long as we can win. San Shui knows how favorable the current battle situation is for them. They just need targeted strategies, and Wu Ji can't stir up much of a storm. With Yun Ming stabilizing the battlefield in Bingzhou, this central hub, once occupied by Yun Ming, is managed without leaks. And Solomon and Yu in Jizhou can't break through Bingzhou in a short time to support Wu Ji. Moreover, even if Yang Lu is in Jizhou, even if they are being chased and beaten, they could buy a lot of time. Solomon, being in Yangzhou, is even further removed, and once they move, Suzhou's Yunmeng will definitely follow. Good. Zhao Yan nodded slightly. The situation with Wei Wuxian had become very clear. Their advantage came not only from the glory of the collision in the state, but also from the fact that the Yang Tower in Jizhou had not collapsed, which played a significant role. Because the Yang Tower in Jizhou had not collapsed, even if they were being chased all over Jizhou by Yuha and Solomon, it wouldn't matter. As long as Yunmeng was not dragged into the battlefield of Jizhou, they could work with the glory of Yizhou to encircle Wuji. Wuji's position had become like a turtle in a jar. If glory had not gained the upper hand, or if the Yang Tower in Jizhou had faltered, the situation would have reversed, and Yunmeng from Bingzhou would have become the turtle in the jar. Fortunately, both glory and the Yang Tower had not faltered. Thus, the scales of victory naturally tilted in their favor. In the Wuji resting room, Mo Shui raked his fingers through his hair. His permed hair had become a messy tangle without any care. After only 3 hours of sleep the previous night, he had dark circles under his eyes, and his thoughts were somewhat chaotic. As a top commander, Mo Shui knew that the current situation had begun to slip out of his control. This feeling was overwhelming, knowing that if things continued this way, they might lose, but he had no choice but to proceed. It was like the cells in his body were frantically reminding him that he would die. His nerves kept warning him, yet he couldn't change it. This was very frustrating. Mo Shui's once flowing permed hair had become a nest of chaos. He sat on the sofa, his fingers continuously swiping the screen, trying to find a breakthrough. But no matter how he flipped through it, he couldn't find a glimmer of opportunity. Their allies were all locked down. Mo Shui began to regret not choosing to go to Xinzhou instead of falling into Liangzhou and Yizhou. This can't be. Mo Shui bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain clarity. A wave of regret started to spread throughout his body, and goosebumps rose on his back. So close. Regretting past choices before the match was even over with a major taboo. Moreover, he was the commander. This was an even greater taboo. The commander leads the alliance. If the commander has issues, it directly affects the entire alliance. The reason he was thinking this was that Mo Shui had already convinced himself that they would definitely lose, which led him to question the initial position chosen in Liangzhou. The pain on his tongue brought back Mo Shui's rationality. Anyone could think that Wu Ji would lose, but he, Mo Shui, absolutely could not. Mo Shui tossed aside his phone and hurried to the bathroom. What was he doing? The management of Wu Ji watched Mo Shui's hurried departure with confusion. I don't know. Sigh. He probably has too much pressure right now. It's fine. Let him take a breather. The captain of Wu Ji said. Taking advantage of the moment when their attention was diverted from their phones, several managers began to discuss the situation. Although they did not grasp the battle situation as precisely as Mo Shui, after so long in the profession, they could still discern some aspects. They all knew that the current situation was not favorable for them, and was even heading toward a worse outcome. How much longer could Izhou hold out? If Jingzhou did not come, the situation would be stagnant. Glory could not do anything to them in 3 or 4 days. But if Jingzhou came, or if Izhou's glory had more time to develop, they would not be able to hold on any longer. The captain from Izhou said, "If it were for the City of the Moon, glory would have already broken through us, but Wuji can still hold on, even facing glory in a stalemate. Even if the scale in Izhou has tilted towards glory, Wudu and Zitong are still fortresses that glory cannot break through." However, this was merely passive defense. Defense was the last thing Wuji and Izhou could do. As for offense, that option had been completely abandoned. In this situation, the defending champion Wuji was being pushed to this extent by Glory, who had not even made it into the playoffs last season, in the eyes of the audience. Wuji was already considered a failure. As champions, how could they end up in such a situation against an alliance that hadn't even made it into the playoffs? If they ultimately lost, it would be a great disgrace. One captain sighed. Glory's ability to collide with states is indeed strong. Even during the prosperous Tang dynasty, we didn't feel this much pressure. So what if it was a prosperous era? We have taken championships from prosperous eras before. A bright voice echoed in the hall. And Mo Shui, who had just washed his hair and was wrapping a towel around his head, walked out, looking completely different from before. The entire team from Izhou is revitalizing and heading to Yangzhou. The towel wrapped around his freshly washed hair. His dark circles were still there, but he appeared invigorated, as if the advantage was on their side. The others were taken aback. Allowing Izhou to revitalize and head to Yangzhou was tantamount to giving up the battlefield in Izhou and handing it over to Glory. Moreover, losing Izhou would mean that Wuji's last line of defense would be gone, allowing Glory to reach Liangzhou without obstruction. Liangzhou Wuji would then become completely isolated and helpless. How could they just hand over their main force to the opponent? The managers did not understand. How could Mo Shui say such absurd things after just washing his hair? Their situation was already disadvantageous, and there was no need to make it worse. Are we going to let go of Izhou and Liangzhou? One manager spoke up, trying to dissuade Mo Shui from this self-destructive operation. Everyone, what is Glory good at? Mo Shui did not answer, but instead asked this question. What is Glory good at? In Izhou, they have forced us into a corner. Is that not something Glory excels at? The managers were at a loss regarding what Mo Shui was trying to express. However, one of them cooperatively said, colliding with states. Mo Shui snapped his fingers. Yes, Glory excels at colliding with states. But we are not good at that. At least, we are not as good as Glory. Why should we use our weaknesses to compete with Glory's strengths? Chapter 97. Remember to make the playoffs. The managers understood Mo Shui's meaning. It turned out that it was not that Mo Shui washed his hair and got water in his brain. Rather, he had come to his senses. Since they knew that continuing to fight this way would lead to defeat, why should they keep going? The current situation had already solidified. In this mutual surveillance scenario, they indeed could not get their allies to support them, but that did not mean they could not proactively leave Izhou. This would hinder everyone's development, but Wuji was the alliance best at finding opportunities to supplement development. Mo Shui wanted to use their strengths to compensate for their weaknesses. When Mo Shui used cold water while washing his hair, the icy water flowing over his head suddenly opened his mind. The original deadlock began to unravel before his eyes, layer by layer, gradually revealing itself. He found the key to counterattack. From this perspective, he deserved to be a top commander. As Wuji's members began to revitalize, the commentators, Dayu and Damu, were stunned by this scene. The data panel showed that the number of Wuji members in Izhou was continuously decreasing, while the number of Wuji members in Yangzhou was gradually increasing. Wuji chose to revitalize. Dayu and Damu exchanged glances, and they both saw the incredulity in each other's eyes. This was already the 4th day. In a match, the trajectory of victory is usually determined within the first 10 days. Wuji had already fought for 4 days, and to revitalize at this moment was equivalent to abandoning everything. Moreover, this was not just one group of Wuji revitalizing. It was half of Wuji. Dear viewers, you're not seeing things. The machine is not broken. It is indeed like this. You switched the screen to Yangzhou, where many recently arrived Wuji members could be seen, and the number of people in Yangzhou suddenly increased. Wuji chose to revitalize. 4 days and 2 hours after the start, Wuji chose to withdraw from Ezhou and revitalize in Yangzhou. The bullet comments have exploded, and just now the live broadcast was showing the second arena at the extreme pleasure checkpoint. But in the next second, it jumped to the first arena, and the news received was so explosive that it's no wonder the comments erupted. Ninth Master. I think I can accept it more if the machine is broken. Accurate star. No. Is Wuji running away? Seeking pleasure departing song. Is this all Wuji can do? Fusu. Rongguang is so fierce, pushing Wuji to the brink of recovery. Oh my gosh. Fried noodles. Is it possible that Wuji is too weak? Old Timo. Why can't it be that Rongguang is strong? Why you all look down on Rongguang? Isn't Wuji's championship last season weak? Is it really that hard for you to admit that Rongguang is strong? Meng Cheng. Wuji just laid down to win a championship. If Rongguang could crush Daqin, I would think Rongguang is strong. Chia. No flattery. No hate. Wuji is really not strong. Didn't that championship last season come easily? If it weren't for Daqin, could Wuji win the championship? Wuji's fans would explode if they saw these comments. Wuji is already struggling against the wind, and there are so many people coming to mock them. Wuji's fans are not like Yin Feng's fans. They directly rebut in a live broadcast. Wuji has many fans. After all, it's a long-standing alliance since the first year, and it's still one of the old 16, even winning a championship last season. Given Rongguang's recent poor performance, many longtime fans have switched to support Wuji. Wuji's fan base is quite large, and their combat power is not weak. On the internet, both sides are arguing. In a live broadcast room, the curtain reacted first to the significance of Wuji's move. I understand now. Wuji has given up on fighting Rongguang head-on. Wuji's commander, Mo Zhui, knows that Ezhou is already very disadvantageous for Wuji. If this continues, the final result will likely be Wuji's defeat, so he chose to recover. Long pain is worse than short pain. Although Wuji will waste a lot of development time, we have previously said that Wuji is the best at finding development opportunities to make up for growth. Ma Shui's move is indeed quite brilliant. Zhao Yan, Wei Wuxian, and San Shui also learned about Wuji's recovery in succession. This Mo Zhui is quite something. Zhao Yan looked at the now empty Ezhou battlefield, lost in thought. The originally fierce battle in Ezhou instantly became just a few Wuji members stalling, delaying Rongguang's advance. Ma Shui's move is indeed clever. Originally, they could slowly consume Wuji to win, but now the situation has changed dramatically. This Mo Zhui. Let's talk about San Shui's message. Sure, Wei Wuxian followed up. Should we send someone to delay their development speed? Forget it. Solomon's people are all there. Going over is just sending heads, Zhao Yan said. Let's wait. San Shui sent a message. In a private room of a tea house, 2 men in their 30s stared at their phones. Each had a cup of tea in front of them. The fragrance of tea was rich, but their minds were not on the tea at this moment. You guys have good command skills, Chen Chu said. Mutual appreciation. Song Di smiled after looking at his phone. While Rongguang and Wuji were fighting fiercely, the leaders of both sides were sitting together drinking tea. Song Di hummed an old tune. You're only 2 years older than me. You look like you're a whole generation older. Chen Chu looked at Song Di, whose demeanor resembled an old man practicing his voice in the park. Isn't it good to have an older mindset? Song Di smiled lightly. Anyway, everyone gets old. Chen Chu remained silent. He picked up his teacup and gently sniffed the aroma. What will you do when you get old? Keep doing this, Song Di said. He continued humming that little tune. It was an ancient song from who knows which era, with a Jiangnan melody. Chen Chu stopped asking those useless questions. After taking a sip of tea, he placed it on the table, finishing the tea in one gulp. You have to admit, Northeasterners are not suited for drinking tea. This hearty drinking style really doesn't go well with tea. You guys can make it to the playoffs, right? Chen Chu asked. Song Di stopped humming and looked at Chen Chu with curiosity. Chen Chu smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. We've known each other for so long. It feels a bit awkward to personally send you to the loser's bracket. You have to fight back. Song Di smiled faintly, thinking that you guys would definitely win. Chen Shu stood up, helplessly saying, "Who told us we are in a prosperous era?" He pretended to comfort Songdi. "And don't be discouraged. Losing to us is not shameful." Songdi looked at Chen Shu. "Do you want me to tell you about your records over the past 3 years?" Chen Shu laughed heartily. "If it were in those 3 years, I wouldn't be here drinking tea with you. But this is the 4th year, my old friend." Chapter 98. The plan changes. Zhao Yan, San Shui, and Wei Wuxian gathered again to discuss the changes in the situation brought about by Wuji's recovery in Yizhou. Wuji's move was indeed beyond the expectation of the three of them. It's rare for an alliance to be so bold as to directly relocate all members from a state with over 100 people to another state. This is the 4th day. The buildings in everyone's main city have already been upgraded significantly, and the land reclamation is almost finished. Restarting at this time undoubtedly means everything has to start over. This is a very risky move. No wonder both the Grand Curtain and Heavy Rain were visibly shocked when they saw Wuji's choice to recover. In the top-level league's top matchup, not to mention Rongguang. Although Yundream lost to Wuji in the Winter Cup finals, it doesn't mean Wuji is necessarily stronger than Yundream, or much stronger. Although it is the alliance that has risen in the last 2 seasons, Yundream is now considered a top-tier strong alliance by everyone. In such top-tier confrontations, the time required for recovery can easily lead to a complete loss if not handled carefully. Fortunately, this alliance is called Wuji. The focus needs to shift to Qingzhou and Yangzhou. Liangzhou's strategic position has changed to a pressure resistance position. Since the opponent has given up Yizhou, they have already abandoned Liangzhou. Spending time in Liangzhou will only delay us and give Yangzhou space to develop, Zhao Yan said, making an initial judgment on the current battlefield. Ma Shui's move is decisive and does not hesitate. Liangzhou, originally their stronghold, can be abandoned just like that. After Wuji withdrew its deployment from Yizhou, Liangzhou's gates opened wide, transforming into a pressure resistance position, allowing them to withstand the pressure from Yundream and Rongguang. Zhao Yan understood the opponent's thoughts, so he didn't want to clean up Liangzhou now, giving Yangzhou time to develop, because they hadn't collided with other states. And they had invested quite a bit of manpower in Liangzhou. It currently has very good development, even surrounded by Yundream and Rongguang. If they really wanted to crush Liangzhou, it would take at least 4 to 5 days. This scenario is likely what Mosui wanted to see. It's similar to before the situation changed. They hoped that Yiyang Tower could hold back Yu and Solomon in Jizhou. It doesn't need to win, just hold the opponent back. Liangzhou is the same now. Next, we will go to Jizhou to help Yiyang Tower and push eastward. Xianzhou can also push south directly. As top-level league commanders, Wei Wuxian and San Shui both understood the current situation. Wei Wuxian spoke, preparing to turn their original pressure resistance position in Jizhou into the main battlefield. Taking advantage of Wuji's recovery not yet settling in, Wei Wuxian thought about letting Yundream and Xianzhou push south to Yangzhou, interrupting Wuji's development. So, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy is tired, we strike. That's how it is now. Wuji wants time, and they won't give Wuji that time. Let's focus on stabilizing Xianzhou first. Zhao Yan said that he disagreed with Wei Wuxian's idea. If Shuzhou moves, Qingzhou will inevitably follow. If Shuzhou falls prematurely under the siege of Yangzhou and Qingzhou, allowing the 2 places to converge, it will be a big problem for us. With your Jingzhou Rongguang around, we can jointly attack Yangzhou from both sides. Wei Wuxian then said that the Yunmeng originally stationed in Shuzhou was meant to monitor Qingzhou and Yangzhou. But now it has become a sword that can cut off Qingzhou and Yangzhou at any time. But what if the opposing side changes state? Zhao Yan said. Wei Wuxian just mentioned that advancing east from Bingzhou is not a problem, but moving south from Shuzhou. Zhao Yan mentally simulated this situation. If he were on the opposite side, would there be a way to break the deadlock against the attacks from Shuzhou and Jingzhou? It seemed that the joint attack from Shuzhou and Jingzhou was fierce, with no breaking point. However, Zhao Yan thought of a method inspired by the strategy of the great leader. If the Soviet Union were to use atomic bombs against our country, then at the moment the bombs are launched, our troops at the border would rush into Soviet territory, breaking into small units to conduct guerrilla warfare. This tactic, when applied to the game, would work like this. Once Shuzhou and Jingzhou attack Yangzhou from both sides, Yangzhou can completely take a defensive stance and move north to attack Yangzhou, leaving Suzhou to Rongguang, who could coordinate with Qingzhou to take Suzhou. This way, they could also converge and eliminate Yunmeng and Suzhou. It would be a complete win. Zhao Yan didn't explain much to Wei Wuxian, but as a top commander, Wei Wuxian didn't need too much explanation from Zhao Yan. Just hearing Zhao Yan's words, he mentally processed the result of changing the state. If they were now positioned near Qingzhou, executing this plan would not be a problem. However, currently, they were at a disadvantage in Jizhou, and taking it completely would require some effort. This method indeed seemed a bit risky. Sanshui also spoke up. So, our primary goal now is to take Jizhou, right? Zhao Yan nodded. Once we take Jizhou, we can pressure Qingzhou. If Suzhou and Jingzhou move together, if Qingzhou dares to support, we can take Qingzhou in one fell swoop. Sanshui and Wei Wuxian understood. Yunmeng would soon break through to Jizhou to assist Yang Tower in taking Jizhou, and you all should keep an eye on the Yangzhou. Wei Wuxian snapped his fingers, smiling with youthful exuberance, as if victory was already in hand, ready to take the stage and share his victory thoughts. All right, although Yangzhou didn't need to be defeated, it still needed to be monitored. At the very least, they had to stretch the front line to fight in Liangzhou, giving Liangzhou Wujing something to do to prevent them from idling and causing trouble. Yunmeng needed to go to Jizhou, and this task naturally fell to their Izhou Rongguang. After discussing the preliminary plan, as they were about to leave, Sanshui thought of something and smiled. We originally thought we were on the fringes of this competition, but who would have thought that in such a short time, we became the center of the battlefield? Wei Wuxian still smiled and said, "You have always been the main force." Back in the Rongguang lounge, Zhao Yan shared the deployment with several managers. Jingzhou's Rongguang had once again become the main force, as if they were playing a friendly match. The forwards turned into the rear, and the rear turned into the forwards. The Liangzhou checkpoint could be laid out tonight. But the opposing side had already built a fortress in Mengyin, and it was possible they would break through first, Subai said. Before Izhou Wujing was revitalized, Zitong and Wudu were still under Izhou Wujing's control, and Rongguang couldn't continue advancing. Now that Izhou Wujing had withdrawn from Izhou, they opened up a path, but they still had to lay it out step by step. By the time they laid it out, Liangzhou Wujing might have already broken through successfully. Chapter 99, Act 1. End. The subsequent situation indeed unfolded, as Su Bai had said. Liangzhou Wujing saw the direction of Izhou Rongguang and knew they were coming to Liangzhou. Taking advantage of Rongguang's delay, they broke through Yinping in advance and rushed into Izhou, trying to extend the front line into Izhou and buy more time. Yunmeng also broke through to enter Jizhou, and Jizhou's Yang Tower had also arranged for its members in advance. By the time Yunmeng captured the city of Jizhou, they would arrange for an airport. Yangzhou Wujing began to frantically boost their development, and Solomon, originally in Yangzhou, was also at the doorstep of the resource state, trying to attack into the resource state in Yuzhou to help the revitalized Wujing develop. Both sides began preparing for the decisive battle. On the 5th day of the server opening, today, the excitement of the Spring Cup reached its peak. Weibo exploded again due to the game, including all browsers and communication devices. The top trending topic on Weibo: the Great Tang collides with the state and defeats the Qin. Act 1 end. As I wrote the last word, I felt a bit unwilling. When I was writing this novel, I had high hopes, wanted to fully present the game Rate the Land, and share the joy of the game with everyone. I remember when I was in middle school learning English. There was an article by Martin Luther King titled, "I Have a Dream." When I was writing this novel, I also dreamed of writing out all the beauty of Rate the Land, hoping that old players could recall the bits and pieces of their battles in the game, that new players could understand this game, and that people who don't play this game could develop an interest in it. Now it seems I have not achieved any of these 3 points. Laughs. It's true that talented people are indeed talented. Perhaps it has to do with my writing ability and various other factors. The writing isn't that good, and looking back now, there are indeed many places that I am not satisfied with. According to the original idea, the friendly match of Rongguang was meant to introduce the basic gameplay of this game to everyone, but as I wrote, I really didn't know what to write about. Should I write about early game development, battles, or something else? As for the plot, due to the difference between top league alliances and ordinary alliances in the setting, Rongguang couldn't be anxious in friendly matches against those alliances. If it were a straightforward push, there really wasn't much to write about. Regarding other aspects, those early game daily routines and daily occurrences in Rate the Land were indeed what I wanted to write during the friendly matches, but for me now, it is very difficult to express. I started playing Rate the Land in 2019, and now 6 years have passed. I quit the game in 2021 and sold my account. Unlike the protagonist Zhao Yan in the text, who remains a top commander 3 years after quitting, I can't keep up with the current version of Rate the Land after quitting for 2 years. Everyone can see that during the early game, I was still writing about teams like Ma Chao, Lu Kang, and Jin Luo, which everyone now considers outdated. I looked at the old Rate the Land groups and saw that everyone was using heroes like Huang Yueying and Du for early game development, which truly touched my blind spot. I remember that at that time, this team was already the fastest for early game development. Everyone was using heroes like Ma Chao, Zhou Tai, and Guancister. Back then, I was envious of those who could use Ma Chao for early game development. If any newcomers see this novel, remember not to learn from Zhao Yan in early game development. Laughs. Before I put pen to paper, I thought about what to write, whether it should be about game content or something else. But then I thought, is the core of Rate the Land really about heroes, battles, and development? The biggest difference between Rate the Land and other games lies in endurance and numbers, with game times often stretching over 3 months and alliances comprising 380 players. I believe that talent is the core essence of this game. No brothers, no Rate the Land. I think this holds a lot of truth. When I first started as a newcomer, many big players helped me. And I have a particularly deep impression of a time in Season 1 when a big brother in the Alliance stopped playing and asked me to take over his territory. In Season 2, I mistakenly clicked on the Wandering Army, and at that moment, I felt like the sky was falling. My allies comforted me, telling me to go undercover as a Wandering Army and then sent me resources to keep me going. Actually, when I clicked on the Wandering Army, I thought I was about to say goodbye to my allies. In Season 1, I was in the Separatist Alliance, and in Season 2, I was not too familiar with the people in the Integrated and Conquering Alliances. Some of my brothers from Season 1 also quit playing, and the ones left were all unfamiliar, making me feel disconnected